Chapter 1. Return to the previous life. Suan, you bitch, why don't you get up and cook for me? I'm starving. Bitch, did you hear me? Don't pretend to be dead in the house. If you don't cook for me, I'll let my parents peel your skin when they come back. Curses and banging on the door echoed outside the house. Suan opened her eyes abruptly. Her memory was still stuck on the previous second. She and her companions had worked together to defeat the zombie king. It wasn't easy to usher in the dawn after the end of the world. Who knew she would suddenly wake up in a bed? Lying on the bed, Suan felt a familiar environment around her. Was she back in her previous life? Yes, Suan still had memories of her life before the end of the world. Because she had lived so miserably in her previous life, she refused to drink the mangpa soup when she was reincarnated, filled with hatred and unwillingness. Even after experiencing another life, Suan never forgot the memories of her previous life. She was the eldest daughter of the Su family, but she didn't act like one. Since she was a few years old, she had to wash clothes, cook, and take care of her younger siblings like a nanny. If she didn't do well, she would be beaten or scolded, becoming the punching bag for the whole family. If her younger brother, Su Chong, hadn't needed her to take care of him while he went to school, she might not even have had the opportunity to go to school herself. After she turned 16, Suan finally passed the exam to work in the textile factory office with her own abilities. When she handed over all her salary to her parents, she finally earned some good looks from them. But the good times didn't last long. When Suan was 18 years old, the street committee came to do ideological work and asked her unemployed sister, Su Yu, to prepare to go to the countryside. Her parents were partial, so they asked Suan to give up her job quota to Su Yu, and she would go to the countryside instead of Su Yu. Because of this, her parents, who had never been good to Suan, rarely coaxed her. Suan, who had been suppressed for a long time, simply thought that if she made sacrifices, her parents would change their attitude towards her, and it would be worth giving up a job quota in exchange for family affection. Suan went to the countryside instead of Su Yu. After going to the countryside, she worked diligently, becoming a model worker of the brigade every year. She worked harder than men and could save some money in a year. The Su family often wrote to her. Suan, who received care, devoted herself selflessly like an old ox. When her younger brother didn't have enough tuition for school, she would send money. When her parents were not feeling well, she would send money. When there was no money needed at home, she would send money even if she was hungry. In this way, the day when the educated youth returned to the city came. At that time, Suan was only 22 years old, but she looked as old as in her 30s. After returning, Suan found that except for her, everyone in the family was not as hard as the letters said. Her father worked as a general worker in the factory and became the deputy director. Their family was not short of money at all, but they had been using the emotional card to take money from her over the years. After returning to the city, Suan could have arranged a job for her father, who was the deputy director of the factory. However, the Su family sold her to an old widower in the mountains, so that she would never have the opportunity to return to the city again in her life. She became a reproductive machine for the old widower in the mountains, and finally died tragically under the fist of the old widower. After her death, Suan's soul returned to the Su family, only to find out that she was just an adopted daughter of the Su family. At the beginning, Su's father and mother had been married for 3 years without giving birth. They listened to other people's advice and adopted Suan, and then gave birth to the next son and daughter. After her tragic death, the Su family did not receive any retribution, but lived better and better. Su Yu even took the jade pendant that Suan was wearing when she was adopted, and was adopted by the Shun family in Jing City, becoming the daughter of a big family in Jing City. The Su family stepped on her blood and sucked her flesh. The family lived a prosperous life with no worries about food and clothing. How could Suan not hate them? With a click, Suan's door was smashed open by Su Chong outside the door. At this time, Suan, who was lying on the bed, came back to her senses and sat up suddenly. Suan, I knew you were pretending to sleep in the room. Bitch, your parents don't beat you for a few days, so go and cook for me, do you hear me? Suan's eyes fell on Su Chong, who was standing in front of her bed. Her eyes were fierce, as if she had skinned Su Chong alive. In the previous life, Su Chong was the only child of the Su family, and Suan didn't dare to touch him. But now it's different. Looking at Su Chong, who was yelling at her, Suan tried to exert force with her fingertips. Very good, the supernatural power of the end of the world came with her. Maybe God also felt that she lived too tragically in this life, so he gave her a chance to be reborn. Su Chong felt uncomfortable with Suan's fierce eyes, and he started to curse again. Suan, did you hear what I said? Do you want to be punched? As soon as Su Chong finished speaking, Suan punched him. You are the one who wants to be punched. Ah! Su Chong screamed and then pointed at Suan and cursed in disbelief. Suan, you dare to hit me, you are so bold. When my parents come back, I will let my parents kill you. Hearing the vicious words from Su Chong, Suan sneered. Okay, then let's see who kills who, but before my parents come back I have to kill you first. Suan said and punched Su Chong a few more times. Su Chong was still cursing at first, but then he found that the harder he cursed, the harder Suan's fist hit him. After all, Suan's fist was harder than his mouth. Su Chong was beaten and dared not say anything, so he waited for his parents to come back to deal with Suan. Suan was tired of beating Su Chong, who was curled up in the corner after being beaten, and then turned to the kitchen. Although the supernatural power of the end of the world came with him, his body in this life was too weak. Suan decided to make some food to make up for it, but she couldn't let herself down. Suan's adoptive parents, Su Guohua and Chun Aimei, were both employees of the Beijing towel factory. The couple received a salary and raised 3 children. Although the family was not very rich, it was not poor. As the baby of the family, Su Chong ate eggs and fine grains for every meal. Now these can't be cheap for Su Chong, they all have to go into her stomach. Suan quickly got busy in the kitchen, cooked a bowl of noodles for herself, added 2 poached eggs, and the noodles smelled tempting after they came out of the pot. Suan's current body was really hungry, and she held the noodles and ate them in big mouthfuls. Thinking that she was only worthy of eating leftovers and coarse grains in this life, Suan swore that she would never live so aggrieved again, and she would make up for what the Su family owed her. Watching Suan eating egg noodles, Su Chong couldn't hold back his words. Suan, you dare to eat my eggs. Su Chong was kicked by Suan before he could finish his curse. Su Chong rolled backwards and screamed in pain. Well, he didn't dare to say anything more. But Su Chong was really hungry at this moment. Watching Suan eating such delicious noodles, Su Chong could only swallow his saliva. Chapter 2. Chapter 2 Jade Pendant Space Opening. Suan finished her noodles feeling very satisfied. After filling her stomach, she planned to rest and practice her supernatural powers. Her supernatural abilities improved with her physical condition, but they were still at the most basic level. Fortunately, even the basic level was enough to deal with the Su family. Instead of going to her own room, Suan went to Su Yu's. Her room was more like a storage room, cramped and windowless, while Su Yu's room was much more comfortable. Suan lay on Su Yu's bed and began to practice. The energy of her powers flowed through her body, making her feel relaxed. After some time, the door to the Su family house opened again. Su Yu returned and saw Suan in her room, lying on her bed. She immediately exploded. Suan, you bitch, you dare to sleep in my bed. She moved to pull Suan off the bed, but Suan pushed her away. I'm living here from now on. You can sleep in the utility room. Su Yu fell to the ground and started to curse. Suan, you bitch, are you crazy? Why should I sleep in the utility room? Suan's cold eyes fell on Su Yu. Why? Why do you say? You don't have a job, you eat and drink for free, and you don't contribute to the family. Shouldn't you sleep in the utility room? I'm different from you. I have a job and I earn a salary for our family. Su Yu's face flushed. This is the room my parents let me sleep in. It's mine. How dare you have a problem with my parents? The sarcasm at the corner of Suan's mouth grew more intense. Su Yu, if you dare to talk again, don't blame me for beating you. Su Yu didn't believe Suan would actually hit her and continued to mutter. Suan, you are really outrageous, you little bastard. Pa. Suan slapped Su Yu before she could finish her sentence. She continued to slap her on the other cheek, back and forth until Su Yu's mouth was swollen. Su Chong, who was outside the door, trembled. He was glad he hadn't intervened, fearing he would also be beaten. He couldn't understand what had gotten into Suan. As Suan was about to throw Su Yu out of the door, she saw the jade pendant hanging around Su Yu's neck. This pendant originally belonged to Suan, but when Su Yu said she liked it as a child, Suan's parents had given it to her. Later, Su Yu was claimed by the Shen family, a powerful family in Beijing, because of this pendant. Suan reached out and pulled the pendant off Su Yu's neck. Su Yu, seeing her pendant stolen, tried to grab it back. Suan, how could you snatch my things? Pa. Suan slapped her again. Yours? Do you still have the face to say that? This is what you stole from me. I'm just taking it back. Get out of here quickly, or I'll keep beating you. Su Yu, remembering the beating she had just received, shuddered with fear and hurried out of the room. Su Yu and Su Chong both felt that Suan had gone mad. They couldn't fight back, so they decided to wait for their parents to return and teach her a lesson. Meanwhile, Suan noticed a scratch on the back of her hand from when she had grabbed the pendant. She wiped the wound with a handkerchief, accidentally staining the jade pendant with blood. Suddenly, the cold pendant became hot. Suan thought it was an illusion, but then she saw a bright light emanating from it. The next second, she was transported to a different space. Suan had read many novels in her past life, and knew that there must be a secret hidden within the pendant. Her blood had touched the pendant, opening this space. She found herself in a white space with a 10-acre plot of black land below. In the center stood an antique attic. Suan walked towards the attic and saw a spring in the yard. Could this be a spiritual spring like in the novels? She scooped up some water and drank it. The water was refreshing, and she felt her energy rapidly recovering. This confirmed that the spring water had the effects described in the novels. Suan entered the attic and found it was filled with antique furniture, medical books, and piles of pills. Each box of pills had labels describing their effects in traditional Chinese characters. Suan realized she had stumbled upon a treasure trove. This space was a gift from fate. Just as Suan emerged from the space, she heard the angry voices of Su Guohua and Chanai outside the door. They must have returned from work and heard Su Yu and Su Chang's complaints. Suan decided to confront them all together. Hearing the sound of Su Guohua banging on the door, Suan opened it and stepped out. Are you looking for death? You don't let people have a good rest. Suan, usually a quiet person, was now acting strangely. Su Guohua was stunned for a moment. He quickly recovered and started to scold her. Suan, you little bastard, how dare you lay hands on your brother and sister? Suan sneered. I am a little bastard, so are you and Chanai old bastards? Only old bastards can give birth to little bastards. Su Guohua and Chanai had called her a bastard before, but Suan never questioned it. Now she realized that everything had been a sign. Normal parents wouldn't call their children bastards. Only those who weren't their biological children would do so. Su Guohua and Chanai faces turned green. Chanai said to Su Guohua, why are you still nagging with this little bastard? Beat him to death. Su Guohua lunged at Suan but missed. Suan kicked him in the groin. Su Guohua lay on the ground screaming in pain. Chanai, enraged, stepped forward and tried to scratch Suan's face. Author's note. They are hiding their real names instead of using their real names. They use the alias Jiqing for their safety or protection. Please keep and enjoy reading, and give me a good comments. Thank you. We love you all. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. The whole family is forced. Unfortunately, Suan was no longer the weak girl she once was. With the help of her supernatural powers, she was not so easily bullied. She kicked Chanai, who had lunged at her, then grabbed her hair and slammed her head against the cabinet. Chanai felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. Su Yu and Su Chang were stunned. When did Suan become so strong that even Su Guohua and Chanai couldn't handle her? They looked at her as if she were a monster. Suan looked at Su Guohua and Chanai lying on the floor, still unsatisfied. All the suffering she had endured in this family was because of them, and she had to make them pay. She climbed onto Su Guohua's body and punched him repeatedly. He was knocked unconscious, only to wake up again from the pain. This went on until he lay motionless. Chanai fared no better. Suan beat her until she fainted. Suan's hands ached, so she stopped. Su Yu and Su Chang trembled watching Suan stand up. Would she come back and beat them too? Fortunately, Suan just glanced at them and returned to her room. Beating them had taken a lot of energy, and she needed to rest. Though tired, Suan was in a good mood. If she could have gone crazy like this in her past life, she wouldn't have been bullied so badly by the Su family. She thought that after beating them up, they would finally be obedient. However, some people just couldn't be taught. Su Yu brought back a few police officers and accused Suan of assault. Su Yu's eyes gleamed with pride as the police found Suan. No matter how powerful Suan was, she wouldn't dare to attack the police. This time she would be dealt with. The police came to investigate, and Suan put on an innocent and pitiful look. Comrade Public Security, this is not true. They made up a story about me. Look at my frail body. Could I beat 4 of them? The police looked at Suan and believed her. Compared to the other members of the Su family, she was extremely frail. She couldn't even beat 1 person, let alone 4. Su Yu was anxious, worried that the police had been fooled. If you didn't beat us, then did we beat ourselves? Suan sneered. Who knows if you were beaten by someone else and are blaming me? She pretended to be weak and helpless, lifting up her arm, which had bruises and old scars. Comrade Public Security, look, I have injuries on my body too. My parents usually beat me when they're unhappy. These are the marks they left. If I really had the ability to fight back, how could I get hurt? You can find out if what I said is true by investigating with the neighbors. Tears flowed from Suan's eyes. The police saw the injuries on Suan's body and instinctively believed her story. Okay, we will investigate this matter further. The police soon found the neighbors and investigated the situation of the Su family. They unanimously agreed that Suan was a punching bag in the family, and that her parents often beat and scolded her. She was soft-hearted and never dared to speak up to them, so how could she possibly assault anyone? Furthermore, Su Yu had no direct evidence, so the police left after their investigation. After the police left, Suan slammed the door shut. Her dark eyes fell on Su Yu, who had reported her. Su Yu's heart sank. It was over. Everything was over. To prevent further trouble, Suan sealed Su Yu's mouth with tape. If you dare to report to the police again, I'll break your legs next time. Suyu, who had been beaten badly, was truly terrified. She wouldn't dare to report Suin again. Suin was so good at pretending to be pitiful that no one would believe her even if she did report it. Seeing that the whole family was subdued, Suin went back to her room to rest. She entered the space which seemed to be ideal for practicing her supernatural powers, allowing her to level up faster. After finishing her training, Suin went to sleep in the attic of the space. The next morning when Suin woke up, the Su family members were apprehensive and afraid, fearing she would beat them again. Where's breakfast? Why isn't it cooked? Suin got up, looked at the cold stove and then at Chanai-mei. Usually she made breakfast, but Chanai-mei had forgotten. Chanai-mei wanted to scold Suin, but remembering what happened yesterday, she choked back her words. Why are you still standing there? I'm hungry. Go cook or I'll punch you. Chanai-mei's face turned pale with fear. She hurried to the kitchen to cook. She made porridge, boiled 2 eggs, and fried some shredded potatoes. Usually, they would have shredded potatoes with their meals, and the 2 eggs were for Su Chong to replenish his body. When Suin saw Su Chong holding the eggs, she snatched them away. Su Chong. He dared not speak up, couldn't fight back, and couldn't get the eggs back. He would just get punched. Looking at the Su family eating quietly, Suin wiped her mouth with satisfaction. I'm full. I'm going out. After Suin left, Chanai-mei dared to curse. What the hell is wrong with this little bastard? Su Guohua's eyes narrowed. Could it be that she knew we signed her up to go to the countryside? Chanai-mei thought that Suin had been stimulated by something, and her husband's words made sense. What should we do now? It's still half a month before we go to the countryside. Are we going to let this little bastard bully us like this? She beat us like this, we can't just let it go. Chanai-mei touched her swollen face, unable to swallow her pride. Su Guohua seemed to be thinking about something. This little bastard, I originally wanted to let her go out to work, but now it seems that going to the countryside is a bargain for her. Suin left the Su family and didn't go directly to the textile factory. Instead, she went to find her classmate Gao Xiaohong. Suin remembered that Gao Xiaohong's father was the director of the youth office. She wanted to ask her father for help with something. She knew that Su Guohua and Chanai-mei had secretly signed her up to go to the countryside. In her past life, the couple had played the emotional card, saying that since they had already signed her up, she should go instead of Suyu. This time she would refuse. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Sign up your brothers and sisters to go to the countryside. Suin was determined to make Suyu and Su Chong experience the same hardships she had endured in the countryside during her previous life. The Su family had helped her get assigned to the countryside, and now she would return the favor. Suin knocked on the door and Gao Xiaohong, her classmate, opened it. Classmate Suin, why are you here? Is there something you want to talk to me about? Suin explained her purpose directly. Classmate Gao, I heard you're worried about finding a job. Are you interested in mine? If you are, I can transfer it to you. Gao Xiaohong was indeed worried about finding a job. Although her father was the director of the youth educated office, she would still have to go to the countryside if she didn't find a job. In fact, her father's position made things even harder for her. Some young people who hadn't found jobs could delay going to the countryside, but her family had to set a good example. They had agreed that if Gao Xiaohong didn't find a job within half a month, she would have to go to the countryside like other educated youths. Knowing how difficult life in the countryside was, Gao Xiaohong was desperate to find a job. Now a job was being offered to her. Student Su, are you willing to transfer your job? Such a good job, you're willing to transfer it? Gao Xiaohong knew that Suin's job as an office clerk in a textile factory was easy and decent. It was very difficult to buy a job in the market, let alone such a good one. Suin didn't hide anything. My parents secretly signed me up to go to the countryside and wanted to transfer my job to my sister. I don't want to give her a bargain, so it's better to transfer it to you. At least I can get some money myself. Gao Xiaohong looked at Suin with sympathy. Okay, classmate Su. You sit down and wait. I'll call my dad back and talk about buying the job. Suin waited patiently. Soon Gao Xiaohong returned with her father. Gao's father was excited. He had 3 sons but only this precious daughter. He couldn't bear to let her suffer. He had been trying to find a job for her, but hadn't found anything. Now a job had suddenly appeared. Seeing Suin, Gao's father was enthusiastic. Comrade Suin, I heard from my daughter that you want to sell a job? Your job is so good. How much do you want to sell it for? He was prepared to pay a high price for the job. Unexpectedly, Suin said, I only want 600 yuan. Gao's father frowned. 600 yuan? Such a job could be sold for 1,000 yuan. Suin was obviously lowering the price. Gao's father was a smart man. Comrade Suin, do you have any other requests? Suin liked dealing with smart people. I do have other requests. Uncle Gao, my parents have signed me up to go to the countryside. It seems that I'm going to the northwest. I want to ask if you can help me arrange to go to the northeast instead. Suan didn't want to go to the northwest because that's where she had gone in her previous life. The farm work was endless, the harvest was poor, and there was a shortage of water. There was also constant conflict between the educated youths and the local villagers. This time, she would let Su Yu and Su Chong experience that hardship. As for choosing to go to Liao province in the northeast, Suan knew that although the weather was cold, they could hibernate for most of the year. The northeast was also rich in resources, much better than the northwest. Gao's father was surprised that Suan's request was so simple. "Okay, this is easy. Promise you." Suan continued, "Uncle Gao, my brother and sister are also old enough to go to the countryside, and they don't have jobs. Especially my sister, she was supposed to go this time, but my parents signed me up instead and wanted me to transfer the job to her. Can you help me register their names to go to the countryside?" Gao's father understood Suan's intentions. This girl wanted to retaliate against her parents' favoritism. He didn't care about Suan's motives. He could arrange this. It was reasonable for those without jobs to go to the countryside when they reached the age, and it didn't violate any rules. He was happy to help Suan. "Okay, I promise you." Gao's father went to the youth educated office and registered Su Yu and Su Chong's names to go to the countryside, arranging for them to go to the northwest as Suan requested. As for Suan's destination, it was changed from the northwest to the northeast. After that, Gao's father gave Suan 600 yuan. He was kind and also bought extra tickets for Suan. Suan was going to the northeast where it was cold, so she would need cloth and cotton coupons. The Gao family was well off and grateful to Suan for transferring her job quota, so they were happy to give her more tickets as compensation. Suan took Gao Xiaohong to her workplace and successfully completed the job transfer procedures. After finishing everything, Suan treated herself to a nice meal to celebrate her new life. In the afternoon, Suan went to the department store. She couldn't live the same way she had in the countryside in her previous life, so she had to buy some good things before going. Suan used the money and tickets to buy thick quilts and cotton-padded jackets. She also bought some nutritional supplements, canned food, and other things. She would buy daily necessities like enamel basins after arriving in the countryside. They were readily available at the supply and marketing cooperative. When Suan arrived home, it was dinner time. She was surprised to see that Chanai had prepared dinner on her own initiative. The smell of chicken soup filled the kitchen. As soon as Suan entered, Chanai put on a flattering smile. And in his back, "Come on, sit down and eat. Mom stewed chicken soup for you. You should have a good rest." Seeing Chanai acting so strangely, Suan knew something was wrong. This old witch must be up to something. Suan glanced at Su Yu and Su Chong standing behind Chanai. Although they tried to hide their emotions, she could see the gloating in their eyes. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Selling Suan. Suan pretended not to notice anything, sat down and pushed the chicken soup towards Su Chong. "Mom, Chongzi needs to nourish his body the most, so give this chicken soup to Chongzi." Chanai's face turned pale. She forced a smile at Suan. "It's okay, Anan. You drink this bowl and Mom will serve Chongzi some more. There are big chicken legs in it, of course you have to eat it. You've never eaten big chicken legs before, you have to try it today." Suan sneered inwardly. She was certain there was something fishy about this bowl of soup. She took the soup and used her supernatural power to check its ingredients. It wasn't poisonous, but there were sleeping pills in it. Suan realized that the family was planning to drug her and do something while she was asleep. They wouldn't kill her as that was illegal, but a little sleeping pill wouldn't hurt. After drinking the soup, she could use her powers to force the sleeping pills out of her body. Suan drank the soup in one gulp. "Give me another bowl." The Su family breathed a sigh of relief. Chanai, like a dog, went to the kitchen and served Suan another bowl. Su Yu wanted to get a bowl for herself, but before she could drink, Suan slapped her. "Did I ask you to drink it? A waste like you deserves chicken soup?" Su Yu suppressed her anger and bit her lip. "You're so good, Suan. Wait and see how rampant you can be after tonight." Suan happily drank several bowls of soup. Her body was severely deficient, and she needed to eat well to replenish it. After finishing the soup, she felt comfortable and energetic. After washing up, Suan said to the family, "I'm a little sleepy. I'm going to sleep in the room first. Be quiet. If anyone wakes me up, I'll give them a fist." The Su family members didn't dare to breathe. After Suan entered her room, the family gathered together, staring at her door with vicious eyes. They just had to wait until she fell asleep. The Su family members went back to their rooms to rest. Late at night, Su Guohua nudged Chanai awake. They exchanged glances and went to Suan's room. Taking advantage of the darkness, they put a large sack over Suan and carried her out of the factory compound. Several people were waiting for them on the street. "This is my daughter. You've seen her before. I don't need to describe her appearance. We agreed on 200 yuan. One hand for money, the other for goods. The contact was a wretched man and his parents. This man was called Wang Dafa. He was ugly and had a bad job, and was still unmarried at 30. Su Guohua and his wife had discussed selling Suan to him as a wife. Wang Dafa had seen Suan before and knew she was beautiful. He gritted his teeth and paid 200 yuan to buy her. After receiving Suan, Wang Dafa readily gave another 200 yuan as a gift. Chen Aimei watched Wang Dafa prepare to take Suan away, and reminded him with a sinister face, Wang Dafa, when you break my daughter's body tonight, she'll be yours. But there is one thing I have to remind you, my daughter's temperament is not easy to tame. I advise you to break her legs directly after you get her, so that she can't make waves and can live with you well. She couldn't let Suan get away easily. Isn't she good at fighting? Break her legs and see how rampant she is. Wang Dafa agreed immediately. He was finally getting a wife and couldn't let her escape. After finishing the deal, Su Guohua and Chen Aimei went home contentedly. Once Suan became Wang Dafa's wife and her legs were broken, the job quota could be transferred to Suyu. So you wouldn't have to go to the countryside, and Suan was sold for 200 yuan, which meant extra money for them. If the girl had been obedient and gone to the countryside willingly, this wouldn't have happened. Su Guohua and Chen Aimei felt no guilt, blaming Suan for everything. After dealing with Suan, they slept soundly. They didn't know that someone had been watching their every move. The next morning, Chen Aimei made a delicious breakfast to celebrate their success. After breakfast, she knocked on Suyu's door. "Yeah, get up and have breakfast." When she saw the person coming out of the room, Chen Aimei's expression froze for a second. Then she burst into a sharp question, "Why is it you?" Suan stretched lazily and looked at Chen Aimei with a smile. "Why can't it be me?" Chen Aimei met Suan's cold eyes and felt her blood run cold. Don't you sleep in that room?" "I'm used to sleeping here, so I changed rooms with Suyu last night." Chen Aimei's pupil shrank. She stumbled to call Su Guohua. No, Guohua, something big happened." She didn't explain but dragged Su Guohua to Suan. "It wasn't Suan who slept in this room last night, it was our Yiya." Su Guohua's legs went weak. It was over. They had sold their own daughter. The couple didn't care about anything else and hurried to find Wang Dafa's house to get Suyu back. They hoped there was still time and that Wang Dafa hadn't broken Suyu's legs. Looking at the couple running away in panic, Suan pulled a mocking smile at the corner of her mouth. Su Chong looked at Suan confused. Suan kicked him. "Why are you still standing there? Don't you have any eyesight? I'm hungry. Don't you know to serve me some food?" Su Chong, the darling of the Su family, had never served anyone before, but now he was forced to do it by Suan. Chapter 6. Emptying the house. Suan ate breakfast leisurely, then went out to see if she could buy anything else. Su Guohua and Chen Aimei were too late. When they arrived at Wang Dafa's house, Suyu's leg was already broken. Su Guohua and Chen Aimei collapsed. Suan wasn't their biological daughter, so they could mistreat her, but Suyu was. Seeing their young daughter abused and disabled, how could they not crumble? But they couldn't blame Wang Dafa. It was their own negligence that caused this. Suyu was traumatized and fainted. Last night's experience was a nightmare for her. Su Guohua and Chen Aimei shouted that they had made a mistake and wanted to take Suyu back, but Wang Dafa refused. Even though they had made a mistake, Suyu was attractive, and the experience of the previous night had left Wang Dafa ecstatic. He had already paid the money, so how could they go back on their word? Su Guohua and Chen Aimei couldn't let their daughter stay and suffer. After much arguing, Wang Dafa finally agreed to let them take Suyu back, but they had to compensate him with 100 yuan. The couple felt like they had worked in vain, losing a daughter and 100 yuan. Suan went directly to the scrapyard. She wanted to buy some textbooks before going to the countryside, so she could review her knowledge and get into university when the college entrance exams resumed. Future development required talent, and academic qualifications were very important. Suan successfully bought some old books, which she could put directly into her space. Without it, carrying those books to the countryside would be a lot of work. After finishing her business, she checked the time and went home for dinner. When Suan returned, Su Guohua and Chen Aimei were still out. They had taken Suyu to the hospital. The doctor said that although Suyu's leg could be treated, it wouldn't be fully healed and she would be lame. Thinking of their beloved daughter becoming disabled, the couple were heartbroken. After arranging for Suyu to be hospitalized, they returned home. But as soon as they entered, Su An's cold eyes swept over them. "Where the hell have you been? I'm hungry. Why don't you hurry up and cook? Do you want to be beaten?" Chen Aimei trembled with fear and rushed to the kitchen to prepare lunch. But after Suan finished eating, the family didn't escape a beating. Suan had secretly followed them last night and knew that Su Guohua and Chen Aimei had planned to sell her to an old man and break her legs. How could she let them get away with that? Even a dog would have some affection for its owner after being raised for more than 10 years. Although she wasn't their biological daughter, she had lived with them for over a decade. How could they do this? Suan beat them until they were exhausted, knocking out a tooth from each of them before stopping. Su Guohua and Chanai hid in the house and cried. What sin had they committed to have such an adopted daughter? The next morning they woke up to find their entire house empty. Except for the pajamas they were wearing, everything was gone. Chanai rushed to check her secret hiding place for money. It was also empty. Her money and bills were gone, causing her to scream. Suan came out of her room and cursed at Chanai. So early in the morning, you're calling your soul? You're disturbing my rest. She threw a punch at Chanai. Chanai didn't care about being beaten at this moment. There's a thief in our house. The house has been emptied. Needless to say, it was Suan who had done it. But Suan played along. What? There was a thief in our house? Chanai, did you do it? You deliberately emptied the house and didn't want to leave anything for me, right? She kicked Chanai again. Su Guohua, enraged, yelled at Suan. You dead girl, your house was emptied and you still blame your mother. You have the ability to deal with your own family, why can't you catch the thief? Seeing that Su Guohua dared to yell at her, Suan punched him. You did it on purpose. You didn't want me to live comfortably at home? Or you usually live too ostentatiously and attracted the thief? Think about it. Su Guohua got up from the ground in pain and didn't dare to talk back to Suan. He quickly went to report the theft to the police with Chanai. The police investigated but found no clues. Seeing their empty house, Su Guohua and Chanai sat on the ground and cried for a long time. Suyu was sent back because they couldn't afford her medical expenses. Su Guohua and Chanai had to use their connections to borrow some money to survive. To make matters worse, within 2 days, the youth educated office arrived to inform them about going to the countryside. Suan had colluded with Gao's father beforehand. They couldn't say that Su Yu and Su Chong had registered for the program. They only said that they were old enough to go to the countryside and had no jobs, so they were forced to register. When the youth educated office arrived, Suan pretended to have just learned about the news and yelled at Su Guohua and Chanai. You are so cruel. I have a job, but you actually registered me to go to the countryside and want me to give my job to Suyu? I know you are biased, but you can't be so biased. I want to break off relations with you. The neighbors heard this and stood up for Suan. Suan had a good job and Su Guohua and his wife were terrible people. They mistreated Suan, beating and scolding her, and everyone had witnessed it. Now they had ruined Suan's future and delayed her life. Everyone understood why Suan wanted to break off relations. Many neighbors even thought that Suan had finally become more assertive. Su Guohua and Chanai were still distraught about Su Yu and Su Chong going to the countryside. Su Chong was their beloved son. How could they let him go? But once the quota for going to the countryside was registered, it couldn't be changed, even if they didn't want to. Chapter 7. Chapter 7, Severing Relationship by Publishing in the Newspaper. Suan continued to make a fuss about breaking off relations, overwhelming the couple. Chanai, with her weak mental fortitude, fainted when she thought about her precious child going to the countryside to suffer. Suan ignored Chanai and wrote a letter of severance, forcing Su Guohua and Chanai to press their fingerprints on it. Su Guohua was relieved. It was better to get rid of this troublemaker early. Lately, their family seemed plagued by bad luck since Suan changed. Suan left the Su family with a cool demeanor. She also planned to publish a statement in the newspaper, severing all ties with them. Did Su Guohua and Chanai think everything was over after she left? No, Suan had to continue to punish them. How else could she avenge her past life? She quickly found a newspaper company and paid extra to have her statement published urgently. She wasn't short of money. Chanai was usually stingy, and they had saved a lot. Suan counted their cash and found over 1,800 yuan. After selling her job and buying things, she still had over 300 yuan left, totaling over 2,000 yuan. Even if she did nothing, she could survive the years in the countryside. Once the college entrance exams resumed and the country opened up, there would be opportunities to make money everywhere. Suan believed she could live a good life on her own. Besides money, Chanai had saved a lot of tickets. Cloth tickets, cotton tickets, industrial tickets, sugar tickets. Thinking about going to the countryside in 2 days, Suan returned to the department store. She needed to buy more hard currency for the countryside, such as sugar, cigarettes, and alcohol. Life in the countryside wasn't easy, so she needed to buy more snacks. Although there were supply and marketing cooperatives in the countryside, many things couldn't be found in small places like Beijing. After a large purchase, Suan's space was filled with things. She also prepared 2 large packages for herself, so she wouldn't be suspected when she took some supplies after going to the countryside. After making all the necessary arrangements, Suan waited for the day to go to the countryside. 2 days later, Suan was notified to go to the youth office, along with many other educated youths. When Suan arrived, Su Guohua and Chanai also sent Su Chong to the youth office. So you also needed to go to the countryside, but because the hospital issued a certificate stating she was disabled, she didn't have to go anymore. But if the Su family had to choose, Su Yu would be better off in the countryside than in her current situation. A woman who had lost her innocence and was disabled would have her whole life ruined. Seeing Suan at the youth office, the Su family wanted to kill her. It was all Suan's fault. If she had given up her job to Su Yu or Su Chong earlier, Su Chong wouldn't have to go to the countryside. Although they hated her, Su Guohua and Chanai couldn't do anything about Suan. They couldn't beat her, and provoking her would only bring trouble. When Su Chong was sent to the youth office, he cried and yelled, "No, I don't want to go to the countryside. I don't want to go. Woo, Mom and Dad, think of a way to take me back. I don't want to go to the countryside." Su Guohua and Chanai felt distressed seeing him like this. Their baby had never suffered much, and now he would face hardship in the countryside. Su Guohua comforted Su Chong. "Chongzi, don't cry. You've signed up to go to the countryside, so you must go. But don't worry, Mom and Dad will definitely find a way to get you back to the city when the time comes." Su Chong made a fuss for a while but had to agree. "Dad, this is what you said. When I go to the countryside, you must find a way to get me back as soon as possible." "Okay, don't worry. Dad will definitely remember it." Chanai wiped her tears and urged, "Chongzi, after you go to the countryside, you must take good care of yourself and write to your family if you have anything." Su Chong responded and then asked Su Guohua and Chanai, "Mom and Dad, when you get your salary, remember to send me money. As long as there is money, I will not live badly in the countryside. If you don't send me money, I will be finished." Suan heard his words and sneered inwardly. What the hell is he thinking? Soon Su Guohua and Chanai's jobs will be in jeopardy. Where will they get their salary to send him? Su Guohua and Chanai responded, "Okay, Chongzi, don't worry. We will definitely remember to send you money." Su Chong's emotions finally calmed down. They went to the registration desk of the Youth League office, and everyone checked their assigned locations. When the Su family saw that Su Chong was assigned to the harsh northwest, they felt dizzy. It would have been fine if he was assigned to a better place, but he was assigned to the worst one. Chanai felt sorry for her son and immediately asked the staff, "Comrade, can you change the place where my son is assigned? My son has been spoiled since he was a child, and he can't stand going to a place like the Northwest." The staff had received special instructions from Gao's father not to change Su Chong's assignment. Hearing Chanai's request, he immediately scolded. "Do you think the youth educated office is run by your family? You can send your son to the countryside wherever you want? If your family is like this, won't our youth educated office be in chaos? The educated youth are going to the vast world to make great achievements. Your family's ideological awareness is really problematic. Think about the 25,000-mile-long march. Our ancestors did not feel tired to have our new China. Your young people can't bear this little hardship. Are they qualified to be new youths?" The staff scolded her, and the people around looked at Chanai with contempt. Chanai didn't dare to make trouble anymore. If she was accused of having problems with her ideological awareness, she might lose her job. Just thinking about her precious child going to the Northwest to suffer, Chanai's eyes turned red. Suan watched like she was enjoying a good show. When they sent her to the Northwest in her previous life, why didn't they think about her hard life? Now Su Chong would suffer the same as Suan had. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. On the way to the countryside. When it was time to board the train, Su Chong, despite his reluctance, was pulled onto the train by the staff of the youth office. Suan got on the train happily. What hardships had she not suffered in her previous life? She wasn't afraid of life in the countryside. She could actually go to the Shen family now and recognize her biological parents. With their power, she wouldn't have to go to the countryside. But thinking about their negligence that caused her to be lost and suffer, and recognizing Su Yu without checking the facts, Suan still harbored resentment towards the Shen family. So she didn't plan to recognize them for now. She had money, supplies, and supernatural powers. She could live well anywhere. Suan boarded the train, but her destination was different from Su Chong's. She was going to the northeast while he was going to the northwest. After Suan got on the train with her 2 large packages, she saw some young people boarding with her. One was a well-dressed female comrade walking in front, and the other was a more shabbily dressed female comrade walking behind. Each carried a large package, clearly educated youths going to the countryside. The well-dressed female comrade sat next to Suan. She put down her luggage and sat down. The other comrade sat opposite Suan. More and more young people who were going to the countryside came on board, both men and women. They were all educated youths, but their destinations might be different. Suan didn't take the initiative to greet or get to know them, but one of them suggested they introduce themselves. Let's chat if you have nothing to do. Since we are all educated youths going to the countryside, let's get to know each other. My name is Li Chaoyang, and I am an educated youth going to Dongping County, Qingyang City, Liaoning Province. After Li Chaoyang finished speaking, someone answered, my name is Chen Yaobang, and I am also an educated youth going to Qingyang Liao Province, but I am going to Zhuan City. My name is Su Lingling, and I am an educated youth going to Heilongjiang Province. When it was Su An's turn, the shabbily dressed female comrade opposite her introduced herself. I am an educated youth going to Qingshui County, Qingyang City, Liao Province, and my name is Wang Xiaodi. After Wang Xiaodi introduced herself, Suan took a closer look at her. She was actually going to the same place as Suan. When it was the turn of the female educated youth next to Suan to introduce herself, she said, my name is Sun Xinxin, and I am also an educated youth going to Qingshui County, Qingyang City, Liao Province. Suan. What a coincidence. Another educated youth from the same place as her? It was Suan's turn. Although she didn't want to say much, she still said, my name is Suan, and I'm also an educated youth going to Qingshui County, Qingyang City, Liao Province. When Sun Xinxin heard Suan's introduction, there were emotional fluctuations in her eyes. After the introductions, Suan found that about 7 or 8 educated youths were going to the same place as her, but it was hard to say whether they would be assigned to the same production team. After introducing themselves, the other educated youths were still chattering, while Suan leaned back in her chair and squinted. These educated youths had some expectations for the future because they had never lived in the countryside. But for Suan, who had experienced life in the countryside, there was no expectation at all. After the train started, these educated youths had to stay on the train for a day and a night before reaching their destination. Suan wasn't in a hurry. In her previous life, she had gone to the countryside in northeast China, but she had stayed on the train for 3 days and 3 nights. Sun Xinxin, who was sitting next to Suan, was also quiet and didn't talk much along the way. The train had been running for half a day, and it was time for lunch. Suan bought a box lunch which cost 1 yuan and included 1 meat dish and 2 vegetables. Food on the train was free but much more expensive than outside. But since she was reborn, Suan wasn't going to skimp. She would eat and drink as long as she had money. Sun Xinxin's family seemed well off, so she also ordered a box lunch. Suan asked for a chicken drumstick, while Sun Xinxin opted for braised pork, which was 2 cents more expensive. The educated youths whose families weren't well off couldn't afford fresh meals and had to eat what they brought from home. Wang Xiaodi, for example, took out the multigrain pancakes she brought. Her food was far inferior to what Suan and Sun Xinxin were eating. Seeing others eating meat while she had only coarse grains, Wang Xiaodi looked at Sun Xinxin with a thick face. Sun Xinxin, your meat looks so delicious. Let me try a few pieces. You can't eat that much anyway. She directly grabbed a piece of meat from Sun Xinxin's bowl with her chopsticks. Sun Xinxin's face darkened. It wasn't that she was reluctant to share, but she disliked Wang Xiaodi picking from her bowl with her chopsticks. Wang Xiaodi wasn't hygienic, and her teeth were covered in tartar. Sun Xinxin couldn't bear the thought of her chopsticks touching her food. Sun Xinxin looked at Wang Xiaodi angrily. You took my meat and ate it without my consent. Are you going too far? Wang Xiaodi said as if it was natural. It's just a piece of meat. We were classmates back then. Aren't you too stingy? Sun Xinxin's face grew even uglier. If you want to eat meat, I'll give you some, but you shouldn't just use your chopsticks to dig into my bowl. Are you going to let me eat? Wang Xiaodi finally understood that Sun Xinxin thought she was dirty. She snorted angrily. No wonder your parents are capitalists. The daughters of capitalists are raised to be pretentious. She looked at Sun Xinxin with gloating. The identity of capitalists was very sensitive at the time. Everyone would target Sun Xinxin if they knew her identity. Wang Xiaodi couldn't stand Sun Xinxin's haughty demeanor, and deliberately wanted to expose her. She reminded Sun Xinxin that if she wasn't careful, Wang Xiaodi would expose her identity to others in the countryside, making her life difficult. Many educated youths around them cast strange looks at Sun Xinxin after hearing Wang Xiaodi's words. Suan didn't want to get involved, but Wang Xiaodi's behavior disgusted her. Suan sneered coldly. Although his parents are capitalists, since Sun Xinxin chose to go to the countryside, it means that she is willing to accept re-education from poor and lower-middle peasants. We have to give her a chance to correct her mistakes. But you are not born into a capitalist family, but you directly robbed others without their consent. You are the one who exploits and oppresses capitalists. Sun Xinxin didn't expect her identity to be exposed. Not only did Suan not despise her, but she helped her by standing up to Wang Xiaodi. Her eyes shone with gratitude as she looked at Suan. Wang Xiaodi's face flushed when she was confronted. Many educated youths in the same group were even more disgusted with Wang Xiaodi's behavior. They couldn't defend her, or they might be targeted by her as well. Seeing that everyone disliked her instead of Sun Xinxin, Wang Xiaodi's eyes filled with hatred for Suan. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. The location of the countryside. Wang Xiaodi remembered this grudge and vowed to make Suan's life difficult in the future. However, Suan didn't take her seriously. She could handle the weirdos in the Su family, let alone someone like Wang Xiaodi. Sun Xinxin lost her appetite because Wang Xiaodi had touched her lunchbox, so she shared it with other educated youths traveling with her. Sun Xinxin was a bit of a germaphobe, but most educated youths weren't. Who could dislike meat? Of course, except for Suan. Looking at Wang Xiaodi's big yellow teeth, she couldn't eat anything that had touched her saliva. Although Sun Xinxin didn't eat, she took out a pack of biscuits from her bag. Please have some. Suan wasn't polite. Thank you. Sun Xinxin whispered, I should be the one thanking you. She was grateful to Suan for speaking up for her. Seeing Suan's cool and arrogant look, Sun Xinxin almost became her fangirl. Suan noticed Sun Xinxin's intense gaze. Although she admitted she was good-looking, she wasn't a lesbian and had no interest in women. The train continued its journey. Suan looked out at the scenery while the other educated youths chatted. She wondered if the drama with Su Guohua and Chanai Mei had begun. Back in Beijing at the Su family's house, Su Guohua and Chanai Mei had just sent Su Chong away, and were taken away by the police for questioning. Wang Dafa had surrendered and confessed to human trafficking with Su Guohua and Chanai Mei. Before Suan left, she had also left a letter of complaint, reporting that Su Guohua and Chanai Mei wanted to sell her. Su Guohua and Chanai Mei were shocked. Was Wang Dafa crazy? Why did he turn himself in? In fact, Wang Dafa had no choice. Suan had snuck into his house at night, beaten him up and drugged him. If he didn't turn himself in and confess, he would have died from the poison in a month without the antidote. Wang Dafa valued his life more than going to jail. He had to surrender to the police. During the police investigation, Su Guohua and Chanai Mei were tortured and interrogated, and finally confessed. They were arrested and imprisoned, but that's a story for later. Suan took a train for a day and a night and finally arrived at her destination. She got off the train with her luggage. Sun Xinxin followed Suan like a little follower. Knowing they were going to the same place, Sun Xinxin was excited. It would be great if they were assigned to the same team, but she didn't know if they would be so lucky. Seeing that Suan was carrying a bigger and heavier package than hers and walking briskly, Sun Xinxin admired her even more. Sun Xinxin was struggling with her luggage, but she gritted her teeth and followed Suan. Wang Xiaodi felt her luggage was heavy, but she had to carry it. Her family was poor, so they took what they could and were reluctant to buy her new ones. Comparing her situation with Sun Xinxin's, Wang Xiaodi felt a pang of jealousy. Suan turned around and saw Sun Xinxin, sweating and struggling to keep up. Do you want help? I can carry some. Sun Xinxin looked at Suan gratefully but waved her hand. No, you have carried a lot of luggage yourself. I can carry it myself. It's okay. I'm strong. I can help you carry one. Suan took Sun Xinxin's largest package. She didn't know what was in it, but it was heavy. If Suan hadn't had her supernatural powers, she wouldn't have been able to carry it. Seeing Suan's kindness, Sun Xinxin looked at her with gratitude. Wang Xiaodi felt uncomfortable seeing Suan help Sun Xinxin but not her. She said to Suan with a thick face, Suan, since we are all educated youths going to the countryside, and you are so strong, why don't you help me? I have too many things and can't carry them all. But Suan ignored her. You can carry your own things. Why do you need me? Am I your mother? Wang Xiaodi's face turned red. Suan ignored her, carrying her own things and walking briskly. Sun Xinxin, relieved of some weight, quickly caught up with Suan. After leaving the station, the Qingshui County Educated Youth Office came to pick them up. They went from the city to the county. After all the trouble, the educated youths were exhausted. Upon arriving in Qingshui County, the youth office began to arrange their destinations. As luck would have it, Suan, Sun Xinxin, and Wang Xiaodi were all assigned to the Yuto Village production team, Longgang Commune, Qingshui County. Sun Xinxin was happy to be in the same production team as Suan. Suan was the only person who had shown her kindness after knowing her identity. The only thing that made Sun Xinxin unhappy was that Wang Xiaodi was also assigned to the same team. It was a mixed bag, but overall Sun Xinxin was still happy. Besides the 3 female educated youths, a male educated youth was also assigned to the same place. His name was Chan Jiangwo and he seemed like a good person, not a weirdo. After the educated youths were assigned, someone would pick them up and take them to their production teams. The Yuto Village production team had also sent someone. The person who arrived was a man in his 40s, Wang Weihua, the team leader of the Yuto Village production team. He saw that 3 female educated youths were assigned to their team and had a headache. These educated youths from the city weren't capable to begin with, let alone the female ones, who were too delicate to do any work. Although he despised them, Wang Weihua still greeted them. I am Wang Weihua, the team leader of the Yuto Village production team. Just follow me. By the way, this is your subsidy for going to the countryside, 50 yuan per person. You can buy some things in the county town and bring them back. It will be inconvenient to wait until you come to the county town again. He handed each educated youth their 50 yuan subsidy. Suan took her share and thanked Wang Weihua. Uncle Captain, thank you. I need to go buy some things. Please wait for me. Wang Weihua was impressed by Suan's politeness. Many female educated youths from the city had a condescending attitude and looked down on country people. Chapter 10. Chapter 10 County Shopping. It was rare to see someone who looked good. Even if she wasn't in great shape, at least she wasn't annoying. Suan had a different ideological consciousness than other educated youths. She knew that if she wanted to live well in the production team, she couldn't offend the team leader. Although he wasn't a high-ranking official, he could directly decide how you lived in the production team. Wang Weihua said to Suan, okay, I'll wait for you for an hour. That should be enough time to buy things. Put down your luggage first and I'll help watch it. Suan threw her luggage onto the ox cart he had driven over. Wang Weihua's jaw dropped. This girl wasn't simple. She looked thin, but she was surprisingly strong. After seeing Suan's strength, Wang Weihua was even more impressed with her. What a good child, polite and strong. She wouldn't be a burden on the work. Sun Xinxin also put away her luggage and planned to go shopping with Suan. Wang Zhaodi decided to buy some things, so she followed Suan and Sun Xinxin. The other male educated youth didn't bring many things, so he also had to buy some. Suan went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy daily necessities. Toothbrushes, toothpaste, enamel basins, towels, soap. Sun Xinxin did the same, buying almost all the essentials. Thinking it would be difficult to come to the county town in the future, Sun Xinxin bought some snacks. Seeing Suan and Sun Xinxin buying so many things and looking like they had money, Wang Zhaodi was jealous. Although the countryside subsidy was 50 yuan, she didn't dare to spend it all. Her family was poor, and her parents had said they wouldn't subsidize her after she went to the countryside. She had to manage her own money, so she had to save some and couldn't go shopping like Suan and Sun Xinxin. Suan asked the salesperson, "Comrade, do you have pots? I want to buy a pot." The salesperson replied, "Yes, but you need an industrial voucher. Do you have one?" "Yes." The salesperson took out several pots for Suan to choose from. Different pots had different prices. Suan chose a medium-sized pot which cost 5 yuan. Fortunately, a pot would last for years, so she wouldn't have to buy another one for 3 to 5 years. Sun Xinxin looked at Suan in confusion. "Su Jiqing, why do you want to buy a pot?" Suan explained, "I have a relative who is an educated youth in the countryside. They say that there are many people in the educated youth's place, and everyone shares a pot or eats together. Those who don't want to eat together have to queue up to cook. It's so troublesome. So I bought a pot myself. It'll be more convenient later." Sun Xinxin didn't understand these things. After hearing Suan's explanation, she also thought it was a good idea to buy a pot. She liked Suan, so she asked Suan, "Can I eat with you in the future?" "Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. I'll share food and cook with you. The chef in my family was originally a royal chef in the palace. I learned cooking from him and I cooked delicious food." Suan was tempted. Although she could cook, her skills were average. She had cooked too much in her previous life and was tired of it. It would be nice to have someone to help. Although Sun Xinxin was the daughter of a capitalist, Suan felt she wasn't as delicate as a young lady, so she agreed to eat together. Sun Xinxin was happy. Since they had a pot, she didn't buy another one but took the initiative to buy some cooking seasonings. A good cook needs good ingredients. Her cooking skills were good, but without seasonings it wouldn't be as good. Wang Zhaodi also wanted to share meals, but she knew Suan wouldn't agree, so she didn't bother. After buying everything, they went to where Wang Weihua was waiting. Seeing that Suan and Sun Xinxin were carrying so many things, Wang Weihua knew their families weren't poor. He was most afraid of educated youths who were incompetent and poor. If you couldn't work, at least you could pay for food. But if you couldn't work and didn't have money, you would owe the brigade food. Seeing that the educated youths had bought things, Wang Weihua drove the ox cart towards the Yuto village production team, Longgang commune. On the way, Wang Zhaodi complained that the ox cart was too broken and the road in the countryside was too bumpy. Although their family wasn't well off in the city, they were much better than in the countryside. Thinking about living in this poor corner, Wang Zhaodi was depressed. Suan looked at the scenery. Compared to the northwest, this place was much better. At least there were green mountains and clear waters, and there was time to hibernate. Maybe happiness was relative. If Suan hadn't been to the northwest, she wouldn't have liked this place. Although Sun Xinxin was a delicate young lady, she actually didn't mind going to the countryside. The conditions in the countryside were worse, but her identity wasn't as targeted. If she stayed in the city, her life would be difficult. Even if she and her parents broke off relations openly, people who knew her family's situation would still call her a capitalist lady. After driving for over an hour, they finally arrived at the Yuto Village production team. When they arrived, Suan saw many team members looking at them. Oh, two beautiful female educated youths came this time. These two girls are really pretty. An old lady praised Suan and Sun Shinshin after seeing their looks. Another old lady chimed in. What's the use of being good-looking? Can a face be used to make a living? These educated youths from the city are more pampered than the others. Yes, we can't let our children marry such pampered female educated youths. Didn't Lu Erja marry a female educated youth from the city? Look at how tired he is now. Isn't it because the female educated youth he married is incompetent and is being dragged down? Unlike us countrywomen, who can handle farm work and housework and live frugally. That's right. Suan heard some of the discussions. There was a reason why country people didn't like educated youths from the city. They were indeed more pampered. Suan and the others weren't immediately sent to the educated youth point by Wang Weihua, but were taken to the brigade headquarters. Wang Weihua said, "You just came from the countryside and didn't bring any food. The brigade will give you some advance food now, and then deduct it from your work points." Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Do it if you are unhappy. Suan was familiar with this process. The educated youths who went to the countryside basically didn't bring any food with them, so the brigade had to provide it. If the brigade didn't provide it, it would be bad for their reputation, as if they were starving the educated youths to death. But the provided food wouldn't be much. Wang Weihua gave everyone coarse grains. 5 kilograms of cornmeal, 5 kilograms of sorghum flour, 10 kilograms of potatoes, and 20 kilograms of sweet potatoes. Looking at the food provided by the brigade, Wang Zhaodi couldn't hide the disgust on her face. Though her family's conditions in the city weren't good, they didn't have to eat all coarse grains, and there wasn't even any fine grain. Suan thought about how, in her previous life, she couldn't even get enough coarse grains, and life was really hard at that time. In this life, she brought so much money in coupons so she didn't have to live a hard life anymore. Suan asked Wang Weihua, "Captain, can our team buy food? I want to buy some fine grains." Wang Weihua nodded, "Sure, rice is 8 cents a pound, flour is 10 cents a pound, we don't need tickets to buy food in the countryside, how much do you need to buy?" Suan thought about it and bought 30 pounds of rice and 20 pounds of flour first. Sun Shinshin felt that she would have to eat with Suan in the future. If Suan bought food, she had to buy some too. Otherwise, she would have to eat Suan's food. So Sun Shinshin also went to the captain to buy 30 pounds of rice and 20 pounds of flour. Seeing that the two of them bought so much fine grain together, Wang Zhaodi's psychology suddenly became unbalanced. So, she muttered, "You are really a capitalist lady. You can't bear any hardship when you go to the countryside, but you buy so much fine grain. People who don't know would think you are here to enjoy yourself." As soon as Wang Zhaodi finished speaking, Suan rushed forward and gave her a big slap. Wang Zhaodi obviously didn't expect this. Suan actually hit her directly. Suan's slap was so strong that Wang Zhaodi felt that half of her face was almost swollen. She covered her swollen face and glared at Suan. "You hit me." Suan sneered, "What's wrong with hitting you? Do you want to see the day after I hit you? You are full of shit, let you talk nonsense. What's wrong with me buying food? Buying some food is the style of a capitalist lady? According to you, is the brigade that sells food to us condoning our capitalist lady behavior? If you have money, you can buy it yourself, don't be jealous of us. Shut up if you shouldn't say anything, otherwise I will continue to beat you next time." Sun Shinshin watched Suan lecturing people from the side, her eyes shining. Why does Suan look so handsome every time he lectures people? She likes Suan's character who does it when he is unhappy and doesn't talk nonsense with you at all. It's a pity that she can't do this with Suan. First, her character can't do such a thing, and second, she doesn't have Suan's strength. After being beaten, Wang Zhaodi wanted to go to Wang Weihua crying and complain, but she didn't expect that Wang Weihua's face had turned black when he looked at her. Wang Weihua saw this matter from beginning to end, and it was Wang Zhaodi who started it first. Suan and Sun Shinshin bought the grain with their own money, and did not buy it on credit from the production team. Does it rise to the level of capitalist daughters? As Suan said, if people buying some grain is considered as the level of capitalist daughters, then is the production team selling grain condoning this behavior? Wang Zhaodi, since you have already gone to the countryside, I hope you will be careful with your words and deeds in the future. If you say something you shouldn't say and it affects our entire Yuto village production team, don't blame me for being rude to you. Wang Zhaodi covered her face and looked at Wang Weihua in disbelief. Why was she the one who was beaten? And in the end it was all her fault. Wang Weihua ignored Wang Zhaodi and urged several new educated youth to go to the educated youth point after receiving the food. Suan directly carried all the purchased food onto the ox cart, and even helped to carry Sun Shinshin's portion. There were more than 100 kilograms of food in total, but in Suan's hands, It seemed that the weight was not felt. The more Wang Weihua looked at Suan, the more satisfied he was. This girl must be a good material for work. The educated youth point is not far from the brigade headquarters. It is noon now, and the educated youth are all in the educated youth yard. After waiting for the people to be sent over, Wang Weihua said to Lin Aodong, the captain of the previous point, Lin Jiqing, "These are new educated youths, you come and make arrangements." Lin Aodong heard Wang Weihua's instructions and responded, "Okay, Captain, I understand." Wang Weihua turned around and said to the new educated youths, "If you have any problems that cannot be solved, come to me again. If you have any questions, ask the old educated youths first." Suan and the others nodded. Lin Aodong looked at the new educated youths and introduced the situation at the educated youth point. There were a total of 20 to 30 educated youths who went to the countryside, but many of them moved out after getting married with locals. Now there are 8 male educated youths and 5 female educated youths left at the educated youth point. Together with the 4 new educated youths, there are 17 in total. The houses at the educated youth point are not spacious, and everyone lives in a large bunk bed. On the male educated youth side, there are already 6 people living in one house. Half a month ago, 2 new male educated youths came and felt that the house they lived in was too crowded, so they built an additional room at the back of the educated youth site and lived there alone. Otherwise, when Chan Jiangwo came, there would be no place for them to stay. On the female educated youth side, there were 5 people living in one room, and with Suan and the others there were 8 people living in one room. When Wang Zhaodi heard about this, she frowned immediately. Not only did the educated youth site look shabby, but there were so many people living in one room. Isn't this too exaggerated? 8 people sharing one kong, I'm afraid it would be difficult to turn over, right? Suan knew that the conditions of going to the countryside would be like this, so she could accept it. Anyway, this time she didn't plan to live in the educated youth site, but to build a house to live in. There are many people in the educated youth site, and where there are many people there are rivers and lakes. Living together will inevitably lead to conflicts and frictions. In her previous life she had no choice but to squeeze together with many people. Now she has money so she can just go out and build a house to live in peace. After Suan heard Lin Aodong's introduction to the situation at the educated youth camp, he didn't say much and carried his luggage directly to the room of the female educated youth. Seeing Suan carrying the luggage over, Sun Xinshin hurriedly followed with her luggage. Wang Zhaodi on the other hand was still muttering outside, and her words were all about how bad the conditions at the educated youth camp were and how people could live there. When Suan arrived at the room, he found that there was a large kong in the room. The northeast is cold in winter, so people can only heat the kong to keep warm. The head of the kong is warmer and has been covered with bedding, which is for the old educated youth. There is still a vacant position at the end of the kong, so Suan threw his luggage on it to occupy a spot. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Eating together. Sun Xinshin followed closely behind and put her luggage next to Suan. When Wang Zhaodi came, she could only sleep at the very end. Sun Xinshin finally understood why Suan didn't say anything just now. Anyway, nonsense couldn't change anything, so it was better to come in early and take a seat. Suan put her luggage away but didn't spread out the bedding for now. She planned to buy a straw mat to put on the kong and then spread the bedding on it. If the bedding was spread directly, it would get dirty easily. Suan said to Sun Xinshin, "Let's buy a straw mat in the afternoon and don't rush to make the bed." Sun Xinshin came to the countryside for the first time and didn't understand anything, but she knew to follow Suan okay. Suan looked at the situation in the house. The educated youth point didn't provide furniture for the educated youth, so she had to go back to the production team to ask if anyone was selling furniture, and she had to buy a wardrobe. Wang Zhaodi cursed for a while before entering the room. After entering, she realized that she could only sleep in the worst position, and she felt even more unhappy. She looked at Sun Xinshin and said, "I'll sleep over here. You, a capitalist lady, are only fit to sleep at the end of the kong." Seeing that Wang Zhaodi wanted to bully Sun Xinshin again, Suan looked at her coldly. "Don't you understand the principle of first come first served? What? You still want to engage in capitalist exploitation? If so, we have to have a good talk in front of the captain." Facing Suan's cold eyes, Wang Zhaodi dared not to talk anymore. After all, this woman would really beat her up. Sun Xinshin was very moved by Suan's appearance of defending her. From now on, she would be Suan's little henchman and would definitely repay Suan. At this time, a female educated youth came in and introduced herself. "My name is Li Chunling. I am the female team leader of the educated youth point. You female educated youths can come to me if you have any problems in the future. Today is your first time here. We old educated youths will treat you to a meal later." After hearing what Li Chunling said, Sun Xinshin took out a box of canned pork belly from her school bag and handed it to Li Chunling. "Li educated youth, my name is Sun Xinshin. I just came to the countryside and hope that you old educated youths will take care of me. Today you are treating us to a meal." Take this can of meat and treat it as my treat for everyone. Li Chunling looked at the can of meat handed over by Sun Xinshin and couldn't bear to refuse. They, the educated youths who went to the countryside, hadn't eaten meat for a long time. Now they really wanted to eat meat. Since Sun Xinshin treated them to a meal, Li Chunling took it generously. At most, she would take care of Sun Xinshin more in the future. Okay, Sun educated youth, then I thank you on behalf of all the old educated youths. Suan didn't object to Sun Xinshin giving these old educated youths some benefits. After all, they had just arrived in the countryside and were unfamiliar with the people and things here. It was indeed better to have an old educated youth to take care of them than to have no one to take care of them. Wang Zhaodi felt uncomfortable when she saw Sun Xinshin taking things out to please the old educated youths. But after thinking about it, she would be able to eat meat later, and she felt much more comfortable. After Suan put away the luggage, she reminded Sun Xinshin, try to carry your money and tickets with you to avoid losing them. There are many people here and you don't know who you live with. Sun Xinshin nodded heavily after being reminded by Suan. Okay, and I know. Sun Xinshin didn't call Suan Su educated youth, thinking that calling Suan like this would be a bit strange, so it was better to call him an An, which sounded more intimate. Suan had nothing to do at the moment, so she might as well tidy up her bunk instead of waiting for dinner. She asked the old educated youth for a broom and a rag, and wiped the Kong in the wall first. Then she saw that the wall was covered with yellow mud, and there must be dust falling down. The walls of other places where people sleep are covered with newspapers, and Suan felt that she had to paste one too. Although she might not live here for a long time, it would probably not be that fast to build a house. Even if she could only live in the educated youth point for 10 days or half a month, she had to do a simple job. Suan pretended to take out a few old newspapers from her luggage. These were put into the space when she looted the Su family. She didn't expect that the newspapers that Su Guohua usually read could come in handy now. Suan took some herself and gave some to Sun Xinshin. Paste newspapers on the wall where we sleep to avoid falling residues. Sun Xinshin hurriedly responded and followed Suan to paste newspapers. Wang Zhaodi saw that the two of them had already pasted the wall, so she had to do the same. But she didn't bring any newspapers, so she said to Suan, Suan, can you give me some newspapers? I want to paste the wall too. Suan didn't like Wang Zhaodi, but she just thought it was just a few newspapers, so she gave them to her. If Wang Zhaodi was next to Sun Xinshin, it might affect Sun Xinshin if she didn't paste newspapers on the wall on her side. Suan threw a few newspapers to Wang Zhaodi, and Wang Zhaodi started to paste together. When they were almost done, Li Chunling called Suan and the others out for dinner. Knowing that there would be meat for lunch today, the old educated youths were waiting with their bowls in hand. The dining place was a shabby big table, which was patched up and you could tell it was a bit old. The conditions at the educated youth site were really bad, and there wasn't even a decent piece of furniture. Wang Zhaodi and Sun Xinshin didn't expect the countryside to be so poor, but Suan was used to these situations. In comparison, the northeast is considered good, while the northwest is really miserable. Not to mention not having enough to eat in summer, you may only be able to take a bath once a week, not to mention in winter, you may not be able to take a bath for several months. Thinking of Su Chong going to that kind of place to work in the countryside, Suan's mood became cheerful. Suan and a few others sat at the table with the old educated youth. There was only a pot of stew at noon, with potatoes stewed in pork belly, and it seemed that some beans and cucumbers were also cut into it. Suan felt that the appearance was a bit bad, it was just a pot of stew. But the conditions in the countryside were like this, it was good to have something to eat, how could it be better? Fortunately, she and Sun Xinshin could go out to eat alone later. If they continued to eat like this, Suan felt that she would definitely not be able to stand it. Sun Xinshin frowned a little when she looked at the pot of stewed dishes. She had the same idea as Suan, and they were both glad to be able to cook alone. She would cook for Suan when the time came so that Suan could eat better. Suan was so good to her and protected her in every way, so she could still be of some use in cooking. Wang Zhaodi saw that there was meat in the dish, smelled the fragrance, swallowed her saliva, and picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks. She quickly stuffed the meat into her mouth, and then tasted it with satisfaction. This taste is really good. Although Wang Zhaodi's family is in Beijing, they are poor and have not eaten meat for a long time. Now she is so greedy when she sees meat. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. The educated youths get to know each other. After Wang Zhaodi finished eating a piece of pork belly, she picked up her chopsticks and wanted to grab another. But before she could, she was stopped by an old educated youth named Tao Xiangqin. You can't eat anymore, Tao Xiangqin said, her tone a bit fierce. Wang Zhaodi looked at Tao Xiangqin in confusion and grievance, asking, why can't I eat anymore? Do you old educated youths bully us new educated youths like this? Tao Xiangqin rolled her eyes. Who bullied you? You have to be responsible for what you say. There is only so much meat. We already cut and divided it before cooking, one piece for each person. Since you've eaten your piece, you can't eat anymore. Otherwise you'll be taking someone else's share. Wang Zhaodi hadn't expected it was because of this. Since each person had one piece, it was indeed difficult for her to grab another. But thinking that she had only eaten one piece and it was gone before she had tasted it enough, she felt it was too little. Unable to eat meat, Wang Zhaodi planned to grab some vegetables instead. But before she could move her chopsticks, she was stopped by the old educated youth again. Li Chunling explained, when we eat together we always divide the food equally before eating, so that no one can take advantage of others. Wang Zhaodi opened her mouth wide. Ah? Is it still like this? She was still thinking about taking the opportunity to eat more. If she couldn't take advantage of others, she felt she was at a loss. The old educated youths ignored Wang Zhaodi and continued to follow the rules they had set before. The stew in the pot was divided equally among everyone. Although there was only one piece of meat to eat, the stew today tasted better than usual because of the meat. The staple food was a multigrain pancake with a few pieces of sweet potatoes, all coarse grains. At this time there were also fine grains, but fine grains were eaten by people with better conditions. Even in the city, many people could only eat coarse grains. Suan and Sun Xinshin both felt that the food wasn't very good, but they saw that the old educated youths were eating so happily, so they could only eat silently. Fortunately, they could cook for themselves in the future so they wouldn't have to eat so badly all the time. After the meal, the old educated youths introduced themselves to the new educated youths. The leader of the educated youth camp, Lin Aodong, took the lead in introducing the young people. Lin Aodong was 26 years old this year. He was the first batch of educated youths to go to the countryside from the Yuto village production team. He had been here for 8 years. When the new educated youths heard that Lin Aodong had been here for 8 years, they all looked at him with admiration. Lin educated youth, you've been able to stay here for 8 years. You are really amazing, said Chan Zhangwo, a new educated youth. He felt that it wouldn't be easy for him to survive even 2 years after seeing the environment in the countryside, but Lin Aodong stayed for 8 years. At this moment, he looked at Lin Aodong with real admiration. Lin Aodong smiled bitterly, what can I do if I can't survive? It's hard to go back to the city after going to the countryside. Our commune doesn't even have 2 places to go back to the city in a year. When Lin Aodong said this, the faces of the other old educated youths were full of disappointment and helplessness. If possible, who wouldn't want to go back to the city earlier? Before they went to the countryside, they couldn't imagine how hard life was here. Only after coming here did they realize that life in the countryside was much harder than in the city. After Lin Aodong introduced himself, other old educated youths followed up. My name is Chun Ping, I'm 24 this year, and I've been in the countryside for 6 years. My name is Hu Ziqiang, I'm 25 this year, and I've also been in the countryside for 6 years. I was in the same batch as Chan Jiqing. My name is Wu Xingli, I'm 23 this year, and I've been in the countryside for 4 years. My name is Hao Jianxi. I'm also 23 this year. I've been in the countryside for 2 years. My name is Zhou Jiafang. I'm 20 this year. I've just been in the countryside for 1 year. When it was the female educated youth's turn to introduce themselves, Li Chunling said, my name is Li Chunling. I'm 25 this year. I've been in the countryside for 7 years. My name is Tao Xiangqin. I'm 22 this year. I've been in the countryside for 4 years. My name is Su Nana. I'm 20 this year. I've been in the countryside for 2 years. My name is Zhang Liping. I'm 20 this year. I've been in the countryside for 2 years. My name is Qian Xiaoli. I'm 18 this year. I've just been in the countryside for half a month. I'm not very familiar with this place. After the old educated youths had finished introducing themselves, the new educated youths also introduced themselves. Suan asked Lin Aodong, Lin Jiqing, where are the other 2 male educated youths who live alone in our educated youth camp? When it came to this, Lin Aodong explained the team leader arranged for them to work in the mountains. They usually go out early and come back late. I don't know what they are busy with. They live alone at night and don't eat with us educated youths. One of them is called Lu Zhenting and the other is called Guo Miao. They just came to the countryside half a month ago like Qian Jiqing. Suan nodded, but she wasn't very interested in these 2 people. After waiting for everyone to introduce themselves to each other, the old educated youths gave a general introduction to the situation at the educated youth camp. Now the old educated youths here all eat together, because there is only one pot, it is more convenient to eat together. Since they eat together, the work must be distributed together. If the new educated youths choose to eat together, they have to join in and take turns cooking. In addition, the female educated youths at the educated youth camp take turns cleaning, and the male educated youths take turns fetching water. As for firewood, everyone will go up the mountain to collect firewood together when they have time. There is also a private plot at the educated youth camp, where the old educated youths have planted some vegetables. The new educated youths can eat them, but they have to plant and water them together, Otherwise they will not be allowed to eat. At this time, Suan and Sun Xinshin mentioned it to the old educated youths. They bought a pot and would eat alone. The old educated youths naturally had no objection. The more people there were, the more troublesome it would be. They were so happy that they could solve their own meals. After roughly explaining the situation at the educated youth camp, Lin Aodong said, "That's about it. If you have any questions, come back and ask me or ask Li Jiqing. Let's go back and rest first, and we have to go to work in the afternoon. You are the new educated youths who have just arrived, so you should not have to work in the afternoon, and wait until tomorrow. Now you can arrange the remaining things that need to be arranged and buy the things that need to be purchased." Several new educated youths nodded. Suan wanted to buy a straw mat and a wardrobe, so she asked Lin Aodong, "I want to ask, if we want to buy a straw mat, whose house should we go to buy it? And is there a carpenter in our team? Who can buy furniture?" Hearing Suan's question, Lin Aodong patiently told Suan about it. "If you want to buy a straw mat, go to Uncle Meng's house in our production team and ask. Uncle Meng knows how to weave straw mats. As for buying a wardrobe, Zhang Youyang's family in our production team is a carpenter. You can just tell him what furniture you want to buy," Lin Aodong said, and roughly pointed to the approximate location. If Suan doesn't know how to get there, she can just ask a random team member on the road. After Suan understood the situation, she said to Lin Aodong, "Okay, thank you, Lin Aodong." Chapter 14. Chapter 14, Buying Furniture. Lin Aodong said hurriedly, "You're welcome. We are all educated youths who went to the countryside. We should help each other. If you have any difficulties in the future, come to us old educated youths." After Suan found out the location, she took Sun Xinshin out. As for Wang Zhaodi, she didn't want to take this woman with her. After leaving the educated youth point, on the way Suan said to Sun Xinshin, "You have seen the situation of the educated youth point. The environment is not good and the food is not good. When the time comes, I want to build a house and move out. This way I can live in a quieter place and I don't have to hide my food." Sun Xinshin had the same idea as Suan, but she didn't expect to be able to build a house by herself. She asked Suan in surprise, "Can we go out and build a house? Will the team leader let us build one?" "It's not a big problem. As long as we pay for it ourselves, we can also solve the accommodation problem of the educated youth. I think the team leader should have no objection." Sun Xinshin was a little excited when she heard Suan's words, and then I will build a house with you. How about we pay for it together?" Suan gave a suggestion that she could build the house alone. When she finished building it, Sun Xinshin could live with her. Sun Xinshin frowned and then wouldn't I be taking advantage of you?" Suan explained, "We are friends now, so there is no need to bring up this little thing. Your identity is sensitive. If you use money to build a house, I'm afraid that woman Wang Zhaodi will use your identity to make trouble again. So if you can be low-key, it can save a lot of trouble." Sun Xinshin immediately understood Suan's intention. She was thinking about her. Compared with normal people, she is the child of a capitalist, and her identity is indeed more sensitive. But Sun Xinshin didn't want to take advantage of Suan, so she suggested, "And how about this, we will each pay half of the money for building the house, but nominally it is you who built it. What do you think?" Suan had no objection to this, knowing that the girl didn't want to take advantage of her. After the two of them finished talking about this, they went to Uncle Meng's house first. Seeing the two new female educated youths, Sister Meng praised them for being so pretty. It's not that there haven't been female educated youths in the production team, but none of them are as pretty as Suan and Sun Xinshin. She could already foresee that the young men in the production team would be fascinated by the two new female educated youths. Suan directly told Uncle Meng the purpose of their visit, which was to buy straw mats. Uncle Meng had woven a lot of straw mats at home, and seeing that they wanted them, he took out 2 straw mats. "Uncle Meng, how much is this straw mat?" Uncle Meng thought that this thing was not worth much, so he asked for 2 cents from each person as a token of his appreciation. Suan and Sun Xinshin both felt that the price was too cheap, and the people here were really honest and simple. The two bought straw mats and went directly to the home of Zhang Youyang, the carpenter. Zhang Youyang's family was considered to be relatively well off in the production team. Because he was a craftsman, he could help make furniture to earn money. Zhang Youyang's son now learned to make furniture from him. Other people's houses were made of adobe, but the Zhang family even built a half-brick house. Seeing the 2 new girls who looked unfamiliar, Zhang Youyang knew that they were probably new educated youths. "Are you here to buy furniture?" Zhang Youyang asked when he saw people coming. The 2 nodded. "Yes, Uncle Zhang, we want to buy a wardrobe." Zhang Youyang asked the 2 to come to his house to choose for themselves. He has a ready-made wardrobe. Of course, if you are not satisfied, you can customize it. Suan and Sun Xinshin both think that it is enough to buy a wardrobe for use, and it does not need to be too good. It is convenient to buy this kind of finished product, and you can use it as soon as you buy it back. If it is a temporary customization, it will be a lot of trouble, and you have to wait at least a few days before you can use it. They brought a lot of luggage today, and they can't just put the things on the ground. In the end, Suan and Sun Xinshin each bought a wardrobe. The wardrobe is not big, but it is no problem to put one person's things. The price of the wardrobe is not expensive, and together with the cost of wood, it is only 3 yuan. Suan and Sun Xinshin both think it is a good deal. After paying the money, Zhang Yuliang said to the two, "You two young educated youths probably can't move the wardrobe. I will send it to you later." Suan waved his hand and said, "No, Uncle Zhang, I can carry it myself." Suan said, and carried the wardrobe away directly. Knowing that Sun Xinshin was weak, Suan carried her wardrobe along with hers. One on each shoulder, each wardrobe weighed at least dozens of pounds, but Suan carried them and walked briskly. Zhang Yuliang opened his mouth wide when he saw this. My goodness, how can this girl have so much strength? Even a grown man can't carry 2 large wardrobes at once. Sun Xinshin was used to Suan's great strength and quickly caught up with her. Suan carried the wardrobe and she held 2 straw mats. On the way back to the educated youth site, because it was lunchtime, no one met anyone, otherwise someone would be shocked to see Suan carrying 2 large wardrobes. Suan carried the wardrobe back and packed up the luggage with Sun Xinshin. They first spread the straw mat on the kong and then wiped it clean with a towel. After the straw mat was dry, they spread the bedding on the straw mat. It was only August now, it was not cold, it was even a little hot, so the bedding they brought was very thin. But when winter comes and it gets cold in the northeast, they will have to bring heavy quilts. Suan had sent the quilts before going to the countryside, but it will probably take a while for the stuff to arrive in Liao province. When the quilts arrive, they can just go to the county town to get them. After making the bed, they packed their things into the closet. Suan didn't organize the package and just stuffed it into the closet. Sun Xinshin had also packed up. Suan packed her up and took out 2 locks, one for himself and one for Sun Xinshin. It's best to lock your own closet, after all. You don't know if the person living with you is a human or a ghost, so it's safer to lock it. Especially for someone like Sun Xinshin who comes from a well-off family. She brought a lot of good things to the countryside. It would be bad if someone stole her things if they were targeted. Seeing Suan and Sun Xinshin's wardrobes locked, a female educated youth named Zhang Liping taunted them sarcastically. You still locked your wardrobes? Are you on guard against us? Do you think we are thieves and will steal your things? Seeing Zhang Liping scolding Suan and Sun Xinshin, Wang Zhaodi became excited and followed Zhang Liping to echo. That's right, you are on guard against us like thieves. What do you two mean? Chapter 15. Chapter 15, talking to the captain about building a house. Seeing the two people provoking her, Suan was also blunt and directly said, I locked my closet, how does it bother you? Did I say you are thieves? Do you have to jump out an object? Or do you just want to steal things so you don't want us to lock it? Zhang Liping and Wang Zhaodi's faces suddenly turned red with anger. How could we want to steal your things? Don't accuse people casually. That's right, you are guarding against us, why don't you tell us? Suan rolled her eyes directly, since you don't miss our things, it has nothing to do with you if we lock it. We lock it for safety so that we won't lose things and can't explain it, which will affect the harmony among us educated youth. Li Chunping, the elder sister, helped to say something fair. Suan is right, it doesn't bother us if they lock it, so that we won't lose things and can't explain it. Seeing that Li Chunping was speaking for Suan, Zhang Liping and Wang Zhaodi didn't know what to say. But Zhang Liping stared at Sun Xinshin's locked closet and felt a little unwilling. She had just seen that Sun Xinshin had brought a lot of good things with her from the countryside, including milk powder and malted milk. If Sun Xinshin hadn't locked the door, she wouldn't have been noticed if she occasionally drank some of her milk powder and malted milk. Now that it's locked, it's hard for her to do so. The other old educated youths saw Zhang Liping's reaction. They all thought that Suan and Sun Xinshin were really smart and knew how to be on guard, otherwise Zhang Liping would have been keeping an eye on them. Zhang Liping usually liked to take advantage of small things, and these old educated youths had all suffered losses, but it was not easy to remind Suan and Sun Xinshin about this. The two of them locked the door on their own initiative, so they didn't need to remind them to be on guard. The old educated youths went out to work not long after they rested. The new educated youth didn't have to go for the time being. Wang Zhaodi saw that Suan and Sun Xinshin had bought straw mats and wardrobes. Although she was reluctant to spend money, she couldn't live without wardrobes, so she had to go out and buy them. After Wang Zhaodi left, Suan asked Sun Xinshin to go with her to take some things and go to the home of the team leader Wang Weihua. They had to tell the team leader about their plan to go out alone to build a house. Since they were looking for help, it would not be good to go empty-handed. In addition, the two new educated youth had to be taken care of by the team leader. Why should they expect others to take care of you without giving you some benefits? If it weren't for Suan's leadership, Sun Xinshin wouldn't know how to do these things. Now Sun Xinshin is Chuan's little follower. She does whatever Suan does. The two came to the team leader's house with things, but the team leader had gone out to arrange the division of labor for the team members and had not returned yet. Seeing the two educated youth coming, The team leader's wife Tao Danny received them warmly. Hey, two new educated youth, why are you here? Is there something wrong? My husband is not at home. If you want to look for him, you will have to wait. I'll ask the children to call him back. Suan said to Tao Danny, Auntie, we are not in a hurry. We will wait for the captain uncle. Tao Danny saw that Suan and Sun Xinshin were both very polite, completely different from the other new educated youth, and she had a better impression of them. Okay, then you sit down. Before Suan and Sun Xinshin sat down, they handed the things they brought to Tao Danny. Tao Danny looked at the things they handed over. Wow, Suan gave 2 packs of daikyamen, 2 bottles of white wine, and a pack of brown sugar. Sun Xinshin also gave a pack of milk candy, a pack of brown sugar, and a can of malted milk. The things these two gave were the best things in the countryside. Especially the brown sugar they gave, it really touched Tao Danny's heart. Their eldest daughter had just given birth to a child at her husband's house, and women in the confinement period needed brown sugar to replenish their qi and blood. However, Tao Danny politely refused the things sent by Suan and Sun Xinshin, saying, What are you doing? Why did you send so many good things? Take them back quickly. Suan said, Aunt, we are all educated youth who have just gone to the countryside. We are unfamiliar with the place here. We may have to trouble the captain to take care of us. This thing is a little gift from us. Please accept it, Aunt. Sun Xinshin didn't know what to say, but she just nodded and agreed with Suan. Tao Danny pretended to be polite, but finally accepted the things. Two young educated youth, if you have anything in the future, just tell your aunt, don't be polite. Suan and Sun Xinshin both agreed with a smile. Tao Danny, who had received the benefits, treated Suan and Sun Xinshin more enthusiastically. She quickly poured hot tea for them, and then urged the children at home to call Wang Weihua back. Wang Weihua came home after arranging the tasks for the team members in the afternoon. Seeing Suan and Sun Xinshin, he thought that the two new educated youth had encountered something. Tao Danny pulled Wang Weihua aside and told him about the gifts they had just given. Hearing that Suan and Sun Xinshin had given gifts and Tao Danny had accepted them, Wang Weihua frowned. How could you accept the things they gave me? Isn't this forcing me to make mistakes? Tao Danny snorted, Don't raise this matter to this level. The two new educated youth didn't ask you to do anything with backdoors. They just said that they had just come to the countryside and hoped that we would take care of them more. Isn't this a convenient thing? Our Fonger just gave birth to a child and needs brown sugar. Accept their things and I will send them to Fonger. What? As a father, don't you feel sorry for your daughter? After being told this by Tao Danny, Wang Weihua said helplessly, Okay, as long as you don't force me to make mistakes, it's okay to do things that I shouldn't do. It's just taking care of Suan and Sun Xinshin a little more, which is not difficult. When I go back to do farm work, I will arrange some easier things for these two kids. In fact, even if Suan didn't come to give gifts this time, Wang Weihua had a good impression of her, and was willing to help more in the future. After talking to Tao Danny, Wang Weihua came to Suan and Sun Xinshin to ask if they had anything to ask him. Suan also stated her purpose very directly. Captain, I think the educated youth site is too crowded. It's a bit crowded for 8 people to live in one room, and there are many inconveniences in life. I want to ask if we can move out and build a house to live in separately. Wang Weihua naturally knew the situation of the educated youth site, but after Suan finished speaking, he frowned. It's not impossible for you to live alone, but the money for building the house cannot be paid by the team. You have to pay for it yourself. Our Yuto Village production team is not rich, and the team has less money, so we can't help you educated youth who went to the countryside to build houses. Chapter 16. Chapter 16, Sun Xinshin's cooking skills. Suan originally didn't think of asking the brigade to pay for building a house, so she said to Wang Weihua, Uncle Captain, I will pay for it myself. Wang Weihua breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Suan say that. If this girl wanted the brigade to help build a house, he must return the things she sent. Okay, that's no problem. You are educated youth who have gone to the countryside now, and your household registration has been transferred to our Yuto Village production team. Then you will be a member of our Yuto Village production team in the future. As a team member here, you can apply for land to build a house. The brigade still has many places suitable for building a house. You can choose where you want to build it. Wang Weihua said, and took out a small notebook and asked Suan to choose the land by herself. Suan looked at the available land and finally chose a place near the foot of the mountain and far away from the center of the brigade. There are no people living around, it is quiet, and it is convenient to cook. But when Wang Weihua saw the land that Suan had chosen, he frowned. Suan, are you sure you want to choose this piece of land to build a house? You are a female educated youth. What if you live so far away? What if you encounter danger? It is better to be closer to the center, preferably near the educated youth point. In this way, your safety can be better guaranteed, and you educated youth who went to the countryside can take care of each other. Suan insisted on the location she chose. Captain, I think the place I chose is very good. Let's build it here. Don't worry about the safety issue. I am good at fighting and can guarantee my own safety. Wang Weihua suddenly thought of the girl carrying luggage. She was stronger than a man. If someone really wanted to beat her, most people really couldn't beat her. Since Suan insisted, Wang Weihua didn't say much, and still followed the girl's own wishes. Okay, let's do this one. Suan said again, Captain, I just went to the countryside and I'm not familiar with this place. I need you to take care of me. Can you help me with the materials and labor for building the house? Wang Weihua thought that Suan had sent so many things, and it would be unreasonable if he didn't help more. Suan's request was not excessive, so Wang Weihua readily agreed. After talking about this, Suan mentioned whether he could find someone to repair a simple stove for them temporarily. Suan and Sun Xinxin bought a pot, and after the stove was repaired, they could cook alone at night. Wang Weihua immediately arranged someone for Suan and Sun Xinxin to take care of this matter. If he asked someone else to help, he would probably have to pay for it. Wang Weihua asked his eldest son to follow Suan and the others to the educated youth point. This job can be done in 1 or 2 hours. Suan and Sun Xinxin send so many things here so they can't spend money again. After talking about this with the captain, Suan and Sun Xinxin returned to the educated youth point. After arriving at the educated youth camp, the two were not idle. Since they had to cook alone at night, they had to wash the pots and dishes. There were vegetables at the educated youth camp, so they could just pick some. The two had already bought food, and Suan wanted to exchange some eggs, so he went to ask the people in the production team and finally bought 20 eggs. Wang Weihua's eldest son quickly helped Suan and the others fix a simple small stove, which could be used after putting the pot on it. Anyway, they were going to build a house to live alone, and they would not live in the educated youth camp for long, so for now it was enough to have a simple stove that was almost usable. After waiting for all these things to be done, the old educated youths were almost at the end of their work. Sun Xinxin asked Suan, and what do you want to eat in the evening? Suan replied, I can make anything, you can do it. Sun Xinxin suggested, I saw some wild shallots here. I'll go cut some and make shallot pancakes for you? Suan thought it was good and said, okay. Sun Xinxin quickly went to work. This girl looks incompetent and delicate, but I didn't expect that her temperament would change suddenly when she started cooking. Suan watched Sun Xinxin cooking from the side, and felt that the girl was glowing. Sun Xinxin cut a handful of wild onions, washed them, cut them into sections, and then mixed them with the prepared batter. Heat the pan, add oil, and pour the prepared batter in. After a while, a fragrant and tempting smell spread. Suan couldn't help but sniff at the side, it smelled so good. Wang Zhaodi had already come over greedily. Seeing the pancakes that Sun Xinxin had fried, she stretched out her hand to grab one to eat. Unfortunately, before Wang Zhaodi could reach out her hand to grab it, she was kicked by Suan. Wang Zhaodi, don't think about my things. If you dare to think about them, I will chop off your hand later. Wang Zhaodi, who was kicked, burst into tears. But facing Suan's fierce eyes, she dared not say a word. Sun Xinxin felt lucky to have Suan here. If she was alone, she didn't know how much Wang Zhaodi would take advantage of her. Thinking of this, Sun Xinxin secretly thought in her heart that she must be better to Suan in the future and repay Suan's care. Sun Xinxin was not good at doing other things, but she was really good at cooking. She baked the pancakes in a short while. The pancakes were fried golden on both sides, and with the fragrance of wild onions, although they hadn't been eaten yet, you could tell that they would taste good. Sun Xinxin hurriedly said to Suan, and come and try my cooking skills. Suan was not polite and took a piece of cake and started eating. After tasting it, Suan gave a high evaluation, it's delicious. I haven't eaten such delicious cakes. Suan was not flattering Sun Xinxin. This girl's cooking skills really surprised her. If you look at it from the surface, no one would dare to believe that Sun Xinxin, a delicate young lady, can have such cooking skills. Seeing that Suan loves to eat, Sun Xinxin is very happy. It's good that you like to eat. And then I said you won't suffer any loss if you eat with me. I will cook whatever you want to eat in the future. Suan heard what Sun Xinxin said, and he had more expectations for the future. It feels good to have a cute little girl who can cook to accompany you. Sun Xinxin's appetite is not big, so she doesn't eat many cakes, and most of the cakes go into Suan's stomach. Suan planned to ask her to pay more for food, otherwise, considering the two people's appetite, Sun Xinxin's small stomach would definitely suffer. Wang Zhaodi was almost jealous when she saw that the two of them ate so well. But Suan was so fierce that she couldn't take advantage of him at all. Damn Suan, she must find a chance to get rid of her from Sun Xinxin. Without Suan, wouldn't Sun Xinxin be at her mercy? Chapter 17. Chapter 17, First Day at Work. After Suan and Sun Xinxin finished dinner, Suan took the initiative to ask her to wash the pots and dishes. After all, the cooking work was done by this girl, and it was her turn to wash the dishes. But Sun Xinxin insisted on taking the job of washing the pots and dishes, and there are not many dishes for the two of us, and we will be done in a while, let me do it. Suan let Sun Xinxin do it. The dishes were greasy after dinner, and Suan really didn't like to do this job. But Suan would not let Suan work in vain. She helped Sun Shinshin do more work in the fields before going to work tomorrow. The work in the fields is strenuous, and Sun Shinshin's small body probably can't bear it. After dinner, Suan and Sun Shinshin washed up early and went to bed to rest. The new educated youth felt exhausted after the long journey. They still have to work tomorrow, so they should try to get enough rest tonight to have energy. There will be all kinds of inconveniences when there are too many people living in one room. For example, at this moment, Suan and Sun Shinshin are sleeping next to Wang Xiaodi. As a result, Wang Xiaodi doesn't pay attention to hygiene. She even goes to bed without washing her feet. The smell of her feet is really stinky. Suan is speechless. She is so old, why doesn't she pay attention? It's okay for a man to be a little rough, but it's really incomprehensible for a woman to be like this. Suan said to Wang Xiaodi with disgust, Wang Xiaodi, can you pay attention to hygiene and wash your feet? Do you know that your feet are so smelly? Seeing Suan say this to herself, Wang Xiaodi said angrily, Suan, you told me not to meddle in other people's business, but why are you meddling in other people's business? What does it have to do with you whether I wash my feet or not? Suan snorted, your feet are stinking me, and it's none of my business? Then don't sleep here. I don't care whether you wash your feet or not. After Suan finished speaking, the other female educated youth living in the same room couldn't stand the smell of Wang Xiaodi's feet. Originally, they were too embarrassed to say anything to Wang Xiaodi, but now that Suan had started the conversation, they all said, that's right, Wang Xiaodi, can you please be more hygienic? Go wash your feet. You're stinking me up. Stinks, how can anyone sleep? Wang Xiaodi didn't want to wash her feet at first, but after so many people said that, she had no choice but to get out of bed and wash her feet. It was Suan who started it all, and Wang Xiaodi hated Suan again. Maybe because she was too tired, Suan ignored Wang Xiaodi and fell asleep soon. The next morning, Suan was woken up by the noise of the old educated youth. She and Sun Shinshin got up quickly to wash and prepare breakfast, as they would go to work with the old educated youth later. But Wang Xiaodi stayed in bed and didn't want to get up. After traveling for several days, she finally got some sleep, but she had to get up to work before she had a good sleep. Seeing that Wang Xiaodi couldn't get up, Li Chunling came over to urge her, Wang Xiaodi, get up quickly. If you don't get up, Wei Jiqing will be implicated if you are late. After Li Chunling finished speaking, Su Nana followed up with a conversation, that's right, the team members will say that Wei Jiqing are not active in our work. Hearing the urging, Wang Xiaodi still huddled in the quilt and didn't want to come out. I'll sleep a little longer. Can you help me ask the team leader for leave? I want to rest for a few days. Tao Xiangqin looked at Wang Xiaodi like this and directly came up and lifted Wang Xiaodi's quilt. What do you want? Since you have gone to the countryside, don't think about being lazy. If you affect the collective honor of our Jiqing site, don't blame me for being rude to you. After Tao Xiangqin lifted the quilt, Wang Xiaodi reluctantly got up from the bed. Seeing Wang Xiaodi get up, the other Jiqing left the room. However, after Wang Xiaodi got up, she was still hesitant and took a long time to go to the toilet. Tao Xiangqin complained speechlessly, lazy people are really lazy. After waiting for Wang Xiaodi to finish her work and wait for dinner, she found that the pot was empty. Wang Xiaodi asked, where is my meal? How come you have all eaten it? Tao Xiangqin mocked, you have been dawdling for so long. Where is your meal? If you want to eat, you have to get up early tomorrow, we won't wait for you. Now it's time to go to work, you should catch up with us. Otherwise you will be scolded by the team leader if you are late. Don't blame us for not reminding you. Wang Xiaodi's eyes turned red when she heard this. Why are you bullying me so much? You don't even leave me food. If I don't eat, how can I have the strength to work later? The old educated youth looked at Wang Xiaodi speechlessly. For this weirdo, everyone really doesn't know how to evaluate it. Li Chunling suppressed her temper and said, Wang Xiaodi, we didn't bully you. You are just too slow. Just remember to get up early tomorrow so that you can have dinner. Okay, let's go to work now, otherwise we will be late. After the old educated youths finished speaking, they left the educated youth site directly regardless of what Wang Xiaodi said. Suan and Sun Shinshin followed the old educated youths. Wang Xiaodi felt that the conditions in the countryside were difficult, and everyone bullied her, which made her feel very aggrieved. But now everyone ignored her. She had no choice but to go to work with the old educated youths. Under the leadership of the old educated youths, Suan followed the large group to the rice field of the production team to gather. The team leader assigned farm work to everyone. Looking at the new educated youths, Sun Shinshin and Suan quickly became the focus. They were both good-looking, and the young men in the production team were attracted to them. After the team leader assigned the work to everyone, he asked everyone to get farm tools. However, the one who distributed the farm tools was Liao Hongxia, the daughter of the brigade accountant. When she saw Sun Shinshin and Suan coming over, Liao Hongxia looked hostile and then picked two of the most worn-out farm tools for them. Suan saw the farm tools Liao Hongxia had assigned to her and argued with her. There are so many good farm tools, Why did you pick the two most worn out and old ones for us? This woman was obviously targeting her and Sun Xinshin. How could Suan not see it? They had never had contact with Liao Hongxia before, nor had they offended her. Now Liao Hongxia was targeting the two of them. According to Suan's guess, she was probably jealous of them because they were too beautiful. When Liao Hongxia dressed up more than the average country girl, it was obvious that she was a beauty lover. Many women will feel hostile when they see women who are prettier than themselves. When Liao Hongxia heard Suan's doubt, she said confidently, "How much work can you new female educated youth do? You are really poor students with too many stationery. Even if I give you the best farm tools, it would be a waste for you to use them. It is better to give them to others. They will definitely be more valuable than in your hands." After Liao Hongxia finished speaking, many team members agreed. Suan and Sun Xinshin looked delicate and did not look like they could work. Liao Hongxia's distribution was not unreasonable. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. He's as strong as a monster. Suan sneered, "You are prejudiced. I am indeed a new female educated youth, but I haven't even started working yet. How can you easily conclude that I am incompetent?" When Liao Hongxia heard Suan's words, she rolled her eyes. "I think you are just stubborn and unwilling to admit it." "You say I am stubborn? Okay, let's make a bet. If I do a good job, you have to apologize for your prejudice against me today. If I can't do it, I will apologize to you." Seeing Suan say this, many team members came over to watch the fun. Liao Hongxia was provoked by Suan, so she said, "Okay, then let's make a bet. I will make you admit defeat with all your heart. If you can earn 5 work points today, I will apologize to you." Suan agreed. "Okay, you said it." With so many team members here, there is a witness. Suan was waiting for Liao Hongxia to be slapped in the face. "Okay, can I still blame you? You have to remember this, if you can't complete 5 work points, you have to apologize to me." "No problem." Seeing Suan and Liao Hongxia betting, many people were watching the show. After all, Suan was an educated youth who went to the countryside. As educated youth, all the old educated youth looked at her with some concern, worried that Suan would lose. Don't underestimate 5 work points. In fact, 5 work points are not easy to earn. When these educated youth just went to the countryside, even the male educated youth couldn't earn 5 work points on the first day. Now that time has passed, they can barely earn 6 or 7 work points a day, and only capable ones can earn 8 or 9 work points. The female educated youth also got used to it, and now they can earn about 5 or 6 work points a day. Suan just went to the countryside, and he really has no idea about the situation in the countryside. Wang Zhaodi was gloating, hoping to see how Suan would make a fool of herself later. Although Sun Xinshin knew that Suan was strong and capable, she was still a little worried that Suan would lose. Suan was very clear about her own strength. After making a bet with Liao Hongxia, she changed to a normal farm tool and went to work. Sun Xinshin followed Suan like a little follower. Suan naturally saw the worry in Sun Xinshin's eyes when she looked at her, so she cast a comforting look at Sun Xinshin. "Don't worry about me. I'll earn you 10 work points later to show you." Sun Xinshin was still worried about Suan, but for some reason, after hearing Suan say this, she inexplicably developed a kind of trust in her. But the team leader Wang Weihua was very confident in Suan. He had seen the girl's strength, and it was absolutely no problem for her to earn 5 work points. If Suan couldn't do it, he would have stopped the girl from making a bet just now. Suan's job was originally to mow the grass, and the team leader took good care of Suan and Sun Xinshin. After all, the two of them gave gifts. But the upper limit for mowing the grass was only 4 work points a day, and this job was usually done by the children in the production team. The children were young, and the adults did not expect them to earn many work points. 2 or 3 work points a day were enough. Suan now wanted to earn 5 work points, so he took the initiative to change his job from mowing grass to reclaiming land. Suan took a large shovel and began to dig ridge by ridge. Many team members wanted to watch the fun, but when they saw Suan working, they were all shocked. Suan looked delicate on the surface, but now, her strength is even greater than that of an ox. Even an ox can't reclaim the land as fast as Suan. Seeing Suan moving forward tirelessly, it didn't take long for the ridge to be reclaimed. When Suan finished reclaiming another ridge of land, everyone was still immersed in shock. When Suan started to dig the 3rd ridge of land, some people came back to their senses. This is not a human being, this is simply a monster. Suan is not only capable, but also tireless like an old cow, without taking a break in the middle. After Suan had reclaimed 4 ridges of land, the team leader hurriedly stopped Suan. "Okay, Suan, you don't have to work anymore." Suan looked at Wang Weihua in confusion. Team leader, is it my fault? The land you dug is not up to standard?" Wang Weihua looked at the land that Suan had reclaimed. How could it be unqualified? The male team members of the production team might not dig as well as Suan. "No, your amount has reached the standard. Just look at the land you have reclaimed, it is already 10 centimeters. So you don't have to work anymore." Even if you dig more, I will only give you 10 work points at most. Suan finally understood. After she finished her work, she certainly wouldn't want to do more. Although she was strong, she wasn't capable of working like a slave. "Okay, Captain, I won't do it then," Suan said, straightening up. The team members around her looked at Suan with eyes that could no longer be described as looking at a monster. Anyway, Suan opened everyone's eyes today. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have thought that Suan was so capable. Originally, the team members disliked the female educated youth arranged by the higher-ups, but when someone like Suan came, the team members felt like they had found a treasure. The captain asked the scorekeeper to record Suan's work points in the scorebook. After waiting for the work points to be recorded, Suan went to find Liao Hongxia. They had made a bet just now, and now that she had earned 10 work points, she must make this woman apologize to her as soon as possible. Liao Hongxia didn't stare at Suan just now, and now that Suan came over and said that she had earned 10 work points, she naturally didn't believe it. It's been less than an hour, and Suan has earned 10 work points. Isn't this nonsense? Seeing that Liao Hongxia didn't believe it, Suan sneered, "You can't not believe it. Go ask the team leader and the scorekeeper and you'll know." At this time, a member of the team stood up and said to Liao Hongxia, "Hongxia, don't disbelieve it. Suan really did a job worth 10 work points. We all saw it." "Yes, I saw it too. This girl is stronger than a cow. My goodness, I have never seen anyone with such great strength." Hongxia apologized to her. She really earned 10 work points. Don't judge a person by his appearance. We really underestimated Suan this time. Liao Hongxia. Although she didn't want to believe it, these team members would not help the educated youth from outside. After Liao Hongxia found the team leader to confirm the matter again, her face suddenly turned green. She really lost. Suan really earned 10 work points. Although Liao Hongxia didn't want to apologize, she made the promise herself. And if she didn't apologize, she would be even more embarrassed. Liao Hongxia had no choice but to apologize to Suan reluctantly. "Suan, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have looked down on you without understanding the situation. I won't do it again." Seeing Liao Hongxia's insincere apology, Suan didn't hold on to it, but just snorted, "It's good to know in the future. Remember to send me better farm tools next time." Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Planning to go up the mountain. Liao Hongxia had no choice but to grit her teeth. If she didn't give Suan better farm tools next time, Suan would probably have a reason to make a fuss. Seeing that Suan had earned 10 work points, Sun Xinxin came to Suan again like a little fangirl and said to Suan, "Anan, you are too amazing, aren't you? You actually earned 10 work points so quickly. I just heard from the old educated youth that it was amazing to earn 4 work points on the first day." Facing Sun Xinxin's admiring eyes, Suan smiled and said, "I'm strong, you know that." Suan said, and began to help Sun Xinxin with the work. At this moment she had completed 10 work points. The Yuto village production team was very humane. If you earned enough work points, you can go back early and don't have to spend all your time in the fields. The purpose of doing this is to encourage team members to improve efficiency and not to slack off. Suan had nothing else to do at the moment. Thinking that Sun Xinxin was very delicate, he might as well help her finish the work. Sun Xinxin originally tried to stop him, but Suan said, "I don't like cooking and doing housework, so you should take more responsibility for the housework in the future." The work in the fields was all hard work, which Sun Xinxin was not good at, but housework was relatively easy. Seeing Suan say this, Sun Xinxin agreed. Suan helped to share more of the work in the fields, and she would take care of the housework later. With the help of Suan, Sun Xinxin's mowing work was finished ahead of schedule after half an hour. Everyone had seen how Suan reclaimed the land just now, and now seeing her mowing so fast, everyone didn't think it was strange. The old educated youth were really shocked by Suan's performance today. Who would have thought that Suan would be so strong? At this moment, Suan became the focus of the entire brigade, and everyone was discussing why Suan was so strong. The team leader recorded Sun Xinxin's work points and then asked them to go back. It was still early, just past noon. Wang Zhaodi curled her lips in jealousy as she watched Sun Xinxin and Suan leave. She had been expecting to see Suan make fun of her, but who knew this woman was so fierce? Seeing that Sun Xinxin had taken advantage of Suan and didn't have to work hard, she became more and more uncomfortable. On the first day in the countryside, Wang Zhaodi really couldn't do the work in the fields. She had only worked for a while, but her palms felt red from being rubbed. Suan was so capable, why couldn't she help her do some? Suan and Sun Xinxin returned to the educated youth point. After they went back, they cleaned up first. After resting for a while, Sun Xinxin started to cook for Suan. For lunch, Sun Xinxin went to the vegetable garden to pick a few green peppers and made a dish of scrambled eggs with green peppers, which was very delicious. In addition, Sun Xinxin also made a dish of braised eggplant, and Suan ate 4 large bowls of rice by himself. Seeing how much Suan ate, Sun Xinxin was almost shocked. Although she knew that the food she cooked was delicious, Suan ate too much, didn't he? 4 bowls of rice in one meal, how could he finish it? She felt a little full after eating a bowl of rice. Suan didn't look like someone who could eat a lot, and she didn't expect him to have such a big appetite. Suan just felt that she had spent a lot of energy working in the morning, so she was very hungry now. While catalyzing the superpowers, it would consume a lot of physical energy, and only by eating more could she replenish her physical energy. Waiting for them to finish lunch, the old educated youths finished their work and returned to the educated youth point. Sun Shinshin hurriedly put away the bowls and chopsticks. It was good for them to eat in advance and avoid these old educated youths. Otherwise Suan and Sun Shinshin's meals were good, and it was easy to attract their attention. Especially there was a Wang Zhaodi on the educated youth side, who liked to take advantage of others the most. Seeing that Sun Shinshin and Suan had already eaten, Wang Zhaodi looked at herself tired like a spinning top, and she became sarcastic. Suan is really capable. Since he is so capable, he doesn't even know to help the other educated youths do a little bit, so that we can come back early and rest more. Wang Zhaodi said this deliberately to make Suan hate her, and wanted other old educated youths to have opinions about her. Suan understood what Wang Zhaodi meant. She sneered, I'm helping you with the work, but your work points are credited to me? You're so beautiful, but I'm not your mother. Why should I help you? Wang Zhaodi originally thought that other old educated youth would speak up for her, but no one paid any attention to her. The old educated youth would not be stupid enough to respond to Wang Zhaodi. First, Suan didn't look like someone who was easy to mess with, so there was no need to make enemies with Suan. Second, if they spoke up for Wang Zhaodi, they would be trapped in the future, and Wang Zhaodi might ask them to help her with work one day. The old educated youth didn't want to take advantage of Suan, let alone Wang Zhaodi. It's better to stay away from people who are lazy and like to rely on others. Seeing that no one spoke up for her, Wang Zhaodi felt that she couldn't continue the show alone. Facing Suan's fierce eyes, she didn't dare to say anything. After waiting for the meal, Suan said to Sun Shinshin, you rest here, I'll go up the mountain. Sun Shinshin looked at Suan in confusion. And then, you want to go up the mountain? Why? To find you some meat. I'm free this afternoon, so I might as well go up the mountain to see if I can get some good stuff back. Sun Shinshin heard from the team members that it was dangerous to have wild beasts on the mountain. So when she saw Suan was going up the mountain, she reminded him of this, and then, it's dangerous to have wild beasts on the mountain. Will it be unsafe for you to go alone? Suan smiled and said, no, if you encounter wild beasts, they will be unsafe. You have seen my ability, don't worry about me, I will be fine. Sun Shinshin thought that Suan was extremely powerful and probably could really guarantee her own safety. Okay, and then you be careful. Got it, wait for my good news. Suan packed up her things and headed towards the mountain. She carried a backpack and a knife on the mountain. In fact, she didn't need to bring a knife. When she encountered prey, she could just use her supernatural power. But she had to pretend in public. In case there were people around, she couldn't use her supernatural powers. Suan was not familiar with the situation in the mountains after all. It was her first time to come to the production team of Yuto Village. But this did not affect Suan. She had experienced survival in the wilderness during the end of the world, and had her own set of experience in exploring the mountains, so she would not get lost in the mountains. Suan headed for the mountains. The forest vegetation at this time was dense, and the mountain road was not easy to walk. There were many thorns on the road, and Suan avoided them. But compared to the foot of the mountain, the temperature in the forest was low, and it didn't feel hot when walking in it. Unlike working in the fields under the scorching sun, you will be sweating profusely in a short time in the late summer. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. The first encounter with the hero. Suan walked through the mountains and forests. I have to say that the northeast is better. There are no such rich mountains in the northwest, and it is impossible to go into the mountains to hunt. After walking for a while, Suan encountered some wild fruits and picked them. At this time the team did not grow fruit, so these wild fruits became good things. After walking for a while, Suan encountered a large pool in the mountains. Above the pool was a stream. The water in the pool was very clear. The pool was so big, would there be fish in it? Suan thought about it and used her supernatural power. Swish! Swish! In a few seconds, under the effect of her thunder supernatural power, several large fish jumped out of the water. Suan quickly picked up several fish with their white bellies turned upside down. Not bad enough for a few meals. She tied the fish with a straw rope and then held it in her hand. Since they were already in the mountains, it would definitely not be enough to just get a few fish. Suan planned to catch more prey. Even if she and Sun Shinshin couldn't eat them, she could still sell them on the black market. Now she has more than 2,000 yuan in her hand, but if she wants to live a good life in the future, it is better to save more money in advance, so that she can have the capital to make various investments after the reform and opening up. With money, she will have more capital to protect herself. Suan walked up along the direction of the pond and soon found several wild ducks in the pond. When she saw the wild ducks, Suan's eyes lit up. She prefers meat to fish. After all, there is not much oil in fish, and it is not as delicious as duck meat with oil. Thinking of the fragrant old duck soup, Suan has begun to swallow her saliva. She slowed down her steps. These wild ducks obviously did not expect anyone to approach. Suan had no gun or other tools at the moment, but it did not prevent her from hunting these wild ducks. Originally, she wanted to use her supernatural power, but she noticed something strange in the bushes. In order to avoid being exposed, she simply picked up a few stones from the ground. With a few swoosh sounds, the stones thrown by Suan hit the wild ducks accurately. The wild ducks were silent and floating on the water. Suan picked up another long branch and hooked a few wild ducks to the shore. Well, this time the harvest was quite good. A total of 5 wild ducks. Originally, Suan wanted to try his luck in the mountains, but seeing that there were people in the mountains, Suan went back to hunt. As soon as Suan left, 2 figures in the bushes appeared and stared at the direction where Suan left in a swagger. Guamiao exclaimed, "Brother Ting, was that woman just now a monster? With this hit rate, she is better than our most powerful sniper." Lu Jinting had just seen Suan's skills. That woman was indeed terrifyingly strong. Not only was she good at sniping, but the aura she exuded when she was shooting ducks could not be that of an ordinary person. The most important thing was that Lu Jinting felt that she must have discovered them just now. Lu Jinting and Guamiao were both professionally trained people, and it was impossible for ordinary people to discover them when they were hiding just now. But how did Suan find out? Lu Jinting said, Guamiao shouted again, "Brother Ting, if this person can be recruited into our team, he must be a talent." Lu Jinting said, "First investigate where this person came from. Don't let him be a spy from the enemy country." Guamiao's heart tightened when he heard Lu Jinting's words. Yes, how can a normal person have such skills? This girl is probably not normal. The two of them went to the countryside to the production team of Yuto village as educated youth this time to secretly investigate the spies. Qingshui County was not normal during this period. Except for Guamiao and Lu Jinting, other communes and production teams were arranged by their organization to be educated youth to secretly investigate. However, Guamiao didn't think it was possible. If Suan was a spy, she should have killed them when she found them just now. But Suan didn't. She didn't hurt them, nor did she hide her strength in front of them, which means she was not worried about being investigated. Lu Jinting and Guamiao had the same idea. They felt that Suan was a very contradictory woman. If she was really a spy, she would not expose her strength. No matter what, the investigation still needs to be conducted. Lu Jinting intends to find out who Suan is in order to prevent the spies from damaging China's interests. Suan went down the mountain with 6 fish in one hand and 5 wild ducks in the other. At this moment, most of the team members were working, so Suan was not too ostentatious when carrying these things. If he met someone and was seen, he might be envied. The old educated youths have not returned from work yet, and there is only Sun Xinshin at the educated youth point. Seeing Suan coming back, Sun Xinshin ran out of the house excitedly. When she saw what Suan was holding, Sun Xinshin became even more excited. "Anan, how can you be so amazing? You only went up the mountain and brought back so many good things." Seeing the little girl's excitement, Suan's lips slightly raised. "Keep a low profile, calm down. If you shout, the whole brigade will know about it later." Sun Xinshin immediately lowered her voice. "Okay, I know, and I'll be low-key." Suan put the things down, selected a fish and a wild duck to send to the captain's house. She and Sun Xinshin couldn't eat so much, so it was better to send some benefits to the captain's family. I hope that after sending the things, the captain can pay more attention to the progress of their house construction, so that her and Sun Xinshin's house can be built earlier, and the two of them can move out earlier. Suan plans to give the old educated youth another fish and a wild duck. Living under the same roof, it is easy to be jealous if you don't share the good things you get. And someone may do something secretly behind their backs to cheat them. But when they move out, Suan and Sun Xinshin don't have to share any good things. Sun Xinshin was already processing the fish and wild ducks that Suan had brought back. Suan asked Sun Xinshin to stew 2 wild ducks for soup, and the other 2 wild ducks would be eaten tomorrow. As for the fish, she let the girl do it according to her own ideas, and she would not interfere. Sun Xinshin planned to make a sweet and sour fish for Suan. The wild duck was directly stewed into soup as Suan said, and the taste of the old duck soup was very good. Suan watched Sun Xinshin busying herself. The little girl could not do heavy work, but she was very good at cooking. While waiting for their dinner to be ready, the other educated youths dragged their tired bodies back. When they came back, they smelled the aroma of meat. Wang Zhaodi immediately came over to ask Suan and Sun Xinshin, "Are you eating meat?" "Suan, this woman's nose is sharper than a dog's." Suan ignored Wang Zhaodi and said to Lin Aodong, "I went up the mountain to catch some fish and hunted some wild ducks. I'll give you 1 fish and 1 wild duck. You can cook them and eat them later." Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Wild Boar Killed. The old educated youths were very happy when they heard that there were fish and wild ducks to eat. Originally, they felt a little jealous when they saw Suan and son Shinshin eating well. But now Suan actually shared food with them so they could eat meat. The jealousy in their hearts disappeared, and they were very grateful to Suan for letting them benefit from it and eat meat again. The old educated youths happily prepared the fish and wild duck, while Suan and son Shinshin ate dinner happily. Not to mention the sweet and sour fish made by son Shinshin was really unique, even better than what Suan had eaten in the restaurant. Needless to say, the wild duck soup was also delicious. The ingredients at that time were different from those in later generations. They were pure wild and tasted much better than those raised by technology in later generations. The food made by son Shinshin was quite large, and Suan ate 4 bowls of rice again. After dinner, Suan and son Shinshin washed up and went to bed early. The old educated youths were eating meat again, so although each person didn't get much meat, they were very satisfied to have a bite. The next day, Suan and son Shinshin continued to work. Having seen Suan's strength, Liao Hongxia didn't dare to assign old farm tools to Suan this time. While waiting to start the farm work, the members of the Yuto village production team once again saw Suan riding away from the crowd. She finished all the farm work that others couldn't finish in a day in just 1 hour. After Suan finished her own work, she also helped son Shinshin with her share. The two of them finished work early and went home like yesterday. Wang Zhaodi stared at the direction the two left with jealousy. Her hands were all worn out, but Suan didn't know how to help her for a while, but only helped son Shinshin, the capitalist lady. On the way back, Tao Danny brought some pickled sauerkraut and sour bamboo shoots. Yesterday Suan sent a fish and a wild duck over, and she also wanted to bring something back. But the country people don't have many good things, so Tao Danny could only send some pickled cabbage she made from home. No matter whether the things are good or not, it is a little bit of thought. Suan and son Shinshin certainly didn't dislike the things Tao Danny sent. Although it is not valuable, it can improve the taste. Tao Danny sent the things and mentioned to Suan and son Shinshin that they had arranged for someone to build their house. This time the team leader specially found a few more people, thinking about helping them build it earlier. Because the house Suan needs to build is not big, 3 bedrooms and 1 living room will do, and it is estimated that it will be completed in a week if it is fast. Suan knew that the things were not sent in vain, and people will pay more attention to your affairs after sending things. Tao Danny went back after sending the things, and son Shinshin took the pickled cabbage and pickled bamboo shoots she sent to make lunch. And then, how about I make you a sauerkraut fish and a stewed duck with sour bamboo shoots at noon? Suan nodded. Okay, you decide. Son Shinshin is a good cook, and whatever she cooks tastes good. So Suan lets her arrange it. The little girl began to work busily, slicing the fish into thin slices, which she would put into the pot and cook with the sauerkraut later. The wild duck also had to be cut into small stews, fried in the pot, and then stewed with the sour bamboo shoots. Suan was sitting next to her, crossing his legs, reading a book, and waiting for son Shinshin to finish and start eating. Compared with his previous life in this life is a real enjoyment. After the 2 meat dishes were ready, son Shinshin added a portion of cucumber salad, and the two of them started eating. The sauerkraut fish tasted good. But what surprised Suan was the stewed duck with sour bamboo shoots. Delicious. The food was quite large, but Suan ate it all in the end. Suan, who was full and satisfied, rubbed his stomach with satisfaction. Suan didn't need to clean up the dishes, son Shinshin took over the job. Suan planned to go up the mountain again in the afternoon to try his luck. Suan went up the mountain just like yesterday. Compared with yesterday, Suan's luck seemed to be better today. He killed 3 rabbits, 5 pheasants, and 2 wild boars weighing 300 kilograms. Suan planned to take out a rabbit and store the rest in the space. He would find a chance to go to the county town tomorrow and sell these wild boars. Just 2 wild boars weighing 300 kilograms, at the black market price of 1 yuan per kilogram of meat, Suan could earn several hundred yuan from selling these 2 wild boars. This trip was a good harvest. Seeing that it was getting late, Suan carried a rabbit down the mountain. Son Shinshin had been waiting for Suan at the educated youth point. Seeing that Suan came back later today than yesterday, she was a little worried that Suan might have had an accident while going up the mountain. Now that she saw that Suan was safe, son Shinshin finally let go of her worries. And you are so awesome. You hunted game again. Suan said with a smile. Yes, since we went up the mountain, how can we not bring back some game? I'll go and prepare it. We can stew rabbit meat tonight. Okay. Suan prepared the rabbit first, peeled off the rabbit skin and put it away. Later, he could make rabbit fur gloves or rabbit fur hats. This kind of fur is the warmest. It is cold in the northeast in winter, so it is just right to use it here. While waiting for the rabbit to be processed and dug, son Shinshin was in charge of cooking. The little girl's cooking skills are really amazing. After a while, the fragrant smell of rabbit meat came. At this time, the old educated youth also came back from work. Smelling the aroma of meat, they guessed that Suan had caught prey in the mountains again. This Su-educated youth is really amazing. Not only is he so good at work, but he can also hunt. The educated youths from the city went to the countryside to suffer, but Suan seemed to be enjoying life. Because a portion had been given to the old educated youth yesterday, Suan did not give them any more today. Although the old educated youth were greedy for meat, they also knew that this was the prey Suan brought back. They were grateful to her for giving them a little yesterday, so why should she give them more? Watching Sun Xinxin and Suan eating meat, Wang Zhaodi was unhappy when she saw that Suan did not give them any more. But she didn't dare to complain in front of Suan. She only dared to complain in front of the old educated youth. Suan is so stingy, there is a big pot of meat, but he can't give them a bowl. After hearing what Wang Zhaodi said, none of the old educated youth responded. They all thought that Wang Zhaodi was too shameless. Do you really think that meat is cabbage? Can people always give it to you for free? You are dreaming. Wang Zhaodi was in a worse mood when she saw that no one paid attention to her. Don't you want to eat meat? Sun Jiqing has so much meat, so what if she gives us some? Don't we educated youth help each other and share together? Tao Xiangqin looked at Wang Zhaodi like a fool. If you want to eat meat, don't come to instigate us, go to Suan yourself. Now you are complaining in front of us, don't you just want us to take the lead? After being criticized by Tao Xiangqin, Wang Zhaodi's face became hot when her thoughts were exposed. She really wanted the old educated youth to take the lead, because she didn't dare to go by herself. Suan didn't like her and would definitely not give her meat. But it's different for the old educated youth. Suan has just arrived here and might not dare to offend them. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Selling goods on the black market. Now that the old educated youth is unwilling, Wang Zhaodi can only watch Suan and Sun Xinxin eat meat with jealous eyes. There was a lot of meat in the evening, but even though the portion was large, Suan still ate it all. After eating and drinking, Suan washed up happily and went to bed. After everyone fell asleep, Suan entered the space and processed the 2 wild boars in the space. Tomorrow, she will go to the black market and directly take the finished meat to sell. After Suan finished work the next day, she mentioned her trip to the county town to the team leader. The team leader didn't have any objection to this. Suan had finished her work, and it was her freedom to arrange the rest of her time. Suan went to the county town this time to sell the game she caught in the mountains on the black market. She certainly couldn't come back for lunch, so she said to Sun Xinxin, you don't have to wait for me to eat at noon, just eat by yourself. I may not be back until the afternoon. Sun Xinxin nodded, okay, and I understand. Be careful when you go to the county town alone. Don't worry, I will only fight the bad guys and no bad guys will hurt me. Sun Xinxin was naturally clear about Suan's strength, so she said Suan left the Yuto village production team directly. When she goes to the county town this time, it's better to get a bicycle. In the future, when she gets the prey, she may have to go to the county town often to sell it. It's inconvenient without a bicycle. But Suan didn't have a bicycle ticket, and a bicycle is not cheap. If the money and the ticket are added together, it is estimated that she will have to prepare 200 yuan. Suan plans to look at the scrapyard. If she can find parts to assemble a bicycle, it will be much more cost-effective. It took about 2 hours to get to the county town by ox cart. Suan trotted all the way there just as a way to exercise. It took more than an hour to get to the county town. The weather was still a little hot at this time, and a layer of sweat appeared on Suan's back. Suan took some spiritual spring water from the space and drank it, and his whole body felt much more comfortable and light. After arriving at the county town, Suan first changed her clothes in the space. Since she was going to the black market, she couldn't show her true face to others. If she was spotted, she would be in a lot of trouble. Suan's originally fair skin was smeared black, and her face was covered with pockmarks. Even her mother might not recognize her. Suan was quite satisfied with her dress. It was a bit ugly, but the uglier the safer. Suan walked around the county town and soon found the black market without asking anyone. The black market was at the entrance of a small alley. There were people watching over the place and you had to pay a dime to enter. But the money was not paid in vain. If you met someone who came to catch the black market, you could be notified in time. Suan paid the money and went to the alley. She had a headscarf on her head, and the whole person looked rustic. Generally, people who come to the black market are here to buy things. Suan put some meat in a basket and covered it with a cloth. When he saw a well-dressed older sister, he went up to her and asked in a low voice, "Elder sister, I have meat. Do you want to buy some?" When the older sister heard Suan say that she had meat, a flash of excitement flashed in her eyes, and then she nodded quickly, "Yes. How much is it per pound?" Wild boar meat, $1.02 per pound. No ticket required. The price of domestic pork in the market is only 80 cents to $1 per pound, but you need a meat ticket. The price of wild boar meat is relatively low, But if you don't need a ticket, $1.02 per pound is not expensive. When the older sister heard the price Suan quoted, she thought it was quite appropriate, so she said, "How much do you have? How much do you want?" When the older sister heard Suan say this, she knew that she had a lot of meat. "Give me 3. No, give me 4 pounds. It's not easy to buy meat these days. Workers only get 2 or 3 pounds of meat coupons a month. How can a family eat enough? Most of the people on the black market sell grains. It's rare to meet people selling fine grains, and meat is even rarer. Since it's rare to meet, shouldn't you buy more at a time? If you can't eat it, just smear it with salt. It won't go bad even if you keep it for a few more days." Suan replied, "Okay." As she said that, she took a piece of meat from the basket and weighed it in front of the eldest sister. "Big sister, 4 pounds and 2 ounces, I'll give you 4 pounds. When the eldest sister heard that Suan gave 2 ounces of meat more, she felt that she had taken a lot of advantage, so she paid very readily. Suan took the money and put it directly into the space. The space is much safer than outside, so there is no need to worry about being stolen. After completing 1 transaction, Suan completed 3 more transactions and sold more than 10 pounds of meat in total. After waiting for this batch to be sold out, Suan went out for a walk and came to the black market again with another basket of meat. If she kept selling, it would be unreasonable to take out too much meat, and it would be easy for people to target her and expose the secret of the space. In this way, Suan continued to make several deals on the black market. Because meat is relatively rare, it is easy to sell it as long as it is available. Seeing that the time is almost up, Suan plans to go to eat first and come to the black market to sell goods later. More than 50 kilograms of meat were sold in the morning. At the price of 1.2 yuan per kilogram, Suan earned more than 60 yuan. There are still more than 400 kilograms of pure meat in the space. If all of it is sold, she can earn 600 to 700 yuan. It's just that the speed of delivery is a bit slow. I don't know if I can sell all the goods before returning to the production team in the afternoon. Suan changed back to her original outfit and went to the state-owned restaurant. There is only one state-owned restaurant in the county. It is lunchtime now and there are many people in the restaurant. Suan went directly to the counter and looked at today's supply. Well, the supply is good. In her previous life, she ate too badly after going to the countryside. In this life, she must eat more good food when she has money. Isn't she making money now for enjoyment? Thinking of her previous life as a workhorse for the Su family, she was reluctant to eat and drink, and finally it was a bargain for that family of vampires. Suan wanted to complain that she was stupid. "Big sister, I want a portion of braised pork and 4 bowls of rice." The braised pork was ordered by her. It was shiny and delicious. At this time it was all authentic local pork. It must be very fragrant without thinking. The waitress was a young woman in her 20s. Seeing that Suan looked younger and prettier than her, but called her sister, she felt good immediately. So she smiled and said to Suan, "Okay, but isn't 4 bowls of rice a bit too much? Are you eating alone or with others?" The waiter saw that there was no one following Suan, so she asked this question on purpose. Suan said, "It's okay, big sister, I have a big appetite and can eat it. Just give me 4 bowls of white rice." Seeing Suan said this, the waiter didn't say much. Suan paid the money and the ticket, just sat down and waited, and someone would bring it up later. The conversation between Suan and the waiter just now attracted the attention of the guests of the state-owned restaurant. When they heard that Suan, a skinny girl, wanted 4 large bowls of rice, everyone showed an expression of disbelief. Coincidentally, Lu Zhenting and Guo Miao were eating at the state-owned restaurant and saw this scene. Author's note: don't be confused by the same name Jiqing. It's just an alias they use to hide their real names. You'll know them by their last names. Enjoy reading. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Cooperation with the traitor. Guo Miao hurriedly pushed Lu Zhenting. "Brother Ting, look, it's that woman." Lu Zhenting naturally saw Suan's strong skills were deeply imprinted in his memory. So while some people might forget them after seeing them once, Suan was unforgettable. Unexpectedly, he met her again in the state-owned restaurant. Her good skills last time were enough to shock people, and now she said she wanted to eat 4 bowls of rice, which shocked Lu Zhenting again. Just as Lu Zhenting and Guo Miao were staring at Suan ordered the food and walked to the seat opposite them and sat down. Now the tables in state-owned restaurants are all square wooden tables with a long wooden bench on each side. If there is an empty seat, you can sit down. Even if you don't know each other, you can get a table together. Waiting for Suan to sit down, she found that the 2 men sitting opposite were much more handsome than ordinary people. Especially one of them, comparable to a male star, had a cold face, and his high nose bridge was very superior. Not only were they good-looking, but they also had a resolute temperament, which is not seen in many pretty boys. Suan has lived 2 lives. It's not that she hasn't seen good-looking men, but it's really rare to see such good-looking and impressive men. Suan found that when she stared at them, the 2 men also stared at her. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman?" Although she admitted that the two men opposite were handsome, Suan felt very uncomfortable when she met their inquiring eyes. Lu Zhenting and Guamiao didn't expect Suan to have such a fierce temper. After being scolded by Suan, Lu Zhenting and Guamiao had to put away their curious observation. Suan crossed her legs and waited for a while, and then saw the waiter bring up the food she ordered. A portion of greasy braised pork, accompanied by 4 large bowls of rice, was appetizing just by looking at it. Suan picked up a piece of braised pork and tasted it. Well, the chef's skills in this state-owned restaurant are indeed impeccable. In addition, the pork tasted good at this time and it was very fragrant. 1 bite of meat, 1 bite of rice. Suan didn't waste the broth of the braised pork, and ate it with white rice. After finishing the last 4 bowls of rice, Suan felt full. But she still felt she was not completely full, so she asked the waiter to add 2 more steamed buns. Suan ate 4 bowls of rice and 2 steamed buns in one breath, and the people who witnessed her appetite exclaimed. Guamiao wanted to say something to Lu Zhenting, but Suan was sitting opposite him, so he couldn't talk about her in front of her, so he could only try his best to hold it in. After finishing the meal, Suan wiped the corners of her mouth and left the state-owned restaurant contentedly. As soon as Suan left, Guamiao pulled Lu Zhenting and said, "Brother Ting, this woman is amazing. She has such a big appetite. Even pigs can't eat as much as she does." After Guamiao finished speaking, some people in the state-owned restaurant started to talk about it. That female comrade just now was such a big eater. She looked skinny, but how could she eat so much in one breath? An older lady replied, "Oh, she is so beautiful. I was thinking of introducing her to my son, but she is such a big eater. If she marries someone, she will make him poor." After the older lady finished speaking, another woman followed up. "Yeah, what's the use of being beautiful? Most people can't afford to support someone who eats so much." Lu Zhenting heard the discussions about Suan around him, and his mouth twitched speechlessly. What are these people talking about? With Suan's skills, why does she need to rely on others to support her? She can support herself wherever she goes. Suan didn't know that she had become the topic of the state-owned restaurant. After eating and drinking, she went to the space again, changed her clothes, and then went to the black market. After selling a few pounds of meat in the black market, she was approached by a young man. "Comrade, I see you have a lot of goods. Our boss wants to make a deal with you. I wonder if you are interested." Suan has sold a lot of meat in the black market today, which naturally attracted the attention of people here. Seeing someone coming to the door at this time, Suan thought that cooperation is not impossible. The speed of her shipping alone is too slow. It is estimated that she will not be able to sell all the meat in her hands when she returns to the production team. If she can find a dealer to cooperate, the speed of shipping will be much faster. She doesn't care if the price is lowered. Anyway, there are many prey in the mountains, and she can continue to hunt a lot. If it can save time and ensure safety, it doesn't matter if she earns less. Suan asked first, "I still have 400 to 500 kilograms of wild boar meat. How much can you offer? If the price is too low, then forget it." Hearing that Suan still had 400 to 500 kilograms of wild boar meat, the young man became energized. "Our boss said that we will sell a kilogram of wild boar meat at your current price of 1.2 yuan per kilogram. What do you think?" Suan had no objection. She originally thought that if she could sell it for 1 yuan per kilogram, she would agree to cooperate. Although a kilogram of meat is 20 cents cheaper, it is not enough to sell it in large quantities. It is just like wholesale in the 21st century. If the quantity is large, you can get a little price discount. She sells it to a dealer and they have to resell it. They always need to make some money. "No problem, wait for me, I'll go get the meat for you first." "Okay, this is our cart, you can use it." 4 or 500 kilograms of meat. The young man felt that it would take a lot of effort for Suan to get it. Suan looked at the cart and felt that she didn't need it because she could carry it directly. But since it is available, let's use it. It's better to put something weighing 4 or 500 kilograms on a cart to keep a low profile. Suan pushed the cart, turned a few alleys, and found a place where no one was around before pushing the things back. "Come on, take me there." The young man took Suan to meet his boss. The boss of this black market is called Li San, and people on the street call him Third Master. Suan didn't know him after all. He had just come to Liao province, but when the young man talked about his boss, he almost praised Li San to the sky. Suan was quickly led to an independent courtyard. "Our boss is here, I'll knock on the door." The young man who led the way knocked on the door first, and exchanged the secret code, and the person inside opened the door. Then several strong men came out of the house and helped move the wild boar meat on the cart to the yard. Suan followed into the house. After waiting to enter, I realized that the yard was really big. At the same time, Suan also met Li San. "Master San, these wild boar meat weighs a total of 452 kilograms. Li San's men weighed it and reported the weight to Li San. Hearing about so much meat, Li San's smile deepened. "More than 400 kilograms of wild boar meat, this is quite a lot. Today a big order came in. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Encountering a gangster. Suan looked at Lee San, a man in his 30s, dressed like a decent person but with the aura of a gangster. However, Suan wasn't afraid, no matter how violent someone was. She knew that even the most powerful person couldn't stand against the zombies of the apocalypse. She had even defeated the zombie king, so why would she fear Lee San? Lee San also looked at Suan. He saw a skinny, dark and unattractive girl and wasn't very interested in her. However, he was curious that Suan wasn't afraid of him. In the past, even men would be intimidated by his aura. Suan was the first person who dared to look him in the eye like this. Suan looked at Lee San for a while, then said $1.20 per pound of meat. There are 452 pounds of meat. I'll give you 450 pounds. Give me a total of $540. Lee San didn't take out the money. Instead, he stared at Suan and smiled. $1.20 per pound is too expensive. How about this? I'll give you 50 cents per pound. Suan narrowed her eyes and stared at Lee San. What do you mean? I agreed before that I would only deliver it at $1.20. Since it's 50 cents per pound, forget it. I'll take this meat back and won't sell it. Suan turned to leave with her meat, but Lee San's men stopped her. Lee San looked down at Suan. You can't just say no to the sale now. If you know what's good for you, just go with the price of 50 cents per pound. Otherwise, don't even think about getting a penny. Little girl, if I were you, I would be smarter. If you accept the price of 50 cents per pound, you can still make a little money. If you don't know what's good for you, you won't even think about getting a penny. Suan now understood that she was being robbed. Her eyes suddenly became colder. Want to rob me? Then we'll see if you have the ability to do it. Seeing Suan like this, Lee San and his men didn't take her seriously. After all, Suan was just a woman. They had so many skilled people together. How could they not deal with a little girl? How could they survive in the underworld in the future? Little girl, you're so arrogant. Can you hurt our third master? Get out of here now. Although we don't hit women easily, we will still beat those who are not sober. Lee San's men said, and they came forward to push Suan. At this moment, Suan grabbed the man's hand, and then there was a crack. Then there was the scream of Lee San's men. He was about to push Suan's hand, but it was broken by Suan. Lee San and other men obviously did not expect this situation. How can Suan be so strong? Is she still a woman? After Suan dealt with this man, she walked towards Lee San. When Lee San's other men saw that the boss might be in danger, they all rushed towards Suan. Suan quickly dealt with Lee San's men, but in just a dozen seconds, the ground in the yard was full of people. Lee San naturally also saw Suan's skills. This is not a human being but a monster. Lee San has done eating black work before, but this is the first time he has encountered a tough guy. Seeing Suan coming towards him to deal with him, Lee San immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Auntie, spare me, I am ignorant and have offended you. I will never dare to do it again next time. Suan looked at Lee San kneeling on the ground and sneered, what a coward. He was so cowardly at the first sign. I can spare you, but you have to give me the money. Lee San immediately asked someone to bring 540 yuan over. He dared not to pay a penny of the money that should be settled to Suan. Suan looked at the money Lee San sent and sneered, is that all? Shouldn't you bring more money to compensate me? Lee San saw that Suan wanted to blackmail him in turn. Although he was not happy, he still obediently asked someone to bring a lot of money and tickets here to Suan. Auntie, this is all I have here. I will give it all to you. What do you think? Suan looked at the money and tickets handed over by Lee San. The tickets are mainly various fabrics, cotton tickets, meat tickets and the like. There are also large tickets, such as watch tickets, sewing machine tickets, and radio tickets. There are 3,200 yuan in money alone. Suan saw the money and tickets and didn't expect to get a lot of wool this time. After taking Lee San's money and tickets, Suan said with satisfaction, I'll spare you this time. Next time you see me, stay away from me. Lee San nodded hurriedly, yes. When encountering such a monster, Lee San would not dare to provoke him again. Suan thought of something, stared at Lee San and said, next time I have more goods to send to you, I recognize you. It's so hard to sell the goods by herself, it's better to sell them to Lee San. Today, she taught Lee San such a big lesson. And I believe that this person will not dare to cheat her again in the future. Lee San didn't know whether to be happy or sad. If she could continue to receive such good goods, Lee San would naturally be happy. But thinking that Suan was so cruel, Lee San thought about not having any contact with her again. But next time Suan came to his door again, he really didn't dare to play the trick of eating black. Okay, Aunt, if you have the goods, just send them directly, and I will definitely give you the best price. Suan left with satisfaction. Looking at Suan's back as he left, Lee San breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had sent away Yama. Thinking about it, it was always Lee San who was blackmailed before, but this was the first time he was blackmailed. He didn't know what kind of fairy this woman was. How could she be so powerful? Why had he never heard of her before? Was she a new person in Qingshui County? After Suan left Lee San's place, she went to the scrap yard. She wanted to see if she could find parts to assemble a bicycle. If there were no parts, she would just spend money to buy a new one. But if she bought a new one, she might have to spend more money. This time she got more than 3,000 yuan from Lee San for nothing, so she didn't have to worry about money. Now she wanted to assemble it herself. Saving money was secondary, and the most important thing was that the old bicycle was not so ostentatious. If she bought a new bicycle and rode it back to the production team, it would definitely attract people's attention. After Suan went to the scrapyard, she was lucky and found a lot of assembly parts there. These parts were sold at the price of scrap. After getting all the parts, Suan went to weigh them and spent only 4 yuan in total. After buying the parts, Suan sat down to assemble and splice. Hey, Brother Ting, look, is that the woman? What is she doing? She seems to be assembling a bicycle with scrap parts? Guo Miao and Lu Jinting passed by the scrap station and saw Suan assembling a bicycle next to the scrap station. Lu Jinting also stopped and stared at the scene of Suan assembling. Suan's movements were skillful, and these parts seemed to come alive in her hands. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Kicked Lu Jinting's face until it was swollen. The discarded parts slowly came together in Suan's hands, forming the outline of a bicycle. Lu Jinting watched, his keen mind recognizing Suan's extraordinary mechanical skills. He suspected she was a spy and felt the need to investigate her further. He had wanted to do so before, but something had delayed him. After more than half an hour, Suan finished assembling the bicycle. It wasn't as good as a new one, but with limited parts she was satisfied with its basic functionality. Plus it was cheap. Suan tested it out, then rode towards the production team of Yuto village. Lu Jinting, wanting to investigate her, needed to know where she lived. He had seen her on the mountain before, so she must be from one of the nearby production teams, but he wasn't sure which one. Now he had to follow her and find out. Riding a bicycle was much easier than running. As she rode, Suan quickly realized she was being followed. Was it Lee San's people? She had just beaten him, and he wanted revenge? But no matter who it was, Suan would make them regret it if they dared to harm her. Suan accidentally fell off her bicycle. Ouch, my leg seems to be broken, it hurts. She fell to the ground screaming in pain. Seeing this, Lu Jinting, who had been following her, rushed forward to help. He was thinking about doing good things and getting closer to Suan to learn more about her. But when he reached her, Suan grabbed his arm and threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Then she followed up with a kick, directly hitting Lu Jinting in the face. Lu Jinting was completely unprepared. He had been beaten by Suan. He knew Suan was a skilled sniper, but he hadn't expected her to be so strong and agile. He was one of the most outstanding members of his organization, yet he couldn't even fight back against a little girl. This proved how powerful she truly was. Lu Jinting was now certain that even if she wasn't a spy, she must have received professional training. Guo Miao, who was following behind, saw Lu Jinting being beaten and his eyes widened in disbelief. How was this possible? He knew Lu Jinting's skills, so how could he be attacked by a woman? Suan stepped on Lu Jinting's chest, pinning him to the ground. You followed me all the way. Tell me, what is your purpose? She looked down at him, questioning him. After getting a clear look at the person on the ground, Suan realized it was the man she had eaten lunch with. She had even thought he was handsome. If she had known it was him, she wouldn't have kicked him in the face. Suan felt a pang of sympathy for Lu Jinting's swollen face. It was such a handsome face. Lu Jinting couldn't believe Suan had attacked him so suddenly because she had discovered he was following her. How could someone without professional training be so alert? He couldn't tell her he was following her to investigate because he suspected she was a spy. His mind raced and he quickly came up with a plan. Comrade, he said to Suan, we followed you without any bad intentions. We just saw you at the state-owned hotel. My friend thought you were very beautiful, so he wanted to know who you are, where you live, and then get to know you. He quickly winked at Guo Miao, who was following behind. Guo Miao. Why was he talking about him? He didn't dare to provoke such a woman. Especially after seeing Lu Jinting's swollen face, he was worried he would be treated the same way. But Lu Jinting's wink meant he had to play along. He looked at Suan with a forced smile. Yes, comrade, I think you are very handsome. I would like to get to know you. I wonder if you can give me a chance. Suan narrowed her eyes at Guo Miao. He was also handsome, but not as handsome as Lu Jinting. If he liked Lu Jinting, she might consider it. But Guo Miao. I don't like someone like you, she said directly. I have no interest in you, so I won't give you a chance to get to know me. Don't follow me anymore. If I find out that you are following me, don't blame me for punching you. After Suan finished speaking, she took her foot off Lu Jinting's chest, gave them a warning look and rode away. Knowing Suan wasn't an ordinary person, Lu Jinting and Guamiao didn't dare to follow her and investigate any further. Guamiao looked at Lu Jinting's face with sympathy. Brother Ting, your face. Does it hurt? Lu Jinting glanced at him speechlessly. Can you stop talking nonsense and take out the ointment for me to apply? Fortunately, they had been injured during training before, and the organization had provided them with special trauma ointment, which was better than anything on the market. Hearing this, Guamiao immediately took out the ointment from his bag and helped Lu Jinting apply it. Lu Jinting gasped in pain. Brother Ting, Guamiao said, that woman is too cruel. I have never seen such a cruel woman. Alas, women should be gentler. With a woman like her, I don't think she will be able to get married in the future. Which man dares to marry her? Lu Jinting didn't respond. With a woman like Suan, who knew if she would even want to get married? He remembered her words and poked Guamiao. Don't worry about whether she can get married or not. Anyway, she doesn't like you, and she won't marry you if she can't get married. Guamiao remembered what Suan had said. Yes, she had said she didn't like him. He didn't think he was the most handsome man, but he wasn't bad looking, right? In the organization, his popularity was only slightly less than Lu Jinting's, and many women liked him. Many of the female soldiers in the art troupe had written him love letters. But Suan didn't like him? He felt his personal charm was being questioned. Suan must have no taste. The short-sighted Suan rode her bicycle back to the Yuto Village production team in less than an hour. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Two familiar figures. Suan sighed, realizing how much faster bicycles were. She estimated she could hunt prey every few days in the future. Bicycles would be essential if she needed to go to the county town frequently. She arrived back just in time for the team members to get off work. Everyone was drawn to her, especially when they saw her riding a bicycle. In the entire Yuto Village production team, only the team leader's family had a half-old bicycle. Suan was actually riding one back. Oh, Suan, you actually bought a bicycle. My goodness, your family is too rich, right? You can even afford a bicycle? An old aunt asked with shining eyes. The team members called this old aunt Go Nyang. She had seen Suan on the day she arrived at the production team. At first, she had mocked Suan's beauty, saying it couldn't be eaten, and that she didn't want her son to marry such a delicate, useless city girl. But now, seeing that Suan could earn full work points every day and her family seemed to be well off, she was starting to change her tune. If her son married Suan, wouldn't their family be prosperous in the future? Suan could do all the work and they could spend her money. Look at that bike. Wow, it was impressive. When Suan married into their family, wouldn't the bike belong to them? Suan didn't know what Go Nyang was thinking. If she did, she would definitely ask her what kind of pillow she slept on at night and what kind of sweet dreams she had. Suan met the burning eyes of the team members and said, I didn't buy this. I spent $4 to buy parts at the scrapyard and assembled it myself. I was lucky today and all the parts happened to be there. Look, this is not a new bike. It doesn't look good after assembly, but at least it can be ridden. Everyone noticed that Suan's bike wasn't new and looked a bit awkward because the front and rear wheels were different. But even so, everyone envied her for having a bicycle. Go Nyang was a little disappointed. She had thought Suan was very rich. If her family was truly wealthy, she would have just bought a brand new bicycle. Suan is really capable. She can even assemble it by herself. How much money can she save? I think Suan is really capable. Look at how hard she works. Suan didn't chat with the team members for long. She rode her assembled bicycle back to the Educated Youth Point. The old educated youths at the Educated Youth Point were surprised and envious to see her riding a bicycle. Suan explained that she had assembled it herself, so they shouldn't think she was too rich. Their envy lessened, and they looked at Suan with admiration. Sun Xinshin was happy to see Suan riding a bicycle. As a friend, she sincerely wished her sister a good life. After seeing Suan come back, Sun Xinshin went to prepare dinner. They had one fish left, so Sun Xinshin made boiled fish and stir-fried beans, both of which were delicious. After dinner, Sun Xinshin helped wash the dishes. Suan was tired after a long day and needed a shower. There was a small shower room at the Educated Youth Point, barely big enough for one person. While Suan showered, Sun Xinshin watched outside. When Sun Xinshin showered, Suan watched. Suan was watching outside the shower room, crossing her legs and swaying her body leisurely. Thinking of the more than 3,000 yuan she had gotten from Li San today, she was happy. At that moment, Suan caught a glimpse of two people entering the newly built room behind the Educated Youth site. When she looked closer, they had already closed the door. She felt a sense of familiarity with the two figures, as if she had seen them somewhere before. She had been at the Educated Youth site for several days, but she had never seen these two people. But soon Suan put away her gossip. After waiting for Sun Xinshin to finish washing up, Suan prepared to go to bed early. At that time, Lin Aodong informed everyone that they wouldn't go to work the next morning. The educated youth would go up the mountain to collect firewood together. The firewood at the educated youth site was almost gone, so they needed to replenish it. The educated youth had no objection to Lin Aodong's decision. The next morning after breakfast, they went up the mountain to collect firewood under Lin Aodong's leadership. It was Sun Xinshin's first time going up the mountain, and she felt a bit overwhelmed walking on the mountain road. Suan suggested, Xinshin, why don't you go back? I'll help you collect your share. When Wang Zhaodi heard that Suan was helping Sun Xinshin again, she said jealously, Suan, this is not good, right? Since we are all collecting firewood together, why shouldn't Sun Xinshin follow? The eldest daughter of the capitalist is just hypocritical and can't stand any hardship. Suan was about to slap Wang Zhaodi, because she was the only one who could talk. Sun Xinshin grabbed Suan's hand and said, it's okay, and then I can walk. I'm just not used to going up the mountain for the first time. I'll be fine in a while. Anyway, it's okay for me to go back. It's good to see the world with you guys. Suan saw that Sun Xinshin wasn't lying. The little girl was looking at everything with curiosity. Since Sun Xinshin insisted, Suan respected her decision. Worried that Sun Xinshin would have a hard time going up the mountain, Suan kept supporting her. Sun Xinshin could barely keep up with everyone. When they got to a place closer to the mountain, there was more firewood. They could knock down dead branches from the trees and pick up dead branches on the ground. Lin Aodong organized everyone to work together. They piled the dead branches they picked up and tied them with the ropes they brought. Suan wasn't as fast as everyone else. After picking up several bundles of firewood, they had picked up all the firewood in this area and had to move to another location. Lin Aodong told everyone to be careful in the mountains, because there were many wild animals. It would be very dangerous if they encountered one. Of course, the old educated youth knew this, so he was mainly telling the new educated youth. Suan was with Sun Xinshin, so she could protect the girl if they encountered danger. It would be better if they could encounter wild animals so she could kill one. Suan hadn't taken a few steps when she heard a cry for help. Oh no, there's a wild boar. Help, hurry, hide. Help, the wild boar is coming, run. Suan was excited when she heard that a wild boar was coming. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. What kind of monster is Suan? Look, there's more meat delivered to the door. But when Sun Xinshin heard about the wild boar, her face turned pale. Although she had never seen one, she knew how dangerous they were. If you were hit by a wild boar, you would most likely die. The old educated youth had mentioned an example before. A man from the production team had encountered a wild boar and had one of his legs pierced by its fangs. He was now disabled and had been lying at home for several years. Seeing that Suan didn't react, Sun Xinshin thought she was frightened. She quickly pulled her hand and said, Anen, don't stand there, let's run quickly. Suan said, it's okay, don't be afraid. I'll get you up the tree first. It's safe on the tree. She supported Sun Xinshin and helped her climb a thick tree trunk nearby. After Sun Xinshin climbed up, she reached out to Suan and then, I'll pull you up. At that moment, Wang Zhaodi rushed towards Suan. A fat wild boar behind her. Help, Su Jiqing, please save me. Suan. She glared at Wang Zhaodi and cursed in her heart, fuck you. This woman must have deliberately led the wild boar towards her. Although Suan could handle wild boars, Wang Zhaodi's actions were tantamount to trying to get her killed. This woman was truly stupid and malicious. Fortunately, Suan had sent Sun Xinshin to the tree. Otherwise, Sun Xinshin wouldn't have been able to avoid the wild boar's attack like she had, and she would have been injured. Suan had brought a machete with her to collect firewood. She grabbed it, jumped up and neatly struck the head of the wild boar chasing Wang Zhaodi. Blood splattered everywhere. Wang Zhaodi was still in shock, and Sun Xinshin was stunned by Suan's swift skills. Although she knew Suan was strong, she hadn't expected her to be this strong. Even though it was a wild boar that had been hit on the head, Wang Zhaodi felt a chill run down her spine. Suan was truly a terrifying woman. She could kill a wild boar like it was nothing. She couldn't provoke Suan again in the future, or she wouldn't know how she died. A few of the old educated youth saw the commotion and were shocked by the wild boar Suan had killed. It was said that Suan wasn't like a human when she worked, and now, killing a wild boar made her even more inhuman. Lu Zhenting and Guamiao were in the mountains at that moment. When they heard the cries for help, they rushed towards the sound. When they arrived, they saw Suan killing the wild boar. Guamiao's eyes widened. He rubbed them, wondering if he was seeing things. But after rubbing them, he realized he wasn't. He had encountered Suan again, and this time it was even more unusual. Watching her kill a 300-gene wild boar with one knife. Why was such a ferocious wild boar so weak in front of Suan? Ting. Brother Ting, it seems to be this woman again. This woman is too strong, right? I don't know which country sent this spy, and what kind of mission she is carrying out to make such a huge investment. Lu Zhenting saw Suan as well. Her skills were truly terrifying. When she killed the wild boar, the cold, murderous aura that burst from her eyes was something he had never seen before. Her hands must be stained with a lot of blood. Who is she? Lu Jinting was even more curious about Suan. However, he also knew that if she was a spy, she was too powerful to handle. Just as everyone was shocked, another cry of surprise rang out. It turned out that there wasn't just one wild boar but several. Several educated youth were being chased by them. When Lu Jinting and Guamiao heard the cries for help again, they turned their attention away from Suan and rushed to help. Suan also participated in the rescue operation. Since the wild boars had appeared, no one could escape. After all, they were all meat. Guamiao and Lu Jinting worked together to kill one wild boar, and Suan killed 2 more by herself. There were a total of 4 wild boars, all lying neatly on the ground. Seeing that the wild boars were all dead, the educated youth who had just experienced the danger were still in shock. Lin Aodong was the first to react. He went to Suan and thanked her. Suan, thank you. If it weren't for you, we might have died just now. Suan said calmly, Lin Aodong, you are too polite. We are all educated youth who went to the countryside. We should help each other, not to mention that we are in such a dangerous situation. Even though Suan said so, Lin Aodong was still very grateful to her in his heart. This was different from other things. He had just walked in front of the Grim Reaper. In the future, he would pay more attention to Suan's affairs and help her as much as he could. Lu Jinting and Guamiao heard what Lin Aodong said to Suan and narrowed their eyes. Suan was also an educated youth who went to the countryside? They had been planning to inquire about her identity, but they hadn't expected to live together without ever meeting. After Lin Aodong and Suan thanked them, they went to find Guamiao and Lu Jinting to express their gratitude. Lu Jiqing, Guamiao, thank you for helping me with what happened just now. I didn't expect you were in the mountains too. Lu Jinting nodded in response. Well, we were just nearby and rushed over when we heard about your situation. Guamiao followed, yes, but even if we hadn't come, I guess you wouldn't have been in trouble. With a monster as strong as Suan, she would definitely be able to handle a few more wild boars. Suan naturally noticed Lu Jinting and Guamiao. Was it them? She had said that the 2 figures yesterday looked familiar. It turned out that the 2 educated youth she hadn't met were them. When Suan looked at Lu Jinting and Guamiao, they happened to look back. When their eyes met, Suan's eyes had a feeling of looking down on the world, and that momentum actually shocked Lu Jinting and Guamiao. What a coincidence, comrade, I didn't expect to meet you again. Are you a new educated youth? Guamiao greeted Suan with a smile. Lin Aodong looked at Suan, then at Lu Jinting and Guamiao. Do you know each other? Suan said in a calm voice, no, we have only met twice today. Guamiao's expression was a little embarrassed. Yes, we don't know each other, we have only met twice. Seeing this, Lin Aodong took the opportunity to introduce them. Well, since you don't know each other, it's a good opportunity for you to get to know each other now. This is Suan, Su educated youth. She just went to the countryside a few days ago. This is Lu Jinting, Lu educated youth. Lin Aodong said, pointing at Lu Jinting. This is Guamiao, Gua educated youth. Lin Aodong pointed at Guamiao again. Thinking of the other new educated youth, Lin Aodong simply introduced them one by one. That is Chen Jiangwo, Chen educated youth, that is Sun Xinxin, Sun educated youth, and that is Wang Zhaodi, Wang educated youth. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. He looks like a weakling. Suan still nodded calmly to Lu Jinting and Guamiao. Since they were all educated youth who went to the countryside, she had to show some respect. Lu Jinting and Guamiao were able to kill a wild boar, so they must be very skilled. These 2 people appeared and disappeared every day, so their identities were probably not ordinary. After the introductions, Suan went to Sun Xinxin's side to help her down from the tree. Looking at the 4 wild boars lying on the ground, everyone's mood shifted from panic to excitement. So many wild boars. How much meat would they have? When they got them back, wouldn't they have meat to eat? Thinking of the taste of meat, everyone started to swallow their saliva. Lin Aodong planned to arrange someone to watch the wild boars, and then send someone down the mountain to notify the team leader to carry them back. But Suan said, do we need to notify anyone? Can't we carry it back with so many people? The educated youth looked at each other. A wild boar weighed 300 kilograms. Could they carry it down the mountain? Suan knew that the female educated youth wouldn't be strong enough, so she looked at some of the male educated youth. Can 2 of you lift one? The male educated youth met Suan's gaze and felt that if they couldn't lift it, she would definitely look down on them. They thought that they were grown men and couldn't be too weak. Glancing at the wild boar on the ground, they planned to try to lift it. But when 2 of the male educated youth went over to lift the wild boar, they found that it wouldn't budge even with their combined strength. The 2 male educated youth were a little embarrassed. No, we really can't lift it. Although the male educated youth who went to the countryside were stronger than the female educated youth, they were far inferior to the men who had worked in the brigade since childhood. Seeing how weak they were, Suan felt a little contemptuous and disgusted in her heart. But she didn't say anything. She knew that Lu Jinting and Guamiao weren't weak, so she said to them, each of you choose a small one, and I will carry the remaining 2 big ones, okay? Lu Jinting nodded, okay. The 2 smaller wild boars, one weighing about 110 pounds and the other about 200 pounds, weren't too stressful for Lu Jinting. But the other 2 were big, about 300 pounds each. Suan was going to carry 600 pounds of wild boars by herself? Could she even carry them? Guamiao had the same thought. Suan was very strong, but wasn't it too exaggerated to carry 600 pounds by herself? So Guamiao couldn't help asking, are you sure you can carry 2 by yourself? Lin Aodong followed, yes Suan, these 2 big wild boars weigh 600 pounds together. Can you carry them by yourself? Suan didn't waste time talking to them. She walked directly to the 2 largest wild boars, one on each shoulder. After carrying them, she didn't seem to feel the weight. Let's go. Suan carried the 2 fat wild boars and walked down the mountain in a mighty manner. The educated youth who stayed behind were petrified when they saw this scene. Guamiao reacted and felt slapped in the face. He whispered to Lu Jinting, what kind of monster is this woman? Lu Jinting didn't know what to say and urged Guamiao to carry the wild boar down the mountain. So Guamiao took the smallest wild boar, and Lu Jinting was responsible for the 200-pound one. Although Guamiao and Lu Jinting's abilities weren't as good as Suan's, they were already very powerful compared to normal people. The old educated youth quickly took charge of getting the firewood down the mountain, waiting to be divided into pork. Wang Zhaodi, why don't you leave? Seeing Wang Zhaodi still sitting on the ground, Li Chunling came forward and asked. Wang Zhaodi cried, my legs are weak and I can't stand up. Li Chunling, can you help me? Li Chunling didn't think much about it. Just now a wild boar had been chasing Wang Zhaodi's butt. If it weren't for Suan, Wang Zhaodi might have been killed by the wild boar. Li Chunling planned to help Wang Zhaodi up, but found that she couldn't do it alone, so she called Tao Xiangqin to help. The 2 of them helped together and finally Wang Zhaodi was helped up. But soon Tao Xiangqin smelled a smell of urine. She looked at Wang Zhaodi's butt. Wow, this woman had actually peed her pants. Tao Xiangqin frowned in disdain. Wang Zhaodi, is it that serious? You were so scared that you peed. After being ridiculed by Tao Xiangqin, Wang Zhaodi's face suddenly turned red. She didn't even know that she was scared to pee. But she had almost been killed by the wild boar just now. Wasn't it normal to be scared to pee? Tao Xiangqin might not be able to hold it either. Suan carried 2 wild boars and walked briskly, while the others followed behind, panting. Guamiao felt that he was sweating from exhaustion and wanted to sit down to rest, but when he saw that Suan didn't rest, he, a grown man, looked like a weak chicken if he rested. Lu Jinting was better than Guamiao, but it was still very strenuous to walk on the mountain road with a weight of 200 kilograms. Looking at the woman in front of him, Lu Jinting was very curious about how strong Suan was. If Suan wasn't a spy, if such a person could be recruited into the organization, she would definitely set many new records. Suan finally went down the mountain carrying the wild boars. Seeing Suan carrying 2 huge wild boars down, the children all gathered around her and shouted excitedly. The children in the team now had a hard life, and they were all pale and thin because they weren't getting enough nutrition. Basically, the villagers didn't eat meat for several months. Now they could eat wild boar meat. Of course they were excited. The children shouting alarmed the adults, and the team members learned that Suan had carried 2 big wild boars back from the mountain. Seeing this, the team members didn't care about the work in their hands, and all waited to share the meat. Oh my goodness, Suan is so strong, she killed 2 big wild boars and carried them back? Yes, Suan is really amazing. How can she kill and carry such big wild boars? Our production team has a strong man. Suan is not only a good worker but also a hunter, and even got wild boar meat for us to eat. 2 wild boars this big, how much meat will be produced? Great, we can have a good meal. Wang Weihua hurried over when he heard that Suan had killed 2 wild boars. When Suan saw Wang Weihua, she threw the wild boar on the ground. Captain, please arrange someone to deal with the wild boar meat. There are 2 more behind, and someone has already carried them down the mountain. When the team members heard that there were 2 more, they were even more excited. It was good to be able to kill a wild boar, but in the end there were 4. The more wild boar meat, the more each of them would get. This time there were 4 big wild boars, and each person was estimated to get 1 or 2 kilograms of meat. If there were many people in the family, it was possible that each person could get 20 or 30 kilograms of meat. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Share the wild boar. After a while, the team members saw Lu Jinting and Guamiao carrying a wild boar each down the mountain. Seeing that they could each carry a wild boar, many team members were wondering what kind of monsters these new educated youth were. How could they be as strong as cattle? However, because of the monster Suan in front of them, Guamiao and Lu Jinting weren't as dazzling. But in the past, if 2 people could carry a wild boar each, it would definitely cause a sensation. After Lu Jinting and Guamiao carried the wild boars down the mountain, They put them on the ground. Guamiao took a few heavy breaths and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looking at Suan again, this woman didn't react at all. Guamiao didn't know how to describe his mood at the moment. He felt that compared to Suan, he was just a small vegetable, so useless. After Lu Zhenting put down the wild boar, he couldn't help but look at Suan. His mood was as complicated as Guamiao's. Looking at the 4 big wild boars, Wang Weihua immediately called people to divide the work and quickly deal with the wild boars so everyone could share the meat. Of course, after organizing everyone to deal with the wild boars, Wang Weihua also asked about Suan's situation when she went up the mountain and how she killed these wild boars. Before Suan could tell him, Lin Aodong told Wang Weihua about the situation in detail. As for how Suan killed the wild boar with one knife, he naturally emphasized it. After knowing that Suan had killed 3 wild boars alone and Guamiao and Lu Zhenting had killed one together, everyone in the team was almost shocked. Although they didn't witness how Suan killed the wild boars with their own eyes, everyone could imagine the scene from Lin Aodong's description. This Suan was truly awesome. Go's mother looked at Suan with a gleam in her eyes at this time. Suan actually had such great hunting skills. If her son married Suan, wouldn't their family have enough meat to eat? Thinking of this, Go's mother felt that she had to ask Suan for marriage. Everyone digested this information for a while, then focused on dealing with the wild boar. There is strength in numbers. At this moment, the team members were waiting to share the meat, so there was no need for Wang Weihua to remind them. Everyone was busy and active. Not long after, the 4 wild boars were dealt with. Just the meat altogether weighed more than 900 kilograms. The Yuto village production team and the educated youth had a total of nearly 900 people. According to the number of people, each person could get about 1 kilogram of meat, which was truly a lot. Because 3 of these wild boars were killed by Suan, the team leader decided to give Suan more meat. Guamiao and Lu Zhenting also had merits and could get a few more kilograms. The team members had no objection to Wang Weihua's decision. If they hadn't brought back wild boars, how could they have benefited from it? Now they were just giving them more meat, wasn't that what they should do? So, under the arrangement of the team leader, Suan was given 20 kilograms of meat, and she could choose the meat herself. Of course, Suan wasn't polite and directly asked for 15 kilograms of meat and 5 kilograms of pork fat. She and Sun Xinshin were very willing to use oil when eating, so they ate the oil quickly. Now they asked for 5 kilograms of pork fat, and after the oil was boiled, they could eat it for a long time. According to Suan's request, the team cut the meat, and Suan carried it back with Sun Xinshin, feeling very satisfied. Guamiao and Lu Zhenting received 2 more pounds of meat than the other team members. Together with the 1 pound of meat they were supposed to get, they shared 6 pounds of meat, enough for several meals. Because everyone got their share of meat, the others didn't care too much about the meat in Suan's hand, but they were a little envious of her for getting so much. Sure enough, this person is different when she has the ability, and she doesn't have to worry about meat. Waiting to return to the educated youth point, Sun Xinshin started to get busy. Wild boar meat is very fishy and woody, but Sun Xinshin's cooking skills were good. As soon as the meat was cooked, the fragrance wafted out. In order to remove the fishy smell, Sun Xinshin chose to stir-fry it directly, adding a lot of cooking wine, garlic cloves and ginger, and paired with dried red peppers. The fragrant and spicy taste covered up the original fishy smell of the wild boar meat. The old educated youth also got meat back. In addition to the meat, everyone also shared some large bones and pig offal. At this time, oil and water were precious, and stewing with large bones was much more fragrant than stewing directly with water. When Lin Aodong came back, he brought some pork bones and offal for Suan and Sun Xinshin. You left too early, the team leader asked me to bring these to you. Suan and Sun Xinshin didn't dislike it. Okay, thank you Lin Jiqing. Suan, you are polite. If it weren't for you today, how could we eat wild boar meat? After Lin Aodong finished speaking, many old educated youths followed suit. No one said much. Smelling the wild boar meat made by Sun Xinshin, they hurried to cook, waiting to eat meat early. Sun Xinshin fried a large pot of wild boar meat and a bowl of eggplant. It is not good to eat meat without vegetables, it is easy to get sick. After waiting for lunch to be ready, Suan and Sun Xinshin held their bowls and went to eat. The fragrant and spicy wild boar meat tasted very good, which was completely beyond Suan's expectations. In fact, she had eaten wild boar meat before, but she felt that she really couldn't accept the taste. Now it seems that it was her own cooking skills that were not good. Isn't this wild boar meat cooked well in Sun Xinshin's hands? On the surface, Sun Xinshin followed her and took advantage of her, but in fact Suan knew that she was the one who really took advantage. There is someone who specializes in making delicious food for you, and can also take care of the housework she hates. After eating and drinking, the educated youth had to go to work in the afternoon. Because they had meat at noon, everyone felt a lot more energetic when they went to work in the afternoon. Suan continued to complete her work within an hour, and after recording 10 work points, she went up the mountain. It's better to find some more prey to make more money. Maybe 4 wild boars were shot at once in the morning, and when Suan went up the mountain again in the afternoon, she didn't encounter wild boars, but she shot a few pheasants and a few rabbits. In general, a trip to the mountain is not nothing. The wild boar meat that was distributed today could probably be eaten for several days, so Suan didn't take the game down the mountain, but put it all in her space. After Suan helped her finish her work, Sun Shinshin went back to the educated youth point to boil lard. 5 pounds of pork lard could be eaten for a long time. Just after Sun Shinshin finished boiling, she saw Suan coming back. Sun Shinshin sprinkled a little pepper and salt she prepared on the boiled lard residue, handed a bowl to Suan and said, "And the lard residue is just out of the pot, it's crispy, try it." Suan wasn't polite. After taking the lard residue, she took a piece and threw it into her mouth. It tasted really good. The addition of pepper and salt made the lard residue more flavorful. Suan ate a small bowl directly because the lard residue had a lot of oil and water, and it was easy to get sick if she ate too much, so she didn't eat more. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. The situation of poor Su Chong. There was a lot of lard residue left, which was a good thing. When cooking, you can add some of it. It's not as good as mixing it with meat, but it's also very fragrant. While waiting for the oil to be boiled, Sun Shinshin continued to take charge of dinner. They still had a lot of wild boar meat left, so they fried a large plate of meat in the evening. Seeing Suan eat so much, the educated youths were secretly sighing that she was a capable person. If she were not capable, they probably wouldn't be able to support themselves. While waiting to go to work the next day, Suan met Go's mother. To be precise, it was Go's mother who took the initiative to find her. Go's mother asked Suan with a flattering face, "Little Su, the educated youth, do you have a partner?" Suan felt that the old lady's concern for her was a little inexplicable, but she still answered honestly, "No." Hearing Suan say that she didn't have a partner, Go's mother was relieved immediately. It's good to have no partner, because she can introduce them to their Go family. "Little educated youth Su, you don't look very old. You are old enough to get married. You see, it's not easy for you, an outsider, to come to our production team. This educated youth from outside has to find a local to marry, and have a husband's family to rely on. My son is not married yet, how about introducing him to you? I think you are a good child. If you can become my daughter-in-law, I will definitely be very happy and will treat you well in the future." As soon as Go's mother said this, it immediately attracted the attention of the people around. Is Go's mother crazy? What kind of beautiful dream is she having? Fortunately, she wants to introduce Suan to Go family? Let's not talk about how capable Suan is. Even if Suan is not capable, she is an educated youth from the city, and she is so beautiful. She can find any kind of partner she wants. Why does she have to find someone like Go? Lee Ergu's reputation in the production team can be said to be stinking. Who doesn't know that he is idle? I really don't know where Go's mother got the confidence that Suan would like Lee Ergu. Tao Danny also heard what Ergu's mother was thinking, and she immediately became anxious. Tao Danny really likes Suan. This girl was not only capable but also polite. She also gave her so many good things. No matter what, Tao Danny could not watch Go's mother fool Suan. So Tao Danny stood up and said to Suan, "Little Suan, don't bother with this old woman. Bah, I don't know what she is dreaming about. She doesn't even take a piss to look at herself. With her son's character, no normal girl would want to marry him. Just ignore her. You are young, don't be fooled." Suan heard Tao Danny nod. In fact, if Tao Danny hadn't said it, Suan wouldn't have considered this matter. Now seeing Tao Danny standing up to remind her for fear that she would be deceived, Suan would still remember this friendship. Go's mother was very unhappy when she saw someone jumping out to interfere, but when she saw it was Tao Danny, she didn't dare to say too much. After all, Tao Danny was Wang Weihua's wife. She lived in the production team, and she dared not offend the team leader, or she would suffer the consequences. Go's mother could only say to Suan unwillingly, "Suan, my Ergu does not have a very good reputation in the production team, but he loves his wife very much. Why don't you think about it again? Auntie promises you that if you marry into our family will definitely not let you down." Suan, of course, would not be fooled like a fool, and she resolutely replied to Ergu's mother, "Auntie, I will not consider the issue of marriage for the time being, so don't talk about it." Tao Danny put her hands on her waist and glared at Ergu's mother and said, "Okay, the young Suan doesn't like your Ergu, can you be quiet? You don't feel embarrassed to coax the little girl who just went to the countryside." Because of Tao Danny's interference, Go's mother had to give up temporarily. As soon as Go's mother left, Tao Danny continued to say to Suan worriedly, "I said, Suan, you have to be more careful when you see Go's mother in the future. You must not consider such a person, and marrying her is jumping into a fire pit. She just saw that you are a new educated youth and don't know anything about the situation here, so she wants to fool you. Suan agreed to Tao Danny's advice with a smile. Okay, Auntie, I know. Well, it's good that you know, but if you really like a boy in our team, you can talk to Auntie, and Auntie will check for you and will never let you jump into the pit. Suan felt that Tao Danny was a very good person, really like an elder. Thinking of the place where she went to the countryside in her previous life, the team members there were more disgusting than each other. Fortunately, she doesn't have to go there again. I don't know how the poor little thing Suchong is doing. And the poor little thing Suchong, who was far away in the northwest, also arrived at the place where he went to the countryside in the past 2 days. After arriving at the place, Suchong realized how bad the conditions here are. Even if his family sent him money and supplies, it would be impossible for him to live well here, because there is a shortage of water here, and just drinking water and washing is a problem. That would have been fine, but after starting work, Suchong, who had been spoiled all his life, couldn't stand the hardship. He soon couldn't hold on any longer and shouted that he quit and asked to be sent back. But how could it be easy to go back after going to the countryside? The team leader here didn't spoil Suchong. It didn't matter if he couldn't stand the hardship in the production team. If he couldn't hold on, they would send him to the farm. When Suchong heard that he was going to be sent to the farm, he really didn't dare to make trouble anymore. Suchong gritted his teeth and insisted on working. After working for 2 days, his hands were full of blisters. When he came back from work at night, he could only hide in his nest and cry secretly. He immediately wrote a letter to his parents, urging them to pick him up as soon as possible. He really didn't want to stay here for a day. It was a pity that Suan didn't know about Suchong's situation in the northwest, otherwise she would have laughed herself crazy. The matter of Go's mother came to an end for the time being. After Suan finished her work, she continued to go up the mountain. Today's harvest was not bad. She actually encountered a wild goat. She caught 2 pheasants and 3 wild rabbits. Wait until she has accumulated more, and then she will go to the county town again and give all the goods in her hands to Lisan. Sun Xinshin continued to be responsible for cooking, and fried lunch at noon. She cooked wild boar meat and made a shrimp and kelp soup. Adding a little lard to the soup makes it more fragrant. Since going to the countryside, Sun Xinshin never thought that she could live such a life. Well, it's so cool. She couldn't eat meat every day in the city, but after going to the countryside, she could eat it every day. But Sun Xinshin knew very well that she could live such a life thanks to Suan. She was lucky and got a golden thigh when she went to the countryside. From now on, she will be Suan's little henchman, follow Suan, and do whatever Suan asks her to do. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. Helping to catch a thief. Sun Xinshin, the little pony, didn't know that because of her presence, Suan felt that her daily life was very enjoyable. If it weren't for Sun Xinshin, how could Suan have eaten so many delicious foods? In fact, neither of them owed the other anything, and it was a win-win situation for both parties. After going up the mountain for several days in a row, Suan finally accumulated another wave of prey. After finishing work that day, Suan said hello to the team leader and said she was going to the county town, and then rode her bicycle over. This time it was much more convenient to get game than before, and she could just find Lisan directly. Through the last incident, Suan was sure that Lisan wouldn't dare to come up with any bad ideas again. After finding Lisan's place, Suan knocked on the gate of the courtyard a few times. Usually, Lisan's people would use secret signals, but Suan didn't know their secret signals and could only knock on the door. Hearing that there was no signal outside, the person inside asked, "Who is it?" Suan's cold voice sounded, "It's Auntie. If you don't open the door, I'll kick your door down." There was silence in the room for a few seconds. It seemed that someone guessed Suan's identity and hurriedly opened the door. This time, Suan didn't push the cart over, but directly put the game in a sack and carried it over. Seeing Suan carrying several heavy packages, Lisan's men were stunned. These things looked like they could weigh hundreds of pounds, but they seemed to have no weight in Suan's hands. No wonder they were beaten so badly last time. Her strength was truly not comparable to that of ordinary people. Lisan came out of the room immediately after hearing his men report that Suan was coming. Unlike the last time he saw Lisan in front of Suan, Lisan put away his hostility and looked at Suan with a bit of flattery. "Auntie, are you here to ship the goods?" Suan was quite satisfied with Lisan's attitude. You see, some people just need to be beaten before they behave. Suan had lived 2 lives before she realized that fists are the hard truth. "Yes, count these goods." Lisan immediately asked someone to open the sack and saw that there were many hunted rabbits, pheasants, goats, and a big wild boar. Although Suan was quite scary, it must be said that all the things this woman got were good things. Lisan saw these goods, his eyes lit up, and he quickly asked someone to weigh and pay. Wild boar meat was still the same as last time, $1.02 per catty. The price of rabbits and pheasants was higher, and they were all priced at 2 yuan per catty. Suan's batch of goods was not small, and there were 300 catties of wild boar meat alone. After all the calculations, there was a total of 730 yuan. When Li San was paying, he said to Suan in a flattering way, "Auntie, the total is 703, I'll give you 750, and you can send it to me next time you have goods." Suan was very satisfied with the price Li San gave. 700 yuan would take 2 years for an average family to save without eating or drinking. After taking the money, Suan left Li San's place. Thinking that it was a rare opportunity to come to the county town, she planned to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things to bring back. But as soon as she arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, she heard someone shouting, "Thief, thief, the thief stole my wallet. Is there anyone who can help catch him?" The person who shouted was an old lady who looked very weak and naturally did not have the physical strength to catch up with the thief. The thief was a man in his early 30s, a little thin, and ran very fast. After hearing the cry for help, the people around planned to step forward to help. But the thief was obviously a ruthless character. He took out a knife from his pocket and threatened the people around him. "Let's see who dares to come over. If anyone dares to come over, don't blame me for stabbing him to death." Although many people wanted to help and catch the thief when they encountered such a situation, no one dared to step forward when they saw that the thief was holding a knife. Helping others is a good thing, but the premise is to ensure your own safety. If you can't guarantee your own safety, it is stupid to help others blindly. Faced with such a situation, the old lady sat on the ground and cried, "Wow, this is the money I gave to save my child's life. I finally borrowed so much money from all my relatives, hoping to pay for my child's medical expenses. Without money, how can my child live?" Suan frowned when she heard the words of this old lady. Although the things in her previous life made her more cold-hearted than ordinary people, she couldn't help but be moved when she encountered such a situation. Suan sighed and thought about helping. Anyway, she wasn't in a hurry to go back at this moment, so she helped catch the thief and get the money back. So Suan parked her bicycle and said to the elder sister, "Please watch the bicycle for me, I will catch the thief for you." Then, Suan ran in the direction of the thief. Seeing Suan catching the thief, many people were worried for her. How could she, a girl, catch a thief? Catching a thief is so dangerous. What if something happens to Suan? How many men dared not chase after the thief with a knife in his hand? But she, a little girl, didn't she deliberately put herself in danger? Under the worried eyes of everyone, Suan quickly caught up with the thief. Seeing Suan catching up, the thief spat. How could this woman run so fast and catch up with him in an instant? "Hand over the money quickly, don't force me to use force on you." After catching up with the man, Suan warned the thief. The thief looked at Suan, "Little girl, if you know what's good for you, get out of here quickly, don't blame me for using a knife on you." Oh, who will suffer the loss is still unknown. Seeing Suan's stubbornness, the thief showed the dagger in his hand and stabbed in the direction of Suan. Seeing that the thief was going to use a knife on Suan, many people looked at her worriedly. Just when everyone's heart was hanging, Suan directly kicked the knife in the thief's hand with a roundhouse kick. Then Suan kicked again, and everyone saw the thief flying a parabola in the air, and then fell to the ground. The thief who was hit hard was so painful that he couldn't stand up at this time, and he cried ouch ouch on the ground. Seeing the thief like this, the people around him didn't feel sympathy. For the bad guys who steal people's things, this is how they should be treated. Suan's behavior quickly drew applause from the people around her. Good, she's really a heroine. Yeah, I didn't expect such a young female comrade to be so skilled. Isn't it? I was so worried just now, and I thought this female comrade was too impulsive to take such a risk to catch a thief. It turns out that she is so skilled and knows that she has the ability to deal with bad guys. My God, how can this female comrade be so powerful? This is the first time I've seen someone with such good skills. It makes my blood boil. The people around were talking one after another, but Suan didn't care about the praise from the people around her. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. The house is built. Suan looked down at the thief. Can you hand it over now? The thief never thought that Suan was so strong. After seeing Suan's strength, the thief knew very well that if he didn't hand over the wallet, Suan would kick him to death. He tremblingly took out the wallet from his pocket and handed it to Suan. Auntie, I'll hand it over. Suan took the wallet and then said coldly, why bother? Wouldn't it be better to hand it over at the beginning? You have to find a hard time. After that, Suan took out a hemp rope from her pocket and tied the thief's hands and feet. Since he is a thief, he can't be let go easily. He must be sent to the police. Such a scourge will continue to steal if he is not sent in. However, Suan didn't plan to send him herself, but rushed to the people watching the excitement around her and said, which kind-hearted comrade is willing to help send the police? When Suan asked this, the crowd of people who were watching the excitement immediately stood up enthusiastically, and were willing to help send these people to the police. Among the crowd were Lu Zhenting and Guo Miao. Lu Zhenting and Guo Miao had heard the cry for help, and wanted to come over to help catch the thief. But they didn't expect that before they could show their skills, Suan rushed out and subdued the thief. Because they had already seen how powerful Suan was, they were not surprised to see her skillful moves again, but they still felt that she was really strong. As people who have been training for a long time, they had to admit that Suan's kick just now was really cool. Under the burning gaze of Guo Miao and Lu Zhenting, Suan took the wallet and gave it to the older sister whose wallet was stolen. Sister, don't cry, I found your wallet. Take a look, is there money in it? The older sister whose wallet was stolen obviously didn't expect that her wallet could be found. She quickly took the wallet, counted the money in it, and then hurriedly said to Suan, yes, nothing is missing. Okay sister, it's good that nothing is missing. Now that the money has been found, you should hurry up and save the child. Be careful next time, and don't let the thief succeed again. Okay sister, thank you so much. This time it's thanks to you that you helped me find the money. This money can save my child. I don't want to live without my child. From now on you will be my savior, and I will definitely repay you well in the future. Sister, can you tell me your name? Where do you live? I will find you later. The elder sister said, almost kneeling to Suan. Suan hurriedly said, sister, it's just a piece of cake, you don't have to thank me. I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. Suan said and rode away on her bicycle. She first went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy good things, and then drove towards the production team of Yuto village. Seeing Suan's figure disappearing quickly in front of her, the elder sister couldn't catch up even if she wanted to. The other person helped her so much, but she didn't even know who she was and didn't even have a chance to thank her. Lu Zhenting kept watching Suan's back as she left. He and Guo Miao both suspected that Suan was a spy, so they asked the people above to investigate Suan's information in the past few days. The feedback they got was that Suan was not a spy and her background was normal. Of course, there were some anomalies in the surface. According to the results of their investigation, Suan used to be a person who was bullied, but she suddenly began to resist after her parents signed her up to go to the countryside. However, this change is reasonable for Suan's personal experience, so we can't conclude that Suan is a spy because of this. Now that Lu Zhenting sees Suan helping to catch thieves and help the masses, this woman doesn't look like a spy anymore. If they were spies from an enemy country, would they be willing to help the Chinese people? Lu Zhenting and Guo Miao did not retract their sight until Suan's back disappeared. Suan rode her bicycle back to the production team of Yuto village soon. Seeing Suan coming back, Sun Xinshin happily informed Suan of the good news. And then you are back just in time. Aunt Danny just came to tell me that our house is built and we can move in. The house Suan built was not big, so it did not take long to build it. This time Manhwasummary helped to find a few more people, and the speed of building it was faster. 3 rooms and a yard, the materials plus labor costs a total of only 200 yuan. The cost of building a house in the countryside is not high, but for ordinary people, 200 yuan is not a small amount. Now the living conditions in rural areas are relatively tight, and some families have to squeeze several people into one room. The conditions in the city are better than in the countryside, but the housing is also tight. Suan was also very happy to hear Su Xinshin say that they could move out. The two of them went to the newly built house to take a look. Although the house was simple, it was at least an independent residence and did not have to squeeze with so many people. Suan was very satisfied with having a spacious and quiet living environment, and did not expect to live in the countryside. If it was when she first went to the countryside, Sun Xinshin might not look down on this newly built house. After all, it was far worse than the house she lived in Beijing. But now it is different. After comparing the environment of the educated youth site, Sun Xinshin knows how rare it is to live in a house with an independent yard after going to the countryside. The house was built by the team leader, so the workers did not dare to cheat. Generally speaking, the quality of the house was not ambiguous. After looking at the house, Suan felt that the only shortcoming was that there was no well. If there was another well in the yard, it would be more convenient to live here. It is not difficult to dig a well. Suan plans to talk to the team leader and ask Wang Weihua to arrange someone to dig it. After deciding on the new house, Suan asked Sun Xinshin to move in. The two of them didn't have much stuff, so Suan could carry it back in 2 trips. But they still had to buy some new furniture for the new house, a set of dining tables and chairs, and a cabinet in the kitchen. Suan thought about buying a desk and Sun Xinshin thought so too. So after they moved their stuff, they went to Zhang Youyang's house to buy furniture. The furniture wasn't expensive and the money was shared equally by Sun Xinshin and Suan, because Sun Xinshin was afraid of taking advantage of Suan. When the work was almost done, the old educated youth also went home. Suan and Sun Xinshin had to tell the old educated youth that they were moving out of the educated youth camp. When the old educated youth knew that Suan and Sun Xinshin had built a house and were moving out to live alone, they were very envious. Suan's conditions were really good. He could even afford to build a house. Wang Zhaodi was jealous, not to mention that she would have dared to say a few words in the past, but she became much more honest after seeing Suan catching a wild boar. Recalling the scene of Suan catching a wild boar, Wang Zhaodi felt a chill on her neck. She would not have provoked Suan, a female evil star, unless she was crazy. After Suan and Sun Shinshin finished talking about this, they left the educated youth site. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. The demoted person. Now that they can live alone, Suan and Sun Shinshin are the only ones there, so they don't have to worry about so many things. They can eat whatever they want without worrying about being noticed. The next day, the whole production team knew that Suan and Sun Shinshin were living alone. The team leader had arranged to build a house before, but everyone didn't know that it was built by Suan. Now everyone knows that Suan is so rich that she built such a big house by herself. When Go's mother saw that Suan's conditions were so good, she started to worry again. If Suan marries their heir Go, wouldn't the house built by Suan belong to their family? Go's mother knew very well that if she introduced her son to Suan directly, Suan would definitely look down on her son. If they could spread rumors about Suan, saying that Suan was hooking up with a wild man, Suan would definitely not be able to get married after losing her reputation. And their family said that they didn't mind and were willing to marry her back, wouldn't Suan be grateful to them? After Go's mother had made up her mind happily, she went to work on this matter. Suan didn't know that Go's mother was playing this trick behind her back. She finished her work in the morning, had a meal at noon, and continued to go up the mountain in the afternoon. She didn't encounter any big prey on this trip up the mountain, but she did pick up a few pheasants and rabbits. Suan was not greedy, and she thought it was good to get some. Unexpectedly, she met an old man when she was going down the mountain. The old man was wearing very shabby clothes, not to mention his complexion. You could tell at a glance that he had been starving for a long time and was skinny. Suan saw that the old man fell to the ground with a face full of pain. She stepped forward and said, "Uncle, what's wrong with you?" The old man's name was Wu Mingzhong. Wu Mingzhong saw Suan coming over. He remembered that she seemed to be a new educated youth in the production team and had killed a wild boar. When Suan came back carrying a wild boar that day, Wu Mingzhong took a look from a distance. The aura of this girl is really extraordinary, not like an ordinary girl. I accidentally fell down when I was going down the mountain, and my foot seems to be injured. Suan heard Wu Mingzhong say this, and squatted down to check the old man's injury. He was indeed injured, but it was not particularly serious. His foot was swollen and sprained. He would be fine after a good rest for a while. Suan took out a patch and helped the old man put it on his ankle. This ointment has the effect of clearing blood stasis and reducing swelling. It will be fine after a few days. After helping the old man put on the patch, Suan continued to take out a few patches of plasters and handed them to Wu Mingzhong. "Uncle, take these back, apply them once every 2 days, and you will be healed after a few times." Suan took this patch from her space. There are all kinds of medicines in the space, and the effects of these medicines are much better than those on the market. After Wu Mingzhong put on this patch, he immediately felt that the pain in his feet was relieved a lot. He was a little embarrassed to accept the patch sent by Suan. "How can I be so embarrassed?" Suan stuffed the money directly into the man's hand. "What's there to be embarrassed about? It's worthless, so you can keep it. By the way, your feet are not convenient for you to go down the mountain. I will take you back. Where is your home?" Suan thought Wu Mingzhong was a member of the nearby production team, so she asked this question. Wu Mingzhong hurriedly said to Suan, "Girl, no need, I think my feet are better now. I will try to go back slowly by myself. I am a demoted person, you can't get involved with me too much. Otherwise it will implicate you." Suan was stunned when she heard what Wu Mingzhong said. Demoted? Many of those who were sent down at this time were big men. Because she had lived 2 lives, Suan knew the history of the future. For these people who were sent down, they would be able to go back one day. Of course, the premise is that these people have the life to go back. Many people died in the local area when they were sent down. It was not easy for the educated youth who went to the countryside to die at this time, let alone these people who were sent down. "It's okay, I'm not afraid. I'll be careful later and try to hide from people. It will be difficult for you to go down the mountain by yourself, and it's getting dark now. It's not safe on the mountain." Wu Mingzhong didn't expect Suan to insist on sending him back after knowing his identity. His luck today is really good. He met a good comrade. If it were other team members, let alone getting any help, it would be good if they didn't step on him. Suan wanted to help Wu Mingzhong, but found that even if she helped, Wu Mingzhong still walked very slowly on one foot. Suan simply suggested to carry Wu Mingzhong down the mountain. If Wu Mingzhong had not seen Suan carrying 2 big wild boars with his own eyes, he would definitely not let a little girl carry him. Suan easily carried Wu Mingzhong on her back. Even with the weight, Suan walked very fast. After going down the mountain, Suan was cautious and tried to avoid people. After all, it would be troublesome if someone saw her in contact with the people who were sent down. Fortunately, after Suan deliberately avoided people, she sent Wu Mingzhong to the cowshed without meeting anyone along the way. Needless to say, the environment in the cowshed is very difficult. It is conceivable how difficult life is in such an environment. While waiting for Wu Mingjong to be sent to the place, an old lady came out of the house. Like Wu Mingjong, she looked very thin, and she was also very vicissitudes and tired. Looking at Suan, who came with Wu Mingjong, Mrs. Wu was shocked for a moment. Usually, these team members and educated youths try to stay away from them. Seeing them is like seeing the plague god. How come an educated youth suddenly comes now? Wu Mingjong naturally saw the confusion in his wife's eyes, and explained, I accidentally sprained my foot when I went up the mountain this time. Fortunately, this educated youth Su met me and sent me down the mountain. Mrs. Wu asked why Wu Mingjong didn't come back for so long today. It turned out that he had encountered something. She nodded to Suan and said, Suan, thank you for helping my wife. Suan said in a calm voice, it's okay, I sent the person here. Pay attention to rest these days, take good care of yourself and try not to walk around. Okay, I remember. Wu Mingjong nodded. Suan was about to leave, and seeing that Mrs. Wu and Wu Mingjong had become so thin, he sighed silently in her heart. The soft-hearted problem still can't be changed. I have been caught in the rain, so I want to hold an umbrella for others. Suan took out a pheasant from her backpack and said, if you are injured, you need to heal it. Take this pheasant. Wu Mingjong firmly refused the pheasant Suan gave him. He had received so much help from others, so how could he accept their pheasant? Meat is so expensive these days and many people can't eat meat for several months. As a result, Suan just gave a pheasant to others. Seeing that Wu Mingjong and Mrs. Wu didn't want it, Suan threw it on the ground next to him and strode away. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. Suan and the man went into the haystack. Seeing Suan running away in a short while, Wu Mingjong and Madame Wu couldn't catch up with Suan to return the pheasant to her, which would only cause trouble for the girl. Wu Mingjong sighed and said to Madame Wu, forget it, since it is a kind gesture from someone, let's accept it. If there is a chance in the future, we must repay this girl well. Madame Wu nodded, just thinking whether they still have a chance to repay Suan in their current situation. Suan left the cowshed and returned to her house. Sun Xinshin had been waiting for Suan to come back at home. As soon as Suan came back, she took out a pheasant from her backpack and threw it to Sun Xinshin. Sun Xinshin knew that Suan would definitely get something out of going out. And then what do you want to eat tonight? Suan thought for a while, whatever you can do it. Sun Xinshin stared at the pheasant in her hand, thought for a moment and said, I'll make you spicy diced chicken. Sun Xinshin had made chicken stewed with mushrooms, clear stewed pheasant soup, and braised pheasant before, and this time she wanted to change the taste. Suan had no objection to this. Okay, I'll listen to you. Okay, I'll go cook. Sun Xinshin immediately took the chicken and went to work. After Suan came back, she put down the backpack and rested for a while. After waiting for a while, she immediately smelled the fragrance coming from the kitchen. It feels good to look forward to dinner every day. She waited leisurely for Sun Xinshin to make dinner, and the two of them started eating together. Now that they have moved out of the educated youth point, they don't have to avoid the old educated youth when eating. After eating, Sun Xinshin was still responsible for cleaning up the dishes. The two of them have their own independent yard, and they don't need to be watched when washing, which is much more convenient than at the educated youth point. Just when Suan was feeling that her life was getting better and better, when she went to work the next day, Suan found that many people looked at her with strange eyes, and some people secretly avoided her and talked about something behind her back. Wang Zhaodi asked about gossip early in the morning, and now she looked at Suan with a gloating look in her eyes. Although she didn't dare to offend Suan, she was in a very good mood when she saw Suan being humiliated. When Suan was curious about what happened, she saw Tao Danny rushing to Suan and roughly explaining the cause of the matter. The team members looked at her like this because of the rumor that Suan went into the haystack with a man. Unlike other team members, Tao Danny knew Suan inside out and knew that Suan was a good child and would definitely not do such a thing. So after hearing the rumor, Tao Danny went to find out who was the first to spread it. As soon as she inquired, she locked in the rumor spreaders as Li Ergu and Ergu's mother. Ergu's mother was really wicked. She wanted to introduce her son to Suan before, but ended up spreading rumors and hurting people behind her back. No matter how powerful Suan is, isn't she still a girl? If the reputation of this girl is damaged, how can she survive in the future? After Tao Danny investigated it clearly, she hurried to inform Suan. This girl is powerful and fierce. She will definitely tear the stinky mouth of Ergu's mother apart. After Suan understood this, she immediately got angry and exploded. Damn, this Ergu bitch is really bad. Last time she introduced her disgusting son to her, Suan didn't care. But now she wants to spread rumors and slander her reputation? It's really a tiger that doesn't show its power, so she thinks she is a sick cat? Suan directly picked up the shovel and asked Tao Danny, Aunt, where are these two bitches? If they dare to spread rumors about my reputation, I will make them pay for it. Tao Danny was immediately shocked when she saw the momentum bursting out of Suan. She was worried that someone would die, so she hurriedly said to Suan, Suan, don't be impulsive, Just show the mother and son a little color later. No need to use a knife. It's not worth getting into a lawsuit for a life for such a person. Suan heard Tao Danny's instructions, nodded, and immediately threw down the shovel in her hand. Even without using a knife, Suan could blow the mother and son away with her own hands. Anyway, don't mess with her. If you mess with her, you'll get nothing good. Seeing Suan put down the shovel, Tao Danny was relieved, so she immediately led the way and explained the current location of Ergu and Ergu's mother. As soon as they saw Suan rushing over, Ergu and Ergu's mother knew that the situation was not good. It must be that the rumors spread by the two were known by Suan. Ergu, run quickly. Ergu's mother called her son and said that they had to hide now and not be caught by Suan. Otherwise, Suan was furious at the moment and would definitely skin them. When Suan saw the two running away, she chased after them and cursed, "You two stop right there, you dogs, you dare to spread rumors about me, don't you want to live?" It would be better if Suan didn't shout. Ergu's mother and Ergu ran faster when she shouted. The other team members looked like they were watching the fun. The team was usually very boring, but now it was good, there was finally something exciting to watch. Normally, everyone dislikes Ergu and his mother. If someone can teach this mother and son a lesson, it can be regarded as eliminating harm for the people. Suan looked at the two people who ran faster than rabbits, and the corners of her mouth twitched. She could understand that Ergu, a grown man, could run fast, but why could Ergu's mother, an old lady, run so fast? Sure enough, people can burst out their physical potential when they feel they are in danger. However, no matter how powerful the two are, they can't run faster than her. Suan continued to chase, cursing as she chased, "Two wicked and blind things, dare to spread rumors about me. Today I must let you know why the flowers are so red." Lu Zhenting and Guamiao had just returned from the county town, and saw Suan chasing Ergu and Go's mother. Seeing Suan like this, Guamiao trembled and said, "Brother Ting, this woman is really fierce. Who are these two people? They actually dared to touch the tiger's tail. They are really brave." Lu Zhenting was naturally curious about how Ergu and Ergu's mother had provoked Suan based on Suan's skills. Most people would only come to provoke her because they are tired of living. Hearing the curses from Suan, it seems that it is because these two people spread rumors about her reputation. Lu Zhenting knows that for a woman, reputation is a very important thing. No wonder Suan is so angry now. These two people have kicked the iron plate. Seeing that Ergu and Ergu's mother were about to run away from him, Lu Zhenting took a look at Suan, pulled their collars, and Ergu and Ergu's mother were pressed into his palms. Ergu and Ergu's mother, who were running for their lives, did not expect this to happen. This new male-educated youth is really meddling in other people's business. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Suan is too fierce. Seeing that Suan had already caught up to him, Lu Zhenting threw the two people in his hands to Suan's feet. Although he was not as strong as the monster Suan, Lu Zhenting was much stronger than ordinary people. After Lu Zhenting threw them, Ergu and Go's mother fell heavily to the ground, screaming in pain. Suan glanced at Lu Zhenting and didn't expect this man to help her. Although she could deal with Ergu and Go's mother alone without Lu Zhenting, she had to remember this friendship. At this time, Suan couldn't help but look at Lu Zhenting again. Don't say this man is so handsome. He is good-looking and strong and she really likes him. Suan has never been in love in her 2 lives. It seems that it would be nice to find a partner. Guamiao felt that there was something wrong with Suan's eyes when she looked at Lu Zhenting at this time, like a hunter staring at prey. Could it be that Suan has taken a fancy to their brother Ting? Thinking of Suan's skills, Guamiao was a little afraid. Their brother Ting's skills are better than his, but he can't have an advantage against Suan, this monster. If their brother Ting is really favored by Suan, and the two of them are together, brother Ting will definitely suffer. Suan took her eyes off Lu Zhenting, and then picked up Ergu and Go's mother who were lying on the ground howling. Suan was not polite at all to the two people who spread rumors and slandered her, and slapped them at the corner of their mouths. Needless to say, Suan's strength is so strong that one of Ergu and Go's mother's teeth was pulled out after this slap. "You two dare to spread rumors about my reputation, two black-hearted people. You are like 2 pieces of shit, smelly and rotten, disgusting." Suan was not satisfied after slapping them, and continued to curse. Ergu and Go's mother were slapped and lost a tooth. They screamed like pigs being slaughtered again because of the pain. The people watching the excitement were stunned. They had seen Suan working before and knew that this woman was fierce, but they didn't expect that she could beat people so cruelly. Guamiao took a few steps back in fear. Suan didn't beat him, but why did he feel a pain in his face when he saw Ergu and Go's mother being beaten? The one who was most afraid was Wang Zhaodi. After seeing the end of Ergu and Go's mother, she realized that Suan really showed mercy when he beat her. In addition, she was glad that she had been honest during this period and didn't commit suicide again. Go's mother had never suffered such humiliation. Seeing that she had lost a tooth because of Suan, she sat down on the ground and cried to the sky. "Don't live like that. The educated youth has killed someone. Is there any law? A person from another village has come to bully our people. Seeing Go's mother playing the tricks that country women like most, Suan didn't tolerate her and sneered. It's not that whoever cries louder is more right. You must explain to me today. Which man did you see me hiding in the haystack with? Tell me quickly. Suan dealt with the mother and son in this way just to make a big deal out of it. If this was not a big deal, even if everyone knew that she didn't do it, there might still be unpleasant words coming out in the future. It's better to solve it all at once, clarify the rumors and make an example of them, so that people dare not talk about her behind her back. As soon as Suan finished speaking, a team member immediately helped to speak. Yes, you and your son said that Suan went hiding in the haystack with someone. Who was it with? Such things can't be made up for no reason, otherwise they will be sent to the farm. The second dog mother was beaten up and was unwilling. At this moment, when she heard that the rumor was sent to the farm, it was even more necessary to bite Suan as a haystack with others. The girl, see if she dares to be so rampant. I came out to see it last night. I didn't see who Suyo hissed up and who drilled the grass, but it must be a man. As soon as the two dogs said, Sun Shinshin jumped out to testify, you are nonsense and I can testify for her. Angry forward, she was a slap in the second dog. Just now, Suan was busy telling the girl not to use the knife. Suan didn't bring any weapons with her, but she beat Go's mother with her bare hands. Seeing Go's mother's mouth full of blood and her face swollen like a steamed bun, Tao Danny quickly reminded her, Suan, take it easy, don't kill anyone. Suan nodded, okay. Aunt Danny, I know what's going on. Tao Danny looked at Go's mother's miserable face and felt that it was a bit unreliable for the girl to say she knew what was going on. After beating Go's mother, Suan started to curse again. You are such a good rumor monger. You have already told me which man I had sex with, and you still want to put the blame on me? I said you were fooling around with the old man dog in the village, and gave birth to Li Ergu and this bastard. Why is your Ergu not doing anything? Turns out that he is not a human being. How can he be like us normal people? TSK, how pitiful is your man? It's okay to be cuckolded, but he is cuckolded by an old man dog. When Suan said this, the team members who were watching the fun around almost burst out laughing. In fact, Li Ergu and Ergu's mother were not well received in the team, but not many people dared to say this about this mother and son. Now I feel relieved to hear Suan's cursing. Speaking of which, this young educated youth Su is really mean when it comes to cursing. Look, this little mouth can really blah. Guo Miao and Lu Zhenting were shocked by Suan again. This woman is strong in body, but how can she be so talkative? As expected, only villains and women are difficult to raise. Suan is such a scary woman. Guo Miao secretly reminded himself not to provoke her in the future. As for Lu Zhenting, he was quite interested in Suan. Looking at the little girl's domineering appearance, she was really different from ordinary female comrades. At least for Lu Zhenting, he had never seen a girl like Suan in his life. Ergo's mother almost died of anger when she heard the laughter around her. Li Ergu was almost angry to death. Even though everyone knew that he could not be born by a dog, Suan had done this, and he would definitely be laughed at as a dog bastard wherever he went. Go's mother knew that she could not beat Suan, but she was so angry that she could not bear it at this moment, and rushed directly to Suan. You little bitch, let you spread rumors about me. I will tear your mouth apart. Seeing Go's mother rushing to Suan desperately, everyone thought that Go's mother would be forced to fight again. But this time, Chapter 36. Chapter 36. A preemptive strike and extortion of Ergo's mother. Suan saw Ergo's mother charging towards her and immediately fell to the ground, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. Everyone was stunned to see Suan like this. Ergo's mother raised her hand high but slapped nothing. Seeing Suan lying on the ground, Ergo's mother panicked even more. What on earth is this damn girl trying to do? She thought. Hey Suan, what's wrong with you? Yeah, Suan, are you okay? Why did you suddenly lie down? Suan, what's wrong with you? The team members bombarded her with questions. Ergo's mother looked at Suan lying on the ground and said hurriedly, Suan, I didn't hit you just now. Don't try to blackmail me. Everyone saw that I didn't touch you at all. Suan pretended to breathe hard, and then said weakly, Ergo's mother, you didn't hit me, but you spread rumors about me like this and planned to hit me, which made me have a heart attack. Suan then cried to the other team members, how pitiful I am. Don't look at my strength, but I have a heart disease. It would be fine if I didn't have a big emotional fluctuation. I wouldn't get sick. But today I have to deal with such a thing. Although I am an educated youth who went to the countryside and not a local, you can't bully me like this, right? I'm a girl. How can I live if my reputation is ruined? Although Suan is usually very fierce, when she pretends, she really looks like a weak little white flower. Seeing Suan like this, the surrounding team members all sympathized with her. They thought about the fact that Suan had hunted wild boars for the team and let everyone eat wild game, making her much better than Li Ergu and his mother, who were always causing trouble. So at this moment, everyone was willing to help Suan speak a few words. Li Ergu's mother, you went too far this time. You made up Suan's reputation for no reason, and now you've even made her have a heart attack. You must give an explanation. That's right, although Suan is an outsider, she's such a good kid. She doesn't hold back at work every day, can earn full work points, and can also help our team eat meat. Is this how you and your son bully a little girl? Bah, isn't it just that Ergu's mother fell in love with Suan and wanted to introduce her son to Suan as a daughter-in-law, but Suan didn't like her and didn't agree? As a result, this mother and son, who don't care about anything, slandered and spread rumors about her behind her back. Li Ergu and his mother were scolded so much that they burst into tears. Lu Zhenting was looking at Suan, who was lying on the ground and having a heart attack. He knew from the investigation data about Suan from Beijing City that she didn't have a heart disease. So Suan must be pretending at this moment, he thought. But her IQ is amazing. If she didn't pretend to be sick, she might be blackmailed for beating Li Ergu and Ergu's mother. Now that Suan is pretending like this, it's good to take the initiative and blackmail Li Ergu and his mother first. Sun Xinxin, however, still believed Suan really had a heart condition and was very anxious beside her, and continued to curse at Li Ergu and Ergu's mother. You two disgusting things with assholes and sores in your mouth, you lack the virtue of your 18 generations of ancestors, and you are blind to bully RNN, you will not die well. Suan heard Sun Xinxin's curse and frowned slightly. My little fairy Xinxin, she really didn't expect the girl's curse to be so ugly, Suan thought. This girl seemed to not care about her image at all in front of so many people. Sun Xinxin still felt that she had not cursed enough, and all kinds of unpleasant words came out of her mouth. Although Suan felt that it damaged the girl's image, she couldn't help but feel relieved when she heard Sun Xinxin helping her to curse. At this moment the team leader Wang Weihua also hurried over. Thinking that Suan was a capable girl, and that she had sent a lot of good things to their family before, he naturally favored Suan. So Wang Weihua said to Li Ergu and Ergu's mother, you two apologize to the educated youth Su, and compensate her for the loss of 100 yuan, and the matter will be over. Ergu's mother jumped up immediately when she heard Wang Weihua's disposal. That bitch Suan had broken her and her son's teeth, and she hadn't even asked Suan for an explanation. But the captain still made their family suffer such a huge loss. How could Ergu's mother be willing to accept this? She thought. Ergu's mother sat down on the ground. I don't want to live anymore. This is forcing people to live. Captain, even if I did something wrong, why should I pay them 100 yuan? Are you trying to force me to death? Seeing Ergu's mother starting to act crazy again, Suan said coldly, what's wrong with asking you to pay 100 yuan? My reputation is not worth 100 yuan? Do you know that you are lucky to meet someone as thick-skinned as me? If it were any other female educated youth, they might have been forced to jump into the river. Asking you to pay 100 yuan is a bargain for you. What else are you dissatisfied with? Suan then covered her chest and said, oh, I can't take it anymore. My heart hurts so much. Ergu's mother, it doesn't matter if you don't pay. I have this disease. From now on, your family will help me earn the 10 work points every day, and you must pay for my medical expenses. Ergu's mother was dumbfounded when she heard Suan rely on her like this. Suan earned 10 work points a day, and she would earn a lot of money in a year just from work points. This does not include the medical expenses. If she has to pay for the medical expenses for this year will be very high. In comparison, this 100 yuan buyout seems to be the best option. Ergu's mother was unwilling, but she still stamped her feet and gritted her teeth and said, okay, I will pay. But Suan, we agreed that after I give you this 100 yuan, you can't blame me if you have any health problems in the future. Suan also knew when to stop while she was ahead. This time, she just wanted to make Ergu's mother bleed a lot, and learn her lesson. Okay, I promise you. Seeing that Suan agreed, Ergu's mother started to play tricks again. Suan, since I promised to compensate you with 100 yuan, I will definitely give it to you, but I don't have that much money at home. So, I will give you 20 first, and the remaining 80 will be given to you slowly when I have money. Suan knew what Ergu's mother was thinking. Will she have money in the future? When will she have it? If she keeps saying that she doesn't have money, won't she never get the money? Suan thought. Suan shook her head and said, no, if you don't have money, I'll deduct it from your work points and food rations. I'm afraid you'll default on me, so let's settle it all at once. Ergu's mother didn't expect Suan to be so straightforward in revealing her thoughts. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Dice becomes a spirit. Could it be that the dice have become spirits? Why is it so hard to fool this little girl? Ergu's mother thought to herself. Seeing that Ergu's mother didn't say anything, Tao Danny sneered. Ergu's mother, I think what the educated youth Su said is right. Don't fool the little girl. Ergu's mother had to agree now. She felt incredibly unlucky. She had gained nothing and had given 100 yuan to Suan for nothing. Wait until Li Ergu and Ergu's mother apologize, and the matter will be over, she thought. But Suan just pretended to be sick, and she can't recover immediately. She still has to continue pretending. Sun Xinshin supported Suan and planned to send her home to rest. Li Chunling also stepped forward to help. Suan, how are you? Do you want me to take you home? Facing Li Chunling's concerned eyes, Suan said, no thank you Li Chunling, I'll let Xinshin take me home. Li Chunling saw Suan said this but she didn't force it. Okay, you guys go slowly. When Sun Xinshin helped Suan go back, there was still a look of worry on her face. She really thought Suan had a heart attack. When they arrived at the house they built, Sun Xinshin hurried to the kitchen to pour water for Suan. And then come, drink some water quickly, that black-hearted mother and son are so bad they made you like this. Seeing that Sun Xinshin started to scold again, the corners of Suan's mouth began to twitch again. Xinshin, I'm fine. Actually, I don't have a heart disease. I just pretended. You don't have to worry about me. Sun Xinshin was stunned when she heard Suan's words. What? And then you pretended? Suan nodded. I beat those two so badly, I was worried that they would blackmail me, so I took the initiative. Although Sun Xinshin was simple, she was not stupid. She immediately knew Suan's intention. At this moment, Sun Xinshin looked at Suan with admiration. Hernan was really good. This IQ was enough for her to learn from, she thought. And then I'm glad you're okay. I was almost scared to death just now. If I couldn't beat them, I would have wanted to go up and fight them. Unable to beat them, Sun Xinshin could only curse. Anyway, she cursed as badly as she could just now, and it was probably disgusting to the mother and son, she thought. Thinking of what Sun Xinshin had just said, Suan asked Sun Xinshin, Xinshin, who did you learn these curse words from? Why didn't I realize that you are so good at cursing before? Speaking of this, Sun Xinshin did not hide it from Suan. I heard the ants in the production team quarreling, and followed them to learn. Suan gave a thumbs up, and didn't expect that this girl's learning talent in this area was so strong. After knowing that Suan was fine, Sun Xinshin felt relieved. Now that neither of them had to go to work, Sun Xinshin thought that Suan had made 100 yuan today and beat up Ergo's mother and the others, and felt that this matter must be celebrated. Thinking of this, Sun Xinshin happily went to the kitchen to work. There were still some ingredients left at home, and Sun Xinshin planned to cut some bacon and stir-fry it. The eggplants in this season were not very delicious, and Sun Xinshin planned to fry some eggplant cakes. By the way, there was just enough time to make some snacks. Sun Xinshin made some rice noodles and went to steam rice cakes. Unfortunately, the two of them didn't eat much, so they could only make less. When they had time later, Sun Xinshin wanted to make some pumpkin pie for Sue, and Tao Danny had sent them an old pumpkin, which was just right for them. Sun Xinshin's skill in this area was naturally beyond words, and the ones she made were tastier than those sold on the market. Suan leaned against the chair, shaking his legs happily, waiting for Sun Xinshin to finish the food. Because he beat someone today, Suan was in a very good mood. Sun Xinshin was busy here very quickly, and a pot of rice cakes was steamed in a short while. The rice cakes just out of the pot were still hot, and Suan felt soft and fragrant when he ate them, which was much better than the snacks sold outside. Suan thought that it would be good if Sun Xinshin opened a restaurant after the reform and opening up. With her cooking skills, there will definitely be no shortage of customers. But thinking of this girl's identity, her family is a capitalist. After a few years of rehabilitation, there will be no shortage of money, so it doesn't matter whether she opens a restaurant or not. Suan ate a lot of rice cakes and Sun Xinshin ate a few small pieces. Her appetite is not as big as Suan's. If she eats too much, she won't be able to eat lunch later, so it's better to eat less. There are still some rice cakes left, so Suan thought about sending them to the captain's house. There is no rush for this. Wait until she goes up the mountain and hunts some game, then add some game to send to others. Today, thanks to Tao Danny's help in the investigation behind the scenes, it was found out that the people who spread rumors about her were Li Ergu and Ergu's mother. In addition, Wang Weihua was obviously biased towards her, and helped her deal with this matter. People are good to her, Suan is still grateful, and she must repay them. Oh yes, there is also Lu Jinting. Thinking of Lu Jinting helping him catch Li Ergu and his son today, Suan must repay him. How to repay? Invite people to dinner? Suan thinks this is feasible. Wait for her to go up the mountain in the afternoon, get some game back, and let Sun Xinshin make something good to entertain people in the evening. After eating the rice cakes, Sun Xinshin went to the kitchen to work. Obviously, she ate a lot of rice cakes, but after waiting for the meal, Sun Xinshin found that Suan's appetite was really big, and she could still eat a lot. Unlike her, she couldn't eat after 2 bites. Suan's appetite is such that it would be hard to support her without some family wealth. Fortunately, before her parents were sent down to the countryside, they secretly left her a lot of wealth, so Sun Xinshin is not short of money for the time being. When she is short of money, she can just dig out some of the treasures left by her parents and eat for a long time. If Suan eats herself out of money, she will come to support her. Suan is so good to her. Sun Xinshin is willing to support her little sister. Suan doesn't know what Sun Xinshin thinks yet. If she knew, she would definitely be moved by this girl. After all, in this life before her rebirth, she was cheated by the Su family, and after she went to the countryside, she was cheated by the educated youth. There has never been a person around her who has shown kindness to her. Sun Xinshin is definitely the only one who is sincere to her in this time and space. After eating and drinking at noon, Suan went up the mountain. Of course, you have to avoid people when going up the mountain. Suan wandered around the mountain in the afternoon and had a good harvest. This time he actually caught a wild goat. Thinking of the taste of mutton, Suan was already drooling. Waiting to carry the mutton back, let Sun Xinshin make some braised lamb chops for her, and grill some lamb skewers for her. Stewed lamb tastes good, and I can stew some more later. Suan first put the game into the space, and waited until he was almost at the yard of his own house before getting the wild goat out, and then carried it into the yard. Seeing Suan get a wild goat, Sun Xinshin was also happy. She was also craving for mutton. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Seeing Lu Zhenting shirtless. And then today's harvest is really good, there are even goats. Sun Xinshin exclaimed excitedly, approaching Suan. Suan smiled and replied, yes, good luck. I'll take care of it first. Sun Xinshin wasn't as skilled as Suan at this, so she let Suan handle it. Sun Xinshin watched as Suan quickly dealt with the wild goat. The goat meat was kept, and Suan was going to throw away the offal, but Sun Xinshin stopped her. And then you can't throw away the goat offal, it's a good thing. Braised goat offal, stewed goat offal soup, they're all delicious. You keep it, I'll deal with it. As Sun Xinshin said this, her eyes sparkled as she looked at the goat offal. Suan disliked the strong smell of these things, but seeing that Sun Xinshin was willing to deal with it, she let the girl do it. Suan separated 2 pounds of meat from the wild goat meat, and also took 2 or 3 pounds of lamb chops. Xinshin, I'm going to send some things to Aunt Danny, you stay home for a while. Sun Xinshin nodded, okay, and then you go and do your thing. Well, by the way, I want to treat everyone to dinner tonight, you prepare a few more dishes. Sun Xinshin asked curiously, and then, who are you going to treat to dinner tonight? Lu Zhenting, didn't he help me catch Li Ergu and Ergu's mother today? I want to thank him and invite him to dinner. Sun Xinshin remembered this matter, and really had to treat someone to dinner to express her gratitude. Okay, and then, I'll prepare this and I guarantee that everyone will be satisfied with the meal. Sun Xinshin has already thought of many ways to cook so much goat meat. After Suan and Sun Xinshin finished their explanation, Suan went to Tao Danny's house. Of course, she put the meat in the basket, but she didn't dare to take it out directly, for fear that someone would see it and miss it. When she went to Tao Danny's house, Suan took out a few rice cakes and mutton chops. Not to mention the rice cakes, the meat is even better. Seeing Suan taking out so much meat, Tao Danny waved her hands, you girl, how can you bring so much meat? It's too expensive, Auntie can't accept it. Although Tao Danny was greedy for meat, she had accepted a lot of good things from Suan before, so she couldn't be greedy and keep accepting benefits from others. Suan said, Auntie, this is the game I caught in the mountains and I still have a lot. Today you helped me a lot and saved my reputation loss. This meat is my thank you. If you don't accept it, I will be unhappy. Tao Danny also knew Su-An's ability. This girl always caught some game when she went up the mountain. The brigade stipulated that large game should be handed in, and small ones could be taken back by themselves. Since it was the game that Suan had hunted herself, Tao Danny accepted it after a moment of hesitation, but gave Suan some dried black fungus and homemade soybean paste in return. Suan was not polite, and took Tao Danny's things and went back. Suan had sweated a lot after going up the mountain, so she went to take a shower first. While waiting for Suan to finish her shower, Sun Xinshin had already prepared some of the mutton offal and started to stew it, and also stewed a pot of mutton offal soup. There are many ways to cook mutton, and Sun Xinshin thought that there would be guests coming to eat, so she prepared a portion of cumin roasted lamb and a portion of braised lamb chops. In addition, she would stir-fry 2 vegetables, and this meal would be perfect for entertaining guests. The key point is that there is a lot of meat, which is enough to fill you up. The conditions in the countryside are so poor, and it is not easy to have a meal of meat. Suan saw Sun Xinshin busy in the kitchen, and she had to go to the educated youth point to invite Lu Zhenting to her house for dinner. While waiting for Suan to go to the youth league center, she noticed the door of Lu Zhenting and Guo Miao's room was closed but not locked, so they should be inside. So Suan went to knock on the door. Lu Zhenting, who was in the room, heard someone knocking on the door and wondered if it was the team leader or a male youth league member from the youth league center. They didn't have many visitors, and the female youth league members had never come here. Lu Zhenting had just finished taking a shower and hadn't had time to put on his shirt when he went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, he saw Suan standing at the door. After Lu Zhenting opened the door, Suan also saw him shirtless. Suan thought Lu Zhenting's appearance was already stunning enough, but after seeing Lu Zhenting's figure, she was even more amazed. The muscle lines on this man's upper body were perfect, and when paired with Lu Jinting's face it was simply amazing. Lu Jinting didn't expect Suan to be so bold. If it were any other girl, she would have run away in shame, but Suan admired his figure so frankly, without any shyness or reservation. Lu Jinting could even see Suan's desire in her eyes. Being stared at like this by Suan, Lu Jinting felt embarrassed. His ears turned red for a moment, and he quickly said to Suan, "I'll put on some clothes first." After that, Lu Jinting closed the door first, and opened it again a few seconds later. Suan noticed the redness on Lu Jinting's face. Is this man shy? Alas, men of this era are really innocent. Isn't it just that someone has seen him? It's not like he took off his pants and exposed himself in front of her. What's there to be embarrassed about? She thought. Lu Jinting coughed lightly and asked Suan, "Suan, do you have something to talk to me about?" Suan directly stated the purpose of her visit today. "You helped me catch Li Ergu and Ergu's mother today. I want to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude." Lu Jinting was a little surprised that Suan would actually treat him to a meal. However, thinking that Suan would treat him to a meal and bring the two closer, Lu Jinting was very curious about Suan and wanted to know whether she was a spy. "Okay, when will the meal start?" "Wait for about half an hour and then you can go." "Okay." Guo Miao had just finished using the toilet when he heard about Suan's dinner invitation. He immediately came over and asked, "Suan, can you take me with you?" The good brother went out to eat, and he couldn't be left out. After the two went to the countryside, Lu Jinting was basically the one who cooked. It's not that Guo Miao can't do it, but the food he cooked was disgusting, even dogs ate. Once Lu Jinting left, he would have nothing to eat. Suan glanced at Guo Miao and knew that Guo Miao and Lu Jinting could live alone, so they must have a very good relationship. One more person is not too many. Anyway, there are enough dishes at home, so Suan nodded and said, "Okay, you can come too." Seeing Suan agreed, Guo Miao was very happy. Suan finished talking about this and went back. When she got home, the smell of meat was already coming from the kitchen. The mutton was not smelly at all under the treatment of Sun Xinshin, but very fragrant. Guo Miao and Lu Jinting came to Suan half an hour later. When the two came, Guo Miao was holding 2 bottles of canned fruit in his hands. Lu Jinting was invited to dinner, and it didn't matter if he came empty-handed. As a freeloader, he still had the awareness of freeloading, so he brought some small gifts. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. Suan is fooling people. As soon as they arrived at Suan's house, Lu Jinting and Guo Miao smelled the aroma of meat in the air. "Seems that we got it right. I didn't expect to eat meat," Guo Miao said to Lu Jinting with a smile. Lu Jinting knew Suan's ability. She could easily catch wild game in the mountains, so she had no shortage of meat. The two of them knocked on the door in front of the yard. Suan opened the door. After the two entered the house, Guo Miao handed over the 2 canned fruit he brought. Suan looked at the canned fruit Guo Miao handed over, thinking that this person was not the kind of person who liked to take advantage of others, and they could make close friends. "You sit down for a while and we can have dinner later." Guo Miao and Lu Jinting nodded, not in a hurry. Suan moved the tables and chairs to the yard. It was more spacious and comfortable to eat outside. Seeing the two sitting down and waiting, Suan went to pour 2 cups of brown sugar water, and let them drink some water first. Then she also moved a stool out, and Guyu sat down lying down. Looking at Suan's lazy look, it was the first time that Lu Jinting saw a girl like this. "Suan, you are so good at fighting. Have you practiced martial arts before?" Lu Jinting felt that from Suan's investigation background, Suan should not have such good skills, so he asked this question deliberately. Suan met Lu Jinting's inquiring eyes, knowing that this man probably suspected something about her, so she made up a lie. "Yes, I met a master before, who saw that I was bullied by my family, so he helped me open up the Ran and do meridians, and taught me some martial arts. It's a pity that my master died early, and I didn't even learn the basics of his skills, otherwise I would definitely be better at fighting now." Lu Jinting. This girl said it seriously. Why did he feel that she was fooling him? He thought. She said that the master had passed away, so he had no way to check. Whether there was such a master or not, it was up to this girl to say. Lu Jinting twitched his lips. "I didn't expect that there were such hidden masters in the world. I thought these skills were all written in novels." Suan smiled. "There are many things in this world that are beyond our cognition. There is nothing strange about it." Lu Jinting did not continue this topic and continued to ask Suan, "Suan, why did you go to the countryside in the first place?" Seeing that Lu Jinting began to interrogate again, Suan looked at him with a ruffian look. "Lu Jinting, you ask so many things about me. Do you like me and are interested in me?" She looked down on Guo Miao, but if it was Lu Jinting, Suan felt that it was acceptable. Especially when she saw Lu Jinting's muscles today. Suan wanted to knock this man unconscious and carry him to the Kong. Things that you didn't have in your last life, you must enjoy them in this life, she thought. Guo Miao, who was drinking water, made a puff. This mouthful of water sprayed far away. Then Guamiao started to cough and was choked. Lu Zhenting did not expect Suan to say something so shocking, and hurriedly said, "Sorry, I'm just asking casually." Guamiao looked at Lu Zhenting and then at Suan. Although Suan is very beautiful, Guamiao feels that their brother Ting would not be interested in such a cruel woman. Brother Ting is no match for Suan, and only a man who is abused would be with such a woman, he thought. Suan was a little unhappy to hear Lu Zhenting's answer. Is she not beautiful enough? So Lu Zhenting is not interested in her? She thought. Lu Zhenting originally wanted to find out more about Suan's situation and check whether this woman is a spy. It was not a good time to ask now, or else people would misunderstand. Seeing that Lu Zhenting was silent, Suan asked him instead, "Lu Zhenting, how about you? Why did you come to the countryside?" "I am here to support rural construction," Lu Zhenting answered seriously. Suan sneered, "No one would believe that. You two appear and disappear all day long. You must not just be in the countryside. I am afraid you are here to perform some specific tasks. I see that your physique is different from that of ordinary people. It must be because of long-term training. So I guess you must be organized by some military unit." After Suan finished speaking, Guamiao and Lu Zhenting's faces turned pale at the same time. They were indeed here to perform a mission, but it was a confidential one. Originally, they thought that using the identity of Jiqing would be a good cover to not alert the people here. But Suan saw that something was wrong with them at a glance. This made Guamiao and Lu Zhenting realize that if Suan could see it, how could others not see it? Seeing that the two looked unnatural, Suan comforted them, "Don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who meddles in other people's business, and I won't spread it around. Just be careful. As educated youth, you should always behave like educated youth." After Suan finished speaking, Sun Xinxin came out of the kitchen and called everyone to eat, bringing the topic to an abrupt end. Guamiao and Lu Zhenting saw that since Suan had deliberately reminded them, she must have no ill intentions. Otherwise, there would be no need to say those words. Suan looked at the table full of delicious food and immediately invited Guamiao and Lu Zhenting to eat. She tasted Sun Xinxin's cooking skills, and it was truly impeccable. Every dish was delicious. At this time, the goat meat from the mountains was more fragrant than the mutton bought in later generations. Lu Zhenting and Guamiao's attention quickly shifted to the food on the table. It's not that they hadn't eaten good food before, but they still had to praise that Sun Xinxin's cooking skills were exceptional. Sun Xinxin's personality was very simple. Her cooking skills were good, and her smile was sweet. Guamiao stared at Sun Xinxin while eating. If you want to find a partner, you have to find someone like Sun Xinxin, he thought. Especially after comparing her to Suan, Guamiao felt that Sun Xinxin embodied the qualities a woman should have. He just didn't know how such a gentle girl ended up mixed up with Suan. Lu Zhenting and Guamiao ate a lot during this meal. They filled themselves up. Since they had come to the countryside, this was the best and most abundant meal they had eaten. Even though the appetites of the two of them were quite big, they couldn't compare with Suan. When eating together, Lu Zhenting and Guamiao were once again shocked by Suan's appetite. So, this ability is proportional to the appetite, right? Eat more to have strength and such good skills? They thought. After dinner, Lu Zhenting and Guamiao went back. Suan's words today reminded them of their situation, so they planned to do the same as her the next day. Finish their work and then carry out their tasks to avoid appearing too different. Seeing Lu Zhenting and Guamiao coming to work today, many team members felt strange. They had never seen these two working in the fields before, but now they were here. Lu Zhenting and Guamiao received their farm work and started working. Compared to other educated youth who had come to the countryside, Lu Zhenting and Guamiao were considered quite capable. Although they were not as impressive as Suan, they could finish their work in about 2 hours and earn a full work point. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. Lu Zhenting. I can't have children. The people in the team basically finished their work and arranged the rest of their time by themselves. When they completed their work, no one paid much attention to where they went. Otherwise, according to Suan, it was indeed easy for people to notice something was wrong when the educated youth who went to the countryside didn't participate in labor. But because Lu Zhenting and Guamiao went to the fields, they attracted the attention of many team members. Before the two of them went to the fields, the team members didn't know that the two new male educated youth were so capable. Now, seeing that Lu Zhenting and Guamiao were both good at work, many people had some small ideas, especially some girls in the production team. Not only were they capable, but they were also different from the country people. They were very good-looking. Previously, the girls in their countryside had liked the male educated youth from the city, but their families said that good looks were useless. Look at these male educated youth who went to the countryside. One was weaker than the other. If they really got married, could they be expected to support the family? Good looks cannot be eaten, and ability is the hard truth. Lu Zhenting and Guamiao were different. They were good-looking and good at their job, so they would definitely be recognized by their families. The next day, when Lu Jinting and Guo Miao were waiting to go to work, they saw several old ladies coming over. Although Lu Jinting was more handsome, he always had a cold face, which made people feel that he was difficult to approach. Several old ladies valued Guo Miao more. This guy seemed to have a good temper and was easier to get along with. So when Guo Miao was working, several old ladies surrounded him and asked, "Guo Jiqing, do you have a partner?" Guo Miao was stunned for a moment. Why did they ask him this? The ants in the production team were really enthusiastic. They even cared about whether he had a partner. When they heard Guo Miao say no, several old ladies' eyes suddenly showed joy. It's good that he doesn't have a partner. Only their girls have a chance. So one of the old ladies said, "Hey Guo Jiqing, I see that you are not young anymore. It's time to talk about marriage. Let me introduce you to a daughter of mine. Our daughter Xiaohong is well known in the surrounding area. She has a big butt and is good at giving birth. Many people proposed to her before, but I was reluctant to let my daughter marry off." Another old lady quickly said, "Little Hong, don't brag. Your daughter Xiaohong is not good looking. How can she be worthy of Guo Jiqing? It's better for her to date my daughter Lily. My daughter Lily is pretty. She and Guo Jiqing are a good match. How come your Lily is fine? She is a sickly girl. What's the point of having good looks? If she can't lift anything, can she manage the household? Marry a virtuous woman. A woman should not be worshipped, but should be useful." At this time, another old auntie intervened. "My Yuan is the most suitable for Guo Jiqing. Both Lily and Xiaohong are uneducated and can't read a few words. My Yuan is different. She is a junior high school student, educated, and can talk to these educated youths from the city. People who live together for a lifetime must have a common topic, right? If they can't talk, it would be so boring." Several aunties were arguing about their daughters. Look, they were arguing and then started fighting. Guo Miao. Damn it, he never thought that he would be so popular one day. But even if these aunties wanted to introduce their daughters to him, Guo Miao was not interested. He came here to carry out the mission, not to find a partner. He might leave after completing the mission. It would be troublesome to find a partner. Women would only affect the speed of his gun drawing. He was still young, so of course he had to put his career first. Guo Miao thought that these old ladies were fighting because of him, and it would not be good if he did nothing to watch, lest he be called a male vixen by the people in the team. Thinking of this, Guo Miao raised his voice, "Well, aunt, stop arguing. I won't consider any of your daughters." After Guo Miao finished speaking, several old ladies looked at him with dissatisfaction. "Guo Jiqing, what do you mean? Do you look down on us country people? Yes, do you want to find a girl from the city? You have gone to the countryside now, and it is not easy to find a girl from the city, and the girls in the city are not as good as our country girls. Look how pampered are you female educated youth from the city. It is most suitable to find a local girl from us." Guo Miao hurriedly explained, "Aunts have misunderstood. It's not that I look down on country girls. I just don't want to waste your good daughter." Several old aunts looked at Guo Miao, waiting for him to continue. Guo Miao sighed heavily, and then continued, "Aunts, you may not know that my family is not well off, and I have several brothers and sisters. My father is disabled, and my mother is paralyzed in bed. My parents said that if I find a partner in the future, I won't have a penny for the bride price, and the girl will have to pay for the dowry. Oh, by the way, after we get married, you have to help with the housework and serve my mother." As soon as Guo Miao finished speaking, several old aunts who originally had ideas about Guo Miao immediately stopped talking. If their daughters were allowed to marry under such conditions, wouldn't it be like deliberately jumping into a fire pit? An old lady couldn't help but ask, "Guo Jiqing, are you kidding? Can you find a wife with your family's requirements?" Guo Miao said seriously, "I also think it's hard to find a wife, but I have to take it slowly, just in case I can meet someone who accepts my family's requirements. After all, my family's conditions are a bit poor, but I'm handsome. Maybe there are silly girls who like me and are willing to marry me." Several old ladies looked at Guo Miao with indescribable eyes. What a mess. The old ladies who were originally vying to introduce their daughters to Guo Miao all dispersed around him. Lu Jinting was next to Guo Miao, listening to Guo Miao's nonsense with his mouth twitching. If Uncle Guo and Aunt Guo knew what Guo Miao had made up, I wonder if they would break this kid's legs. When these old ladies left Guo Miao, they set their sights on Lu Jinting again. At first they liked Guo Miao, but Guo Miao was not good and Lu Jinting was not bad. Lu Jinting looked at the old ladies who were surrounding him and felt something was wrong. "Lu Jiqing, you don't have a partner, right? How about I?" Before the old ladies could open their mouths, Lu Jinting replied seriously, "Aunt, I don't want to delay your good girl. I'm not good at that and I can't have children. If a girl marries me, she will be a widow for the rest of her life." When Lu Jinting said this, the old ladies were dumbfounded. They originally thought that Guo Miao's conditions were a little poor, but they didn't expect Lu Jinting to be even more outrageous. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Ugly but beautiful. If a man is not good at that, can he still be considered a man? No matter how good the conditions are, you can't marry him. Lu Jinting is tall and mighty, and they can't tell that he has problems in that aspect. Everyone didn't doubt whether Lu Jinting was lying, because subconsciously everyone thought that men would not joke about such things. After all, the ability in this area is related to a man's dignity. No man is willing to admit that he has sexual dysfunction. If Lu Jinting was a normal person, how could he make up such a thing in front of everyone? Originally, seeing that Lu Jinting and Guo Miao were good-looking and able to work, there were also female educated youths at the educated youth point who had feelings for them. But now everyone was quiet, seeing that Lu Jinting and Guo Miao wanted to stay away, for fear of being involved with these two people. They don't want to be widows, and they don't want to marry someone else as a nanny. Suan was working not far away, and when she heard Lu Jinting say that he was not good at it, she almost hit her feet with the hoe. Talents, these two people are really talented, she thought. In order to avoid being stared at by the women in the team, he really risked his life. The effect was very significant. After a while, no one was around Guo Miao and Lu Jinting. Lu Jinting and Guo Miao were relieved when they saw that no one was around them. But soon Lu Jinting felt that someone was staring at him. When he turned around, he met Suan's eyes. The two looked at each other, thinking of what he had just said. He didn't know why Lu Jinting was worried that he would be misunderstood by Suan. Suan gave Lu Jinting a thumbs up. She really admired this warrior and didn't care about being laughed at. Lu Jinting didn't understand what Suan meant for a while. After these ants dispersed, Lu Jinting found that another female team member was walking towards her. Lu Jinting took a look at this female team member. She was very fat, about 1.4 meters tall and weighed about 160 to 170 kilograms. In this era of food and clothing shortages, it was rare to grow so fat. It's okay to be fat, but the point is that she has a face full of pockmarks. The whole person is like a short melon, which looks very funny. When the female team member came closer and stopped in front of Lu Jinting frowned and asked, "Comrade, hello, what can I do for you?" "Don't call me comrade, it seems that we are too distant. Just call me Wenwen, my name is Li Wenwen," Li Wenwen said, and shyly touched her braided pigtails. The shy look made Lu Jinting's scalp numb. Lu Jinting. After being speechless for a few seconds, Lu Jinting said, "Comrade Li Wenwen, what can I do for you?" Li Wenwen handed a kettle in her hand to Lu Jinting. "Lu Jiqing, you have done so much work, you must be tired? I made you some brown sugar water, can you drink some brown sugar water?" As she said that, Li Wenwen prepared to pour brown sugar water for Lu Jinting to drink. Lu Jinting hurriedly stopped her and said, "No, Comrade Li Wenwen, I'm not thirsty anymore, you can take it back." Li Wenwen pouted. "Okay then." She stopped what she was doing, and then looked at Lu Jinting with a shy look on her face. Lu Jinting felt uneasy when Li Wenwen looked at him like this. "Comrade Li Wenwen, if there is nothing else, please go back first." Li Wenwen hesitated for a moment, looked at Lu Jinting lovingly and said, "Well, Lu Jiqing, although you said that you have physical defects and cannot have children, I don't dislike you. How about we be in a relationship? If you and I are in a relationship, I will definitely treat you well. My family is well off. My uncle and grandfather are both registered as commercial grain farmers in the city. I will definitely not let you go hungry after being in a relationship with me." After Li Wenwen said this, Lu Jinting was petrified. Guo Miao glanced at Li Wenwen, and then at Lu Jinting. He really sympathized with their brother Ting. Seeing that Lu Jinting didn't speak, Li Wenwen chased after him and said, "Lu Jiqing, please say something. Whether it will work out or not, I don't dislike you. You won't be unwilling to be in a relationship with me, right?" Suan watched the excitement from the side and felt that Li Wenwen was a bit hot to the eye. Isn't it an insult for a woman like this to want to be in a relationship with Lu Jinting? Suan ridiculed directly, "You are ugly, but you have beautiful dreams. Even if Lu Jiqing has problems in that aspect, he would not fall to the point of dating you. I see you didn't wash your face when you went out, your eyes are covered with shit, and your head was caught by the door and you actually had wild thoughts. Look at how ugly you are, your eyes are not even as big as green beans, but your nose is as big as a cow, your face is wider than a basin, you have no looks, no figure, you are short and fat. I have never seen a woman uglier than you in my life. Lu Jiqing might as well like a sow if he likes you, a sow is prettier than you. If I were you, I would not come out and embarrass myself. No one can blame you for being ugly, but it is your fault to come out and scare people." Suan talked a lot, and the people watching the excitement were stunned. Why is this Su Jiqing so poisonous? And he said a lot of curse words. Guo Miao. This woman is still awesome. Lu Jinting. Why is Suan so good at talking? Li Wenwen started crying because of what Suan said. "Su Jiqing, why do you say that to me? Are you going too far?" Suan rolled his eyes at Li Wenwen, and was annoyed by people who were ugly and had no self-awareness. "I went too far. What I said was the truth. Oh, don't cry. You are ugly to begin with and you will become ugly like a toad when you cry." Li Wenwen was in a dilemma. She glared at Suan angrily, and then looked at Lu Jinting pitifully. Su Jiqing, don't meddle in other people's business. Lu Jiqing didn't say I was ugly, so why do you say that? I'm not going to date you. Lu Jiqing didn't say that he didn't want to hurt you. But do you really think he would like you? I think you should go back and take a shower. You can dream about anything. The people around felt that Suan's words were too hurtful, and they all laughed. Lu Jinting took the opportunity to say, Comrade Li Wenwen, we are not suitable, and I already have a woman I like in my heart, and it is impossible for me to accept someone else. After hearing Lu Jinting's refusal, Li Wenwen ran away crying. After Li Wenwen left, it was finally quiet. Lu Jinting said to Su Jiqing, thank you for what happened just now. Suan said in a calm voice, no thanks, I just can't stand seeing someone coming to disgust me. The most important thing is that Lu Jinting is the man she likes, so he can't be snatched away by other women. Right? After Suan finished speaking, she continued to dig the ground with farm tools. She was fast, so she finished digging the ground in a short while, took 10 work points and helped Sun Xinshin with her work and then went back. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. Encountering robbery in the county town. After the two of them returned, Sun Xinshin complained to Suan, and I think one of the educated youths in our educated youth camp has been treating me a little strangely these days. Suan looked at the girl curiously when she heard Sun Xinshin say that. Sun Xinshin explained, it's that Hao Jianxi, who has been coming to me these days and trying to show me his affection. I don't need his help, so why is he so enthusiastic? Do you think he wants to pursue me? When Suan saw Sun Xinshin talking, she pouted and her little face was chubby. Little girls of this age are very cute, full of collagen, and people want to rub her face when they look at her. It's possible. Our Xinshin is so cute. Isn't it normal for people to like her? Sun Xinshin was even more distressed when she heard Suan say that. But I don't want to date, and I don't think that Hao Jianxi is a good man. He is very close to many female team members in the production team. I can't be attracted to such a man. Seeing that although Sun Xinshin is simple, she is not easy to deceive, Suan is even more relieved. Well, then you should stay away from him when you see him next time. Kayanan, I know. Not long after the two came back, the team leader came to them and informed them to go to the county town to pick up the parcels tomorrow. Before going to the countryside, they sent themselves parcels, all of which were winter warm weather items. And take me with you tomorrow. I have nothing to do in the production team all day. I want to go to the county town to go shopping and buy 2 sets of seasonal clothes. Suan naturally had no objection. Okay, no problem, let's take the ox cart together tomorrow. Although there is a bicycle, the bicycle is enough for 2 people. They still have a lot of parcels, so it's best to take the ox cart, and the parcels they pick up can be placed on the ox cart. Sun Xinshin was very happy to see that she could go to the county town tomorrow. Everything else about the days in the countryside was fine, except that it was a bit boring. Unlike Beijing, where families have radios and televisions, there is no electricity in the countryside now, so even if you buy these appliances, you can't use them. Suan suggested that they go to the scrapyard tomorrow and buy some books. Reading books can kill time. It just so happens that the college entrance examination will be resumed in a few years. Now it's time to buy some textbooks to consolidate the knowledge learned before, so that you can take the college entrance examination. The next morning, Suan and Sun Xinshin took a bullock cart to the county town. In addition to them, Chan Zhengwo also went to the county town to pick up the package. Wang Zhaodi didn't have a package because her family hadn't sent it to her yet. Seeing that several educated youth who went to the countryside with her went to pick up the packages, she wondered when her package would arrive. The winter in the northeast is very cold. If you don't have thick bedding and jackets, you will definitely freeze. It seems that she has to write a letter to her family to urge them. She was very depressed when she thought about how well off Sun Xinshin was and how they were classmates, but she didn't get any advantage from Sun Xinshin. It was a pity that Sun Xinshin followed Suan, and Wang Zhaodi really didn't dare to provoke Suan's woman. Wang Zhaodi was unwilling to see Sun Xinshin, a capitalist lady, living a more prosperous life than herself, so she deliberately mentioned the fact that Sun Xinshin's family was better off in front of Hao Jianxi. Hao Jianxi was a scumbag, coaxing many girls in the production team to send him food. If Hao Jianxi could trick Sun Xinshin into getting him, she would like to see how Sun Xinshin would live a good life. Sun Xinshin naturally didn't know that Hao Jianxi suddenly came to her to show his courtesy because of Wang Zhaodi's handiwork. Suan and Sun Xinshin arrived in the county town. Although the county town is not as good as Beijing, it is still much more convenient than the countryside. At least it has everything it needs. They first went to the post office to pick up their respective packages. Suan thought she had enough stuff, but unexpectedly Sun Xinshin had more than her. As expected of a capitalist's daughter, the little money she had was far less than that of Sun Xinshin. After getting the packages, the two first sent the packages to the ox cart. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient to carry. After the packages were placed, the two went to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase. The family's seasonings needed to be replenished, and this time they came here to buy some. In addition, Sun Xinshin also bought 2 sets of long coats and 2 pairs of corduroy trousers for herself. The weather is getting colder, so I have to buy 2 sets of seasonal clothes. The only problem is that the clothes in this county supply and marketing cooperative are really few in style, and there are not many to choose from, and they are not as good-looking as those in the department store in Beijing. But such clothes are not without advantages. At least they don't look eye-catching. Otherwise, if you wear flashy clothes while working in the countryside, you will probably be criticized by the team members. Suan just picked a set of clothes just enough to wear, since she couldn't appreciate the clothes of this era anyway. But when she saw the wool, Suan thought she could buy some, and knit a sweater when she had some free time after the autumn harvest. Sun Xinshin had the same idea, waiting for the weather to get cold, so she could wear a sweater to keep warm. She was the best at knitting wool, so she would knit 2 for herself and 2 for Suan. The 2 of them went shopping at the supply and marketing cooperative, and then left with large and small bags of things. With Suan around, Sun Xinshin didn't have to work hard to carry all these things. Because they bought a lot of things, they were targeted as soon as they left the supply and marketing cooperative. Suan naturally noticed the few little tails following her. Are they planning to rob her? They really picked the wrong target, she thought. Those who wanted to rob her must have been blind to provoke her. Suan deliberately took Sun Xinshin to turn a small alley. Seeing the 2 of them enter the alley, the little tails who followed immediately caught up. Stop! Suan and Sun Xinshin were quickly stopped. There were several people dressed as gangsters standing in front of them. Looking at the few people who caught up, Suan raised her eyebrows and said, "What's the matter? Hand over your things and the money and tickets on your body, and we will let you go, otherwise don't blame us for being rude." As he said, these gangsters also took out a few daggers from their hands. Sun Xinshin pulled Suan a little scared, thinking of protecting Suan behind her. Sun Xinshin's subconscious action warmed Suan's heart. A friend in need is a friend indeed. When she encountered danger, Sun Xinshin actually thought of protecting her. This girl was sincere to her, Suan thought. Maybe there were too few people who treated her like this. So Suan felt that Sun Xinshin's sincerity was rare and precious. Suan, in turn, protected Sun Xinshin behind her, and looked at the gangsters who blocked the road and said, "You are unlucky to meet me. If you know what's good for you, take out the money and tickets in your hands quickly, otherwise I will beat you to pieces." Hearing Suan's words, the gangsters who were blocking her thought that this woman was crazy. Only a madman would say such nonsense, they thought. The gangsters stopped talking and rushed towards Suan, willing to pay the money if this woman suffered a little loss. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. The vault that came to her door. Suan asked Sun Xinshin to step back, so as not to hurt her by mistake when she attacked. Although Sun Xinshin was a little worried about Suan, after all, these guys were holding knives. But thinking that Suan could kill a wild boar, could a few hooligans not handle it? She couldn't help, and if she didn't listen to Suan, she would only cause trouble for her good friend. Thinking of this, Sun Xinshin quickly stepped back. Before the hooligans could attack and hurt Suan, she kicked the hooligans' wrists holding the daggers. With this kick, all the daggers in their hands fell to the ground. How could the hooligans have thought that Suan, a woman, could have such skills? After seeing Suan's strength, the hooligans were also quick-witted and struggled to get up and try to run. Suan was not willing to give them this opportunity, and continued to kick them a few more times. It's too late to run now. Suan punched and kicked several gangsters. There was no need to be polite to these scum who robbed people, so Suan was merciless. Several gangsters were beaten and huddled in the corner, holding their heads and begging for mercy. Seeing the gangsters so miserable, Sun Xinshin snorted on the side. "Why bother? Why provoke RNN when you can provoke anyone else?" Sun Xinshin said, kicking several gangsters with dissatisfaction. Suan glanced at Sun Xinshin. This girl has learned to take advantage of the power of others. After several gangsters begged for mercy, Suan did not attack again, but said, "Take out the money and tickets, and you can leave after paying the money." It happened that Suan went to the supply and marketing cooperative today and spent a lot of money. She was still distressed about spending too much money, but she didn't expect that the vault would take the initiative to deliver it to her door. Unfortunately, the result was still unsatisfactory. Because these gangsters took out money and tickets from their pockets, they only collected 8 yuan in total. Suan, only this much. Not enough for her to spend today. Suan kicked each of the gangsters again. "You are so poor, why do you come out to rob?" The gangsters thought that the woman in front of them must have a problem with her brain. Do they need to rob if they have money? But thinking of the scene of being beaten just now, the gangsters dared not speak. "Auntie, do you want this money?" Although less money is better than no money, Suan put the money in her pocket, and then kicked the gangsters again. "Get out." Seeing that they could finally get out, the gangsters hurriedly crawled away. They must have not checked the almanac when they went out today, and encountered such a monster. In the past, they were the only ones who robbed others, but now they have become the targets of robbery. After waiting to deal with the gangsters, Suan took Sun Shinshin out of the alley again. The two went directly to the recycling station. The main purpose of this trip was to find books. The old man at the door asked them to go in and choose by themselves. Sun Shinshin picked a lot of miscellaneous novels. Suan chose some high school textbooks for her. Seeing Suan chose high school textbooks, Sun Shinshin was very curious and asked Sun Shinshin, "And why are you buying textbooks?" Suan explained, "I think our country needs talents, and the college entrance examination will be relaxed one day. Buy some high school textbooks and teaching materials now, and consolidate your high school knowledge when you have nothing to do, so that you will have a chance to pass the college entrance examination when it is relaxed." Sun Shinshin also felt that Suan's explanation made sense. Anyway, she thought whatever Suan said was right, and she just had to follow Suan's instructions. The two of them picked and chose for a while and found a lot of books. Suan went to look at other things in the scrapyard, while Sun Shinshin wanted to buy a dressing table. Carpenter Zhang's house had some basic and common furniture. He didn't make many dressing tables, and the styles were relatively simple. Sun Shinshin disliked the ugly style, and thought that maybe she could find a better style at the scrapyard. Suan naturally accompanied Sun Shinshin to look at the dressing table. The two of them were lucky and really came across a dressing table with a good-looking style that was 80% new. It was just that one of the legs of the cabinet was broken, so they could just nail a piece of wood to fix it. After choosing the dressing table, Suan and Sun Shinshin carried the things to the gatekeeper to calculate the price. After paying the money and the ticket, Suan carried the things to the ox cart. The gatekeeper watched Suan carrying the dressing table in one hand and walking forward, and couldn't help but be amazed. This girl is really amazing. How much strength she must have. After delivering the things to the ox cart, Suan and Sun Shinshin took a break and waited to return to the production team. Seeing Suan and Sun Shinshin carrying large and small bags of things, everyone who came to the county town with them envied them. The conditions of these two female educated youths were really good, especially Suan, who even built a house in the countryside. Unfortunately, although the people in the team knew that Suan was in good conditions, they didn't dare to make a move on this girl, just like Ergo's mother ended up. Besides, a strong daughter-in-law like Suan is really not something that ordinary families dare to marry. After waiting for everyone to arrive, the old man driving the ox cart waved the bull whip and returned to the Yuto village production team. Suan and Sun Shinshin moved the things they bought back home and put them in order. It was time for lunch. Sun Shinshin was a little tired after being busy all morning, so she didn't think about cooking but went to cook some noodles. It was just simple noodles, and the taste of the noodles cooked by this girl was not bad. It was delicious when eaten with the rice sauce cooked by Sun Shinshin. In the afternoon, Suan naturally continued to go up the mountain. She still had to hunt for money. The efforts now are for a better life in the future. Waiting for her to accumulate the starting capital and become prosperous after the reform and opening up, Suan must earn a rich man. When she succeeds, what will the Shun family count for? She must make the Shun family regret losing her. Suan carried the tools up the mountain, but unexpectedly ran into Guamiao and Lu Zhenting when she went up the mountain. When the two saw Suan, they greeted her. "Su Jiqing, what a coincidence. You are going up the mountain to hunt again?" It was Guamiao who spoke. Compared with Lu Zhenting, Guamiao obviously said more. Suan nodded, "Yes, going up the mountain to try my luck. You guys go and do your own things." Knowing that the two must be carrying out some mission when they went up the mountain, Suan did not disturb them. After Suan finished speaking, she waved at the two of them. Lu Zhenting looked at Suan with amusement. She seemed to have seen through their purpose of going up the mountain but did not expose it. She said hello and left quickly so as not to hinder their business. However, Suan had just taken a few steps when she discovered the sound of mandarin ducks fighting in the bushes. Her curiosity was immediately piqued. Who would be so energetic to go up the mountain to have a wild fight in broad daylight? Suan walked towards the direction of the sound, deliberately slowing down her steps to avoid disturbing the two people having a wild fight. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. Is Suan still a woman? When Suan got closer, she saw two white buttocks. After seeing the two people having sex in the wild clearly, Suan's face was full of disgust and revulsion, because one of them was Hao Jianxi. Suan felt sick when she thought of this male-educated youth having sex in the wild with others and pursuing Sun Shinshin. The other one was a female member of the production team, not an educated youth who went to the countryside. Suan seemed to remember that her name was Wang Huan. She was the only daughter in the Wang family, and her parents and brothers all doted on her. How could a woman who was having sex with a gay man before getting married be a good thing? Suan didn't care about other people's bad things, as long as it didn't affect her. But Hao Jianxi was different. He was already with Wang Huan, but he still wanted to show his courtesy to Sun Shinshin. Isn't this trying to have two boats at the same time? Later, she would have to remind Sun Xinshin again that she must stay away from Hao Jianqi, a scumbag. The ambiguity in the bushes came and went, and the two of them were a little selfless, and they didn't expect to be seen. Suan tried to leave with a churning stomach. I won't watch it or I won't be able to eat tonight, she thought. Guo Miao and Lu Zhenting saw Suan sneaking his head out, thinking it was nothing, so they came together to see what was going on. After they saw the movement in the bushes clearly, their faces flushed instantly. This was the first time they had seen such a scene. How could they not blush? But looking at Suan's reaction, she didn't seem to be ashamed at all. At this moment, Lu Zhenting and Guo Miao were very suspicious whether Suan was a woman. Suan saw the two of them coming over, so she whispered, "Does it look good?" Lu Zhenting. Guo Miao. She is a girl, doesn't it feel awkward to ask this? They thought. But Suan really didn't feel embarrassed. If you don't think it looks good, don't watch it. These two people are really eye-catching. Especially the woman who screams so badly, just like a drake. Which woman screams like this? After Suan finished speaking, she left quietly. Lu Zhenting and Guo Miao didn't want to stay here any longer, so they left quietly. Although it was a bit disgusting to see Hao Jianqi having sex with someone on the mountain, Suan was lucky this time and killed 2 big wild boars. The harvest was good, and Suan's mood, which was disgusted by Hao Jianqi, improved a little. But Suan didn't expect to run into this scumbag again when he walked down the mountain. But Wang Huanhuan was not there at the moment, so the two of them must have deliberately gone down the mountain separately. When Hao Jianqi saw Suan, he hurriedly went up to greet him enthusiastically. "Su Jiqing, what a coincidence, I actually met you." In fact, if possible, Hao Jianqi wanted to pursue Suan the most. After all, Suan is beautiful, has money, and can build a house to live in. If he was with Suan, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. Not only can he move out of the Jiqing point to live, Suan can also help him earn work points, by the way, so why does he need to work so hard like he does now? Unfortunately, Suan can be seen at a glance that she is as hard to deceive as Sun Xinshin, and she can fight. If he provokes Suan, Hao Jianqi is worried that his body will not be able to withstand the beating. After all, wild boars will suffer in Suan's hands. He can't say that he is more resistant than wild boars, right? Looking at Hao Jianqi approaching him, and thinking about what he had just done, Suan felt sick again. "Hao Jiqing, please stay away from me. Don't come near me." Hao Jianqi naturally saw the disgust in Suan's eyes. Her disgust was undisguised, which made Hao Jianqi very embarrassed. "Su Jiqing, where did I offend you?" Hao Jianqi pushed the glasses on his nose and asked Suan. If it weren't for seeing what Hao Jianqi did with his own eyes, this man looked quite gentle on the surface. No wonder he could deceive those silly girls in the production team. "You didn't offend me, but I simply felt disgusted when I saw you and didn't want you to get close to me," Suan said, and ignored Hao Jianqi striding forward. Hao Jianqi's face was a little angry, but Suan, this woman's skills were powerful, and Hao Jianqi didn't dare to provoke her. Looking at Suan's back, he was a little unwilling. Suan couldn't deceive this side, but he would definitely not give up on Sun Xinshin. Suan put both wild boars into the space, and brought some wild fruits when he came back from the mountain. There is still a lot of mutton left at home, so there is no shortage of meat to eat these days. As soon as Suan came back, she saw Sun Xinshin smiling and greeting Suan. "And you're back just in time. I just fried pumpkin cakes. Come and try them." Suan looked at the golden pumpkin cakes and felt quite hungry. This pumpkin cake looks really good. Sun Xinshin is really amazing. She can research so many delicacies. Suan took a piece and tasted it. The freshly fried pumpkin cakes were very sweet. Delicious. Suan ate 6 or 7 pieces in one breath. Sun Xinshin couldn't eat anymore after 2 bites. She really admired Suan's appetite. There were still some pumpkin cakes left, and she would save them for later. After eating the pumpkin cakes, Suan thought about what she saw today, Hao Jianqi and Wang Huanhuan having sex outdoors, so she reminded Sun Xinshin. "Xinshin, if that Hao Jiqing comes near you again in the future, you must remember to stay away. That person is really disgusting, you must never have any contact with him." "Kainin, I get it. But why did you say that suddenly? Did that Hao Jiqing do something?" Suan didn't want Sun Xinshin to be deceived, so he must make things clear to her so that she can be prepared. "Well, I went up the mountain today and saw him having sex with Wang Huanhuan from our brigade." Sun Xinshin was also disgusted when she heard it. These two people are not married. Even if they are in a relationship, it is immoral. The most important thing is that Hao Jianqi and Wang Huanhuan have done such a thing, and he still came to her to show his courtesy. How can a man who is two-timing not make people disgusted? I really didn't realize that Hao Jiqing was that kind of person. Sun Xinshin digested it for a long time before she said this. Suan said, "There are too many scumbags, we should be more careful." Yeah. Suan and Sun Xinshin read books at home in the afternoon. Seeing that Suan said that the college entrance examination might be resumed in the future, Sun Xinshin planned to read books from now on, and maybe she could get into college in the future. When she is capable, she can get her parents back from the farm. At about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Suan heard someone knocking on the door and went to open the door. After opening the door, she saw Tao Danny, and Tao Danny was followed by another old aunt. Suan recognized this old aunt, Tao Danny's sister-in-law named Su Fengxia. Tao Danny is a good person and Su Fengxia looks kind. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Help assemble a bicycle. Aunt, do you need me for something? The two found Suan and explained their purpose. Su Fengxia said, Little Su Jiqing, I want to ask you for a favor. Suan did not agree but said, Aunt, tell me what favor you want to do first, and I will see if I can help you before deciding whether to agree or not. Su Fengxia said directly, It's like this, Little Su Jiqing, my son is discussing marriage with a girl recently, and our family plans to buy a bicycle. But a bicycle is not cheap and it also requires a ticket. Where can we get such a big ticket in the countryside? Didn't you assemble a bicycle by yourself before? I thought I would come here to ask if you can help assemble one for us. Don't worry, I will definitely pay you for the labor. And I won't let you help for nothing. Suan thought this was not difficult. Okay, Auntie, I have to go to the county's scrap recycling station first to have a look. I have to collect all the parts for you. If the parts are not enough, there may not be enough for assembly. If I can collect them, you can give me 30 yuan for the labor fee after the assembly. What do you think? Su Fengxia felt that Suan's price was very reasonable. If she wanted to buy a new bicycle, how could 30 yuan be enough? Let Suan assemble it, plus the price of the parts, it would probably be less than 40 yuan, which would save a lot of money compared to buying a new one directly. No problem, your labor fee of 30 yuan is really not high. Seeing Su Fengxia's straightforward agreement, Suan was very satisfied with her attitude. I was afraid of those who would haggle over every penny and bargain with her. After Su Fengxia finished talking about this, she left with Tao Danny. Sun Xinxin looked at Suan with admiration and said, Mayanin is really amazing. He can earn 30 yuan by assembling a car. This is much more cost-effective than working. You can only earn 30 yuan in a month of work and you have to work hard. Suan smiled at Sun Xinxin's flattery. It was just 30 yuan, she really didn't take it seriously. She went up the mountain today and got 2 big wild boars which could be sold for hundreds of yuan. But Suan would not complain about too much money, especially this kind of obvious income. It happened that Suan had to find Li San to ship the goods tomorrow, and he would go to the scrap recycling station by the way. Not long after Su Fengxia and Tao Danny left, Sun Xinxin began to prepare dinner. Dinner was grilled lamb skewers according to Suan's request. In addition to the lamb skewers, Sun Xinxin went to make some thin pancakes, and then cut some green onions and cucumber strips. The roasted mutton was put in a thin pancake, added with green onions and cucumber strips, and served with barbecue sauce. The taste was really amazing. While Sun Xinxin was busy, Suan heard someone knocking on the door again. She went to open the door and saw Lu Zhenting and Guimiao standing at the door. Suan raised her eyebrows. What do you want? Lu Zhenting handed Suan a pheasant. We have killed a lot of pheasants, 3 in total. Can I exchange one for some mutton? There was still a lot of mutton left at home. Seeing that it was the handsome Lu Zhenting who came to exchange, Suan was not stingy, so she went into the house and took out 2 pounds of mutton and 2 pounds of lamb chops and threw them to Lu Zhenting. Looking at the meat that Suan brought for him, Lu Zhenting said, Su Jiqing, isn't that a bit too much for me? The pheasant he gave was only more than 1 pound. How could it be exchanged for so much mutton? Suan waved her hand and said, It's okay, sister doesn't lack meat, you can take it back and eat it. Lu Zhenting hesitated for a moment but still took it. He was waiting to send some game to Suan when he caught some. He couldn't let others suffer a loss. Guimiao had already smelled the fragrance coming from Suan's room. It must be made by Sun Xinxin. He wanted to eat what Sun Xinxin made more than taking the mutton back and cooking it himself. It was a pity that it was not convenient to share the meal with 2 female comrades. Otherwise he would really have this idea. After exchanging the meat, Lu Zhenting and Guimiao went back. Seeing Sun Xinxin grilling the meat alone, Suan, who had nothing to do at the moment, also grilled it. The mutton sizzled on the charcoal fire, which made people hungry just by looking at it. It turned out that the taste was not bad. Suan ate almost 2 kilograms of meat by herself. This did not include bread and vegetables, otherwise it would be more. After eating and drinking, Suan went to the county town the next day. She went to find Li San first and had to sell all the game in the space. When Suan found Li San this time, she discovered that there were many antiques in Li San's yard. Suan narrowed her eyes. These antiques were not valued at this time, but they would be treasures in the future. Many priceless antiques were destroyed during the house raid. But foreigners at this time knew the value of these antiques, so many people secretly smuggled domestic antique treasures to foreigners. Seeing Suan staring at her antiques, Li San wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Suan, Auntie, these things are prepared by me for the people above. I'm really sorry that I can't give them to you even if you like them. After Lisan finished speaking, he waited for Suan's reaction tremblingly, for fear that Suan would be unhappy and kick him away. Suan didn't make things difficult for him when she saw Lisan said this. After all, she would have to sell game to Lisan from time to time in the future. If her relationship with Lisan became strained, it would be difficult for her to make money in the future. What do your superiors do with these antiques? Sell them to foreigners? Suan asked casually. Lisan shook his head. I am responsible for collecting them with money here, and I don't know what they are used for. Suan did not ask any more questions, but at this time with a large number of antiques, they would either collect them secretly or use them for smuggling. If you can get antiques here, get some for me later. Suan thought that it would be better to get some for herself than to get them for foreigners. When the situation stabilizes later, the value of these antiques will be revealed. Auntie, do you want these antiques? Yes. Okay, then I will definitely help collect some later, but recently almost all the antiques here have been collected, and it may not be easy to collect them again. Suan did not force Lisan. You can collect as much as you can. Lisan hurriedly agreed. Suan was wondering who would collect antiques in such a large amount. I'm afraid they really want to smuggle antiques, right? Lisan asked his men to weigh the game that Suan brought, and then settled the payment. Suan took the money and went to the scrap recycling station. Suan went straight to look for parts. The parts were gathered, but both tires were broken. Suan had to take them back to have them repaired before they could be assembled. But it was good enough to be gathered. It just took more time to sew and mend. These parts cost a total of 6 yuan, 2 yuan more than last time. Including her work points, Su Fengxia had to spend 36 yuan this time. If she bought a new bicycle, she would need a bicycle ticket. In addition to the ticket, a bicycle would cost at least 120 yuan. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. Su Chong knew his parents were in trouble. A brand new bicycle can cost more than 200 yuan. Asking someone to assemble one from spare parts only costs 36 yuan, a fraction of the price, and no tickets are required, making it a great deal. Suan dragged a pile of bicycle parts back to the production team. Su Fengxia was more concerned about the condition of the bicycle, and when she saw Suan coming back, she asked about it. Upon hearing that the parts were all there and only needed some time to assemble, Su Fengxia was very happy. Once they have a bicycle, their son will be much more prestigious when he gets married. At noon, Sun Xinshin helped prepare lunch again. After lunch, Suan didn't go up the mountain again in the afternoon, but started to busy herself with assembling the bicycle at home. The tires needed to be repaired, and some places needed welding. Originally, electric welding was required, but Suan had lightning powers, so she could directly use her powers to weld the joints. Thinking that her special ability was originally used to deal with zombies, it felt like a waste to use it as a welding machine now. Suan spent an afternoon assembling and patching, and finally finished the bicycle. She tried riding it herself first and felt it was good and had no problems. It was just a little ugly. After all, it was assembled from various parts and wasn't as good as a new one. But at this time, anyone having a bicycle was good enough, so who cared about the appearance? Suan rode the bicycle and delivered it to Aunt Su's house. Aunt Su saw Suan riding the assembled bicycle and came forward happily. Little Jiang Jiqing, is this the one you assembled for my family? Suan nodded. Yes, Aunt, let your family members try it. I've tried it myself and there's no problem, but you have to check it yourself. Even if there's no problem now, you can come to me if there's any problem in the future. Su Fengxia immediately let her son try it. Fengxia's son Wang Taizhu came over eagerly. No matter whether the bike looked good or not, it was cool enough to have a bike at home. Wang Taizhu rode his bike around the brigade. The bike was not bad, and he thought there was no problem riding it. This Su-educated youth is really amazing. He can assemble such a good bike with old parts. The people in the brigade were very envious when they saw Wang Taizhu riding a bike. After asking around, they found out that he had asked Suan to assemble it. But when they heard that they had to pay 30 yuan for Suan to assemble it, many people were reluctant to give it up. Although assembling a bike by yourself saves a lot of money than buying a new one, a bike of 30 or 40 yuan is still beyond the reach of ordinary people. How many families can only earn a dozen or dozens of yuan after working hard all year round? After riding a circle, Wang Taizhu stopped in his own yard. Mom, this bike is good, there is no problem. Seeing her son say this, Su Fengxia was relieved. She looked at Suan and asked her, Su Jiqing, how much is this bike? I'll give it to you. Suan said, 36 in total. Su Fengxia thought the price was a good deal, so she immediately went to the house and took out 36 yuan. In addition to the money, Su Fengxia took out a bag of dried sweet potatoes that she had dried and handed it to Suan. Su Jiqing, thank you for your hard work this time. These dried sweet potatoes are made by Auntie myself. You can take them back as snacks. If you like them, come back and ask Auntie for more. Suan charged a fee for assembling the bicycle this time, but he didn't help assemble it for free. However, Suan still took the dried sweet potatoes that Su Fengxia handed over and said, thank you, Auntie. Su Jiqing, you're welcome. You're welcome. Suan took the money and dried sweet potatoes and went back. At this time, most of the team members had finished work, and they all came to Su Fangxia to see the treasures that Suan had assembled. When the other educated youth heard that Suan earned 30 yuan for helping people assemble a bicycle, they were all silently envious. Why can't they do it? If they knew how to assemble, wouldn't they also be able to earn money? With money, they wouldn't have to live such a hard life in the countryside. After Suan went back, Sun Xinxin had already prepared dinner. Sun Xinxin used the pheasant that Lu Zhenting sent yesterday to make soup. When stewing the pheasant soup, add some wolfberries to it. The stewed chicken soup is delicious and nourishing. Sun Xinxin felt that Suan must have been tired from going up the mountain all day, and it would be better for him to have more tonic. Suan ate a big pot of chicken soup and also ate a lot of mutton. Compared with his life in his previous life, Suan's life is much happier now. In the past he couldn't even get enough food to eat, but now he can eat enough and eat well. I just don't know what's going on with Su Chong. Can Su Chong adapt to life in the countryside? Suan was in a very good mood when he thought about the days when Su Chong went to the northwest. At this time Su Chong, who was far away in the northwest, was having a hard time. He had written a letter to his family, but there was no response from them. Not to mention sending him back to the city, they didn't even send him money or tickets. Su Chong didn't wait for a reply for too long, so he had to go to the county town and call his parents' workplace to inquire about the situation. After the call, Su Chong completely collapsed. His parents were actually taken away by the police and arrested, and they may have to go to jail. Now, let alone bringing him back to the city, they can't even protect themselves. Thinking of the days to come, Su Chong didn't even want to live. Suan continued to go out to work the next day. Lu Zhenting and Guomiao were there too. Unlike before, there was not even a female mosquito around them when they were working today. In order to live a quiet life, these two people are really not afraid of their reputation, and Suan has to admire them again. After Suan finished his part of the work, he went to Sun Xinxin's side, intending to help her. Unexpectedly, Hao Jianxi came to Sun Xinxin again and moved closer to Sun Xinxin. Sun Xinxin thought of what Suan told her about Hao Jianxi and Wang Huanhuan having sex in the wild, and she felt very sick when she saw Hao Jianxi. Hao Jiqing, I have made it very clear to you. I don't need your help. Please stay away from me. But Hao Jianxi continued to move closer to Sun Xinxin, as if he didn't understand what he was saying. Sun Jiqing, we are all educated youth who went to the countryside. We should help each other. Don't be polite to me. Sun Xinxin was about to curse, but Suan came over. Hao Jiqing, don't you understand what I'm saying? Xinxin doesn't need your help. Are you going to get out of here? If you don't blame me for beating you up. Suan said and kicked Hao Jianxi directly. Hao Jianxi fell back. Even though he was humiliated in front of everyone, Hao Jianxi didn't dare to say a word. He had witnessed how Suan killed the wild boar. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. There are enemy spies. Hao Jianxi glanced at Sun Xinxin unwillingly. If Suan hadn't been there, he would have coaxed this Sun Jiqing into his hands. Seeing that Hao Jianxi was a little discouraged, Suan warned him again, next time I see you come to Xinxin to bother her, I will break your legs. Hao Jianxi walked away in disgrace. Sun Xinxin's face was still a little unhappy. And then, do you think this Hao Jiqing will learn his lesson? If he doesn't, I will really break his legs to see if he can learn his lesson. Sun Xinxin. Sisters are so cruel, but what should she do if she likes them so much? With Suan around, Sun Xinxin felt full of security. After Suan helped Sun Xinxin finish her work, the two went back first. Wang Huanhuan naturally saw the scene of Hao Jianxi coming to Sun Xinxin to show her courtesy. She bit her lower lip unwillingly, thinking that it must be Sun Xinxin the vixen who seduced her brother Jianxi. Sun Xinxin didn't know what Wang Huanhuan was thinking, but she must have been disgusted. She wouldn't even want a man like Hao Jianxi, let alone seduce him. Only country girls are easy to deceive, and they really think Hao Jianxi is a treasure. Suan and Sun Xinxin went home to rest for a while, and then Sun Xinxin began to prepare lunch. After lunch, Suan was going to go up the mountain to hunt game. Seeing that Suan was about to leave, Sun Xinxin stopped her, and then handed Suan a few rice balls. And then I made rice balls for you with the leftover rice and rice crust from lunch. There is also roasted lamb in it. Looking at the rice balls that Sun Xinxin brought for her, Suan felt that the little cutie was really thoughtful. Okay. After taking the rice balls, Suan went up the mountain. Now Suan is already familiar with the mountain. She silently prayed that her luck would be better, and it would be best if she could encounter more game. Look, God seemed to have heard her muttering, and a big black bear suddenly jumped out of the woods in front. When Suan saw the big black bear, his eyes lit up immediately. Compared with wild boars, black bears are much more precious. Bear paws and bear gall are good things. Bear meat can also be sold. This big black bear weighs at least 200 to 300 kilograms, and there is a lot of meat. Sending it to Lee San can make a lot of money. Looking at this big black bear rushing out, Su-an's eyes flashed with excitement. The big black bear also saw Su-an seeing the prey. The big black bear excitedly rushed towards Su-an, hoping to knock Su-an down under his bare paw. When the big black bear encountered prey before, these prey fled frantically. But this time it was different. The big black bear saw that Su-an had no intention of running away, but looked at it excitedly, as if it was a prey waiting to be slaughtered. Seeing this, the big black bear yelled at Su-an. Su-an raised her eyebrows. Is it threatening her? But how could she be afraid of such a beast? Facing Su-an's sharp eyes, the big black bear actually felt a little dread of this human. However, it felt that a small human would definitely not be its opponent, so it did not hesitate and rushed directly in the direction of Su-an. Su-an jumped up on the spot, then swung her fist and hit the black bear's head hard. When she punched it down, she used the energy of her supernatural power, and the black bear's head was immediately smashed into pieces. Fortunately, there was no outsider at the moment. If someone saw the scene of the black bear's head being split open, they would probably feel sick. After killing the big black bear, Su-an saw that there was no one around, so she put the big black bear into the space. I will just find some small prey later, and this trip will be considered a fruitful one. In 2 days she will go to the county again to sell the big black bear to Lee San, and by the way, see if Lee San can help her get antiques. When Su-an was about to continue walking forward, she heard gunshots from the woods. Su-an's brows were immediately knitted. Why are there gunshots? What happened in this mountain? Su-an was very gossipy for a while, and quickly activated her supernatural power to run towards the source of the sound. Fortunately, there was no one at this time, otherwise someone would probably see a residual image appearing in the woods. Su-an arrived at the place quickly. After waiting for a while, she saw that it was a small team of more than a dozen people holding guns and chasing people. And the ones fleeing in front were Guo Miao and Lu Zhenting. Su-an knew that the identities of these two people were not ordinary, so she didn't feel strange when she saw this scene at this moment. It can only be said that these two guys are lucky to meet her. Otherwise, they would probably die if they were chased by so many people. Su-an saw that Guo Miao had been shot in the leg, and was now dragging one leg to run forward. Lu Zhenting didn't seem to be much better, and his walking posture was not right, probably because he was shot somewhere. Guo Miao and Lu Zhenting, who were running for their lives, didn't expect to encounter such a situation today. The two of them found something wrong in a cave, so they went to check it out, and as a result they triggered the alarm mechanism. There were more than a dozen professionally trained foreign spies here, and there were only 2 of them, and their equipment was not as complete as the other side, so of course they were no match for them. Guo Miao looked at a bullet that flew past his cheek and cursed, "Damn. Fuck him, am I going to die here today? When will all these enemy spies be wiped out?" Hearing Guo Miao's curse, Lu Zhenting was also very angry. He also wanted to know when these enemy spies could be cleared. Because of these people, the country's property suffered huge losses. Originally, Lu Zhenting was thinking about catching enemy spies and serving the country well. Now, he and Guo Miao are afraid that they will be buried here today, and there is no chance of survival. Bang! Another shot rang out in the woods. Lu Zhenting groaned. Guo Miao hurriedly asked, "Brother Ting, what's wrong with you? Are you shot?" Lu Zhenting replied, "Yes, I was shot. The gun in the butt. Those enemy spies are so hateful. Why not shoot anywhere else but shoot at his butt?" Guo Miao had just finished asking about Lu Zhenting's situation when a bullet flew towards him. "Fortunately, I hit quickly, otherwise my head would have been split open." Guo Miao had just finished rejoicing, but who knew that another bullet flew over and hit Guo Miao's leg directly. Guo Miao had been hit by a bullet in his left leg, and he was barely running forward. Now he was hit by another bullet in his right leg and he couldn't run now. "Brother Ting, don't worry about me, you run first." He couldn't run away, and Guo Miao didn't want to drag Lu Zhenting down, so he could only let Lu Zhenting run first. But the two of them had been brothers for so many years, how could Lu Zhenting let go of Guo Miao? "No, if we go together, if we die together," Lu Zhenting said seriously. Guo Miao pushed Lu Zhenting. "Brother Ting, are you stupid? If we can live, we can gain one, why do you have to die together?" Chapter 48. Chapter 48. Saving Lu Zhenting and Guo Miao. Lu Zhenting still insisted on not leaving. "We said we would leave together. I will not be able to live without you. Neither of you can escape today." The spies had already caught up. But just as they caught up, Su-an appeared. "With me here, you are the ones who can't escape." Hearing Su-an's voice, Lu Zhenting and Guo Miao looked at her in shock at the same time. Damn, why did this woman follow? Although they admitted that Su-an was very skilled, there were more than a dozen well-trained spies on the opposite side, and these spies had guns. Wouldn't Su-an be sending herself to death if she came here now? Looking at Su-an coming over, Lu Zhenting frowned, worried that she would get into trouble. Lu Zhenting naturally didn't want Suan to go through this flood for him and Guomiao. After all, this matter had nothing to do with Suan. She, an innocent citizen, should not be involved in such a thing. Seeing that Suan was a little girl, these spies didn't take her seriously. It's just that this girl seems to be too arrogant when she speaks, which makes people feel uncomfortable. One of the spies took out a gun and planned to shoot Suan directly. Anyway, anyone who sees them will die. Suan stood in place, and when the bullet was shot at her, she suddenly knelt on her legs to avoid the bullet. Then she leaped towards the spy who shot at her. After getting close, Suan kicked the man away and snatched the gun from his hand. Seeing their own guns being robbed, these spies took it seriously. This woman's skills are so strong. She is even better than those of them who have been professionally trained. After realizing Suan's strength, the spies no longer dared to underestimate her, and all took their guns, shooting at her. Guomiao and Lu Zhenting's hearts tightened. They prayed in their hearts that this woman would never be shot. When the bullets were fired at her, Suan dodged nimbly. After evading a wave of gunfire, Suan took the pistol in her hand and fought back against the spies. Bang! Bang! Suan was like a sharpshooter, and every shot she fired was very accurate. These spies were shot one by one. However, Suan was still a little leisurely when she fought back against them. After all, they couldn't be killed all. She needed to keep some alive for interrogation. The woods were filled with the sound of bullets. The birds and beasts in the mountains were all scared away by the huge noise. About 10 minutes later, Suan finally dealt with all the spies. It must be said that these spies are different after professional training, and their skills are much more resistant than ordinary people. If they were regular folks, Suan would probably be able to solve all of them in a few seconds, so why did it take so much time? After all the spies had fallen to the ground, Suan pretended to take out a bundle of ropes from her backpack, but actually pulled them from her space, and tied up all the spies with their hands behind their backs to prevent them from having a chance to resist. After tying them up, Suan breathed a sigh of relief. She was really exhausted. Guomiao and Lu Zhenting had just witnessed how Suan dealt with these spies. Suan's skills once again refreshed their understanding of her capabilities. They knew that she was strong, but they didn't expect her to be so terrifying. It is not an easy task for one person to deal with more than a dozen professionally trained spies. For example, Lu Zhenting, who is considered to have outstanding abilities in the organization, was far from being comparable to Suan. Brother Ting, although this woman is usually cruel, why do I feel so good watching her torturing these spies now? Didn't Lu Zhenting think so too? Looking at Suan's killing spree, Lu Zhenting felt that she was simply domineering. Everyone admires the strong, and at this moment Lu Zhenting truly admired and respected Suan. We have to thank her this time. She saved us. Lu Zhenting glanced at Suan, then turned his head to say to Guomiao. Guomiao nodded in agreement. They must thank her. If it weren't for Suan, they would all be dead now. How could they not express their gratitude? After Suan dealt with the spies, she walked towards Lu Zhenting and Guomiao. How are you two? Guomiao cried, I was shot. Ouch, my legs still hurt. I can't take it anymore. Feel dizzy. Guomiao said, then fainted. Suan. Lu Zhenting. Fainted so quickly. If they hadn't known better, they would have thought he was acting. Guomiao at this time was genuinely not acting. Both his legs were shot and he lost a lot of blood. He fainted due to excessive blood loss. The only reason Guomiao hadn't fainted immediately was that he had been running for his life, and his nerves were tense. Now that he knew he was safe, he fainted as soon as he relaxed. Suan looked at Lu Zhenting. You are injured too? Lu Zhenting's face was slightly hot, and then he nodded. He was indeed injured. His legs and buttocks were shot. Suan said, let me treat your wounds first. Suan then took out a medicine box from her backpack. Of course, she also took this medicine box out of her space under the cover of the backpack. You actually brought a medicine box? Looking at what Suan took out, Lu Zhenting asked in shock and curiosity. Suan made up a lie. Yes, I go into the mountains to hunt, and I may get injured at any time. It's safer to carry this. If I get injured, I can treat it in time to prevent the wound from getting infected. After hearing Suan's explanation, Lu Zhenting didn't think much about it. This woman's reasoning was quite reasonable. Although she was very strong, she couldn't avoid bumps and scrapes when hunting in the mountains. Thinking of how Suan shot just now, Lu Zhenting continued to ask curiously, how did you shoot? Suan raised her eyebrows. Do you suspect that I am a spy? Lu Zhenting, if I were a spy, you and Guo Jiqing would both be dead today. I won't pry too much into your situation, but shouldn't you ask too much about mine? Everyone has their own secrets. You just need to know that I am not a bad person and will not harm the interests of our Chinese people. Lu Zhenting's eyes were deep, and his brows frowned but then relaxed. If Suan were a spy, she would not have helped them today. His intuition also told him that Suan was definitely not a spy. However, regarding Suan's shooting, Lu Jinting worried that she might be investigated by the higher-ups, so he said, if someone investigates and asks you how you shot, you can say that I taught you. Otherwise, you may get into trouble. Suan looked at him meaningfully when she heard Lu Jinting's words. This man actually wanted to help her cover up. How rare. But since it was Lu Jinting's good intention, Suan would naturally not refuse it. After all, she was also afraid of getting into trouble. Okay, I understand. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Suan helps Lu Jinting apply medicine on his buttocks. Suan said as she began to help Guo treat the wound first. Originally, Suan wanted to help Lu Jinting treat his wound first, but Lu Jinting insisted that Guo condition was more serious than his, so it would be better to treat him first. Guo leg had been shot twice. Suan tore open his trouser leg and then took a knife to dig out the bullets from his legs, applying medicine to treat the wounds afterward. Of course, Suan disinfected the knife with alcohol to avoid infection. In the middle of the procedure, Guo woke up due to the pain of having the bullets dug out. However, as soon as Guo opened his eyes, he was knocked unconscious again by Suan's punch. Lu Jinting watched as Suan treated Guo's wound. Seeing how Suan handled it with ease, Lu Jinting was very curious. Did this woman often deal with such things before? If she didn't handle injuries often, how could she be so familiar with it now? After Suan applied medicine to Guo and finished treating his wounds, she looked at Lu Jinting. Okay, it's your turn. Lu Jinting exposed the area where he was shot. As Suan examined the wound on Lu Jinting's leg, she took out a piece of cloth and threw it to him before starting the treatment. It may be painful to deal with this, so just bite on this cloth and bear it. If you can't stand it, just tell me and I'll help you knock you out. Lu Jinting. Why is this woman so cruel? But then again, if Suan were not tough, would she have been able to handle so many spies? Lu Jinting took the cloth handed over by Suan and bit it silently. Seeing Lu Jinting like this, Suan said, alright, I'm going to start digging out the bullet, just bear with it. Suan treated Lu Jinting differently than Guo. This man was good-looking, so she was gentler. But even so, when Suan dug out the bullet, Lu Jinting's face turned pale for a moment. Seeing Lu Jinting in pain, Suan felt a twinge of distress. What a good-looking man. She couldn't bear to see him suffer like this. Fortunately, Suan was quick. Although it was painful to extract the bullet, she completed it swiftly, then applied medicine and bandaged him. The entire procedure was smooth and even better than what a professional doctor would have done. After treating one of Lu Jinting's wounds, Suan continued, are you injured anywhere else? I'll take care of it for you. At Suan's question, Lu Jinting's face flushed. Suan found his blushing a bit strange. I'm just asking you a question. Why are you blushing? Did the bullet hit your butt? As soon as Suan finished speaking, Lu Jinting's face became even redder, resembling a ripe tomato. Why doesn't this woman know how to be more discreet when she speaks? Is it really appropriate for a girl to say such things to a man so bluntly? Seeing Lu Jinting blushing like this, Suan realized that the location of his injury was likely sensitive. Unexpectedly, he was actually quite innocent. Thinking of the men in later generations, each one more playful than the next, she found it refreshing to encounter such a pure guy from the 1970s. Suan discovered she had a better impression of Lu Jinting and decided to tease him a bit. You are a grown man, don't be so shy. Tell me where you are injured. As Suan asked, she had already found the location of Lu Jinting's wound. It turned out she was right. He really did get shot in the butt. No wonder Lu Jinting was shy and reluctant to discuss his injury. Isn't it just taking a look at your buttocks? You are a grown man. You won't suffer any loss. Suan urged Lu Jinting to take off his pants quickly. Lu Jinting's face flushed as he replied, I'd better go to the hospital to deal with it. Suan snorted, you'll still be looked at by nurses when you go to the hospital. What's the difference between being looked at by them and being looked at by me? We are acquaintances after all. Can't you think of me first for this good thing? Lu Jinting. He now doubted whether Suan was truly a woman. This might be a female hooligan. Suan wasn't bothered by Lu Jinting's hesitation and directly took off his pants. You can see that I handle this kind of wound better than professional doctors. It's better to let me take care of it than for you to go to the hospital. If the bullet is not removed soon, the wound could get infected. Lu Jinting resigned himself to his fate as his pants were taken off. But now he really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He didn't know how to face Suan in the future. Suan didn't think it was a big deal. She carefully treated Lu Jinting's wound. After bandaging his buttocks, Suan couldn't help but admire them. Don't say it, but Lu Jinting's buttocks, well, they were quite nice. After admiring Lu Jinting's behind, Suan stood up and said, okay. Lu Jinting silently picked up his pants. Seeing Lu Jinting's expression of despair, Suan found it a little funny. What's with your expression? If you knew I was helping you treat your wounds, you wouldn't think I was violating you. Lu Zhenting was numb to Su-an's words. Anyway, this woman could say anything. After treating the wounds of both men, Su-an clapped her hands. You wait here for a while. I'll go down the mountain and let the captain know to report to public security. Lu Zhenting nodded. They really needed to notify the authorities as soon as possible to arrest the spies for investigation and questioning. Su-an went down the mountain alone. When Su-an was nearing the foot of the mountain, she encountered Captain Wang Weihua and his men, who were preparing to go up the mountain. They had heard violent gunshots and wanted to investigate what was going on. Unexpectedly, they met Su-an coming down as they were heading up. When the captain saw Su-an, he asked Su Jiqing, "Do you know what's going on in the mountains? Did you hear the gunshots?" Su-an nodded. It seems there are spies in the mountains. Hearing this, Wang Weihua and his men suddenly changed their expressions. Spies from an enemy country harmed the interests of the Chinese people and were widely hated. They didn't expect spies to be in their rural areas. These spies must be very dangerous. If they went up the mountain, would they be putting themselves at risk? Seeing the fear on everyone's faces, Su-an hurriedly reassured them, "Don't worry. I have already dealt with these spies. Captain, you need to arrange for someone to notify the police to send people to arrest them. The rest of you should follow me." Lu Jiqing and Guo Jiqing accidentally encountered these spies while going up the mountain, and they are both injured. Let's carry them down the mountain and get them to the hospital. Although Su-an had helped the two men treat their wounds, they still needed to go to the hospital to receive anti-inflammatory treatment to prevent infection. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. Interrogating her like a criminal. Upon hearing that there were other educated youth injured, Wang Weihua felt extremely nervous. If something happened to these educated youth, he, as the team leader, would be in big trouble. Moreover, Guo Miao and Lu Zhenting were different from other educated youth. When these two individuals went to the countryside, they were specifically told to be looked after by their superiors. Although Wang Weihua didn't know their true identities, he was aware that they were definitely not ordinary. If something happened to them, he might find himself in even deeper trouble. Thinking of this, Wang Weihua immediately arranged for his team members to report to the police as Su-an suggested, and the rest of the team followed him up the mountain. Su-an was responsible for leading the way, guiding Wang Weihua and the other team members to the location of the spies. Upon seeing the dozen spies tied up on the ground, Wang Weihua's eyebrows twitched a few times. "Su Jiqing, did you really catch all these spies?" Su-an didn't want to keep a low profile. Others would be less likely to provoke her if they knew her strength. "Yes, Captain, I caught all these spies. They are undermining the interests of our country, so I couldn't let them go if I encountered them. Captain, you guys should carry Lu Jiqing and Guo Jiqing down the mountain to the hospital first. I'll just keep an eye on this." Wang Weihua knew Su-an's abilities. She could kill wild boars before, and now she had caught so many spies. It seemed that Su Jiqing's strength was far beyond their imagination. Thus, Wang Weihua felt comfortable letting Su-an stay alone in the mountains, and he wasn't worried about her. He first arranged for people to carry Lu Zhenting and Guo Miao down the mountain. The two men's clothes were covered in blood, and they appeared seriously injured. However, Wang Weihua glanced at the spies on the ground, and they seemed to be in worse condition. Several of them were dead, and the survivors were also seriously injured. As Lu Zhenting went down the mountain, he called out to Su-an, "Su Jiqing, I'm heading down first. You need to be careful and pay attention to your safety." Su-an heard Lu Zhenting's concerned tone and raised an eyebrow, teasing him. "You care about me?" Lu Zhenting. Why did he feel that Su-an's question was a bit ambiguous? But he admitted in his heart that he did care about Su-an. Seeing that Lu Zhenting didn't respond, Su-an said seriously, "I'm just kidding. Don't worry, these people can't do anything to me." Lu Zhenting chose not to say anything more. Regarding the display of strength Su-an had just shown, he really didn't need to worry. While waiting for the others to go down the mountain, Su-an stayed alone with the spies. After about 3 hours, she finally saw the police officers arriving. Fortunately, Sun Xinshin had prepared some rice balls for her today, which helped sustain her. Otherwise, she would have starved. These police officers were incredibly slow. Su-an inwardly cursed them for wasting so much time. When the police officer arrived, he asked Su-an about the situation, then began to handle the spies and prepared to take them down the mountain. Just as Su-an lazily got up and prepared to head home, a female police officer who had come with them said, "Comrade, you need to come with us. We need you to explain the specific circumstances surrounding the arrest of these spies." Su-an replied somewhat unhappily, "It's almost dark. I have to go home for dinner. If you want to know the details, wait until I get home and finish eating." Seeing Su-an's attitude, the female police officer frowned in annoyance. "Comrade, please cooperate with our police work. Is your eating more important, or is the safety of our country more important? These spies are related to the interests and safety of our nation. I hope you can understand the overall situation. Suan felt a surge of anger when she heard the phrase, understand the overall situation. In her previous life, she had been too aware of the overall situation, sacrificing herself for others, which led to her miserable fate. After the painful lessons from the Su family's exploitation, Suan had come to understand an important truth. Sometimes it's better to be a little selfish. Her cold gaze fixed on the female police officer. What? I helped you catch spies and instead of thanking me you won't even let me eat? Is this how you treat heroes who capture criminals? If I had known this, I wouldn't have bothered to help. The female police officer was taken aback by Suan's toughness. The ordinary people she had met before were all respectful towards them, the police. Even small-time gangsters would cower when they saw the police. But Suan showed no fear at all. The female police officer felt her displeasure rise. It's unreasonable for a female comrade like you to arrest more than a dozen spies. How do we know you're not an accomplice? You should cooperate with our investigation to ensure you don't pose a threat to our country. Suan's anger intensified at the female officer's words. Was she trying to accuse her? How could Suan be someone who was easily bullied? With a swift kick, Suan struck a thick tree trunk on the ground with a loud bang. The female officer gasped. What do you want to do? Are you planning to attack the police? If you attack an officer, that's illegal. Do you want to be locked up? Suan's face was icy as she glared at her and sneered. What do I want to do? I'm just dissatisfied with how your police handle things. Do you have any evidence that I'm an accomplice? Isn't evidence necessary for case handling? Do you want to frame innocent people without proof? You eat the food grown by our people, and our citizens' taxes support you. Is this how you serve the people? I think you'd be better off not being a police officer. With your mindset, you're not worthy. The female officer felt her face flush with anger at Suan's words, wanting to retaliate. But Suan wasn't afraid of her. She laughed defiantly. What's wrong? Do you still want to hit me? Do you think just because you wear a badge you can bully ordinary people at will? Go ahead, hit me and I won't fight back. But I will definitely find your superior to discuss this later. Is this how you police treat the masses? Despite her anger, the female officer hesitated. She knew if word got out that the police were bullying citizens, they would be in serious trouble. Just then Su Jihong, the director of the Public Security Bureau, heard the commotion and came over to investigate. The female officer began to complain, framing Suan as a suspect who refused to cooperate with their investigation. Suan stood there with her arms crossed, looking defiant. After the female officer finished her complaints, Suan sneered. If you suspect me, please show me the evidence. If you have proof, feel free to arrest me. But in the absence of evidence, don't go too far and throw accusations my way. There are so many spies in Qingshui County. If anything happens, it will reflect poorly on your police force. I helped you capture these spies, yet instead of gratitude you treat me like this. If I had known it would be thankless, I wouldn't have involved myself and let you handle it. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Asking her to apologize. Suan said, adding, if you have time you can interrogate an innocent citizen like me. I didn't even find these spies before. I really don't know if you are eating for free. The taxes we pay actually support a group of people like you. Seeing Suan so defiant, the female police officer said to her leader, Director Su, you see, this woman doesn't take our police seriously. She actually treats us like this. She is a woman who has caught so many spies. She is obviously suspicious. If we don't take her to the police station, what if it harms the interests of our country? Su Jihong stared at Suan. This little girl wasn't very old, but the confidence radiating from her was immense. Even he, who had been handling cases for many years, felt a sense of pressure standing before her. But there was nothing wrong with what Suan said. Without evidence, no one could be interrogated. Su Jihong had no intention of dealing with Suan. Instead, he said to the female police officer, Xiao Huang, you should apologize to this comrade immediately. We police officers must follow the rules and regulations. We cannot treat any member of the public as a criminal without evidence. This is your dereliction of duty. You will be punished. Please write me another self-criticism. After Su Jihong finished speaking, he turned to Suan, comrade, I'm very sorry. This time you helped us police officers catch these spies. We have to thank you. As a result, our little comrade was disrespectful to you. Please don't take it too seriously. This is my dereliction of duty. I didn't discipline my subordinates well. I apologize to you. Huang Yu was even more angry when she heard that Su Jihong didn't reprimand Suan but punished her instead. What was wrong with the director? Suan's attitude was so arrogant, yet he was still so polite to her? Suan had been furious at first, but seeing that Su Jihong was not unreasonable, her attitude softened. It seems there's a reason for being a leader. You are a good leader. As long as this comrade apologizes to me, I won't hold this against her. Huang Yu was reluctant to apologize to Su-en and bow to this woman. Director I. Seeing that Huang Yu didn't want to apologize, Su Jihong said seriously, you did something wrong. You should apologize to the young comrade. Huang Yu had to bow her head, even if she didn't want to apologize. After Huang Yu apologized, Su-en looked at Su Jihong and said, as a member of the public, I am not unwilling to cooperate with your public security work, but the premise is that you have to show your attitude and not treat me like a prisoner. I have been guarding here for a long time. I am hungry now and I have to go home to eat. If you have anything to ask or investigate, I can cooperate with you after I finish eating. I am an educated youth from the production team of Yuto Village. I will not run away. You can find me at any time. Su Jihong looked at Su-en again, and she no longer had the anger she displayed earlier. See, the little girl wasn't unreasonable. Her attitude was quite good when you spoke to her nicely. Huang Yu had indeed irritated her earlier, which is why Su-en had bullied her. Okay, comrade, can I ask your name? I will arrange for 2 of our comrades to come to you tomorrow morning to inquire about the situation. Now you can go home and have dinner first. Anyway, thank you very much for what you did today. Although Su-en spoke a little arrogantly, she was right. If she hadn't helped catch these spies, if something had happened in Qingshui County, it would have reflected poorly on their local public security. Su-en waved her hand. It is my honor as a citizen to help catch the spies and defend the rights and interests of our country. So don't thank me. This is what I should do. Su-en said, and didn't waste any more words with the police. She hurried down the mountain. She was almost starving to death. She wondered if it was due to using her supernatural powers, but her body's energy was consumed very quickly, making her even hungrier. With the spies present earlier, Su-en couldn't directly take food out of her space to eat. Also, although she had plenty of food in her space, it wasn't as delicious as what Sun Xinshin made. Su-en thought that at the end of the world, she wouldn't mind eating anything as long as she could fill her stomach. As a result, she had been with Sun Xinshin for a long time, and she had become picky about food because of this girl, and she didn't even look down on ordinary food. Su-en quickened her pace down the mountain. At this time, the news about Su-en's arrest of spies also spread throughout the production team of Yuto Village. Seeing Su-en coming down from the mountain, many team members came to her to verify. Su Jiqing, did you really help catch the enemy's spy? Yes, Su Jiqing, is this true or false? Did you really help catch the spy? Su Jiqing, what's the situation? Are there really spies on our mountain? Su-en met a pair of gossipy eyes and couldn't help sighing. Sure enough, the ability of human gossip is not limited by age. Su-en felt that there was nothing to hide about this matter. When the police arrested the spies and brought them down the mountain later, these team members would naturally see it. Now this was a good opportunity for Su-en to brag and remind the team members. She was a person who could catch spies. Those who were blind should not come around in front of her, otherwise they would definitely not end well. Yes, we did encounter spies in the mountains. When I met them, they were chasing Guo Jiqing and Lu Jiqing. Fortunately, I showed up in time and saved them. Don't wander around in the mountains in the future, otherwise, you will run into spies like Lu Jiqing and Guo Jiqing, and the consequences will be disastrous. They are lucky to meet me. If they hadn't met me, they would all be dead now. Hearing Su-en's reminder, the team members became nervous. Su-en was right. Don't wander around in the mountains in the future. But then again, this Su Jiqing was really amazing. It's okay that she could hunt wild boars before, but it turns out that these enemy spies are no match for her. Su-en said something to the team members and hurried back. As soon as they got home, Sun Xinshin came out to greet them. Anan, you are finally back. Sun Xinshin said, then asked curiously. Anan, I just heard that you went up the mountain to catch spies. Is this true or not? Su-en nodded. It's true. That's why I was delayed for so long and came back only now. Those police are too useless. They don't know how to act faster. Otherwise I could have come back earlier. Xinshin, is dinner ready? It took me a lot of effort to catch those spies today, and I'm almost starving now. Sun Xinshin saw that Su-en really caught the spies, and her eyes were full of admiration when she looked at her good sister. Then she hurried to the kitchen to bring out the dishes and rice. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Guamiao. Why do I have a headache? She had already prepared dinner and was warming it in the pot, waiting for Su-en to come back and eat. There was still some mutton left, so Sun Xinshin made braised lamb chops and stewed a pot of mutton soup. Su-en smelled the delicious food and felt even hungrier. Eating was still a happy thing. For this meal, Su-en ate 5 bowls of rice. After she finished eating, she touched her full stomach with satisfaction. Sun Xinshin was glad that she cooked a lot of dinner. If she cooked less, it would not be enough for Su-en. After dinner, Su-en went to wash up and rest. She had wasted a lot of effort today, so she had to wash up and go to bed early. At this time, at the county hospital, Lu Zhenting and Guo Miao were both admitted to the ward. Lu Zhenting was given an anti-inflammatory drug. As for Guo Miao, in addition to the anti-inflammatory drug, he also received some blood transfusion. This time, Guo Miao was more seriously injured than Lu Zhenting, and had to have a blood transfusion because of the excessive bleeding. Guo Miao woke up at night. Looking at the surrounding environment, Guo Miao knew that he was in the hospital. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought that his life would be handed over to those spies, but who knew that he would survive the desperate situation. However, Guo Miao's injured part was still painful at this moment, and even his head hurt badly. Guo Miao turned his head and saw Lu Zhenting lying on another bed next to him. He knew that Lu Zhenting was also injured, but he didn't know how serious his brother Ting's injury was. So Guo Miao shouted to Lu Zhenting, "Brother Ting, Brother Ting." Lu Zhenting woke up and looked at Guo Miao. "Awake?" Guo Miao nodded and then asked Lu Zhenting, "Brother Ting, how are you injured? Are you okay?" Lu Zhenting shook his head. "I'm fine, not as serious as yours." Hearing Lu Zhenting say this, Guo Miao was relieved. "Oh, that's good. What about you, are you feeling better now?" Guo Miao was aggrieved. "Brother Ting, my wound hurts and my head hurts too. It's really strange, my head is not injured, why does it hurt so much?" Hearing Guo Miao's words, Lu Zhenting thought of the situation when Suan helped him deal with his wounds. At this moment, Guo Miao felt a headache, which must be the sequelae of being beaten by Suan. Guo Miao said and suddenly thought of something and asked Lu Zhenting, "Brother Ting, I remember Su Jiqing punched me in the head. Did I remember it wrong?" Guo Miao was worried that it was an illusion, so he came to Lu Zhenting to verify it. Lu Zhenting's expression was a little unnatural. "Nothing. Oh, that must be my hallucination." The two talked for a few words, and Guo Miao shouted that he was hungry and asked the medical staff to bring some food. After eating and drinking, Guo Miao continued to rest. Suan, after a good sleep, was much more energetic the next day. As usual, Suan continued to work early in the morning. She worked very quickly, and the team members were used to her. However, the two police officers who came to the production team of Yuto Village were shocked when they saw Suan working. How could this female comrade be so strong? But then again, Suan could help catch so many spies, so she must not be an ordinary person. "Comrade Su, we are sent by Director Su. Can we learn more about the specific circumstances of yesterday's arrest of spies from you?" Suan glanced at the two police officers who came over, and then said in a calm voice, "Wait a minute, I will be done in a few minutes." The two police officers had no objection. Just wait a few more minutes. When Director Su arranged for them to come here today, he specifically reminded them that they must treat Suan better. Huang Yu was severely punished yesterday because of her bad attitude towards Suan. With the lesson of Huang Yu in front of them, they dare not take a high-handed attitude anymore. Suan quickly finished the work in her hands and found a scorekeeper to record her work points. After finishing this, Suan came to the two public security comrades and said to them, "Ask whatever you want to ask." "Comrade Su, we want to ask about the specific circumstances of your arrest of these spies yesterday. How did you find them and how did you catch them?" Suan did not hide anything and told the situation objectively. It was not she who discovered these spies, but Guo Miao and Lu Zhenting who discovered them first. When she went over, she happened to see the scene of these two people being chased by spies. Of course, Suan did not reveal the identities of Lu Zhenting and Guo Miao, but just said that they were educated youth who went to the countryside together, so they rescued them. After Suan answered this question, the public security asked a few more routine questions, and the investigation ended. At this time, Su Jihong also received a notice from above. He knew that Lu Zhenting and Guo Miao had come here secretly to perform tasks. Regarding this matter, Su Jihong went to Guo Miao and Lu Zhenting to learn more about it. Su Jihong actually had some doubts about Suan's identity. However, when he brought up this matter in the process of understanding the situation with Lu Zhenting said that the higher-ups had already investigated Suan's background, and there was no problem. In addition, he could also vouch for Suan. Seeing Lu Zhenting say this, Su Jihong did not further interrogate Suan. Now the main focus of their local public security is still on the investigation of spies. This time so many spies appeared, and they didn't even notice it. I don't know if there are still many hidden spies. If there are still spies, they must be caught quickly. As for the place discovered by Lu Zhenting and Guo Miao, Su Jihong also had to arrange for people to check it out, and then arrange to interrogate the captured spies to find out what their purpose of coming to China was. Suan went to find Li San after finishing his work the next morning. The big black bear that he got in the mountains last time had to be sold for money. Bear paws are treasures and I don't know what price Li San can give her at that time. When Suan found Li San had a flattering smile on his face. "Auntie, have you got more goods?" Suan nodded. "Yes, some good stuff." Li San's eyes lit up for a moment. When Suan got the wild boar meat before, she didn't say it was a good thing. Now if she said there was a good thing, then it must be a real good thing. Suan threw the sack in front of Li San and asked them to open it and see for themselves. Li San asked his men to untie the sack, and saw a big black bear inside. The moment he saw the big black bear, Li San became excited. It was indeed a good thing. Not to mention the black bear meat. Bear paws are a rare treasure, and many powerful people want them. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. The Shun family discovered their daughter was not their real daughter. After receiving such a good thing, Li San would sell it back. It was not only a matter of making money but also about making more connections. In their line of work, if there was no one to protect them, how could they make it long-term? Li San looked at Suan. "Auntie, you are really my aunt now. You actually gave me such a good thing." Suan pointed at the black bear and said, "Don't say these nice things. Just tell me, how much can you offer for this big black bear?" Li San knew that Suan was not someone who could be fooled. He would not dare to cheat anyone's money. "Auntie, this is a treasure. I will definitely not treat you badly in terms of price. So, I will give you 2,000 for this big black bear. What do you think?" Suan was quite satisfied with the price Li San quoted. "Okay, then it's as you said. You can give 2,000 for this big black bear. I have some game here just as a gift for you." In addition to the big black bear, Suan also gave a few pheasants and rabbits. After waiting for the price of the big black bear to be discussed, Suan asked Li San if he had collected antiques for her. How could Li San dare to forget what Suan had told him? He hurriedly said, "Auntie, I have collected some for you, but too many goods were taken away some time ago, so I can't get much for you. Take a look at these first, and if you are not satisfied, I will look for them later." Li San said, and asked his men to bring a box over. Suan looked at the goods in the box, and they were indeed a batch of antiques. However, there were no antiques of particularly high value, and they were probably taken away by Li San. It was not easy to find better treasures now. But no matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat. Suan did not dislike the antiques that Li San got because they could still be sold in the future. Suan said to Li San, "I'll take this batch first. Please keep an eye out for me and continue to collect it if there is any. How much is this batch of antiques? Deduct it from the price of the black bear this time." Li San said to Suan like a dog, "Auntie, these things are not top-grade goods. Just consider it as my honor to you." Li San saw that Suan was capable, so he didn't care about such a small amount of money. If Suan continued to bring him more good things, this part of the money would be made up soon. Suan was not used to Li San not cheating people like this. After all, this guy was planning to cheat the thieves at the beginning. But Suan was not stupid. She would not refuse the bargain that was delivered to her door. Suan said, "Okay, your awareness is getting higher and higher. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer in the future." Li San continued to smile at Suan ingratiatingly. Regarding the money from Suan's sale of prey this time, Li San immediately asked his men to take the money and settle it with Suan. Looking at the 2,000 yuan in hand, Suan couldn't help but sigh that this money is really easy to earn. If she works for a few more years at the current speed after the reform and opening up, Suan will have a lot of starting capital, and then she will have the capital to make a big fortune. After leaving Li San, Suan went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some daily necessities, and also bought a pound of peach cakes to take back. When she came to the county town, Suan thought of Lu Zhenting and Guo Miao, and didn't know how the two guys are doing now. He was shot and he probably needs to rest for a while, right? Thinking of Lu Zhenting's face, she was actually a little worried about his condition. However, Suan did not plan to visit them in the county hospital. After finishing today's things in the county town, she returned to the Yuto village production team. At this time, the Shun family in Beijing. The atmosphere in the Shun family was very depressing, because the Shun family discovered that the girl they had raised for more than 10 years was actually a fake. The Shun family only had one girl. As the daughter of the Shun family, Shun Rui could be said to be the favorite of the Shun family from childhood to adulthood. Mr. Shun and Mrs. Shun had 3 sons in total. Among these 3 sons, all of them were male, and only Shun Rui was a girl among the children of the second room of the Shun family. Suddenly, such a sweet and sticky little girl came to the man's nest. It is conceivable that Shun Rui's status at home. This time when Xiao Qingyue, the second wife of the Shun family, that is, Shun Rui's nominal mother, was injured and needed blood donation for treatment, it was discovered that Shun Rui was not a biological child. After knowing that Shun Rui was not a child of the Shun family, the Shun family immediately started to investigate the reasons. The final result of the investigation was shocking. At that time, the domestic situation was turbulent, and Xiao Qingyue was a child born outside. Due to limited conditions, there was only one nanny around at the time. This nanny was the elder sister of Shun Rui's biological mother, that is, Shun Rui's aunt. Not long after the children were born, she swapped the 2 children. Newborn babies look almost the same, and Xiao Qingyue was not in good condition after giving birth, so how could she find out that the children were secretly swapped? After waiting for the children to be raised for a while, they finally came to Beijing to settle down. Although Xiao Qingyue found that the ancestral jade pendant that she had placed close to the baby that day was lost, she didn't think much about it, just thinking that the nanny accidentally lost it when taking care of the child. In this way, their Shin family helped others raise children for nearly 20 years. Before, Shin Rui didn't look like a member of the Shin family. Although they found it strange, they never thought that she was swapped. Now that they have figured out this matter, the Shin family knows that Shin Rui is not a member of the Shin family, so naturally she doesn't look like them. The couple in the second room of the Shin family are the ones who can't accept the fact that their daughter is lost the most. Xiao Qingyue was already in tears. I really didn't expect that I had raised someone's daughter for so many years. Where's my real daughter? Woo woo woo. The Shin family felt bad when they saw Xiao Qingyue like this. Because this child is not only Xiao Qingyue's daughter, but also the treasure of their entire Shin family. They interrogated the nanny who exchanged the child about the whereabouts of the real daughter of the Shin family. The answer they got made them even more angry, because after these people exchanged their Shin family's child, they not only did not raise it themselves, but directly threw it away. Such a young child with no one to take care of it, who knows if it can still survive? If murder was not illegal, the family was worried about getting in trouble, and probably thought of killing their real child of the Shin family directly to eliminate future troubles. Qingyue, don't worry, our real Rui will definitely be found. The Shin family has been doing good for generations, and God will definitely bless our children to be safe and sound. The speaker was Shan Chongfeng, the second son of the Shan family. He and Xiao Qingyue have always had a deep relationship, and seeing his wife like this, he felt very bad. If he wasn't worried that his wife would continue to treat the fake Shin Rui like a treasure, he wouldn't have wanted to tell her about this. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. Find the real daughter and let Shin Rui leave the Shan family. After all, this incident was too stimulating for people. Not to mention that Xiao Qingyue couldn't accept it for a while. Shin Chongfeng was also like this. After knowing that the baby girl he had spoiled for so many years was not his own, and his real daughter was replaced, he almost fainted. His wife's tolerance was even worse, and it was normal to react like this now. Xiao Qingyue looked at her husband. Brother Feng, can our real daughter really be found? She herself felt very slim. Such a young child was thrown directly into the mountains. Most likely she was taken away by wild beasts, right? Even if you look for her, there is no clue at all. Where can you find her? Shin Chongfeng was afraid that Xiao Qingyue would be upset, so he told him very firmly, yes, it will, our child will definitely be blessed and have a long life. I have a strong premonition that this child will definitely live. The Shin family also took turns to comfort Xiao Qingyue. Everyone was in the same bad mood. There was such a girl in their Shin family's bachelor nest, and she was replaced by someone. The whole family couldn't stand it and wanted to find the real Shin Rui. After Xiao Qingyue digested it for a while, Shan Huaiji, the head of the Shin family, said in a deep voice, we will definitely find the real child of our Shin family. Second brother's family, you should think about how to deal with the fake Shin Rui in your family now. Although this fake daughter has been raised by them for more than 10 or 20 years, the Shin family has developed some feelings for her. But the Shin family is very rational. Especially the old man Shin Huaiji. The Shin family pampers Shin Rui because Shin Rui has the blood of their Shan family. If Shin Rui is not a child of the Shin family, then she is someone who has nothing to do with them and there is no need to be emotional. Shin Chongfeng had an idea in his mind, but he still wanted to give priority to his wife's ideas. What he did might be a little cruel, and he didn't know if his wife could accept it. Qingyue, I will listen to you on this matter. How do you want to deal with the child who was replaced? Keep it or send it away? When Xiao Qingyue saw her husband asking her this, a tear trace crossed her face. After all, it was a child that she had raised for so long. How could she not have feelings? But when she thought that the child was deliberately replaced, her reluctance disappeared completely. Her real child could have grown up as a little princess in the Shin family without worries. But this fake one took over her daughter's life. Her child was harmed to the point of not knowing whether she was alive or dead, and they still wanted her to continue to raise a daughter for others? How is it possible? Xiao Qingyue's rationality told her that Shin Rui was not her daughter now, and she should not be emotionally attached to the child of her enemy. So Xiao Qingyue looked up at Shin Chongfeng. Brother Feng, since she is not our child, let's send her away and send her back to her original home. We can't be a sucker and continue to help others raise children. This is unfair to our real children. Hearing Xiao Qingyue's answer, Shan Chongfeng and the other people in the Shin family were relieved. In fact, they were worried that Xiao Qingyue would be reluctant to give up the relationship of so many years, and was unwilling to send away the fake Shin Rui. For the child of the enemy, their Shin family did not do anything to her, but just sent her back to her original place, which was already enough. Do you still want them to continue raising her? They really took advantage of them. Shen Chongfeng was also relieved after hearing his wife's answer. His wife's decision was the same as his, and they were planning to send Shen Rui away. At this time Shen Huaiji, the head of the Shen family, said, "Since you two have decided, I will have someone prepare to send the child back in the next 2 days." At the door of the Shen family's study, Shen Rui listened to all the conversations of the Shen family. Her fists were clenched tightly together. Some time ago, she knew that she was not the real child of the Shen family. Although the Shen family avoided her during the investigation, she still saw something strange from the changes in the attitude and eyes of the Shen family. Before, the Shen family spoiled her like a baby. Some time ago the Shen family changed a lot. Although they still spoiled her on the surface, the loving eyes before were gone. On the contrary, sometimes Shen Rui could see a hint of coldness in the eyes of the Shen family when they looked at her. Shen Rui felt that there must be a reason for the change in the attitude of the Shen family. So she investigated quietly, and finally knew that she was not the child of the Shen family, but was replaced. When she knew that she was not the child of the Shen family, Shen Rui was also hit hard. She has lived in the Shen family since she was a child. The Shen family is a big family in Beijing, and she is the only girl in the Shen family. Needless to say, she is spoiled. Since she was a child, she has been given the best food, clothing and daily expenses. In school, no girl's living conditions can surpass hers. She is the child of the Shen family, so it is natural that she can enjoy all these. But if she is not the child of the Shen family, these things will no longer belong to her. She has maintained such a life for so many years. How can she bear to abandon Shen Rui now? The most terrifying thing is that Shen Rui knows the family situation of her biological parents, and they are actually poor country people. It has become a problem for the family to have enough food. How can they have such a good life as she has now? As a result, the Shen family is good now. After discussing it, the family actually wants to send her back to her real home. Shen Rui originally still had hope. Even if she is not the real child of the Shen family, but after raising her in this family for so many years, this family must have feelings for her, right? They can find the real child while letting her stay and continue to live. But they didn't and planned to send her back to her real home. How can this family be so indifferent? Even if it is a dog, they can't bear to throw it away after raising so many dogs, but they can drive her away cruelly. At this moment, the nanny was about to come to the study. After hearing the footsteps, Shen Rui did not dare to stay here any longer and hurriedly left the study door. After knowing the Shen family's plan, Shen Rui felt that she had to plan for herself. She heard the cold words of the family just now. When Xiao Qingyue planned to send her back, none of her brothers who had always loved her and spoiled her persuaded her. So if she played the emotional card and asked the Shen family directly, it would be useless. She couldn't stay in the Shen family. She really didn't want to go back to her real home. She felt very sick when she thought about living with a group of country bumpkins. She couldn't stay in the Shen family, nor could she go back to her real home. She could only look for a third way. Shen Rui thought of signing up to go to the countryside. A few days ago, she got a message that her favorite big brother Chang Siyuan was going to the grassroots for training. The place where Chang Siyuan trained was the Public Security Bureau of Qingshui County, Qingyang City, Liao Province. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. Shen Rui signs up to go to the countryside. She could sign up to go to the countryside and become an educated youth there. If she went there, she would have more opportunities to meet Chang Siyuan. In Jing City, the power of the Chang family was not inferior to that of the Shen family, and was even stronger than that of the Shen family. If she could be favored by Chang Siyuan, her future life would not be worse than when she was in the Shen family. After making plans, Shen Rui hurried to the educated youth office to sign up for herself to go to the countryside. Once you sign up to go to the countryside, you cannot change it at will under normal circumstances. If she didn't sign up, Shen Rui was really worried that the Shen family would force her back to her original home. It would be better for her to go to the countryside than to live with a group of peasants and become a country person. After all, the status of a young person who went to the countryside is nobler than that of a peasant. After Shen Rui came to the educated youth office, she signed up and gave some benefits to the staff of the educated youth office. She was going to Qingshui County, Qingyang City, Liao Province, not just any place. After receiving the gift from Shen Rui, the staff took care of such a small matter. Shen Rui returned to the Shen family only after she finished registering. Unexpectedly, the Shen family confronted her as soon as she returned. "Rui, you are not our child. Now pack up your things and go back to your real home. You can take your clothes with you, but you cannot take away the jewelry we originally gave you." The jewelry that the Shen family gave to Shen Rui were all priceless good things. They gave these to Shinrui because she was a child of the Shun family. Since she was not a child of the Shin family, she must not be allowed to take these things away. As for letting Shinrui take those clothes away, there was no point in keeping them because the Shin family only had boys, and she was the only girl. After all, she was a child they had raised for so long, so they had to leave something for her, and they couldn't go too far, so they let her take the clothes. Although Shinrui knew about this a long time ago, she still showed her superb acting skills at this moment. How could it be? Dad, Mom. Why am I not your child? Seeing Shinrui's shocked look, Shen Chongfeng didn't want to elaborate on the vicious thing that her relatives deliberately swapped children. This matter has nothing to do with Shinrui. She is innocent after all. You have your own biological parents. Go back to your parents and live with them well. Shen Chongfeng had a cold face. He deliberately showed indifference because he was worried that he would be soft-hearted towards Shinrui. The Shinrui in front of him was not his biological daughter. His biological daughter didn't know where she was now, and she might even be suffering. He felt sorry for the fake Shinrui. Who could feel sorry for his child? Shinrui looked at Shen Chongfeng and Xiao Qingyue with tears in her eyes. Dad, Mom. Even if I am not your biological child, I have lived in the Shin family for 18 years. I have always regarded you as my own parents. Can you please not chase me away? Mom and Dad, please don't let me go, okay? Xiao Qingyue looked at Shinrui like this and quickly turned her head away, so that she would not be affected by Shinrui's appearance and change her mind. I feel a little uncomfortable. I'm going to go back and rest first. Seeing Xiao Qingyue ignoring her and leaving so directly and indifferently, Shinrui's nails almost dug into her palms. She was really cruel. She knew that her begging was useless. The Shin family was so indifferent. When Shen Chongfeng saw his wife leaving, he looked at Shinrui and said, "You must go back to where you should go. This is not your home. Go and pack up first, I will send you away tomorrow." Shinrui came clean at this time. Dad, I can't go back to my original home. I have signed up to go to the countryside. Even if I leave, I will go to support rural construction, not go somewhere else. Hearing Shinrui's words, Shen Chongfeng was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Shinrui to sign up to go to the countryside. But since the girl has already signed up to go to the countryside, Shen Chongfeng will let it go, as long as Shinrui does not stay in the Shin family and does not occupy the position of their real daughter. Okay, you pack up your things and prepare to go to the countryside. Shen Chongfeng finished speaking and said nothing more. Shinrui could only go back to pack her things. When she was packing, the Shin family specially arranged someone to watch her, for fear that she would take away valuable things. Shinrui could not take away those expensive jewelry, but she packed a lot of clothes. She could take away some of her daily necessities, such as perfume, lipstick and vanishing cream. Shinrui tried to take away everything she could take away now. Even if she didn't need it, she could sell it later. After leaving the Shin family, she had to rely on herself in the future. If she didn't want to starve to death after going to the countryside, she had to have she has money. Fortunately, her clothes are all good products specially provided by the department store, and some of them are bought from the friendship store. If she resells these clothes, she will probably make some money. When she is with Chang Siyuan, she can come back to Beijing and continue to live such a life. But when she comes to Beijing again, she will definitely make the Shen family regret their cruelty and indifference. Shinrui packed up her things and took some of her clothes to the black market to exchange for a total of 1,800 yuan. Although the money is not much, it should be able to support her in the countryside for a while. Suan returned home after returning from the county town. When she returned, Sun Xinshin was cooking in the kitchen, and Suan could already smell the fragrance of the food. Now the mutton is almost finished, Suan will go into the mountains again in the afternoon and bring back some more things. Seeing Suan coming back, Sun Xinshin put down the work in her hands and came out of the kitchen. "Anan, you are back?" Suan nodded. "Yes, I am back. I brought some peach cakes back. If you want to eat them in the afternoon, take them yourself. I will put them in the cabinet." Sun Xinshin was not polite and responded with a smile. "Okay, Anan, I got it." After Suan came back, she put the things away and waited for Sun Xinshin to finish cooking. The little girl's cooking skills are really good, and the dishes are more delicious than those in state-owned restaurants. Seeing Suan coming back, Sun Xinshin was worried that Suan was hungry, so she sped up the cooking. So Suan didn't have to wait for a while, and saw Sun Xinshin coming out with lunch. Sun Xinshin cut some onions and cooked them with mutton. The onion and mutton were very delicious. In addition, Sun Xinshin also stewed some mutton soup, which tasted equally good. And then, this is the cucumber I pickled before, try it and see how it tastes. Some time ago, Sun Xinshin made some pickled vegetables when she had nothing to do. Now that they are ready to eat, she packs them out for Suan to try. Suan knew that the taste would not be bad without trying it. After all, she still trusted Sun Xinshin's cooking skills. Waiting for Suan to pick up the chopsticks and taste a piece, She was not disappointed. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Encountering a giant python in the mountains. Delicious Shinshin, your cooking skills are really amazing. How come you can make pickled cucumber so delicious? Being praised by Suin, Sun Shinshin felt a little embarrassed. I can only cook some food, but I can't cook other things. And then if you like it, I'll pickle more later. When there are cabbages and radishes in winter, I'll make some pickled radishes and spicy cabbage for you. That's delicious. After hearing what Sun Shinshin said, Suin began to swallow her saliva. The happiest thing in life is to enjoy delicious food. If you don't eat well, life will be meaningless. Okay, then I'll wait. Sun Shinshin thought for a while. I'll go to the ants to buy some peppers later. The peppers are the most delicious at this time. While the peppers are harvested now, I'll make a few more jars of hot sauce, and we can save them for later. Well, I'll see if I can buy duck eggs later, and I'll make some salted duck eggs for you. Suin naturally had no objection, and these things at home were arranged by this girl. After eating and drinking at noon, Suin went up the mountain with a backpack in the afternoon. After finishing the meat at home, Suin thought that she would have to hunt more prey on this trip up the mountain. Basically, as long as she went into the mountains, she would get some gains. At least she could get a few fish. With the thunder ability, she could electrocute any fish in the river. If she couldn't eat meat, eating fish was also good. After Suin went up the mountain, she had good luck and shot a few hares and pheasants along the way. Maybe it was because she shot a big black bear. Suin now looked down on such small prey. After all, these would not sell for much money to Li San, and they were not as valuable as large wild beasts. Just when Suin was thinking about shooting big prey, she heard exclamations and gunshots from the woods. Suin frowned, thinking that maybe she was so unlucky that she met a spy again. With this curious mood, Suin went to the direction of the sound. When Suin went over, she found that she didn't meet a spy, but a group of police officers were chased by a big python. When Suin saw this scene, there was only one thought in her mind: are these people a little stupid? With such intelligence, she really doubted how they passed the exam to become police officers. They went up the mountain without any precautions? There are many wild animals and snakes and insects in the mountains. It is best to bring some anti-snake and insect medicine, such as sulfur. Obviously, these people were not prepared at all. This group of police officers, about 10 people, were somewhat embarrassed by the pursuit of the python. Facing such a big python, they could only shoot and kill it. But this python was like a spirit, dodging the gunshots keenly. Because they fired, the python seemed to be stimulated and attacked more frantically. Suin found that the police officer named Huang Yu from last time was also among them. It seemed that this woman was the first to shoot. At this moment, the python had already targeted her and attacked only in her direction. When the other police officers saw the python attacking Huang Yu, they all rushed to rescue her. Suin had a bad impression of Huang Yu. He only felt that this woman had no ability and her IQ seemed to be not high. He really didn't know how the superiors sent such a woman to carry out the mission. Soon, Huang Yu was curled up in the air by the snake body of the python. Huang Yu's face was distorted by the python's gradually tightening body. The other police officers were frightened when they saw such a scene. At this time, Chang Siyuan took a pistol and quickly shot at the python's head. Although the python was shot in the head, it was not dead. The big python that had originally wrapped Huang Yu tightly threw her to the ground, turned around and rushed towards Chang Siyuan with its bloody mouth wide open. Seeing the python attacking Chang Siyuan, the other police officers around exclaimed, "Director Chang, be careful." Chang Siyuan was the deputy director of the Qingshui County Public Security Bureau, who had just been transferred to the Qingshui County Public Security Bureau in the past 2 days. Because of his identity, everyone was so nervous about him. Seeing the python rushing towards him, Chang Siyuan quickly dodged. Suin saw that Chang Siyuan's skills were not bad. If it were an ordinary person, he might not be able to dodge in time and would be swallowed alive by the python. The python did not attack Chang Siyuan the first time, and soon launched a second attack. Seeing this, Suin decided to help. Although he didn't like Huang Yu, the other police officers were quite friendly. Besides, it was a hazard to leave such a big python in the mountains. If the team members accidentally encountered it, they would die. With this in mind, Suin rushed out of the woods and rushed towards the python with a machete in her hand. Seeing Suin suddenly appear, many police officers recognized this girl. The main reason was that Suin was a very individual person, and it was hard for people to forget her. And it was Suin who helped catch the spy last time. If one person could catch such a professionally trained business, you can imagine how powerful she was. But there was one thing: Suin's temper was as powerful as her ability. Huang Yu provoked Suin, and wasn't Suin very bad? Chang Siyuan looked at the little girl who suddenly rushed out but didn't recognize her. He had never seen Suin before, and didn't know that it was she who helped them catch the spy. Looking at such a thin little girl, Chang Siyuan felt that she was too reckless to rush out to help them. Be careful, hide behind me and don't provoke the python. You are a little girl. You are no match for the python. Chang Siyuan shouted to Suan. Although she knew that Chang Siyuan had good intentions, Suan wondered who he was looking down on. If she didn't think they were too weak, would she have taken action at this time? Suan didn't want to waste time. After all, she didn't know when she could deal with this big python with these police officers. So she ignored Chang Siyuan and continued to attack the python with a machete. When she got close to the python, she jumped up, and then the machete was deeply inserted into the center of the python's head. With a rip, Suan split from the center of the python's head. Then a crazy python died in front of everyone in an instant. Seeing Suan solve the python, many police officers breathed a sigh of relief. When Suan caught the spies before, they had never seen how Suan took action. This time, seeing how Suan dealt with the python, the police officers present felt that they had opened their eyes. No wonder Suan could handle so many professionally trained spies by herself. Her skills were truly amazing. Chang Siyuan was also attracted to Suan. He was worried about Suan's safety just now, thinking that a little girl like her would definitely not be able to handle a python. Now he realized that he had underestimated her. Thinking of what he had just said, he felt a pain in his face. Thinking of Suan's heroic appearance just now, Chang Siyuan felt that his heart was firmly grasped by something. Chapter 57. Chapter 57, deliberately targeting Huang Yu. It was the first time he had seen such a special girl. At this moment, Chang Siyuan's eyes looking at Suan also became hot. Compared with those whimpering girls who needed protection, Chang Siyuan found that such a strong girl was more attractive. Suan first took a look at the python on the ground, and had to make sure that the python was dead, so as not to attack her when she was not prepared. Seeing that the python was really motionless, Suan cut open the snake's body and took out the snake gall. Snake gall is a good thing. Suan kept the snake gall and planned to sell it to Li San. No matter how much it can be sold for, every bit of money is a bit. Chang Siyuan has been staring at Suan. This woman doesn't seem to be afraid of the python at all. It's the first time he has seen a little girl so brave. But because of this, Chang Siyuan feels that Suan has a charm that is different from other women. Suan got the snake gall, and as for the python, she will hand it over to the police to carry it down the mountain later. She saved their lives, so it's not too much to ask them to carry the python, right? Feeling someone staring at her, Suan looked at Chang Siyuan. She hadn't noticed it just now, but now she noticed Chang Siyuan's appearance. Oh, here comes another handsome boy. Chang Siyuan has delicate features, and his tough handsomeness is a little more gentle, which is different from Lu Zhenting's handsomeness. If she has to compare, Suan still thinks Lu Zhenting is more in line with her aesthetic. With a handsome man like Lu Zhenting in front of her, she didn't feel too amazing when looking at Chang Siyuan at this moment. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman? Suan raised his eyebrows at Chang Siyuan. Chang Siyuan came back to his senses and knew that Suan was teasing him. It was really not good for him, a gay man, to stare at her, a lesbian like this. So Chang Siyuan said to Suan, "Comrade, I'm sorry for being so presumptuous." Suan waved her hand. "It's okay, I'm beautiful after all. A gentleman loves a beautiful lady. I can understand." Chang Siyuan. Although she was telling the truth, why did it sound weird? Huang Yu also came back to her senses from her shock. Seeing Chang Siyuan staring at Suan, Huang Yu felt jealous. Chang Siyuan is good-looking, and he became the deputy director at a young age. The most important thing is that Huang Yu heard that Chang Siyuan's family background is not simple, and he is from Beijing. Which woman would not be moved by such a young talent? She hopes to get close to Chang Siyuan and win his favor. But she clearly saw that Chang Siyuan looked at Suan differently from the way he looked at others. He was obviously attracted to Suan. Huang Yu glanced at Suan angrily. This woman had embarrassed her, and now she was deliberately seducing the attention of the man she liked. She was really shameless. "Director Chang, thank you for saving me just now." Huang Yu deliberately walked in front of Chang Siyuan and said in a delicate voice. Seeing Huang Yu's pretentious look, Suan felt a little hot to the eyes. She had always thought that this woman was not good, and now she was even more disgusted when she saw her being so hypocritical. Huang Yu was very fierce and arrogant in front of her, but now she pretended to be a little white flower in front of a good man. Before Chang Siyuan could speak, Suan crossed his arms and looked at Huang Yu with a smug look. "Did you thank the wrong person? It was me who saved you just now. I killed this python, why didn't I see you thank me?" Hearing Suan's involvement, Huang Yu gritted his teeth in hatred. Why is this woman so annoying? She has never seen anyone more annoying than Suan. Last time she was embarrassed and wrote a self-criticism, and now she came to mess up her and Chang Siyuan's affairs. Chang Siyuan felt that Suan made sense. If it weren't for Suan this time, they might have encountered some accidents in the mountains. The python just now was obviously crazy and he was almost attacked. It was Suan's help that solved it in just a moment. Otherwise they would have suffered heavy losses with their abilities. Chang Siyuan said to Huang Yu, "Comrade Huang, this time the person to be thanked is indeed this comrade, you don't need to thank me." Suan raised a rogue smile at the corner of his mouth. "Did you hear that? Why don't you thank me quickly? I saved your life and you didn't even say a word of thanks. How can you serve the people with your quality?" Huang Yu bit her lower lip, and even though she didn't want to thank this bitch in front of Chang Siyuan, she still said hypocritically, "Comrade Su, thank you for saving me this time." After Huang Yu thanked Suan, she still looked at Chang Siyuan delicately. "Director Chang, although this time the python was killed by this comrade Su, it was thanks to your help just now, otherwise I don't know if I would be alive now." Suan wanted to moan when he saw Huang Yu like this. Chang Siyuan said to Huang Yu in a low voice, "You are a member of our team. It is my duty to take action in such a situation just now. You don't need to thank me." Huang Yu just opened her mouth to say something, but Chang Siyuan interrupted her directly. Chang Siyuan looked at Suan. "Comrade, I wonder what your name is?" Suan replied in a low voice, "Suan." At this time, another male police officer came up to Chang Siyuan and said to Chang Siyuan, "Director Chang, this comrade Suan is the comrade who helped us catch the spy before." Hearing the words of his subordinate, Chang Siyuan looked at Suan with a touch of surprise and admiration. Unexpectedly, the person who helped them catch the spy was Suan. This female comrade is really as good as a man. Seeing the undisguised admiration in Chang Siyuan's eyes when he looked at Suan, Huang Yu felt even more unbalanced. She felt that Suan was deliberately trying to attract Chang Siyuan's attention. She looked so beautiful, like a vixen. This beautiful woman is restless. I hope Chang Siyuan will not be confused by this woman. Chang Siyuan said to Suan, "I didn't expect that you helped us catch spies before, and saved our lives again this time. Thank you on behalf of all the staff of Qingshui County Public Security." Suan sneered. "Don't just say thank you, shouldn't you take some practical actions? Last time we helped you catch spies, but I didn't see your gratitude being realized." Chang Siyuan was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly said, "We have been busy investigating spies recently, so we have been negligent. I will arrange a thank you and let my comrades send you a banner." Suan said, "I'm not interested in banners. If you want to thank me, please help me arrange a cash reward." Chapter 58. Chapter 58. Calling her a weakling. Compared with the silk banner, Suan still thinks that money is the most real. In her previous life, she worked hard and earned a good reputation after going to the countryside, but she knew what kind of life she lived. In this life, she has learned to be smart. As long as she lives a good life, who cares about reputation? Chang Siyuan didn't expect Suan to say this. But this is not an unsatisfactory request. Suan helped the Qingshui County Public Security Bureau twice, and the silk banner and bonus can be arranged together. When Huang Yu heard Suan's words, he deliberately raised his voice and said, "Comrade Su, how can you have such a low level of ideological awareness? Giving you a silk banner represents an honor. But you are thinking about the bonus. You are a complete capitalist hedonist." Huang Yu said this deliberately, wanting Chang Siyuan to have a bad impression of Suan. After all, Chang Siyuan can only be hers, and he can't be seduced away by Suan. Huang Yu finally caught something that could discredit Suan, so she was not willing to let it go. How could Suan not know that Huang Yu was deliberately looking for an opportunity to squeeze her? If it weren't for Huang Yu's status, hitting a police officer would be illegal. Suan would have slapped this woman a few times to see if she dared to talk nonsense about her. But even if he didn't hit Huang Yu, Suan would never let Huang Yu get the upper hand. "Comrade Huang, you are talking without any pain. You police officers are supported by the people. You don't know the hardship of farmers farming and going hungry. I just want some bonuses to have enough food, so what? Is this related to the idea of capital enjoyment? It's fine if others talk nonsense, but you, a police officer, are so irresponsible and gossiping? I have long felt that people like you are not worthy of being a police officer. It seems that last time Director Su asked you to review, you haven't reflected on yourself, right?" Huang Yu's face flushed immediately after being confronted by Suan. Suan slapped her in the face and exposed her scars in front of so many people, especially in front of Chang Siyuan. Suan saw Huang Yu getting angry and embarrassed and continued to chatter. "Oh, it's okay that you have problems with your ideological awareness, and you don't have the ability. Look at you, you even wet your pants. You don't have the skills, but you're forcing yourself to do the job. Isn't it better to stay at home? You learned from others to run out to perform tasks. If I were you, I wouldn't come out and embarrass myself." If Suan hadn't said it, Huang Yu wouldn't have noticed it. Now that Suan mentioned it, Huang Yu realized that she had indeed wet her pants. It would be fine if no one saw it, but she lost so much face in front of the man she liked. Huang Yu felt that she had no face to live. At this time, Huang Yu didn't want to argue with Suan. but quickly hid at the back and kept a distance from Chang Si-yuan, for fear that Chang Si-yuan would see her wet her pants and dislike her. Looking at the quiet Huang Yu, Sue-an sneered. She didn't intend to expose the matter even if she saw it, but this woman had to shamelessly approach her. What could she do? Chang Si-yuan said to Sue-an politely, "Comrade Sue, please don't take our comrade Huang's words to heart. She has never experienced it herself and doesn't know your difficulties. Don't worry, I will definitely arrange a reward for you and make you satisfied." Seeing Chang Si-yuan say this, Sue-an didn't care too much. After all, in the entire public security team, Huang Yu was the only bad apple, and the others were all good. No matter which line of work, there are always a few weirdos. This big python has a lot of meat. Please ask your comrades to help carry it down the mountain. I will let the team members share it. Su Anchong pointed at the big python and said to Chang Si-yuan. Chang Si-yuan nodded and hurriedly ordered several male police officers to carry the big python down the mountain together. However, these people were obviously not as strong as Su-an. Several people were tired and panting after carrying a big python together. Su-an felt that these people were too weak. If they encountered danger in the mountains again, they probably wouldn't be able to deal with it. It can only be said that they were lucky today and met her. If they met anyone else, they would definitely have enough trouble today. When going down the mountain, Su-an kindly reminded Chang Si-yuan that if he went up the mountain again, he should bring some snake and insect repellent medicine, and don't go up the mountain stupidly. They were not familiar with the mountains and didn't know that there were many wild animals in the mountains. Chang Si-yuan nodded heavily. Okay, I will definitely adopt Comrade Su's suggestion, and I will pay attention to it next time. Su-an glanced at Huang Yu. Also, it's dangerous to go into the mountains. It's best to bring someone with strong abilities. You brought a weakling here, it won't help but will cause trouble. If you encounter danger, it will only hinder you. Although Su-an didn't mention the name, he had already said it very clearly. Chang Si-yuan glanced at Huang Yu. He felt that this time it was indeed Huang Yu who fired without thinking first, angering the python, which put everyone in such a dangerous situation. Moreover, Huang Yu's skills were not good, and it was obviously too late to avoid the attack of the python. The next time he encountered other dangers, Huang Yu's skills and abilities would obviously not be easy to get away. It was indeed inappropriate for such a person to follow along to carry out dangerous tasks. So Chang Si-yuan also took note of Su-an's suggestions. Huang Yu was holding back. This woman likes to meddle in other people's business. Was she calling her a weakling and asking Chang Si-yuan not to take her with him on the next mission? If she didn't go on the mission with Chang Si-yuan, how could she contact him? Su-an wanted to break up her marriage. But Su-an didn't care about the resentful look Huang Yu cast at her. As long as this woman was uncomfortable, she would feel comfortable. Although she couldn't beat her, Su-an had many ways to make people angry. After walking down the mountain for more than half an hour, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. Looking at the big python carried down by the police, the team members of the Yuto Village production team exclaimed together. This big python is really big. Seeing that the python was dead, the team members didn't feel scared at this moment, but were thinking about dividing the meat. With such a big python, each family can get a little meat, right? In this era of wearing less clothes and eating less meat is a good thing, and snake meat is also good. Fortunately, there is no law to protect rare animals in this era. Otherwise pythons cannot be eaten. The team members all came up and learned from the mouths of these police that the big python was killed by Su-an. Hearing that Su-an had killed a python, the team members were no longer surprised. How could they not know Su Jiqing's strength? He had killed several wild boars by herself, so it was not surprising that he had killed a python now. The police put the python away and planned to go back. Before leaving, Chang Si-yuan thanked Su-an again. As soon as the police left, Wang Weihua excitedly asked Su-an, Su Jiqing, what do you want to do with the snake meat? Chapter 59. Chapter 59. The bonus banner has arrived. Su-an said calmly, Captain, please arrange for the distribution to the team members. Wang Weihua said hurriedly, Okay, Su Jiqing. Thank you again for letting our team members eat meat this time. Captain, you are being too polite. I am a member of the team. It is my honor to make some contributions to the team members. Wang Weihua nodded with satisfaction. It would be great if all the educated youths in the entire Yuto Village production team had the same awareness as Su-an. Unfortunately, those educated youths who went to the countryside were not even half as conscious as Su-an. Not to mention making contributions to the team, it is good not to cause trouble to the team. Wang Weihua didn't think about these things anymore. He couldn't be too greedy. The Yuto Village production team was satisfied to have one person like Su-an. How could he expect more? Wang Weihua organized the team members to handle the python, and then share the snake meat. Of course, not every team member wanted to eat snake meat. For example, some educated youths at the educated youth point thought snake meat was terrible and dared not eat it at all. It's not that Su-an didn't dare to eat it, but he simply disliked snake meat and felt disgusted. In addition, she also got other game, so there was no need to eat snake meat. So Suan asked the team leader Wang Weihua to distribute so much snake meat to other team members, and Suan took Sun Xinxin home. After a busy day today, Suan was exhausted. She was hungry now and had to eat something to replenish. When Suan went back, she handed a pheasant and a hare to Sun Xinxin. Sun Xinxin took the prey and immediately went to the kitchen to work. For the pheasant and hare that Suan brought back, Sun Xinxin made a salt-baked chicken and a roasted rabbit. It happened that Suan had gone to the mountain to dig out a beehive before, and there was some honey left at home. After the hare was processed, it was marinated with marinade, and then brushed with honey and roasted. It was more fragrant than braised. When Sun Xinxin was roasting the rabbit meat, she asked Suan to check the heat and remember to turn the rabbit meat over. She took this opportunity to pick some lettuce from her private plot. Suan specially bought the lettuce seeds through connections. They usually eat more barbecue, and lettuce goes better with it than other vegetables. After waiting for the lettuce to be picked, Sun Xinxin washed it and cut some garlic cloves. If you eat meat without garlic, the aroma will be half as good. Then she made some barbecue dipping sauce. After waiting for all these things to be done, Sun Xinxin continued to watch the fire of the roasted rabbit meat. After about half an hour, the rabbit meat was almost roasted. Both sides of the rabbit meat were golden brown, and when it sizzled with oil, it was time to turn off the fire and eat. Suan took a dagger and easily cut the rabbit meat and wrapped it with lettuce to eat. The houses of other families in the Yuto village production team also smelled of meat, but unlike them, everyone was eating snake meat. If you can overcome the psychological barrier, snake meat is actually very delicious. After eating, Suan took a bath. She was splashed with blood when killing the python, so she had to wash and rub it well. When Suan went to work the next morning, he saw the police coming to the Yuto village production team again. But this time they were not there to do business, but to give Suan a reward. Suan was not surprised by the reward sent by the police. She had made 2 contributions, and they should have given her a commendation. What Suan didn't expect was that they were so fast this time, and the reward they sent was not only a bonus but also a silk banner. Suan rushed to the police who were delivering the reward and said, "Didn't you say that a bonus would be enough? Why did you also send a silk banner?" "Comrade Su, our director Chang said that you have helped our public security department twice, and we must not only give you a bonus but also a silk banner. Thank you very much this time. Please accept these," the police said and handed the silk banner and the bonus to Suan. Suan heard the explanation and thought that except Huang Yu, everyone else would do things, and that Chang Siyuan looked very good. Suan put away the silk banner, and then took the envelope containing the bonus and counted the money, looking like a little money grubber. After counting the rewards inside, Suan became more and more satisfied. It was a full 200 yuan. 200 yuan may not be considered a big sum in later generations, but it is definitely a big sum in this era. Suan originally thought that the public security department could give out 50 yuan. After all, the public security finances in small places are probably a bit difficult, and they can't give out too much in rewards. But they brought 200 yuan. What Suan didn't know was that at the beginning, the public security department of Qingshui County only applied for a 50 yuan reward for Suan, or Chang Siyuan thought it was too little, so he paid an extra 150 yuan out of his own pocket. Chang Siyuan found out that Suan was just an educated youth who went to the countryside. Thinking that this girl would probably have a hard life after going to the countryside, he came up with the idea of helping her. 150 yuan is nothing to him. Seeing Suan take out the reward from the envelope, many team members became jealous. Wow, they counted together, a total of 20 big unity, 200 yuan. How many families in the countryside don't have so much money? Little educated youth Su is going to get rich. Unfortunately, such an opportunity to make money is not something that most people can envy. For example, catching spies is something that only Suan has the ability to do. How can ordinary people have the ability to catch spies? Wang Zhaodi was so jealous when she saw Suan getting so many rewards in one go. So annoying to compare yourself to others. Suan is so rich, why does God still give her money? Why can't God give her some money? She is almost dying of poverty. Her family hasn't sent her winter clothes yet. She won't be able to survive the winter without money. Suan actually showed off her wealth on purpose. Otherwise she would spend so much and worry that someone would suspect that her money came from an illegal source. In this way, more money can be obtained through a legitimate way, and there will be less trouble. After counting the bonus, Suan put it in his pocket with satisfaction. Compared with the bonus Suan received, Wang Weihua valued the silk banner Suan received the most. This is a symbol of honor, something that money can't buy. The educated youth in their Yuto village production team received the silk banner sent by the public security, which can help them win the selection of advanced collectives. If the team is awarded the title of advanced collective, it will get more benefits. For example, at the end of the year the team members can get more meat and grain, and in the second year they can get more fertilizer and farm tools. Wang Weihua became more and more excited, and his eyes became more and more burning, staring at the banner in Suan's hand. Suan accepted the reward and was in a good mood. She thanked the 2 police comrades who came to deliver the reward, and invited them to her home to sit down and have a cup of tea. Of course, Suan was just a polite invitation, and she was actually unwilling to let strangers go to her home. Chapter 60. Chapter 60. Borrowing 100 yuan from Suan. The 2 police officers who were delivering the reward waved their hands and said, "Comrade Su, we are here to deliver the banner. We will leave after delivering it. There are a lot of things in the bureau recently, and I still have a lot of things to do." Seeing that they did not agree, Suan did not force them. Anyway, she was just being polite. "Well, take care, comrades. You can come to me again if you need anything." After all, the reward given by the police was not bad. If they ran into any problems, she was willing to continue to provide help. After sending the 2 police officers away, Suan was surrounded by the team members. Wang Weihua took the lead and said to Suan, "Su Jiqing, you are really great. Thank you very much for winning such a great honor for our Yuto Village production team." After that, he raised his voice to the other team members of the Yuto Village production team. "Everyone should learn from the young Su Jiqing and work hard to win honor for our Yuto Village and the title of advanced collective like her." After Wang Weihua made such a call, many team members followed suit. "Little Su Jiqing is really great. We should all learn from her." "Yes, little Su Jiqing is amazing. We don't say we are as amazing as her, but it would be great if we can be half as good as her." Hearing the praise from the team members, Suan was still calm. "Captain, I will keep up the good work." Suan replied very humbly after accepting Wang Weihua's praise. Wang Weihua was even more satisfied with Suan's attitude. Although this girl is amazing, she is not proud or complacent at all. With such a character at such a young age, her future is limitless. After receiving the reward, Suan's work was almost done, so she went back with Sun Xinshin. But at this moment, an old lady blocked Suan's way. Suan asked calmly, "Auntie, do you have something to do?" "Comrade Su, I just saw that the police gave you a bonus of 200 yuan. Now that you are so rich, please lend me 100 yuan. My eldest grandson wants to marry a woman from the city, and the woman said that he must give a gift of 100 yuan before they are willing to marry." After hearing the old lady's request, Suan had a black question mark on her face, and thought he had heard it wrong. Seeing that Suan didn't speak, the old lady asked, "Little Su Jiqing, what do you mean by not speaking? Do you want to borrow money or not?" Suan was amused. "Auntie, I didn't speak because I was looking at your appearance. Your face is really big." The old lady didn't react to what Suan meant for a while, and touched her face complacently and said, "That's right, my face is not small, and women have to have big and round faces so that they look blessed." Suan. This old lady probably had a bad brain and didn't even hear the sarcasm in her words. Come to think of it, if someone is in his normal mind, who would come to her to borrow money without any relatives? Suan sneered. "Auntie, I mean, you are so shameless and you really take yourself too seriously. Are we familiar with each other? Why should I lend you 100 yuan? Because you are shameless." The old lady was stunned for a moment, and then she understood what Suan meant. She said angrily, "Su Jiqing, don't you have money? If you don't have money, forget it, but if you have money, why don't you lend it? Don't you know how to help the team members? Besides, our family borrowed money from you and just wrote you an IOU. It's not like we won't pay it back. Why are you so stingy?" Suan was so angry that she laughed. Sure enough, there is no way to communicate with weirdos. "Auntie, don't you talk so much to me, I won't lend it. Let alone 100 yuan, I won't even lend you $1. What does my money have to do with you? The bank has more money than me. I didn't see you go to the bank to borrow money. Why did you come to me?" Suan refused, and the old lady became even more angry. "Su Jiqing, I borrow money from you because I respect you, otherwise I wouldn't ask you to borrow money." Suan rolled her eyes. "Auntie, then I beg you, don't look down on me, I don't need you to look down on me. If you don't lend me the money, you will be responsible if my son can't get married." Suan was thinking about what kind of weirdo she had met. If she wasn't a 70-year-old woman whose body couldn't stand the beating, Suan wanted to kick her directly. At this age, she probably has a lot of problems. If she really gets hurt, she probably has other problems that she has. Suan kicked the stone next to her. With this kick, the huge and hard stone was instantly smashed to pieces by Suan. The old lady who was originally making a fuss was shocked by Suan's behavior. What do you want to do?" The old lady felt a little scared and daunted when she saw Suan staring at her with cold eyes. Suan sneered. "What do I want to do? What do you think I want to do? You shameless old woman, if you keep taking advantage of your age to make trouble, I will be rude to you." Many team members heard the noise at this moment, and Tao Danny came to help Suan. Aunt Shoju, aren't you being a rogue and bullying the educated youth from outside? Why should they lend money to your family? Why should they be responsible for your grandson's failure to find a wife? You can't be shameless just because you are old. It's really embarrassing for our team members. Besides, the educated youth Xiao Jiang has won such a great honor for our Yuto Village production team this time, and you treat him like this? You are even thinking about the reward issued by the public security. How dare you? As soon as Tao Danny said this, many team members who didn't like it also helped to speak up. That's right, Aunt Shoju, the educated youth Xiao Su is not related to you, and you just asked to lend him 100 yuan. Why don't you go to heaven? Most people are embarrassed to ask for a loan of 1 yuan, and only you are embarrassed to ask for it. It's really embarrassing for our team members. People who don't know would think that we country people are like this. Seeing that everyone was helping Suan, the old lady named Choju didn't dare to say anything when she saw Suan's fierce look. After waiting for the old lady to leave in disgrace, Suan thanked Tao Danny again. Auntie Danny, thank you for speaking for me. Tao Danny waved her hands. Auntie is not speaking for you, I just can't stand that shameless person. Little Su Jiqing, if you meet such a person in the future, just stay away from him. You have to be calm and don't do it. Otherwise you will definitely be blackmailed. Okay, Auntie, I know. After Suan and Tao Danny finished talking, they left with Sun Xinshin. But fortunately they didn't get close to her again. Looking at Suan's back, Hao Jianxi clenched his fists. Originally, when he saw that Suan had won so many rewards, he also wanted to ask Suan if he could lend him a few dozen yuan. Now it seems that it is impossible for Suan to lend money. Even if he asks, he will most likely be rejected. But his family needs money recently. Unfortunately, Sun Xinshin is not popular, and there are not many other educated youth who are rich. Not to mention the people in the brigade, few country people are rich. Because of the money issue, Hao Jianxi was very depressed. After Suan and Sun Xinshin went back, Suan hung up the silk banner in the main room. On the silk banner were written the words, "Helping others, people's hero." This is an official recognition, which may help her avoid some troubles in the future, so it must be hung up to let people know. As soon as Sun Xinshin got home, she was like a hard-working little bee, and took the clothes that Suan and herself had changed yesterday to wash. Chapter 61. Chapter 61. Sun Xinshin falls into the water. Suan hurriedly stopped the girl. Xinshin, you wash yours, I'll wash mine. No problem. I'll help you wash them together. Suan still refused. It was okay for ordinary clothes, but she couldn't let Sun Xinshin help wash her underwear. Seeing Suan's insistence, Sun Xinshin gave up. Suan asked someone to dig a well in the yard. And now they can use water very conveniently. If it were like the educated youth center, it would be another matter whether it was tiring or not, but it would definitely be a lot of trouble. After washing the clothes, it was time to prepare lunch. So Sun Xinshin went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Suan went back to the house to practice his supernatural powers. Looking at the black soil in the space, Suan wondered whether he should plant something. Suan didn't consider vegetables or something like that because vegetables were the cheapest thing in this era. What was rare at this time was all kinds of fruits. If he could grow some fruits in the space, he could not only achieve fruit freedom himself, but also give them directly to Lisan after the harvest, and sell them to make money. Fruits are rare goods and the prices on the market are not low. It's just that the seeds of various fruits are not easy to get. Suan planned to ask Lisan to arrange for some fruit seeds to be brought over when she went to the county town to find him next time. Once she got the fruit seedlings, she would try to plant them in the land of the space. Suan practiced her supernatural power for a while, and Sun Xinshin was busy. After lunch, Suan continued to go up the mountain. This time she was lucky enough to kill a deer. Deer antlers, deer blood, and deer meat are all treasures. Suan kept some of the deer meat for herself to change her taste, and sold the rest to Lisan. When Suan collected the prey and was about to go down the mountain, he unexpectedly saw a ginseng. Suan felt that she was very lucky today. Although the year of ginseng is not particularly good, the year of general appearance can be sold at a good price. Suan was not in a hurry to sell the ginseng, but first tried to plant the dug ginseng in the black soil of the space, and by the way, she saw the planting effect of the black soil of the space. When Suan went down the mountain, he saw that the team members were all gathered by the river. Suan saw something was wrong and immediately went to check the situation. Suan went over and found out that it was Sun Xinshin who fell into the water. A man from the team rescued Sun Xinshin from the river. At this time, Sun Xinshin was sitting on the ground, all wet. Fortunately, Sun Xinshin was wearing clothes that were not transparent, otherwise the private parts of her body would probably be looming. Seeing this, Suan immediately went over to take off his coat and put it directly on Sun Xinshin. Xinshin, what's wrong with you? The moment she saw Suan, Sun Xinshin's eyes were a little red. And then I'm fine. I just fell into the river and choked on a few mouthfuls of water. I'm recovered now. After hearing what Sun Xinshin said, Suan checked the girl's condition again and confirmed that she was fine, so he felt relieved. Okay, I'm glad you're okay. Let's go back and change clothes now. Although it was not very cold at the moment, the whole body was soaked and it was still easy to catch a cold. The most important thing is that there are many people here, and it is not appropriate for Sun Xinshin to be seen by others when she is wet. Sun Xinshin nodded. Okay, let's go. As soon as Sun Xinshin got up, she saw an ant blocking their way. Sun Jiqing, my son went down the river to save you this time, and your body was touched by my son. You have to marry my son later. The son of the old ant who spoke was called Wang Dabing. Dabing's mother knew that among these educated youth who went to the countryside, Suan had the best conditions. Not only did she have money, but she also had skills. The second was Sun Xinshin. Although Sun Xinshin's conditions were not as good as Suan's, they were not much worse. If her son could marry Sun Xinshin, it would be better than marrying a countrywoman. Besides, Sun Xinshin looked simple, and her parents' home was not here, so such a daughter-in-law was easier to deal with. Since God had given his son such a rare opportunity, how could she let it go? After the soldier's wife finished speaking, Wang Dabing stared at Sun Xinshin's pretty face. He would definitely be happy if such a woman could be his wife. After hearing what the soldier's wife said, Suan and Sun Xinshin's faces suddenly changed. Sun Xinshin was a little embarrassed. Although Wang Dabing had just rescued her and touched her body, how could he be considered to have touched her through her clothes? How could she, a female comrade, face people in the future when she was said like this? Suan went up and slapped the soldier's wife. Shut up if you can't talk. Wang Dabing just rescued people, how could he touch Sun Jiqing's body? If you talk nonsense, don't blame me for beating you. The soldier's wife screamed after being beaten by Suan. This dead girl was too cruel. Dabing's wife covered her face, stepped back quickly, and kept a distance from Suan. She continued unwillingly. That's right. In our countryside, this is considered touching the body. Besides, my son saved her life, so she should marry him. If she doesn't marry my son, she'd be ungrateful. After hearing what Dabing's wife said, Suan's face became even gloomier. Sun Xinshin's face was also extremely ugly. She looked at Wang Dabing, who had a rough and dark skin, and really couldn't muster any interest in such a man. If she were to marry a man she didn't like, her life would be ruined. The most important thing was that Wang Dabing's mother was obviously a powerful woman. If she really married him, she would be tortured to death by her evil mother-in-law. Soldier's wife, I think you have problems with your ideological awareness. This is a new era and you still want to do feudal things? I'm going to report you for having incorrect thoughts. Suan's words frightened Soldier's wife a little, but soon Soldier's wife said to Suan, who are you trying to scare? Why am I doing feudal things? Letting Sun Jiqing marry my son is good for Sun Jiqing. If she doesn't marry my son, no one will dare to marry her after my son touches her body. After Soldier's wife finished speaking, a young girl came out to respond, that's right, my mother is right, Sun Jiqing has been touched by my brother. Do you think she can find a good partner except my brother? Don't be unable to get married for the rest of her life. Anyway, no man in our Yuto village production team will want her. Suan didn't say anything more to the mother and daughter, he just walked up to them, grabbed their collars one by one, and lifted them up. Dabing's wife and Wang Dabing's sister Wang Xiuhua were shocked and shouted, Su Jiqing, what do you want to do? Do you want to kill someone? Killing is illegal. The people watching the excitement were also shocked when they saw Suan like this. A team member immediately dissuaded Suan. Su Jiqing, don't be impulsive, put them down quickly, don't kill anyone. It's not worth committing a crime for such unreasonable people. Chapter 62. Chapter 62. Sun Xinshin was pushed into the river. Suan didn't say much and threw the mother and daughter into the river. After throwing them, Suan kicked Li Ergu, who was watching the excitement. Li Ergu was shocked and looked at Suan in horror. He still remembered how Suan had taught him and his mother a lesson last time. After that experience, Li Ergu and his mother dared not offend Suan again, because this woman was too fierce, and ordinary people who provoked her would simply seek death. Su Jiqing, I was just watching the excitement, but I didn't do anything. Li Ergu trembled and stuttered when he spoke, worried that Suan would punish him, but he didn't know how he had offended this evil star. Suan said in a calm voice, jump in and save the mother and daughter. Ah! Li Ergu was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding the situation in front of him. What are you talking about? Why don't you hurry up? Li Ergu hurriedly jumped into the river and rescued Dabing Yang and Wang Xiuhua. The team members who were watching the excitement around did not understand the situation for a moment. What was Suan doing? She threw the person into the river and asked Li Ergu to fish him out. After Li Ergu fished the person out, the team members realized Suan's purpose. Suan said to Dabing Yang and Wang Xiuhua, Dabing Yang, you and your daughter were both rescued by Li Ergu just now, and Li Ergu touched your body. I think you should marry Li Ergu too. Hearing Suan's words, Daebingyang, Wang Xiuhua, and Li Ergu all turned pale at the same time. Li Ergu looked at the soldier's wife with disdain. This old woman is too old, I can't eat her. Wang Xiuhua is ugly, but she is young, I can barely accept her. If Li Ergu's family conditions were not bad and he couldn't marry a wife, Li Ergu would definitely not want to marry Wang Xiuhua. Ergu's mother was also watching the fun. She had some opinions about Suan letting her son go down the river to save people, but she dared not say anything. Now that she understood Suan's purpose, she had to thank her. Their family conditions are not good, and Li Ergu has been idle. It is not easy for their family to marry a daughter-in-law. It would be good if Wang Xiuhua could marry in. It is a bit ugly, but it will be enough for them to pass on the family line of the Li family. Ergu's mother thought so and immediately shouted excitedly, Daebing's mother, I think Su Jiqing is right. You and your daughter have been touched by my son. If your daughter doesn't marry my Ergu, no one will want her anymore. Daebing's mother was so angry. What are you talking about? How could my daughter be touched by your son? You still want your Li Ergu to marry my daughter? A lazy guy, a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Ergu's mother was immediately unhappy when Daebing's mother said that her son was a toad. My son is a toad wanting to eat swan meat? What about you? With the conditions of your Xiuhua, my Ergu is more than enough for her. But don't you look at what your Daebing looks like and you still want to marry Sun Jiqing? Why don't you say that you are a toad wanting to eat swan meat? The two old ladies wrestled with each other. The people watching the excitement around felt that these two people were not good people. Especially Daebing's mother, she was really double standard. Suan was not interested in watching the two people fighting. Her purpose was to muddy the water. If the soldier's wife dared to yell that Sun Xinxin marry Wang Daebing again, then her own daughter would have to marry Wang Ergu. Suan supported Sun Xinxin and said, Xinxin, let's go back. Sun Xinxin responded and hurriedly followed Suan. At this moment, the soldier's wife was busy with her own affairs, so naturally she couldn't take care of Sun Xinxin. Originally, Sun Xinxin felt quite aggrieved, but when she saw Suan defending her just now, she felt that she was no longer alone in the future, and someone could protect her when something happened. Since her parents were sent down and her brother joined the army and had no news, Sun Xinxin finally found someone to rely on. After the two returned home, Sun Xinxin immediately took a hot bath and changed into clean clothes. After waiting for Sun Xinxin to wash and change into clean clothes and come out of the room, Suan brought her a bowl of hot ginger soup. Drink some ginger soup to get rid of the coldness in your body, but don't catch a cold. Sun Xinxin looked at the ginger soup cooked by Suan and said in surprise, and then you can also cook ginger soup. I'm not clumsy, how can I not know this? Although Suan's cooking skills are not as good as Sun Xinxin's, she has worked hard for the Su family for so many years and has basic skills. It's just that after going to the countryside with Sun Xinxin around, Suan has no room to do those small things in the kitchen. Sun Xinxin looked at Suan with even more admiration. It seems that there is nothing this good sister can't do. After drinking the ginger soup, Sun Xinxin felt that her body was relieved a lot. Then Sun Xinxin pulled Suan to talk about how she fell into the water today. And then, I didn't fall into the water accidentally today. Someone pushed me in. Hearing what Sun Xinxin said, Suan frowned. Did someone push you? Yes, it was a woman in aqua blue clothes, but I didn't see her face clearly, so I can't be sure who she is. Suan stood up all of a sudden. I'll go to the captain to talk about this matter, and I must find this person out. Sun Xinxin was followed by a person who wanted to kill her, and Suan was definitely worried. What if she was gone? How could the girl's safety be guaranteed? Sun Xinxin grabbed Suan all of a sudden, and then no one saw this and I have no evidence. It's probably useless for you to find the captain, and others might say that I deliberately instigated the relationship between the educated youth and the team members. Suan also knew that Sun Xinxin's considerations made sense, and it was difficult to hold someone accountable without evidence. But Suan was naturally unwilling to let this matter go. She said to Sun Xinxin, then I'll go investigate first, at least I have to lock in the suspect first. Suan said and went out. She immediately went to ask the ants in the team to see who was wearing aqua blue clothes today. The clothes of this era were mainly black, gray and blue, so there were many girls in the team wearing blue clothes today. Suan first targeted a group of people through their clothes, and then inquired about people who might be left alone today. As a result, he found out that there were 3 people he targeted. One was Qian Xiaoli, a youth in the Youth Education Center, one was Wang Lidai, a member of the production team, and the other was Wang Huan, who had an affair with Hao Jianxi. Among these people, Suan's main suspect was Wang Huan. Qian Xiaoli had some contact with people in the Youth Education Center, and she went to the countryside with Lu Jinting. She was a simple person. In addition, Qian Xiaoli and Sun Xinxin had no interactions or conflicts, so there was no reason for her to take Sun Xinxin's life. Wang Lidai was in a similar situation. She had no interactions with Sun Xinxin, and she looked like an honest country girl, not someone who would dare to kill anyone. Chapter 63. Chapter 63. Packing Wang Huanhuan and sending her to bed. Wang Huanhuan likes Hao Jianxi and even gave her body to him. During this period, Hao Jianxi has been courting Sun Xinxin. Suan had seen the hatred in Wang Huanhuan's eyes when she looked at Sun Xinxin several times before. She probably regarded Sun Xinxin as a love rival. Considering all these, Wang Huanhuan is the most likely person to push Sun Xinxin into the river. Since Sun Xinxin dared to attack Sun Xinxin, Suan would naturally not let her go. Although Suan was not able to arrest someone and put him in jail, he would never let this person go unpunished. Waiting for night, Suan went straight to Wang Huanhuan's house. Wang Huanhuan can be said to be a treasure in the Wang family. In the case of tight housing in the countryside, she actually has an independent room. However, after tonight, Wang Huanhuan, the daughter held in the hands of the Wang family, will make the entire Wang family embarrassed. Suan first gave the Wang family a drug, and after the Wang family fainted, Suan went to Wang Huanhuan's room and carried Wang Huanhuan up. Taking advantage of the dark and windy night, Suan went to the home of an old widower in the brigade. It is said that this old widower had a wife when he was young, but he beat his wife to death because of domestic violence. Of course, the old widower himself did not admit it and insisted that his wife fell to death. Suan felt that a woman like Wang Huanhuan should be matched with such an old widower. When Suan arrived at the place, while the old widower was still asleep, she gave both of them aphrodisiacs. This medicine was found by her from the space, where various medicines were stored, and the efficacy was very good. After the aphrodisiac was taken, the bodies of the two people responded quickly. Suan saw that the two people tore off their clothes, hugged each other and started to chew, and after confirming that the two people had intercourse, he took Wang Huanhuan's clothes and left. Suan did not think that what he did was very vicious. Compared with Wang Huanhuan's attempt to kill Sun Xinxin, she was much kinder. At least she did not take her life. Suan touched the night and returned to his small house. Sun Xinxin heard the noise and asked Suan, "Anan, you haven't slept yet?" Suan responded, "No, I just got up to go to the bathroom." Sun Xinxin didn't think much about it. "Okay, then you go to bed early." Suan returned to her soft big bed. After getting the job done, she was in a good mood and soon fell asleep. The next morning, Wang Huanhuan and the old widower Li Tigan were lying naked on the bed. Before the two woke up, Li Tigan's friends came to find him. As a result, when they opened Li Tigan's door, they saw them lying naked together. This woman is still Wang Huanhuan. Li Tigan's friend is also a big mouth. When he saw this situation, he immediately started yelling. This is big news. Who would have thought that Wang's precious daughter would go to bed with Li Tigan? When the team members heard that there was such a big commotion, they immediately came to Li Tigan's house to watch. Seeing the scene of the two people hugging each other naked, the Yuto village production team suddenly exploded. Wang Huanhuan woke up to the noisy noise. As soon as she woke up, she saw Li Tigan's old and ugly face, and her eyes were full of fear. When Wang Huanhuan saw her current situation clearly, she was actually naked on the bed at Li Tigan's house. She almost fainted. It would have been nice if no one saw it, but with so many people seeing it, Wang Huanhuan wanted to die. Wang Huanhuan raised her hand and slapped Li Tigan hard on the face. "You are so good, Li Tigan, you dare to rape me. I will report to the police to arrest you, the hooligan." Li Tigan was slapped, and he didn't like what Wang Huanhuan said, so he immediately slapped Wang Huanhuan back. "You stinky bitch, what are you talking about? You came to my bed on your own, you hugged me and begged me to do it to you last night, and now you are accusing me of being a hooligan. If you don't take the initiative, can I still tie you to my bed?" Li Tigan finished speaking, and at this time an old lady rushed in and scolded Wang Huanhuan. "That's right, little bitch, don't make up stories about my son. Why did you come to our Li's house? Don't you need to explain? Why do you blame my son?" Wang Huanhuan was confused at this moment. She was obviously sleeping well at home, so why did she come to the Li's house? How did she get involved with Li Tigan? A disgusting old widower. The team members looked at the situation and felt that Wang Huanhuan had no bruises on her body, and there was no sign of struggle. To say that Li Tigan forced her? Is it possible? "I don't care if you touch me, I will report to the police to arrest you." Wang Huanhuan thought about being slept with by such a disgusting man, and her face was unwilling. But Li Tigan is not someone who can be easily bullied. "You want to call the police?" "I want to call the police. You came to my bed in the middle of the night and forced me. Although I am a man, you took the initiative. I want to sue you for being a hooligan to me." Wang Huanhuan's family received the news and rushed to Li Tigan's house. Seeing their daughter lying naked in the same bed with Li Tigan, Wang Huanhuan's parents almost fainted on the spot. What is going on? How could their Wang family's precious daughter, who was raised with love, be ruined by a man like Li Tigan. When the Wang family came to the Li family, they also shouted regardless of the consequences, shouting that they wanted to send Li Tigan to jail. Naturally, the Li family would not give in to this matter. Even if Li Tigan really slept with Wang Huanhuan, it was Wang Huanhuan's consent. Wang's mother yelled at the Li family, "Can my Huanhuan be willing? You must have drugged my daughter, otherwise my Huanhuan would be interested in Li Tigan." Although Li Tigan's mother was old, her fighting ability was no less than Wang's mother. "Do you think your daughter is good? I saw her having sex with my son last night, but she didn't even have a bleeding. She must not be a virgin. How can you think she is a decent woman who gave her body away before getting married?" If Li Tigan's mother hadn't said it, no one would have noticed. After she said it, everyone saw that there was really no bleeding on Li Tigan's bedsheets and quilts. In the eyes of the country people, a woman who didn't have a bleeding was not clean. Now that Wang Huanhuan didn't have a bleeding, it meant that she had given her body away long ago. Wang Huanhuan's family looked at Wang Huanhuan in surprise, and there seemed to be questioning in their eyes. Wang Huanhuan had indeed given her body away long ago, so when she met the questioning eyes of her family, a guilty look flashed across her face. Seeing Wang Huanhuan's reaction, there was nothing for the Wang family to understand. This girl must have done that with someone. Wang's parents never expected their precious daughter to be so indecent. The people watching the excitement were also whispering to each other, and the words they said about Wang Huanhuan were unbearable to hear. Chapter 64. Chapter 64. Let Wang Huanhuan marry Li Tigan. Oh, I didn't expect that the daughter of the Wang family is so shameless. She actually has an affair with someone. TSK. I don't know how the Wang family educated her. If I raised a daughter like this, I would beat her to death. Isn't it? It turns out that Wang Huanhuan is still a slut. I originally thought that Li Tigan bullied her, but now it seems that she might have missed a man and climbed into someone's bed by herself. Yes, otherwise she would have been sleeping well at home. Li Tigan couldn't have tied her up, right? How could she not have any reaction at all? She must have been caught by someone, and she deliberately bit Li Tigan. Hearing the discussions around her, Tigan's mother was a little complacent. She looked at the Wang family and said to them, "Now that the incident has happened, there is no point in saying anything else. We in the Li family are not unreasonable people. Regardless of whether our Tigan was forced or not, he did sleep with your daughter. In this way, our Li family is responsible and is willing to marry Wang Huanhuan back." The Wang family was reluctant to let Wang Huanhuan marry into the Li family. With Li Tigan's character, who knows if Wang Huanhuan would be beaten to death by her family if she really married him. No matter what, Wang Huanhuan is their baby who was raised by their family, and they can't let her jump into the fire pit. Wang's mother said pooh directly in Tigan's mother's face. "Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? Can Li Tigan be worthy of our daughter? That's a beautiful thought." Tigan's mother sneered. "Your daughter is a second-hand product. It's good enough that our Tigan wants her. What's wrong? Do you think your daughter is a virgin? Let me tell you, if your daughter doesn't marry our Tigan, she will be a second-hand product who has slept with several men. Which decent family dares to marry her?" You. When Wang's mother heard what Tigan's mother said, she couldn't bear it and fainted directly. Seeing Wang's mother fainted, the Wang family hurried forward. At this moment, the Wang family did not argue with the Li family about letting Li Tigan take responsibility, and quickly took Wang Huanhuan and Wang's mother back. The bigger the incident, the more embarrassing it would be for their family. The brigade rarely received explosive news. Soon the news that Wang Huanhuan and Li Tigan slept together spread throughout the production team. Many people were shocked by this incident. What people talked about the most was that Wang Huanhuan had not even married yet, but she had already been deflowered at such an early age. I have never seen such a shameless person like her. When Hao Jianxi heard about this, he was also very surprised. He despised Wang Huanhuan, a slut, for being able to eat a man like Li Tigan. Thinking that Wang Huanhuan's body had been touched by Li Tigan, Hao Jianxi felt very disgusted and planned not to touch Wang Huanhuan again. Anyway, besides Wang Huanhuan, there were other women in the team that he could sleep with, so there was no need to sleep with a dirty woman. The educated youths were gossiping together. "I wonder who the man who hooked up with Wang Huanhuan before was. Was he from our team?" Hearing this, Hao Jianxi's heart tightened immediately, hoping that his affair with Wang Huanhuan would never be exposed. As for Sun Xinxin and Suan, because they were busy late last night, Suan slept in for a rare time. Seeing that Suan didn't get up, Sun Xinxin didn't want to call her. Finally, when Suan woke up, Sun Xinxin hurriedly said, "Anan, you finally woke up. It's a pity that you didn't have time to see a lively scene." Sun Xinxin went there after hearing the news in the morning. She had a general idea of what happened before and after. It was a pity that she didn't drag her good sisters to watch such a big scene together. Sun Xinshin felt regretful when she thought about it. But it didn't matter if Suan didn't see it. Sun Xinshin was already telling her the scene at that time in a vivid way. Suan felt that this matter was more exciting than she expected. After waiting for Sun Xinshin to talk for a while, Suan said, Xinshin, guess who I investigated yesterday, and who might have pushed you into the river? Suan's sudden question made Sun Xinshin stunned for a moment. And who is it? It's this Wang Huan. Sun Xinshin was surprised for a while. She was a smart woman and quickly figured out the reason. Is she jealous of Hao Jiqing for being so attentive to me? Suan nodded. She probably thinks of you as a love rival. Sun Xinshin couldn't help but curse. Is she mentally ill? I'm not interested in Hao Jiqing. I wouldn't want a scumbag like Hao Jiqing even if he was given to me. Only she is so easy to fool. After Sun Xinshin finished cursing, she suddenly thought of something and looked at Suan and said, Anan, what happened to Wang Huan today was not an accident. Was it you? Did you do it? Sun Xinshin thought of how Suan seemed to have come back from outside late at night last night. Something was wrong with this matter, and it seemed like the work of a good sister. Suan's smile was a bit distracted, and then he rubbed Sun Xinshin's face. Our Xinshin is too smart. I will make anyone who bullies you pay the price. Sun Xinshin's eyes suddenly turned red, and she hugged Suan's arm. Anan, besides my parents and family, you are the best to me. It's good that you know I'm good to you. Feed me more in the future as a reward. That's a must. Sun Xinshin hurriedly urged Suan to wash up, and she went to the kitchen to bring out breakfast. Originally, Sun Xinshin cooked millet pumpkin porridge, fried potato shreds for breakfast, and pickled cucumbers, which were enough to eat. But at this moment, Sun Xinshin decided to fry a few more egg pancakes for Suan, so that her good sister could eat better. After waiting for breakfast, Suan and Sun Xinshin went to the rice field. The team members had already started working, and seeing Suan and Sun Xinshin were late, Wang Weihua did not mean to blame them. Not letting other team members be late was because he was worried that these people would be lazy and not complete much farm work. Suan and Sun Xinshin were different. Suan could get 10 work points in an hour. Not to mention being late for a while, even if he came to work in the afternoon, it would not have any impact. After waiting for the two to come and assigning them work, Suan began to get busy. After finishing work in the morning, Suan did not go up the mountain in the afternoon, but planned to go to the county town to sell the game in his hand to Li San, and asked this guy to help get some fruit tree seedlings. Suan spent an hour to get full work points and helped Sun Xinshin finish the work, and the two went home early. Suan brought Sun Xinshin a few pounds of venison. Seeing the venison Suan took out, Sun Xinshin's eyes lit up. Because venison is a good thing. Venison is fresh and tender, and tastes better than pork. But it is not easy to eat venison. Pork can be farmed, but farmed deer are rare. Looking at the venison Suan took out, Sun Xinshin hurried to the kitchen to prepare delicious food. Chapter 65. Chapter 65. Shun Chongfeng's hypocritical concern. Suan returned to her room, practiced her supernatural powers, and then looked at the planting of ginseng in the space. Unexpectedly, the ginseng planted there really did change. After being nourished by the soil in the space, the ginseng had obviously grown a little bigger. Suan was sure that the flow rate of plants growing in her space was different from that outside. According to the flow rate here, plants can grow faster so that the things Suan wanted to plant can be harvested earlier. Suan was very satisfied with this planting space. After she practiced for a while, Sun Xinshin had already brought out the fragrant venison. Suan felt sick of eating only meat. Sun Xinshin knew Suan's taste, so in addition to meat, she also fried a few vegetarian dishes at noon. After lunch, Suan rode her bike to the county town. When she found Li San's men said that Li San had gone out and had not returned yet. Suan felt that it would be difficult to make a deal without Li San after all. His men had no right to decide how much she would pay for those things. When will he come back? Li San's men said to Suan respectfully, our third master will probably be back in the evening. Suan couldn't wait until the evening, so he said to Li San's men, I'll come again tomorrow and tell him not to go anywhere and wait for me here. Although Suan's words were a bit arrogant, Li San's men only dared to agree respectfully. Their boss had to be polite to Suan, let alone them. Suan made a wasted trip and felt a little unhappy, so he simply went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things to take back. After finishing the snacks at home, Suan bought another 2 kilograms of peach cakes. She had to buy another piece of soap. She basically took a bath every day, and the consumption of soap and laundry soap was quite large. After buying things at the supply and marketing cooperative, Suan rode her bicycle back. I don't know how Lu Jinting and Guamiao are doing. Judging from the injuries on their bodies, they will probably be discharged soon, right? After Suan got home, Sun Xinshin told Suan some gossip about Wang Huan's family. Wang Huan lost such a big person this time, which can be said to have brought shame to the entire Wang family. Not only were Wang's father and mother very angry, but this time Wang Huanhuan's two sisters-in-law would never agree to let such a shameful sister-in-law stay at home. Originally, Wang Huanhuan's two sisters-in-law were dissatisfied with the behavior of her husband and her parents-in-law doting on her sister-in-law, but they would hold back their dissatisfaction. The sister-in-law is not very old, and it is not good for them as sisters-in-law to bring up some minor problems and keep worrying about them. This time it is different. The sister-in-law made such a shameful thing, and they, as sisters-in-law, just found a reason to make a fuss. Wang Huanhuan's two sisters-in-law made demands to the in-laws, either to let the sister-in-law get married quickly, or to separate the family. Wang Huanhuan's parents are also troubled by this matter. They don't want their daughter to get married casually, but they don't want to separate the family. But the two daughters-in-law made a fuss. If they don't do as they say, then they will divorce. If both sons divorced, the Wang family would probably be laughed at even more. Something has already happened to their daughter, so they can't let their son get into trouble too. Wang Huanhuan's parents weighed the matter and decided to sacrifice their daughter. This time Wang Huanhuan lost her body before marriage, and such a shameful thing really brought shame to their Wang family. Their daughter was spoiled by them, and they couldn't indulge her anymore. But if they asked their daughter to marry Li Tigan, they would definitely not be willing. So Wang's parents asked the matchmaker to introduce them to see if they could find someone with better conditions. Not to say how good, but at least better than Li Tigan. After listening to Sun Xinxin's gossip, Suan felt that Wang Huanhuan deserved what she had today. Sun Xinxin thought that Wang Huanhuan wanted to kill her, and now this ending was actually a bargain for her. Just after Sun Xinxin finished talking, Suan heard another knock on the door. Suan went to open the door and saw that the person coming was Su Fengxia. Seeing Su Fengxia coming, Suan politely asked, "Aunt, do you have something to do with me?" Su Fengxia smiled and said, "Su Jiqing, my family Taiju is getting married tomorrow, and I want to invite you to the wedding." Suan is now a figure in the production team and a hero who helped the police catch spies. Su Fengxia felt that it would be very face-saving to invite some powerful people to her son's wedding. In addition, their family's bicycle was assembled by Suan, and her son must invite Suan to his wedding. Suan also had a good impression of Su Fengxia. After receiving Su Fengxia's invitation, she smiled and agreed, "Okay, auntie, I will attend on time." Okay, by the way, there is one more thing," Su Fengxia said, looking at Sun Xinxin and asked a little embarrassedly. "Sun Jiqing, I heard that your cooking skills are very good. My son is getting married. Can I ask you to help prepare a few tables of banquets?" Sun Xinxin agreed very readily. "Okay, no problem, auntie, you trust my cooking skills. I will definitely be willing to help." Sun Xinxin knew that she was an educated youth who went to the countryside. If she wanted to live well here, she had to get along well with the team members. If she said something excessive, it would be fine. Sun Xinxin would not refuse such a simple thing. Seeing that Sun Xinxin agreed, Su Fengxia said happily, "That's great. With you in charge of the kitchen, my son's banquet will definitely be very decent. When country people get married, they pay attention to face. Only when the banquet is good can it mean that the wedding is well done." After Su Fengxia finished talking about this, she went back. In her heart, she was still silently impressed that Suan and Sun Xinxin, the two young educated youth, were really good people, completely different from the other educated youth in the educated youth point. The other educated youth in the educated youth point all thought that they were city people and looked down on them, the country people. On the other side, in Beijing, the day for Shen Rui to go to the countryside has come. Shen Rui packed several large packages and had to go to the countryside tomorrow. Shen Rui was very unwilling to leave the Shen family. But what's the use of being unwilling? She is not the biological child of the Shen family, so this family can abandon her without mercy. Seeing that Shen Rui was leaving tomorrow, Shan Chongfeng said to Shen Rui, "Rui, the place where you are going to the countryside is very difficult. You must take good care of yourself after you go there. In the future, when we are not around, you have to rely on yourself for everything, so you must learn to be independent." Hearing Shan Chongfeng's advice, Shen Rui sneered in her heart. What does this adoptive father mean by being hypocritical? If he really cares about her, shouldn't he let her stay? In the end, he just said a few words, but I didn't know that he really cared about her. Although she thought so in her heart, Shan Rui still didn't intend to tear her face with the Shen family. What if the Shen family couldn't find the real Shen Rui and took her back? It would not be good for her to quarrel with the Su family. Chapter 66. Chapter 66. Attending a wedding in the 1970s. So Shen Rui responded obediently, "Okay, Dad, I know. After I go to the countryside, I won't be able to accompany you and Mom. You should take good care of your health at home. Especially Mom's health is not good, Dad. You should take care of her more. Grandpa and Grandma, uncle and aunt and brother are all good. I can only feel at ease if you are well." Shen Chongfeng waved his hand. "Just take care of yourself. As for us, you don't need to worry about us." Shen Chongfeng said and left Shen Rui's room. Seeing Shen Chongfeng's indifference, Shen Rui's nails pierced into the palm of her hand again. The next morning Suan got up early. Because they had to attend Su Fengxia's wedding banquet, Suan and Sun Xinxin both asked for a day off. There were quite a lot of people attending the wedding banquet today, and many team members asked for leave. Wang Weihua approved the leave. It's not yet officially the busy farming season. It's not so easy to ask for leave when the rush to harvest and plant begins. So Su Fengxia's family deliberately set the wedding date before the busy farming season. Otherwise, it would take at least 1 or 2 months to wait until the busy farming season comes. Suan saw that it was still early, so she went to the county town first. It just so happened that she bought some red cloth for someone's wedding as a token of her appreciation. The most important thing was that she had told Li San's men yesterday that she would go there today, and Suan was not a person who liked to break appointments. If she hadn't said this yesterday, Suan would probably have to postpone her visit for another day. Suan planned to go early and come back early. It was quite fast to go to the county town with a bicycle. Suan found Li San early in the morning, and Li San hadn't even gotten up yet. Seeing Suan coming, Li San quickly put on his clothes and came out. After he saw Suan, he smiled flatteringly. "Auntie, why did you come so early today?" Li San couldn't help yawning as he spoke. Suan threw the prey he brought to Li San's feet. "I've brought you good things again this time." Li San immediately asked his men to take a look, and the velvet antlers and venison inside were indeed treasures. Suan also took out a glass bottle. "This is snake gall, you can give the price." In front of Suan, Li San did not dare to neglect it, and the prices he gave were very honest. Li San gave 500 yuan for these venison, velvet antlers and snake gall. Suan also gave him some small prey, which made Li San very happy. "Auntie, I also received a batch of goods for you this time, but they are not top quality goods. I'll bring them to you." Suan nodded. Li San immediately asked his men to carry a box of things over. The things were not good, about the same as last time, but Suan was satisfied. "And I still don't charge you for these, I'll give them to you as a gift. Don't forget me next time you have something good." Suan replied, "No problem, by the way, I came to see you today, I have something else to tell you." Li San asked hurriedly, "Aunt, what is it? Just tell me." Seeing Li San's servile look, Suan felt embarrassed to watch. She said in a light voice, "It's not a big deal, just keep an eye out for me here and get me some fruit tree seedlings, any fruit tree seedlings will do." Li San saw that this was indeed a small matter, and agreed without hesitation, "Okay, Aunt, I will definitely take care of this matter for you." Suan talked to Li San about this matter, collected the money, took the things and left Li San's place. Afterwards, Suan went to the supply and marketing cooperative. She originally wanted to buy some red fabric as a gift, but she didn't buy any. However, Suan bought 2 red pillowcases. Such red pillowcases would not be shabby if given as gifts. After buying things, Suan hurriedly rode back to the production team. Fortunately, when she returned, the wedding had not started yet. However, Wang Taizhu was getting married today, and many guests came to the Wang family. Because of the wedding and marrying a daughter-in-law, the Wang family was very happy, and everyone's face was filled with smiles. Suan went over, found Su Fengxia, and took out the pair of red pillowcases she bought as a gift. When Su Fengxia saw the gift from Suan, she said hurriedly, "Little Su Jiqing, your gift is too expensive. Auntie can't accept it." But Suan said, "Auntie, I've already bought it. Please accept it. It's your family's big day. This is just something I can give you. Don't be polite to me. I asked you for a lot of dried sweet potatoes before. If you are polite to me, I will be embarrassed to ask for it again in the future." Suan said so much that it would be hypocritical for Su Fengxia not to accept the gift from Suan. "Okay, I'll accept it. Little Su Jiqing. Thank you for your kindness." Suan was so generous that Su Fengxia naturally remembered it in her heart. If little Su Jiqing has something to do in the future, she will definitely help more. Sun Xinxin also came to the Wang family early in the morning to help, and was preparing the banquet in the kitchen at this time. Although the banquet has not started yet, the dishes that need to be prepared must be washed, cut and matched in advance. Many guests came to the Wang family one after another. At about 10 o'clock in the morning, I heard a noisy voice coming from outside. "The bride is coming. The bride is here." Suan followed the crowd's line of sight and saw Wang Taizhu riding a bicycle to pick up a female comrade. Wang Taizhu looked carefully dressed today and looked more handsome than usual. Wang Taizhu usually wore patched clothes, but today he changed into a new set of clothes. Sure enough, clothes make the man. The bride was also wearing a new set of clothes, but not red. The colors of clothes at this time were mainly black, gray and blue, and brighter colors were not easy to buy. Because of this, Suan was able to give 2 red pillowcases, which was very valuable in Su Fengxia's eyes. In this era, for ordinary people, only important moments such as marriages could make a new dress, and there was no such opportunity at other times. The bride had 2 braids and a red head flower on her ear. Although her appearance was not considered a great beauty, she was also considered a beautiful girl from a small family. After waiting and seeing the bride, many team members sighed that Wang Taizhu was so lucky, and the wife he married was so beautiful. Some also said that the Wang family was well off and the two were a perfect match. Wang Tiezhu's uncle was the team leader, and having such a relative in the family made life easier in the team than ordinary people. In addition, Wang Tiezhu's family bought him a bicycle when he got married. How many families in the countryside have bicycles when they get married these days? Although Wang Tiezhu's bicycle was not newly bought, but assembled by Suan, not everyone can afford it. Waiting for the bride to be picked up, Wang Taizhu helped the bride get off the car. Seeing their son pick up the girl, Su Fengxia and her husband's faces were filled with smiles. In the past, they thought this daughter-in-law was unique, and now she looks even more unique after being dressed like this. She is worthy of their Taizhu. Chapter 67. Chapter 67. Shan Rui stands out from the crowd. Waiting for the arrival of the newlyweds, unlike the ancient worship ceremony in the 1970s, the newlyweds usually swore an oath in front of portraits of the leaders. The team leader, Wang Weihua, held a red book in his hand and gave them a marriage testimony. Other people who came to the wedding watched the newlyweds' wedding ceremony. After the oath was over, the bride was sent to the wedding room. The guests sat down at the table one after another, waiting for the feast to begin. Before the feast began, some melon seeds and peanuts were prepared on the table for the guests to eat. Su Fengxia went to the kitchen to inform Sun Xinxin and asked her to prepare for the feast. Although Sun Xinxin looked like a delicate girl who seemed to be unable to do anything, she could do things in an orderly manner when she was busy in the kitchen. The team members waited for the feast to begin and smelled the tempting aroma of food coming from the kitchen. It's not that the team had never held a banquet before, but it had never seen the dishes at the banquet be so fragrant. So one of the team members asked Su Fengxia, "Sister Fengxia, who did you invite as your chef today? The dishes are so delicious." Su Fengxia did not hide it and said with a smile, "It's Sun Jiqing." "Oh, I can't believe that Sun Jiqing's cooking skills are so good." Su Fengxia smiled and replied, "Yes, you can't judge a person by his appearance." Suan sat at the table, listening to the gossips of the people around her. Because the table she sat at was full of women, these women really couldn't stop talking. The couple had the nerve to talk directly about the things in the room. Suan felt that she was a thick-skinned person, but she was far from being able to do that in front of these people. Finally, it was time to start the meal. The Wang family's kitchen brought out some cold dishes first. The cold dishes were all made by Sun Xinxin, including cold cucumbers, cold fungus, and cold lotus root shreds. Sun Xinxin's cooking skills were excellent. Although they were cold dishes, the taste of these cold dishes was not bad. As for the hot dishes, there were both meat and vegetables. The meat dishes were pork with preserved vegetables, boiled fish slices, and fish ball soup. It was not easy to eat meat in the countryside, but fish was easier to get. So the amount of pork with preserved vegetables was small, but the amount of boiled fish slices and fish ball soup was quite large. The hot vegetarian dishes included braised eggplant, scrambled eggs with green peppers, mapo tofu, and fried peanuts. Scrambled eggs with green peppers could barely be considered half a meat dish. There were 10 dishes in total, including hot dishes and cold dishes, which meant perfection. In this era, the regular banquet had 8 dishes, commonly known as the 8 big bowls. However, those with better family conditions or those who wanted to make the banquet more decent and splendid would prepare 10 bowls of dishes. Looking at the dishes served at Wang Tiezhu's wedding, everyone was impressed by the sumptuous banquet. After everyone put down their chopsticks and tasted the dishes, they realized that Wang Tiezhu's wedding was not only a sumptuous meal, but also tasted good. They had never eaten such delicious food before, and Sun Xinxin's cooking skills were unanimously recognized by the banquet diners. Many team members sighed that if a family married Sun Xinxin, they would be blessed, and the whole family would have a good meal in the future. Seeing that everyone agreed, Su Fengxia also felt very proud. She said that it was right to invite Sun Jiqing to prepare the banquet. If it weren't for Sun Xinxin, their family wouldn't have been able to hold such a grand wedding this time. After the banquet was over, she had to thank this girl. After the banquet, Suan and Sun Xinxin planned to go home. Su Fengxia called Sun Xinxin, grabbed some wedding candies and wedding cakes from home and stuffed them into the girl's arms, and took out 10 eggs by the way. "Sun Jiqing, thank you for coming to help today. Everyone said that our family's banquet was well organized. Take these things back and consider them as a little gift from your aunt." Looking at the things Su Fengxia stuffed in, Sun Xinxin waved her hand and said, "Aunt, I just helped a little, don't be polite to me." Su Fengxia didn't let her, and stuffed these things into Sun Xinxin's arms. Sun Xinxin was helpless, but in the end she didn't live up to Su Fengxia's kindness. Sun Xinshin had been busy for most of the day, and her arms were a little sore at this moment. So after returning home, Sun Xinshin chose to do nothing and went straight to bed. Suan had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he planned to go into the mountains again to see if he could hunt some more game. Suan's main goal now is to make money and live a good life in the future. She has to be diligent now while she is still young. On the other side, in Beijing, Shen Rui has to take a car to go to the place where she will go to the countryside. Knowing that Shen Rui is going to the countryside, Shen Chongfeng only arranged for the family driver to take Shen Rui to the train station, but none of their family members saw her off. Shen Rui was very angry that the Shen family was so indifferent. After these people knew that she was not the daughter of the Shen family, they were unwilling to say a word to her. They were all waiting for her to go to Liao province and find Chang Xiyuan. When she got together with Chang Xiyuan, the Shen family would definitely regret abandoning her. Shen Rui arrived at the train station carrying several large packages. The driver of the Shen family sent her to the place and went back. Shen Rui felt that this driver was also a snob and ran faster than a rabbit. Their batch of educated youth going to the countryside had to gather first, and then the people from the educated youth office would inform them which car to go to and where to go to the countryside. Many people followed Shen Rui to the countryside this time. Shen Rui looked at the people who went to the countryside with her. They were not dressed very well. Only she stood out from the crowd. The Shen family treated her well in the past, and they picked out the best clothes for her, so every piece of clothing on Shen Rui was very expensive and beautiful. Today, Shen Rui went to the countryside, wearing a blouse and a pair of small leather shoes, and she looked very delicate. Although Shen Rui's facial features were not very beautiful, she knew how to dress up. Clothes make the man. After Shen Rui dressed up, even if she didn't look very stunning, she was much more beautiful than those who didn't dress up. Shen Rui appeared at the gathering place for the educated youth who went to the countryside, and many of the educated youth who went to the countryside cast curious eyes at her. From Shen Rui's dress, it can be seen that her family conditions are not bad, so there is no need for her to go to the countryside. Most of the educated youth who went to the countryside from the city now can't get a job. For those whose family conditions are really good, the worst that can happen is that they spend more money to buy a job quota. Shen Rui looked at the people around her looking at her and raised her proud chin. Although she is not a biological child of the Shen family, she grew up in such a big family and is a lady from a famous family. She is not comparable to these ordinary people. At this time, a male comrade took the initiative to talk to Shen Rui. "Comrade, hello. Are you also an educated youth who went to the countryside?" Seeing that it was a male comrade who talked to her, Shen Rui's attitude was not bad. "Yes, is there a problem?" "No problem. I just didn't expect that you would go to the countryside with such good conditions." Chapter 68. Chapter 68. Little White Flower Shen Rui. Of course, Shen Rui wouldn't admit that she was driven out by the Shen family and had to go to the countryside. She had been arrogant for many years and didn't want others to look down on her. Anyway, no one knew the specific situation of the Shen family, and she could still create her image as the daughter of a wealthy family. Others would flatter and coax her when they knew she was awesome. "I didn't have to go to the countryside originally, but I think I am a young person of the new era and I have to contribute to the development of our motherland. This time I responded to the call of the leaders and went to the vast world to make great achievements. I took the initiative to sign up to go to the countryside, hoping to make a contribution to the development of our motherland." After Shen Rui finished speaking, many people around her cast admiring eyes, and even the staff of the youth office were impressed by Shen Rui's high awareness. If the young people in the city could have the same awareness as Shen Rui, their movement of going to the countryside would be better carried out. But some people thought Shen Rui was stupid. It's better to go to the countryside than to live a good life in the city? After going to the countryside, what kind of construction is there? Going there means working in the fields with the mud legs. "Comrade, you are amazing. We have to learn from you." The male comrade who just talked to Shen Rui flattered. Shen Rui pretended to be modest. Soon, the educated youth who went to the countryside were notified of their seats on the train and the specific location of the countryside. Shen Rui already knew where she was going to go to the countryside, so after the allocation was made, Shen Rui followed everyone on the train. Thinking that she would be able to meet Chang Xiyuan when she arrived in Qingshui County, Shen Rui was full of expectations for this trip. "Comrade, I just heard that you are an educated youth going to Qingshui County, Liaoning Province. You have so many things, can you carry them? Let me help you carry some." At this time, another male comrade came to Shen Rui and asked her. Shen Rui glanced at the male comrade who took the initiative to talk to her. Seeing that he was tall and big, how could she refuse someone who could be ordered around? Shen Rui acted like a little white flower and smiled sweetly at the male comrade. "Okay, comrade, thank you." The male comrade's name was Chu Chengyu. and he looked at Shunrui with a hint of calculation. However, Chu Qingyu did not show it on his face, but smiled at Shunrui and said, "You're welcome. We are all educated youth who went to the countryside. It's normal for us to take care of each other. I am also an educated youth going to Qingshui County. My name is Chu Qingyu." Shunrui was very happy to hear that they were going to the same place, so there would be someone to help her carry her luggage. "That's a coincidence, I'm Shunrui." Chu Qingyu silently recited Shunrui's name, then looked at her and said, "Your name is really nice. Since we are going to the same place to go to the countryside, it is fate. We have to help each other in the future." Shunrui also smiled and responded, but Shunrui's smile did not reach her eyes. She only used ordinary gay men, but she didn't really have a good impression of them. Except for Chang Siyuan, Shunrui felt that no man was worthy of her. Chu Qingyu naturally didn't know what Shunrui was thinking. He was strong and helped Shunrui carry 2 large packages. Shunrui carried a small bag by herself, so she didn't feel too tired. Fortunately, she met someone who was attentive to her on the way. Otherwise, she would really be a little overwhelmed carrying such heavy things by herself. When she got to her seat, Shunrui found that she was not sitting by the window. So Shunrui said to the female comrade sitting by the window, "Hello, can you give up your seat to me? I get carsick, and it would be better to sit by the window." The female comrade sitting by the window glanced at Shunrui, feeling puzzled. "You get carsick and I get carsick too, so why should I let you sit?" At this time, the flower-guarding messenger Chu Qingyu stood up to defend Shunrui and said, "This educated youth, you have also seen that this educated youth Shen comes from a well-off family, and has never suffered any hardship since childhood. She responded to the call to go to the countryside and make contributions to the rural construction of the motherland. We should help her more and be more considerate of her. It's just a seat, don't be so stingy." While waiting for Chu Qingyu to finish speaking, the female comrade sitting by the window looked at him, as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. "Are you mentally ill? If you are, go get treatment. Don't use moral blackmail on me. I tell you I won't take it." "And," she said, glancing at Shunrui, "if you can't bear such a little hardship, I think you don't need to go to the countryside. You can't bear the hardship after going to the countryside. When you are away from home, you are not at home. No one will indulge your hypocrisy." After that, she ignored Chu Qingyu and Shunrui. Shunrui's face turned red with anger. Chu Qingyu was also embarrassed. Fortunately, a male comrade saw that Shunrui was pretty, so he took the initiative to give her a seat. Shunrui glanced at the female comrade who had just mocked her, and then said sarcastically, "Comrade, you are still a good person. Unlike some people who like to quibble, they are not more considerate when they are away from home." After waiting for this batch of educated youth to get on the train started. Then the train whistle sounded, the wind outside poured in, and the scenery outside the window was receding. This group of educated youth who went to the countryside sat together and started to introduce themselves just like Suan and the others did. Shunrui then realized that the female comrade who had just confronted her was also an educated youth who went to the countryside in Qingshui County, named Lu Wanting. It was really a narrow road for enemies. Shunrui felt a little depressed when she thought about going to the same place as Lu Wanting. She hoped that they would not be assigned to the same commune and the same brigade when they got there, otherwise it would be unlucky to be with someone she didn't like. Suan went up the mountain in the afternoon, and the search was not bad. He shot a wild boar and a goat. Suan liked to eat mutton very much. Thinking of the taste of the mutton made by Sun Xinshin before, Suan was still savoring it. After hunting the prey, Suan was just about to go to the countryside when he heard some movement not far away. It seemed like someone was talking. It would be fine if it was a normal conversation, but Suan heard the voices speaking in the language of our country. Thinking that the group of spies caught before seemed to be from our country, Suan immediately became alert. Could it be that these our country spies have come to the mountains again? In order to confirm whether they were our country spies, Suan quietly walked towards the direction of the sound. When he got closer, Suan found that they were 2 country people who looked ordinary. If it weren't for the language they used, Suan really couldn't tell the difference between these 2 people and the locals. Suan hid in the space, and after listening to the content of the 2 people's conversation clearly, he was more certain that these 2 people were our country spies. Chapter 69. Chapter 69. Catching another spy. Fortunately, Suan had learned several languages in her later life. She could speak DR and English. Of course, Suan was best at English. Based on the conversation between the 2 our spies, Suan roughly guessed what information they were looking for when they went up the mountain this time. Suan herself was Chinese. Thinking that these our people had invaded China before, and were now thinking of persecuting the Chinese, Suan directly moved behind the 2 people. After Suan approached them, she slapped each of them on the neck, and both of them fainted on the ground. Suan took out a hemp rope from the space again, tied the two people up, put on a sack, and carried the two spies down the mountain. After going down the mountain, Suan said hello to Sun Shinshin, saying that she had to go to the county town to do something. If she didn't have time to come back, she would eat first. Sun Shinshin didn't know what Suan was going to do, but seeing that she looked very serious, she nodded and agreed. Suan tied the two spies to a sack and drove them to the county town. She went straight to the Public Security Bureau. When Suan went there, Chang Siyuan was there too. Seeing Suan coming over, Chang Siyuan felt a little happy for some reason. "Comrade Su, why are you here?" Chang Siyuan took the initiative to come out and greet Suan. Huang Yu was there too. Usually when she and Chang Siyuan chatted, Chang Siyuan always had a cold face, but now he was so enthusiastic towards Suan. Could it be that Director Chang has a good impression of this woman? After this thought popped up in Huang Yu's mind, Huang Yu was also shocked by herself. It's impossible. Besides being beautiful, what man would like such a fierce woman like Suan? A man like Chang Siyuan must also like gentle women. When Suan saw Chang Siyuan, she directly took off the sack on the bicycle and threw it at Chang Siyuan's feet. Before Chang Siyuan could ask, Suan said, "These two people are spies from our country. I met them when I went up the mountain. I heard them speaking the language of our country. They seem to be looking for some information in the mountain. You should interrogate them quickly." Chang Siyuan didn't expect Suan to help their police catch spies from our country again. This female comrade is really amazing. "Okay, Comrade Su, our police will definitely investigate these two people. Thank you for your help again this time. Otherwise, I don't know how much damage these two spies will cause to our country." Huang Yu watched Chang Siyuan look at Suan with admiration. His mind suddenly twitched and he jumped out to squeeze Suan again. "Su Jiqing, how do you understand the language of our country? Or are you a spy? You are so good, but you look wrong. Who knows if you have infiltrated our police in the name of helping us catch spies?" The last few times Huang Yu found fault with her, Suan didn't bother with her. But this woman started again. Suan went straight forward and slapped Huang Yu. Huang Yu screamed in pain, and then felt a burning pain on his cheek. You, what do you mean by you? Just because you are a police officer, you can criticize me casually? If you say I am a spy, please show me the evidence. My background is easy to investigate for you police officers. It seems that your apology and self-examination last time, Huang Yu, were not from the heart. How long has it been since you started to spit shit again? Huang Yu thought of the last time she apologized to Suan, and her cheeks flushed. "I just have reasonable reasons to suspect you, but if you hit me, you are assaulting the police, which is illegal." Suan sneered. "Don't scare me with this. You are a police officer, so you are great? You can bully a weak person like me at will? You throw dirty water on me and you don't allow me to fight back? Okay, if you sue me for assaulting the police, let's have a good talk. Do you have to bear legal responsibility for your rumors and slander?" Suan's arrogant and fearless look made Huang Yu hate her teeth. She has never suffered such a big grievance in her life. Huang Yu was about to say something, but Chang Siyuan interrupted her. "Comrade Huang, you are wrong in this matter first, and apologize to this Comrade Su quickly. She helped our police catch spies, and she shouldn't be slandered by you." Huang Yu was unwilling, but Chang Siyuan looked at her with displeasure and coldness in his eyes. Even if Huang Yu didn't want to apologize at this moment, she had to bow her head to Suan. "Yet, I'm sorry, Comrade Su, I was indeed wrong in this matter. I shouldn't have said that you are a spy without investigating it clearly." Suan said in a calm voice. "Huang Yu, I don't accept your apology. You should reflect on this matter carefully. If there is a next time, don't blame me for being rude to you." Huang Yu was so angry that her body trembled a little. But in front of Chang Siyuan, Huang Yu didn't dare to get angry. Suan was a little irritated by Huang Yu's behavior. Seeing that the purpose of coming today was achieved, he said to Chang Siyuan, "Since the spy has been sent to you, I will leave first." Just when Suan turned around, Chang Siyuan stopped her. "Wait." Suan stopped and looked at Chang Siyuan. "Is there something? Comrade Su, how do you speak our language?" Suan narrowed her beautiful eyes, wondering if Chang Siyuan was also suspecting that she was a spy, so her face was somewhat unhappy. Chang Siyuan seemed to have seen through Suan's thoughts and hurriedly explained, "I don't suspect that you are a spy, I just want to ask, what is your level? If you really can, we have some documents recorded in the our country language that need to be translated." This time so many our country spies were arrested, and they also seized some documents. But they don't have a translator who can speak the our country language. Chang Siyuan can find someone who can speak the our country language in Beijing, but sending these documents to Beijing, and then having them translated and sent back will waste a lot of time, which may cause losses to China because of this delay. Therefore, it is better to translate these documents recorded in the our country language as soon as possible. After Suan heard Chang Siyuan's explanation, the hostility in his body subsided a little, and his attitude towards Chang Siyuan also eased a little. I have been smart since I was a child, and I can learn everything quickly. I taught myself our country language. In addition to Russian, I am good at D language and English. I know some Russian language, but I am not very good at it. Chang Siyuan was a little shocked when he heard Su-an's words. How smart this female comrade must be to know so many languages. In fact, they also have Su-an's investigation data. The last time Su-an helped to catch the spies, they investigated Su-an's identity and background. The investigation data did show that Su-an was smart in studying, and ranked first in all subjects in school. Chapter 70. Chapter 70. Translation is okay, but you have to pay. With such intelligence and talent, it is indeed no problem for her to learn other languages by herself. Chang Siyuan felt that Su-an was smart and good at martial arts. If such a person could be recruited into their public security team, he would probably be able to help them do a lot of things. Comrade Su, since you can speak the language of country are you willing to help us translate the documents? Su-an shook her head directly. No. Just kidding, she is busy making money every day, how can she have the leisure time? Su-an would not do thankless things. If it were not for the fact that these spies might harm the interests of China, she as a Chinese could not ignore it. If it were other things, Su-an would definitely not interfere casually. Chang Siyuan did not expect Su-an to refuse so straightforwardly. Thinking that these documents were more urgent, Chang Siyuan looked at Su-an and pleaded, Comrade Su, we are in urgent need of a translator now. Can you help translate these documents? Su-an had a good impression of this man. Seeing her begging him like this, he considered whether to help or not. Just when he was struggling, Chang Siyuan said, This may be related to the interests of our country, so I hope you can agree. Su-an thought about it, these documents in the our language must involve some confidential matters. Su-an struggled for a while and said, If you want me to translate, it's very simple, you just pay me according to the normal translation fee. I don't want to be a free labor. Su-an has a bit of patriotism, but she seems to love money and herself more. Helping the country to recover some losses and making money by the way, Su-an thinks that these two are not contradictory. Chang Siyuan was stunned for a moment and then hurriedly said, Comrade Su, you help translate, we pay you, this is reasonable. After all, we also need to pay translation fees when we ask others to translate. And I didn't intend to let you help for free at the beginning. Su-an was very satisfied with this. Okay. Then give me the documents you need. I will translate them and send them to you. Chang Siyuan first took a few documents and handed them to Su-an. Translate these first. Okay. Su-an took the documents and planned to leave. Chang Siyuan warned, Comrade Su, these documents are very important. I hope you can protect them well. Okay, I know. Su-an took the documents and rode his bicycle back to the Yuto village production team. Fortunately, Su-an did not delay too long in the county town. When he returned to the Yuto village production team, it was only 5 o'clock, and many team members had just finished work. After Su-an returned, he brought some mutton and lamb chops to Sun Shinshin. Seeing that there was mutton to eat, Sun Shinshin was also happy to take it to the kitchen to clean up. In the evening, Su-an ate some grilled lamb chops and drank some mutton soup, and felt that his whole body was comfortable. After dinner, Su-an was not idle either, and began to help translate the documents. After these documents were translated, he could get royalties, and these incomes could be brought to the surface. Su-an was busy until after 12 o'clock in the night, and finally finished translating several documents. After rebirth, Su-an had never slept so late. Fortunately, her body was in good condition, and staying up late did not affect her much. Su-an cleaned up and then went to bed. The next day, Su-an woke up, had breakfast with Sun Shinshin, and went to work in the fields. The little girl made mutton dumplings today, which tasted very delicious. After eating and drinking, Su-an felt that he had more strength. In the morning, the educated youths all received their work and worked together. Not long after they started working, they saw Wang Huanhuan coming to them. Seeing Wang Huanhuan coming over, everyone's eyes were on Wang Huanhuan. The reason why everyone is so concerned about Wang Huanhuan is mainly because the things that Wang Huanhuan has caused in the past 2 days are quite sensational. Knowing that Wang Huanhuan was not indecent before marriage, everyone looked at her with some contempt. Wang Huanhuan finally stopped in front of Hao Jianxi. Su-an, who was originally working hard, stopped the work in his hands at this moment. There is excitement to watch. Hao Jianxi, this scumbag, is probably in trouble now? When the relationship between Wang Huanhuan and Hao Jianxi is exposed, she wants to know if Hao Jianxi can still stay in the production team. Hao Jianxi was a little panicked when he saw Wang Huanhuan coming to him. He now wanted to stay away from Wang Huanhuan, a woman, so how could he be willing to be found by her? Wang Huanhuan came to Hao Jianxi and cried, Hao Jiqing, my parents forced me to get married, and I don't want to marry a man I don't like. Let's get married, okay? I gave my first time to you. I slept with Li Tigan purely because I was cheated. Can you please stop looking down on me? As soon as Wang Huanhuan said this, the people around her exploded. What? The person who is dating Wang Huanhuan is actually Hao Jianxi. Oh, what's the fuss? Wang Huanhuan is actually having an affair with Hao Jiqing. The person who broke her body is actually Hao Jiqing. No way. I really can't tell. Wang Huanhuan said it herself. It's impossible that Hao Jiqing didn't do such a thing and she can just blame him, right? No wonder Wang Huanhuan doesn't like Li Tigan. She likes the male-educated youth from the city. Hao Jiqing's conditions are good. I think she deliberately gave up her body in order to tie Hao Jiqing down. The educated youths at the educated youth point looked at Hao Jianxi with some disgust. They had previously wondered who the person who had such an affair was, but they had never expected it to be their educated youth. Now the educated youth were a community of honor, and if Hao Jianxi did such a thing, it would also affect the reputation of their other educated youth. Hao Jianxi had not expected Wang Huanhuan to expose this matter in public. Knowing the seriousness of admitting this matter, Hao Jianxi certainly did not want to admit it. In addition, Wang Huanhuan was just a countrywoman, and he looked down on her. This woman had also slept with another man, and she wanted him to take over? Dream on. Hao Jianxi's face flushed and he said to Wang Huanhuan, "Don't talk nonsense, don't think of me throwing dirty water on me. You confessed to me before and I rejected you. You can't make up this kind of thing and blame me because you are forced to get married by your family." Hao Jianxi felt that although he and Wang Huanhuan had had a relationship, the woman had no evidence. As long as he refused to admit it, he didn't believe that Wang Huanhuan could really blame him. When other people around heard what Hao Jianxi said, they were curious about the truth of the matter. Suan had already seen Hao Jianxi and Wang Huanhuan having sex outdoors, so she knew that Wang Huanhuan was not lying. Suan had never liked Hao Jianxi, and now that he didn't admit what he had done, her impression of him became even worse. Wang Huanhuan didn't seem to expect Hao Jianxi to deny that they had had sex. "Hao Jiqing, I gave you my innocent body, how could you do this? You promised me that you would marry me, why are you turning against me now?" Chapter 71. Chapter 71. Suan helps testify. Hao Jianxi said with a gloomy face. "I don't know what you are talking about. There is nothing wrong between you and me. Comrade Wang Huanhuan, you said we had sex. Do you have any evidence? If there is no evidence, why should I be responsible for you? You'd better shut up and stop talking about this, or I will go to the police to sue you for destroying my reputation." After hearing what Hao Jianxi said, Suan sneered. "Hao Jiqing, if you admit this, I will respect you as a man. You have the nerve to refuse to admit it after pulling up your pants." Hao Jianxi didn't expect Suan to suddenly get involved. His brows were immediately furrowed. The team members who were watching the excitement around also looked at Suan curiously. "Little Su Jiqing, what do you mean by this?" Suan said in a calm voice. "There are some things I didn't want to say more about, for fear of ruining the atmosphere of our Yuto Village production team, but now I feel that I must say something. In fact, one time when I went up the mountain, I met Hao Jiqing and Wang Huanhuan having sex in the wild. Now Hao Jiqing says that this did not happen. It can be imagined that as a man he has no sense of responsibility. This kind of person just wants to coax ignorant girls. Uncles, aunts, you have to keep a close eye on your daughters and don't let your daughters be deceived by such people." After Suan finished speaking, the people around looked at Hao Jianxi with disgust and contempt. "Oh, I didn't expect that Wang Huanhuan and Hao Jiqing would really do this. Hao Jiqing is really wicked. He clearly seduced someone into having sex, but now he refuses to admit it. I must remind the girls at home to stay away from Hao Jiqing, so that they won't end up like Wang Huanhuan." Hao Jianxi originally thought that he could just deny the incident, but who knew that Suan would come out to testify? Hao Jianxi still didn't want to admit it. "Su Jiqing, there are some grudges between us, you can't wrongly accuse me like this?" Seeing that Hao Jianxi still wanted to deny it, Suan sneered. "I wronged you? Besides me, Lu Jiqing and Guo Jiqing saw it at the same time as me. How about waiting for Lu Jiqing and Guo Jiqing to come back from the hospital and ask them for confirmation?" As Suan was speaking, Lu Jinting's voice came from not far away. "I can testify that what Su Jiqing said is true. Guo Jiqing and I saw it at the time." Guo Miao also nodded. Yes, they were having sex in the mountains at the time, and the two white buttocks made people feel sick. Suan heard Lu Jinting's voice and immediately looked in the direction of the man. Lu Jinting and Guo Miao have both recovered from their injuries, and they both look good. When Suan saw Lu Jinting's tall figure and that almost perfect face, he actually felt a little excited. Suan felt that he should have a good impression of Lu Jinting. Yes, he is good-looking with abdominal and pectoral muscles. Who wouldn't be confused when seeing him? Unfortunately, the aesthetics of people in this era are different from those in later generations. They like men with square faces. Many people can't get Lu Jinting's handsomeness. If Suan spoke alone, it would probably be unreliable. With 3 witnesses coming at once, Everyone thought that this matter was almost certain. Hao Jianxi was stunned. The Wang family also jumped out at this time. Hao Jiqing, my daughter's body is given to you, you must be responsible. If you don't marry our Huan, I will report you. Wang Huan's parents felt that Hao Jianxi was an educated youth in the city after all, and who knows when he would return to the city. It was the best choice for Wang Huan to marry Hao Jianxi. Hao Jianxi didn't want to marry Wang Huan at all, but he was also worried that he would really be reported. There was no way. He could only agree to marry Wang Huan. Thinking that these two scumbags would be tied together for life, Suan was in a good mood. Su Jiqing, I haven't had time to thank you for the last time. Thanks to you we can survive. Guamiao walked up to Suan and thanked her. Lu Zhenting also came to Suan. Su Jiqing, thank you, these are the gifts we bought, and they are our little thoughts. Lu Zhenting said, handing Suan a bag. Suan glanced at it and saw that there were quite a lot of good things in it. There were canned fruits, canned meat, a can of malted milk, a bag of brown sugar, and a bag of white rabbit milk candy. Facing the gifts handed over by the two men, Suan was not polite. Okay, thank you. No need to thank me, you saved us. These things are not enough to express our gratitude to you. I hope you don't mind. Compared with the two lives of Guamiao and Lu Zhenting, the few things they gave were really nothing. Suan looked at them and asked them, how are your injuries now? I'm recovering well. Lu Zhenting said first. Guamiao also replied, my two injuries have recovered well, but I have a headache from time to time, I don't know what's going on. Hearing Guamiao's words, Suan felt a little guilty. Could this guy's headache be caused by her beating him? Feeling a little guilty, Suan said to Lu Zhenting and Guamiao, I still have some mutton at home. I'll treat you to a meal at noon. Do you want to go? When Guamiao heard that there was mutton and he was going to Suan's place to eat, he agreed without thinking. Guamiao still missed the last time he went to Suan's place for a meal. It was because Sun Xinxin's cooking skills were so good. Even better than the chefs in state-owned restaurants. Thinking of the taste of the meal last time, Guamiao began to swallow his saliva. Go sister, and I like your food the most. Lu Zhenting felt a little embarrassed to see Guamiao's excitement. However, the food at Suan's house was really good. Seeing that Guamiao had agreed, Lu Zhenting naturally would not jump out to object. Suan wanted to treat everyone to a meal, so she told Sun Xinxin and asked her to prepare more for lunch. Sun Xinxin patted her chest and said, no problem, Anan, I'll take care of it. Because she had to prepare more dishes, Sun Xinxin went back to work early after work. Lu Zhenting and Guamiao went back to their own residence first, and then went to Suan's place. Suan asked them to sit down and wait for the meal. Su Jiqing, I heard that you have made contributions in the police department again. Suan nodded. Lu Jiqing is well informed. Why do you pay so much attention to me? Do you like me? Lu Zhenting. Guamiao laughed at the side. Sister, and don't tease my brother Ting. With your fighting ability, brother Ting doesn't dare to dream of it. Suan's eyes fell on Lu Zhenting and sized him up for a few times. Really? I think he's pretty tough. Chapter 72. Chapter 72, Guamiao. Are you polite? Guamiao looked at Lu Zhenting with sympathy. Sister, and my brother Ting is immortal after all. Even a wild boar can't get away with it in your hands, let alone him. Lu Zhenting. Comparing him with a wild boar, is he polite? Suan did not continue this topic, but told Lu Zhenting and Guamiao about the two spies she had just captured. Seeing that Suan really captured two more spies, Lu Zhenting and Guamiao felt like they were useless. They had been here for so long, but they hadn't made any progress by staring at the spies. They finally encountered the spies and were almost hunted down. Fortunately, Suan showed up to help them. They were just scum. The professional special forces members were not as good as Suan, a sent-down youth. After waiting for Sun Xinxin to prepare lunch, they sat in the yard and ate roasted lamb and roasted lamb chops. After a hearty meal, Guamiao was still reluctant to leave. It would be nice if I could always come here to eat with Suan and Sun Xinxin. After eating the food cooked by Sun Xinxin, Guamiao found that he looked down on Lu Zhenting's food. So on the way back, Guamiao sighed in front of Lu Zhenting. Brother Ting, if your cooking skills can be as good as Sun Jiqing's, I will be blessed. Lu Zhenting felt Guamiao's disdain for him, so he snorted and said, if you think my cooking is not good, you can cook it yourself in the future. Guamiao thought of his cooking skills and immediately put on a smile on his face, and said to Lu Zhenting in a flattering way, Brother Ting, I don't think your cooking is not good. You should cook it in the future. Even dogs won't eat my cooking. After lunch, Suan said goodbye to Sun Xinxin and rode to the county town. Suan had to deliver the documents that he had translated last night to Chang Xiyuan. Chang Xiyuan was quite surprised to see Suan coming here. Comrade Su, have you translated all these documents? Suan nodded. Yes, they have all been translated. Suan said, and handed the translated documents to Chang Xiyuan. Chang Siyuan immediately asked another policeman to settle the cost of Su-an's translation this time. Comrade Su, the translation fee for these documents is 50 yuan. According to the market price, please keep it. Su-an was quite satisfied with the 50 yuan. The income of one night is equivalent to the monthly salary of an ordinary worker. You still have to study, knowledge is money. Su-an took the money and prepared to go back contentedly. But Chang Siyuan stopped her and continued to hand her a few documents for her to translate. As long as the money is in place, Su-an is still willing to help. Su-an took the documents and took them back to the production team of Yuto Village. While waiting for Su-an to go back, he found that the team leader was driving a bullock cart towards the county town. After seeing Wang Weihua, Su-an took the initiative to greet him. Uncle Captain, are you going to the county town to do some business? Wang Weihua sighed and said, yes, the higher-ups notified that a new batch of educated youths have arrived. I'll go pick them up. Thinking of these educated youths who went to the countryside, Wang Weihua had a headache. Those educated youths were unable to work and difficult to discipline. They were just causing trouble for him when they came here. If everyone was like Su-an, Wang Weihua would definitely have no objection. But Wang Weihua knew that it was very difficult to be like Su-an. Seeing Wang Weihua's sad face, Su-an could understand. She comforted Wang Weihua a few words and rode her bicycle back. Qingshui County Bus Station. A new batch of educated youths got off the bus. Shen Rui felt sore all over after sitting in the bus for so long. It was really too much suffering. In the past, when she went out, the Shen family had a private car to pick her up. Now she had to squeeze with so many people, not to mention the suffering she had suffered along the way. Now that she could finally get off the car, she breathed a sigh of relief. But when she got off the car, Shen Rui frowned in disdain at the surrounding environment. Isn't this place too poor? It can't be compared with Beijing. If she hadn't been told that this was a county town, she would have thought it was some poor corner. The ground was all muddy or gravel roads. There was no cement road in the county town. How could it be so shabby? Shen Rui was very curious. Why did Chang Siyuan come to such a poor corner of Qingshui County when he was not in Beijing? She disliked it, but she thought that since she was here she couldn't go back. The Shen family didn't want her anyway. If she left here, she could only go back to her original home, which might be even poorer than Qingshui County. Chu Qingyu helped to carry Shen Rui's package. With a free helper, Shen Rui didn't feel it was too hard. Like them, other educated youth who went to the countryside gathered at the Educated Youth Office of Qingshui County. The Educated Youth Office of Qingshui County also arranged the specific location for them to go to the countryside. Shen Rui was very happy to see that she and Chu Qingyu were going to the same place in the countryside. It was good to be with him. If the two were separated, who would carry her luggage? Shen Rui felt that she was too delicate and weak to carry such heavy luggage. Chu Qingyu was also very happy to see that he and Shen Rui were assigned to the same place in the countryside. He saw that Shen Rui's family was good, and he must coax this woman into his hands. Shen Jiqing, we are really destined to be assigned to the same place. We must help each other in the future. Shen Rui smiled and agreed. Okay, that's a must. What made Shen Rui unhappy was that Lu Wanting was actually assigned to the same production team as her. Shen Rui felt unlucky thinking about being in the same production team with such a disgusting person. Lu Wanting also felt unlucky to be in the same production team with someone like Shen Rui. Looking delicate, doesn't she just like to pretend to be a little white lotus? What she hates most is people like Shen Rui, because she has seen too many such women in the compound before. Although her name sounds gentle and virtuous, in fact, Lu Wanting's personality and name are completely incompatible. She is just a tomboy, usually careless, and dislikes pretentious women the most. In addition to the three of them, there is also a female educated youth named Yao Mingfang who was assigned to them. At present, only a few of them have gone to the production team of Yuto Village. When Wang Weihua came here, he shouted in the direction of the educated youth. Chu Changyu, Shen Rui, Yao Mingfang, Lu Wanting, come and gather here. Hearing Wang Weihua's shout, several educated youth walked towards Wang Weihua. As the educated youth came to him, Wang Weihua's face became more worried. It was really unlucky that he was assigned to 3 female educated youth. Fortunately, one of the female educated youth looked good. If she couldn't work, she would have money to pay for it. The other one was very straightforward and looked a bit like Su-an. It was estimated that she could do some work. After Wang Weihua looked at the few people, he said to them, I am the team leader of the production team of Yuto Village. My name is Wang Weihua. Come back with me now. It's getting late. It would be good if it was early, so that the educated youth who went to the countryside could go to the county supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things. Chapter 73. Chapter 73, Shen Rui's hypocrisy. But it was getting late, and Wang Weihua was worried that letting these educated youths buy things in the county town would delay their time. and it would be dark when they returned to the production team. He would give these educated youths a day off tomorrow, and let them come to the county town to buy everything they needed. Although he didn't let them buy anything, Wang Weihua still gave them the subsidies for going to the countryside. 50 yuan each, this is the subsidy given to you by the higher authorities. Shen Rui looked down on such a small amount of money, but she knew that even the smallest mosquito was still meat, and it was better to have it than not. Her situation was different from before. Without the support of the Shen family, she had to rely on herself for everything. If she didn't have money, many things would be difficult to handle. Lu Wanting's conditions were not bad, so she didn't care much about the 50 yuan, but since the team leader gave it to her, she would definitely accept it. Chu Chengyu and Yao Mingfang were very happy when they received the 50 yuan. Especially Yao Mingfang, it seemed that she had never seen so much money before, and her eyes were shining when she stared at the money. After Wang Weihua gave them the subsidies for going to the countryside, he said to the educated youth, "Okay, now we are going to go back, you all get on the cart." Wang Weihua pointed to the ox cart he had driven. When Shen Rui saw such an ox cart, she was immediately disgusted. "Isn't this ox cart too broken? It looks dirty. If she sits on it, won't her clothes get dirty? She is wearing a beautiful bra today." Except for Shen Rui, the other three did not say anything. Lu Wanting got on the ox cart first and put her luggage away. Although Chu Qingyu and Yao Mingfang felt that the ox cart was a bit dirty and broken, it was better to have a car to sit on than not to have one. The two followed Lu Wanting on the ox cart, and only Shen Rui stood there. Seeing that Shen Rui didn't get on the car, Wang Weihua frowned and asked Lu Wanting, "Lu Jiqing, why don't you get on the car?" Shen Rui said with disgust, "Captain, this car is so dirty, how can people sit on it?" When Wang Weihua heard Shen Rui's words, his brows immediately frowned. What he hates most is such a delicate girl. Originally, Wang Weihua's attitude was quite kind, but after being annoyed by Shen Rui, his face suddenly became serious. "Shen Jiqing, if you think it's dirty, you cannot sit. Just walk back by yourself." After being scolded by Wang Weihua, Shen Rui's face turned red. She used to be the eldest daughter of the Shen family, who dared to embarrass her like this. It's really a tiger in the plain being bullied by a dog. She, a dignified eldest daughter of the Shen family, was bullied by a small team leader after going to the countryside. Shen Rui accused Wang Weihua unwillingly. "I am an educated youth who went to the countryside, team leader. What's your attitude? Is this how you treat us educated youth who build the countryside?" Seeing that Shen Rui still wanted to put the hat on himself, Wang Weihua's face became more angry. "With an educated youth like you who complains about everything when riding a bullock cart, how can we expect you to build the countryside? I think if you can't stand it, just go back to where you came from." Shen Rui knew that Wang Weihua was really angry, and now she was a little scared. She has already come to the countryside, where can she go? The educated youth who went to the countryside cannot be sent back. Thinking about the purpose of coming here this time, Shen Rui could only endure it even if she was unhappy. Wait until she gets close to Chang Siyuan, and those who have offended her will have nothing good to eat. Lu Wanting's mouth curled up with a sarcastic smile. This woman only went to the countryside on the first day, and she offended the team leader of the Yuto village production team. Is she really not afraid of being made a fool of by the team leader? She'd better hope that Wang Weihua is a good person, otherwise as long as Wang Weihua wants to deal with her, Shen Rui will not have a good day. Shen Rui disliked the dirtiness of the ox cart, but she was even more reluctant to walk back. But after getting on the car, Shen Rui specially found a piece of cloth and put it under her buttocks, for fear of dirtying her clothes. Seeing Shen Rui like this, Lu Wanting couldn't help but mock her. "You are so hypocritical. I wonder how you can be careful when you go back to work in the fields." Being mocked by Lu Wanting, Shen Rui's face became more and more ugly. "Lu Jiqing, I didn't provoke you, did I? Do you have to squeeze me like this?" Lu Wanting snorted. "You didn't provoke me, but I just can't stand some people being hypocritical." Wang Weihua felt that Lu Wanting was right. Was Shen Rui necessary to do this? She was hypocritical now, and I don't know how to work in the future. With the comparison of Shen Rui, Wang Weihua suddenly felt that the previous educated youth were quite normal. The ox cart swayed towards the direction of the production team of Yuto village. Shen Rui sat in the ox cart and felt dizzy. She thought that the train was already torturous enough, but she didn't expect it to be even more tormenting on the ox cart. Shen Rui began to miss the Shen family's car, and she would definitely let herself live her old life again. On the way back, Shen Rui got off the car and vomited several times. Seeing Shen Rui like this, Wang Weihua became more and more dissatisfied with her. Finally, after more than an hour of bumpy ride, the ox cart finally arrived at the Yuto village production team. When they arrived at the production team, it was already late and the team members had already finished work. Seeing that the team leader had picked up a few more educated youths, the team members' faces were not very good. These educated youths who went to the countryside were useless. They just added burden to their team members. Well, it can't be said that the educated youths were useless. For example, the educated youths Su, Lu and Gua in the team were all good. It's a pity that there are too few educated youths as capable and talented as them, and most of them are useless. After the team members saw the educated youths on the ox cart clearly, they started to discuss again. Shen Rui and Lu Wanting are both very beautiful. But Shen Rui was the most eye-catching because she dressed well, with that bra and small leather shoes. The country people had never seen such clothes. With this dress, the team members regarded Shen Rui as a fairy. In fact, Lu Wanting's face is prettier than Shen Rui's, but Lu Wanting is a tomboy, and she cut her hair short for a girl. In addition, Lu Wanting often basks in the sun, so her skin is a little dark and rough. In the eyes of the country people, she is naturally not as fair and tender as Shen Rui. Oh my, there is another fairy in our team? This new educated youth is really beautiful. After one ant said this, another ant in the team continued, I think she is just a so-so, not as good-looking as Su Jiqing and Sun Jiqing. That's good, the best-looking one is little Su Jiqing. If little Su Jiqing dresses like this new educated youth, I don't know how beautiful she would be. This new female educated youth went to the countryside and dressed up so gorgeously. Those who know she is here to go to the countryside, and those who don't know her think she is here for a blind date. In my opinion, she is not a serious person. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. This girl is probably mentally ill. That's not right. Such a delicate woman who likes to dress up is not suitable to be married home. She can only be worshipped as an ancestor. After all, it's better to marry Xiao Su, a young educated youth. If a family marries Xiao Su, it will be a blessing. Shen Rui was sitting in the car, and only then did she notice the surrounding environment. Seeing the place where she was sent to the countryside, her eyes were more disgusted. Originally, she thought that the county town of Qingshui County was already shabby enough, but it turned out that the production team of Yuto Village was much worse than the county town. There were only a few brick and tile houses in the whole village, all of which were dilapidated adobe houses. If she had to live in such a place all the time, how difficult it would be. Shen Rui still wanted to dislike it, but when she saw Wang Weihua's serious and deep face, she didn't dare to say anything. Wang Weihua took the new educated youth to the brigade headquarters in the same way as he did with other educated youth, and gave them some advance food. Shen Rui thought it was coarse grains and said with disdain, "These are the grains for feeding livestock. How can people eat them? My cats and dogs don't eat these." Shen Rui's words undoubtedly annoyed Wang Weihua again. Our countryside is like this. If you want these coarse grains, take them. If you don't want them, forget it. How many people in our countryside don't have enough to eat? You come here, not in your home. There is no condition for you to be picky. After being confronted by Wang Weihua, Shen Rui's attitude was restrained a little. Captain, I really can't get used to coarse grains. Can I get fine grains? Wang Weihua said lightly. If you want to eat fine grains, you can buy them yourself. Wang Weihua said, and reported the grain price of the brigade again. Seeing that he could buy them with money, Shen Rui quickly bought a batch of fine grains. Lu Wanting also bought a batch of fine grains. Chu Qingyu and Yao Mingfang were not in good conditions, so they didn't buy extra fine grains. After waiting for them to advance food, Wang Weihua sent them to the educated youth point. At this time the educated youths also got off work, so Lin Aodong was there. After sending these educated youth to the educated youth point, Wang Weihua said to Lin Aodong, "These are the newly sent educated youth to the countryside. Lin Jiqing, please help arrange them." Lin Aodong nodded. "Okay, Captain, I understand." Wang Weihua sent the educated youth to the educated youth point and hurried back home. He didn't want to have any contact with these delicate city kids for a moment. Thinking of Shen Rui's mischief today, Wang Weihua sighed in his heart about Su An's goodness. If all these educated youth who went to the countryside were like Su Jiqing, he wouldn't be so upset. After the captain left, Shen Rui snorted. "Did you notice that this captain is so arrogant and doesn't take us educated youth who went to the countryside seriously at all? We are here to support rural construction, not to be bullied here. Why does he treat us like this?" As soon as Shen Rui said this, the faces of the old educated youths in the educated youth point changed at the same time. They looked at Shen Rui as if they were looking at a mentally retarded person. This girl is probably a little mentally ill. Where is this? This is where they go to the countryside. Since it is someone else's territory, they have to listen to them. And they can only be low-key. There is no benefit in offending the team leader. The simplest thing is, if you offend the team leader, are you afraid of assigning you heavy farm work? Moreover, if there is a chance to return to the city, as long as the team leader blocks you, you can't go back. Sometimes there are places for the workers, peasants and soldiers university exam, and you can't expect the team leader to recommend you to take the exam. If you meet a good team leader, you offend people, and they will only make things difficult for you on these small things. But if you meet a bad team leader, they will do bad things behind your back, saying that you have problems with your ideological awareness, and send you to the farm for reform. Normal going to the countryside is already very hard, and if you go to the farm, that kind of place is called suffering. These old educated youth decided to stay away from Shunrui in the future. Otherwise, who knows if she will offend the team leader in the future and implicate them. Keep a distance from Shunrui so that even if Shunrui angers the team leader in the future, they will not be implicated. As the team leader of the educated youth point, Lin Aodong felt that it was necessary to remind Shunrui, so as to prevent all the educated youth from suffering. Don't say this again in the future. He is the team leader of our Yuto village. All of us educated youth who went to the countryside have to listen to him. There will be no good consequences if you offend the team leader. This new educated youth, I hope you will be careful in your words and deeds in the future, and don't let your personal words implicate our entire educated youth group. Shunrui thought that these educated youth who went to the countryside would agree with her and help her criticize Wang Weihua, but who knew that they were all cowards who didn't dare to say anything behind her back. Shunrui didn't get a response but was taught a lesson instead, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on her face. Lin Aodong didn't care about Shunrui at this moment, but introduced himself first. My name is Lin Aodong, and I'm the leader of the educated youth camp. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to me. If the female educated youth have any problems, you can also go to Li Chunling, who is the leader of the female educated youth camp. After Lin Aodong introduced himself, he asked the new educated youth, "What about you? What are your names?" Shunrui and the others said their names one by one. After Lin Aodong wrote them down, he explained the situation of the educated youth camp to the others. Shunrui couldn't stand hearing that there was only one room for men and women, and so many people had to sleep on a kong. There's only one room? Can so many people sleep in one room? Lin Aodong said helplessly, the conditions at the educated youth camp are like this. It's indeed a bit crowded, but the brigade can't give them money to build houses for the educated youth. Shunrui frowned. Can I rent a house by myself? I can't stand more than a dozen people in one room. Shunrui could only be thankful that she was relatively rich at this moment. If she didn't have money, she wouldn't be able to rent a house. Lin Aodong said, "You can go out and rent a house. You have to ask if there are any team members who are willing to rent it to you. But Shun Jiqing, since you just arrived, I still want to remind you not to rent a house at a team member's home." Shunrui looked at Lin Aodong puzzled. Why? Because a female educated youth from a production team near us disliked the poor living conditions at the educated youth site, so she rented a house at a team member's home. As a result, she was noticed by a man from that family and had sex with him. The other party insisted that it was voluntary and not forced. The female educated youth lost her body in vain. It would be better if you were a gay man, but as a female educated youth, it is safer for you to stay at the educated youth site. And you look good, and you have brought so many things with you. Don't let the team members miss you, or someone will try to make money from you. If they were not both educated youth, Lin Aodong would not bother to remind Shunrui of this. Chapter 75. Chapter 75. Suan looks like her adoptive mother. When Shunrui heard what Lin Aodong said, she immediately gave up the idea. Not to mention the risks of renting a house from the team members, Shunrui couldn't stand living with those mudlegs. Shunrui frowned, worrying about what to do about this matter. She couldn't go out to rent a house, but the location of the educated youth point was too small. At this time, Tao Xiangqin reminded Shunrui, "Shun Jiqing, if you don't want to squeeze with us, you can go to Suan Su Jiqing to ask. She built a house in the brigade and there are spare rooms at home. She might be able to rent one to you. Oh, by the way, if she doesn't rent it to you, I think you are not short of money. You can ask the team leader if you can apply for a piece of land to build a house yourself. But now it's almost autumn harvest. Even if you want to build a house, you have to wait until after autumn harvest. It's best if Su Jiqing agrees, so you can live directly now." Tao Xiangqin didn't say so much to Shunrui out of kindness. She could see that Shunrui was a troublemaker. If such a hypocritical person lives with them, who knows what trouble he will cause in the future. There are already enough people living at their educated youth camp, and Tao Xiangqin is eager to move more people out. Unfortunately, most of the educated youth who went to the countryside are similar to her, with average family conditions and no money to build a house. If they really want to build a separate house, cooking will also be a problem if they don't live at the educated youth camp, as iron pots are hard to buy now. Living at the educated youth camp, at least everyone can divide the work. Otherwise you will have to collect firewood and fetch water by yourself. Shunrui finally saw a little hope when she heard what Tao Xiangqin said. That's great. Where is the home of this educated youth Su? Can anyone take me there? At this moment everyone has come back from a day's work, and they are all exhausted. No one really wants to pay attention to the new educated youth. Lin Aodong was the leader of the educated youth camp. Seeing that no one else was willing to take Shenrui there, he had no choice but to say, "I'll take you there." "Okay, thank you, educated youth Lin." Lin Aodong replied tiredly, "You're welcome, it's my duty." Lin Aodong took Shenrui to Su-an's side. At this time, Su-an and Sun Xinshin were preparing to have dinner. When Lin Aodong and Shenrui came to Su-an's side, Shenrui could smell the aroma of meat through the courtyard wall. It seems that this educated youth has good conditions and can even eat meat. If she can rent a house here, would they have the nerve not to invite her to eat meat? Lin Aodong went over and knocked on the door. Su-an heard the knock on the door, so he put down the chopsticks in his hand and went to open the door. After waiting for the door to open, he saw Lin Aodong and a strange woman standing behind Lin Aodong. Su-an thought about the captain saying that he would go to the county to pick up a new batch of educated youth today, so he guessed that the person standing behind Lin Aodong was probably a new educated youth. The moment Su-an opened the door, Shenrui was also staring at her. This woman actually looked somewhat similar to Xiao Qingyue. However, Shenrui was only surprised for a moment, thinking that there were many people in the world who looked alike, and it was not surprising that Su-an looked somewhat similar to Xiao Qingyue. But when she thought about how the Shen family treated her, and how Xiao Qingyue's adoptive mother, who held her in her hands, decided to send her back to the countryside when she knew that she was not her child, Shenrui hated her very much. Seeing Su-an, who looked similar to Xiao Qingyue, Shenrui naturally had no good impression of her. Su-an naturally felt the hostility in Shenrui's eyes when he looked at her. This woman is weird. Did she offend her in any way? Or is she jealous of her beauty because she is beautiful? Su-an took his eyes off Shenrui and asked Lin Aodong, "Lin Jiqing, is there anything I can do for you?" Lin Aodong explained his purpose. "Su Jiqing, this is Shenrui who just came to the countryside today, Shan Jiqing. Our Jiqing site is quite crowded. Do you have any vacant houses here? This Shan Jiqing wants to rent a house from you." After hearing Lin Aodong's explanation, Su-an glanced at Shenrui and refused without thinking. "Are you kidding? She and Sun Xinshin are having a great time here. Why would they let outsiders disturb her peace? Is she someone who lacks that little bit of rent? Besides, it's clear at a glance that Shenrui is not a good person, and Su-an doesn't want to have anything to do with such a person. No, I like quietness." After Su-an refused directly, Shenrui's face suddenly choked. "Su Jiqing, I'm alone and I won't disturb your peace and quiet, so rent it to me. We are educated youth who went to the countryside, shouldn't we help each other?" Shenrui looked at Su-an unwillingly and asked, as if Su-an would do something cruel if she refused her. Su-an is an immoral person. If you want to play moral kidnapping with her, you have to see if she will buy it. "Shan Jiqing, I've made it very clear. I like quietness and don't like to be disturbed. You can ask somewhere else, rent from others or build it yourself. There are many ways. You don't have to let me help you. I have no obligation to do so," Su-an said without saying much, and directly closed the door with a bang. Shenrui looked at the closed door and clenched her fists tightly. Why did this person give her the cold shoulder? Why couldn't he agree to her request? She didn't live there for free, she paid rent. Shenrui complained to Lin Aodong. "Lin Jiqing, why is Su Jiqing like this? Why doesn't she have a spirit of solidarity and mutual assistance?" Hearing Shenrui's complaints, Lin Aodong actually felt that there was nothing wrong with Su-an's decision. Isn't it normal that she wants to be quiet in the house she built herself and doesn't want to rent it to others? It's just not renting a house, it doesn't rise to the level that Shenrui said. So Lin Aodong didn't respond to Shenrui's words, but helped Su-an and said, "Su Jiqing has always been like this, don't mind. She is actually a very good person. As long as you don't provoke her, she is a very easy person to talk to. She likes quietness. Since she doesn't want to rent a house, you can go to the team leader to ask if you can help build a house." Shenrui didn't see Lin Aodong scolding Su-an, and she felt a little unhappy. At present, Su-an is unwilling to rent a house to her. Shenrui can only go to the team leader's house to ask about building a house. Shenrui hopes that the house can be built earlier, so that she can move out earlier. Thinking about the fact that so many people were living together in the educated youth camp, Shenrui felt uneasy. Seeing that he had brought Shenrui out, Lin Aodong simply took her to the team leader's house. Seeing Shenrui coming over, Wang Weihua felt a headache. None of these educated youth who went to the countryside was more pretentious than Shenrui. She must have some troubles coming here now. Chapter 76. Chapter 76. Wang Weihua refuses to help build a house. Wang Weihua had a bad impression of Shenrui. When he saw Shenrui coming, Wang Weihua's attitude was even more indifferent. "Is there anything that happened to Shenrui?" Shenrui explained her purpose directly. "Captain, the educated youth site is too crowded. I want to apply for land and build a house myself. Please arrange this for me as soon as possible." Wang Weihua glanced at Shenrui and saw that this girl said it as a matter of course, as if he, the captain, must help her do this. Comparing it with Su-en's previous behavior of asking him to build a house, Wang Weihua suddenly felt that there was no comparison and no harm. It was still the little educated youth Su who knew how to behave. Shen Rui's attitude was really bad, and he really didn't want to help such a person. Of course, Wang Weihua would not agree to this matter directly. He had to let Shen Rui know that he was not so easy to talk to. It's almost autumn harvest now. There is no time to build a house for you now. Even if you want to build a house, you have to wait until after the autumn harvest. After Wang Weihua finished speaking, he wanted to send Shen Rui away. He felt a headache just looking at such a troublemaker. Shen Rui heard Wang Weihua's words and said unwillingly, "Team leader, can you arrange it for me earlier? I don't want to delay too long. There are so many people at the educated youth camp, and I really can't get used to living there." Wang Weihua scolded with a serious face. "Shun Jiqing, since you have come to the countryside and become an educated youth of our Yuto village production team, I hope you can put the interests of the entire team first and your personal interests second. Autumn harvest is the top priority of the entire team. You want to let the autumn harvest give way to your personal affairs. Do you think it's possible? It's just living in the educated youth camp, how big a deal? Other educated youth, they are all living here, why can't you live here? If you are so pretentious and can't bear this little hardship, I will send you back to the youth educated office. Your coming to the countryside will only cause trouble to our Yuto village production team, and will not provide any contribution. There is no need for us to keep you here." Seeing that the team leader was angry, Lin Aodong immediately pulled Shen Rui's arm and said, "Shen youth educated, the team leader is right. Our team focuses on the autumn harvest. You want to build a house, which is not a big deal for the team. Just listen to the team leader. There is no rush to talk about building a house after the autumn harvest," Lin Aodong said, and quickly pulled Shen Rui away. He was afraid that Shen Rui would have a brain seizure and quarrel with the team leader. After all, Shen Rui was an educated youth who went to the countryside. If she only affected her, it would be fine, but Lin Aodong was worried that this woman would implicate all of their educated youth. Shen Rui was dragged out of the captain's house by Lin Aodong, her face full of reluctance and displeasure. "The captain is really too bullying. Why can't he help me arrange it first? It's such a big deal." Lin Aodong didn't know what to say to Shen Rui. He could only say that this woman was mentally abnormal. "Shun Jiqing, I kindly remind you that this is the countryside. It's someone else's territory. You'd better not offend the captain. If you offend the captain today, your plan to build a house in the team may not be possible in the future." After hearing what Lin Aodong said, Shen Rui didn't dare to say anything. There are so many people in the educated youth point, she said that they have to build their own houses to live in. After waiting for Shen Rui and Lin Aodong to leave, Tao Danny said to Wang Weihua, "This new female educated youth is really not good. Not even 1/10 of Su Jiqing and Sun Jiqing." Wang Weihua also nodded in agreement. "Isn't that right?" Su and Sun came to him to do some work. Not to mention that they brought a lot of things, their attitude was not comparable to Shen Rui's. However, Wang Weihua knew that it was not easy to find educated youth as sensible as Suan and Sun Xinxin, so it was good that they did not cause trouble for him. Lin Aodong and Shen Rui returned to the educated youth point. Although she didn't want to live in the educated youth point, Shen Rui had no choice now. She just took her luggage to the room of the female educated youth. Seeing that the Kong was covered with bedding and such a large Kong was crowded with people, Shen Rui felt stuffy in her chest. Because she was the last one to come, she could only be at the end of the bed. Shen Rui was not satisfied with her position, so she asked to change with other female educated youth. Shen Rui used to be the eldest daughter of the Shen family. She has always been high and mighty, so the people around her also gave in to her because of her status. Shen Rui developed a spoiled temperament, and she didn't recognize her current situation. After hearing Shen Rui's request, none of the female educated youth in the room paid attention to her. Want them to give up their beds? Why? It's cold in the northeast in winter. The closer the head of the bed is to the charcoal fire, the warmer it will be to sleep. When they got to the end of the Kong, the temperature was not that high. If the quilt was not thick, they would really freeze to death at night. It was not winter yet, so they could not feel it. They would feel it when the weather got cold. Shen Rui was upset again when no one gave her a seat. At this time, Li Chunling said to the new female educated youth, "We old educated youth will treat you to a meal later as a welcome to your arrival. Everyone can introduce themselves to each other later." While Shen Rui and the others packed their luggage and quilts, the old educated youth also prepared dinner. The food was not very good, just a pot of stew. In fact, it was good compared to usual. Usually they ate boiled vegetables, but today they added a few drops of oil to it. After dinner was ready, the old educated youth invited the new educated youth to come for dinner. Lin Aodong went to Lu Jinting and Guo Miao. They were also educated youths in the educated youth point. Since there were new educated youths coming, they naturally had to get to know each other. Lu Zhenting and Guo Miao heard Lin Aodong's invitation, thinking that they should not appear too different, so they followed him. When Lu Zhenting and Guo Miao arrived at the educated youth point, they were stunned when they saw the new educated youth. Guo Miao pointed at Lu Wanting and said, "Brother Ting, why is Wanting here? Could this girl have come to the countryside?" When Lu Zhenting saw Lu Wanting, his brows knitted tightly. He strode forward, pulled Lu Wanting and asked, "Why are you here?" The educated youths at the educated youth point all looked at the two curiously. Looking at Lu Zhenting coming over, Shen Rui was also attracted by this man at first sight. Because he looks very handsome, even better than their brother Siyuan. But seeing that Lu Zhenting seemed to be an educated youth who went to the countryside, Shen Rui immediately lost interest. Can an educated youth who went to the countryside compare with her brother Siyuan? Seeing that Lu Zhenting and Lu Wanting seemed to know each other, Shen Rui had even less interest in Lu Zhenting. After all, she hated Lu Wanting very much. How could anyone she knew be a good person? Chapter 77. Chapter 77. They are siblings. Lu Wanting smiled and said, "Brother, as you can see, I signed up to go to the countryside." Lu Zhenting. Seeing that her brother had a serious face and didn't speak, Lu Wanting hurriedly asked, "Brother, what do you mean? Are you not happy to see me? Aren't you surprised? You are kidding. Why did you sign up to go to the countryside and come here? Don't you know it's dangerous here? If it were safe here, Lu Wanting would come here. But it's so dangerous here, and the enemy's spies are active frequently. What if this girl comes here at this time and encounters danger?" Seeing that her brother was a little angry, Lu Wanting could only sigh and said, "Brother, isn't it my family who urged me to go on a blind date? I really don't want to go on a blind date, so I quickly hid away and signed up for going to the countryside. I heard that you were here, so I signed up for going to the countryside and came here." Lu Zhenting didn't know what to say. Now that you are here, it's not an easy thing to go back. But with the power of their Lu family, it's not difficult to go back to the city. Lu Zhenting thought for a moment and said, "I'll tell my parents later and I'll take you back to the city. The countryside is not a good place to stay." Seeing that Lu Zhenting let her go, Lu Wanting was immediately unhappy. "Brother, I won't go home. I just went to the countryside to hide away. Once I go back, my family will urge me to go on blind dates. I won't be free after getting married, and I'm not interested. Even if you take me home, I will secretly hide somewhere so that no one can find me." Lu Zhenting might not believe it if someone else said this, but when Lu Wanting said this, Lu Zhenting believed that his sister could really do such a thing. If she was forced into a corner, it might be even more dangerous if she hid somewhere else. In any case, he was watching here and could take care of her a little bit. It just so happened that the autumn harvest was coming soon. The autumn harvest was the hardest and most tiring time of the year in the countryside. Since this girl didn't want to go home, let her suffer in the production team. When she couldn't stand it anymore, she would take the initiative to ask to go back. Thinking of this, Lu Zhenting didn't care about Lu Wanting anymore. The educated youths at the educated youth point were quite surprised to learn about the relationship between Lu Zhenting and Lu Wanting. They didn't expect that they were actually siblings. Many female educated youths envied Lu Wanting. With a capable brother like Lu Zhenting, she wouldn't have to suffer too much in the future. Lu Zhenting could help with some of the farm work that Lu Wanting couldn't finish. "Okay, everyone, sit down and eat." Lin Aodong invited the educated youths to sit down and eat. Shen Rui sat down with him, but when she saw today's meals, her face immediately fell. At the Shen family, the meals they fed the dogs were better than those fed to these educated youths. Thinking of this, Shen Rui blurted out, "Didn't you say you would treat us to a meal? Why is the food so bad? Is this food for humans?" As soon as Shen Rui said this, the faces of the old educated youths fell one by one. Doesn't this woman think before she speaks? They usually eat such meals. Are they not human beings? Shen Jiqing, your conditions may have been better before you went to the countryside, but now you have to know that the food conditions here are like this. Not to mention eating well, even being able to eat enough is a problem. Today, since you new educated youth are here, we have added a few more drops of oil and water when cooking. If it weren't for inviting you to dinner, we would eat even worse ourselves. Li Chunling explained to Shen Rui. Tao Xiangqin replied in a bad temper. "Miss Shen, since you think the food is not good, then don't eat it. We don't want you to eat it. I invited you to a meal and didn't let you spend food, but you are still picky. Who owes you?" Tao Xiangqin has always been quick-mouthed and straightforward, and she can't stand such hypocrisy. Shen Rui was embarrassed by Tao Xiangqin, but looking at the food that was the same as pig food, Shen Rui really couldn't eat it. So she said to the old educated youth, "If you want to eat, you can eat it. I won't eat it." With that, Shen Rui went back to the house. Fortunately, she brought some biscuits and a can of milk powder. Drink a glass of milk and eat a pack of biscuits at night. Seeing Shunrui like this, Tao Xiangqin continued to complain. Hypocritical, I want to see if she can always be like this. If she wants to live a good life, why does she go to the countryside? It's better to go back. The old educated youth also felt that Shunrui was a little hypocritical. Although Shunrui's conditions were indeed quite good, the old educated youths were not interested in praising her, because she was not a good person, and they would not necessarily get any benefits from praising her. Unlike Suan and Sun Xinshin, they treated the old educated youths to meet when they came. The old educated youths ignored Shunrui and had dinner together, introducing themselves by the way. The new and old educated youths got to know each other again this time, and after dinner, everyone went about their own business. After Suan and Sun Xinshin had finished eating, they took the documents given to them by the police and continued to translate. This time it was directly until 2 o'clock in the morning, and Suan finally translated several documents. After translating the documents and sorting them out, Suan went to bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the old educated youths had to go to work, but the new educated youths could rest for a day. The team leader approved a day off for them, asking them to go to the county town or the commune to buy some things they needed. Many of the things needed by the new educated youths were bought after they arrived, so they all planned to go to the county town. It's just that the county town is farther away, so you have to sit for a while longer if you take a bullock cart. Shunrui thought about the experience of riding a bullock cart yesterday. It was dirty and broken, but the bumpy ride made people's stomachs churn. So Shunrui felt that she had to ride a bike to the county town by herself. Shunrui asked Lin Aodong, Lin Jiqing, does anyone in our brigade have a bicycle? Lin Aodong said, Su Jiqing has one. Shunrui was not too surprised to hear that Suan had one. Suan could build a house by himself, so his family must be well off. The country people are all poor. It's strange that they can afford a bicycle. Yesterday Lin Aodong had taken Shunrui to Suan's house. She knew the way, so she went to Suan's place by herself. When Shunrui arrived in front of Suan's yard, she smelled the aroma of meat wafting from Suan's yard. If Shunrui guessed correctly, Suan should eat mutton. The smell of mutton is really tempting. I don't know how good Suan's conditions are. He can eat meat every meal. Even in the city, ordinary families can't eat meat every meal. Because the meat tickets in the city are limited, only families of the Shen family can have no shortage of meat. Chapter 78. Chapter 78. I don't need your money. While thinking about this, Shunrui went to Suan's door and knocked. After Suan opened the door, she found that the person who came was Shunrui, and immediately frowned again. Is there anything? Suan asked coldly. She didn't have a very good impression of Shunrui, so she was naturally not too polite when talking to her. Shunrui was a little unhappy with Suan's attitude. I came to borrow your bicycle. I want to go to the county town. I heard from Lin Jiqing that you are the only one in our team who has a bicycle. Suan saw Shunrui came to borrow things and put on a high attitude, and she didn't have a good impression of her. You don't have the attitude of asking for help, and you really think you are a lady? Maybe Shunrui's family conditions are indeed good, but Suan doesn't want to spoil this person. No. Shunrui was very angry after being directly rejected by Suan. She looked at Suan angrily and asked him, why don't you lend it to me? We are all educated youth who went to the countryside. How can you be so stingy? Suan was a little impatient with Shunrui. My things I can lend it to you if I want to, and I won't lend it to you if I don't want to. If you have nothing to do, just get out of here. If you keep talking, don't blame me for giving you a big bag. Shunrui's face flushed. I'm not lending you the bicycle for free. How about I give you $1 as a reward? If she paid $1 as a reward, Suan would definitely not suffer a loss if he lent it to her once. She didn't believe that Suan would refuse something that could benefit her. Unlike Shunrui's expectation, Suan said disdainfully, I said I won't lend it to you. I don't need your money. If you have money, just go to the city and buy one yourself. Suan said and closed the door directly. Shunrui clenched her fists in anger. Although she had money, she didn't have a bicycle ticket. If she had a bicycle ticket, Shunrui would also like to buy a bicycle back. If Suan didn't lend it to her, Shunrui could only ride a bullock cart. Thinking that the ox cart was so dirty, Shunrui brought another piece of cloth to pat it. Shunrui's affectation made the old man driving the ox cart speechless. This time it was not only the newly arrived educated youth who went to the county town, but also some team members. Seeing Shunrui like this, many outspoken ants couldn't help but criticize Shunrui. Why do you come to the countryside when you are so squeamish? It would be better for the young lady to stay in the city, but you have to fight with them for food? Shunrui was already depressed enough to sit in a dirty and broken ox cart, but after she came here, she had to be scolded by these country women, which made her even more angry. Anyone can bully her. Wait until she hooks up with her brother Siyuan, and she will make those who bully her pay the price. The new educated youth went to the county town and went directly to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase. They didn't bring much with them when they went to the countryside, and they had to buy daily necessities. Shunrui thought that she would have to eat alone in the future. The food in the educated youth camp was so bad, and Shunrui didn't want to be like them. But if she cooked by herself, she would have to buy a pot, otherwise it would be inconvenient to share a pot with the educated youth camp. Thinking of this, Shunrui went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a pot. Fortunately, she still had some industrial coupons in her hand. If she didn't have industrial coupons, she wouldn't be able to buy a pot even if she wanted to. Shunrui didn't have many industrial coupons left, so she had to save them in case she needed something in the future. I hope she can meet Brother Siyuan earlier and be with him earlier. When she gets Brother Siyuan, he will definitely not let her live a hard life. Shunrui purchased a lot of things at the county supply and marketing cooperative. She still has some money in her hand, so she can't let herself suffer. Seeing the things Shunrui bought, Chu Chengyu's eyes were calculating. He knew that Shunrui had money, and it was almost the same as he expected. Shunrui was not a person who was short of money, otherwise how could she afford so many things? After buying the things, Shunrui asked Chu Chenyu to help carry them to the ox cart. She planned to go to the Public Security Bureau of Qingshui County. Shunrui was going to find Chang Siyuan, and heard that Brother Siyuan had come here. But when Shunrui went to find him, she heard your staff say, "Are you here to see our director Chang?" "Sorry, our director Chang is out on some business and is not here right now." Shunrui could only leave disappointedly without seeing Chang Siyuan. At this time, Chang Siyuan was indeed out on business. They had already forced out the confessions of the two spies that Siyuan helped to capture. These two people were from our country. They gave some benefits to the local captain and lurked here as team members to collect and transmit intelligence from China. The two confessed that they had hidden a radio transmitter in their residence. So Chang Siyuan took people to search the production team where they lived and really found a radio transmitter. If it weren't for Siyuan this time, the two people would have really hidden very deeply and would have been difficult to be discovered. The captain who received the benefits was soon taken away by the police for investigation. Although he may not know that the two people are spies as a captain, he must also accept punishment for accepting bribes. In addition, harboring spies, whether you know it or not, you will inevitably be dealt with. Chang Siyuan took the radio transmitter and the team leader away, which caused a big stir in the local production team. The local team members didn't expect that there would be spies in their production team. The two spies who were caught were also known by their team members. They looked good at ordinary times, but who knew they were hiding so deeply? Chang Siyuan felt that Siyuan had made another contribution. If Siyuan hadn't discovered them, it would be difficult for the public security to investigate these team members. Now Chang Siyuan knew that there had to be a new direction of investigation, which was to check the suspicious personnel in each team and not miss these spies. Chang Siyuan arrived at the county town in the afternoon. Siyuan, after lunch, rode to the county town to deliver the translated documents to the public security. Coincidentally, when she went there, Chang Siyuan came back. When Siyuan saw Chang Siyuan, she handed the information directly to Chang Siyuan. "This is the translated document of yesterday." Chang Siyuan took the translated document. "Okay." The public security quickly paid Siyuan for the translation, and Chang Siyuan gave Siyuan another stack of translated documents and asked Siyuan to take it back. "By the way, Comrade Su, I have to thank you for helping to capture those two spies this time. We have already found out that they were hiding among the masses and often conveying information from China. This time you helped us avoid a lot of losses. On behalf of our Qingshui County Public Security Bureau, I would like to thank you again." Siyuan said in a calm voice. "Forget about verbal thanks. I still like to be pragmatic." Chang Siyuan immediately understood what Siyuan meant. "Comrade Su, don't worry, I will definitely arrange a reward for you." Chapter 79. Chapter 79. Siyuan became Lu Wanting's idol. Siyuan was very satisfied with Chang Siyuan's answer. This man was quite sensible. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Siyuan rode her bicycle back. Chang Siyuan looked at Siyuan's back as she left. In fact, he was still thinking about talking to Siyuan for a few more words. For some reason, Chang Siyuan felt happy when talking to Siyuan. Siyuan naturally didn't know what Chang Siyuan was thinking. She rode her bicycle back to the Yuto village production team. In the afternoon, she didn't go up the mountain again, but went to the room to continue translating. If she translated more in the afternoon, the tasks in the evening would be reduced. Seeing Siyuan translating, Sun Xinshin asked casually, "Anan, is there any translation work left? I know English and I am very proficient in English. It would be great if I could find a job as an English translator." Sun Xinshin felt that life in the brigade was quite leisurely every day. After finishing work in the morning, there was actually nothing to do in the afternoon. Reading books all the time would be a bit boring, So Sun Xinshin also wanted to find something else to do. I heard that the translation fee is quite generous, and it would be good for her to earn some money when she is free. Seeing Sun Xinshin asking this, Suan said, I will go to the county town to ask for you and see if I can get an English translation job. Okay. Sun Xinshin responded happily. While the two were talking here, the new educated youths at the educated youth point had prepared all the things they needed. Shen Rui also bought herself a large wardrobe, put her things in it, and locked it up. There are so many poor people living here, who knows if they will steal her things. Shen Rui planned to ask if anyone was willing to share a meal with her. Although she bought a pot, she couldn't cook by herself. So she needed to find someone to share a meal with and help cook. After waiting for the old educated youth to come back from work, Shen Rui found Li Chunling, who was the easiest to talk to, and mentioned the matter of sharing a meal. Although Li Chunling was a good person, she was also a shrewd person. Although she would be subsidized by others for eating with Shen Rui, it was not so easy to take advantage of this. It would be fine if Shen Rui could eat whatever she cooked, but Shen Rui, a delicate young lady, would definitely be picky. She would be upset if she was not satisfied with this or that. After being rejected by Li Chunling, Shen Rui could only look for other female educated youth. But everyone thought the same as Li Chunling. As long as they were not really short of food, there was no need to share a meal with Shen Rui. In the end, only Wang Xiaodi, who had the worst conditions, agreed to share a meal with her. But when Wang Xiaodi cooked dinner for Shen Rui in the evening as expected, just as Li Chunling thought, Shen Rui complained about the taste and said that what Wang Xiaodi cooked was like pig food and was inedible. Wang Xiaodi saw that Shen Rui was so difficult to serve, so she simply broke up with her. With so many requirements, she would not serve her. Later, Yao Mingfang, who went to the countryside with Shen Rui, agreed to share a meal with her. Yao Mingfang's cooking skills are pretty good, much better than Wang Xiaodi's. Although Shen Rui is still not satisfied, Shen Rui knows that she can't be picky anymore. If she is picky, she won't be able to find anyone to eat with, and she will have to cook by herself. In the past, Shen Rui was a person who didn't do any housework at the Shen family. How could she cook? As for Lu Wanting, she didn't plan to eat with the educated youths at the educated youth center because her brother was there. It's better to have fewer people. It's much more convenient at her brother's place. Lu Wanting knew that her brother's cooking skills were not bad, and the dishes were better than those cooked by the people at the educated youth center. Lu Wanting went to have dinner with Lu Jinting and Guo Miao. During the meal, Lu Jinting said to Lu Wanting, "Wait until tomorrow when you start working, you will know the hardship of going to the countryside. I hope you won't regret your choice." Lu Wanting snorted directly. "Brother, do you look down on me so much? Do you think I can't bear this little hardship? I'm just kindly reminding you. If you regret it now, you can ask your family to take you back as soon as possible." "Brother, I won't go back even if I have to suffer here. I said that if I go back I will be urged to go on blind dates. I won't bow my head even if I die of exhaustion." Seeing Lu Wanting say this, Lu Jinting didn't say anything more. Anyway, she is stubborn now, and she will know after working for a few days. After dinner, everyone at the educated youth point rested early. Suan had to continue translating the manuscript. Today's task was completed relatively early, and Suan finished work at about 11 o'clock. After a night's rest, they had to continue working early the next morning. Suan and Sun Xinshin went out after breakfast and saw several new educated youth. The team leader assigned tasks to everyone one by one, and after receiving the tasks, everyone went about their own business. Lu Wanting took the tools and went to Suan's side to work with her. When they saw Suan's working speed, the new educated youth looked at her in surprise. The other team members and the old educated youth were already used to it, but the new educated youth didn't know that Suan had this ability. Lu Wanting watched for a while, and looked at Suan with a burning look in her eyes. She admired and worshipped such capable women. Originally, seeing that Suan was very beautiful, Lu Wanting thought that Suan was the same as those delicate women in the compound. Who knew that Suan was so strong? With her strength, Lu Wanting felt that she might be even stronger than her brother. After comparing her brother's working speed, Lu Wanting became more and more certain that her brother could not compare to Suan, because his working speed was much slower than Suan's. This female comrade really made them women proud. Lu Wanting was very curious about Suan, but she was too embarrassed to approach her because she was working so hard. So Lu Wanting went to Li Chunling to ask, "Sister Chunling, what's the name of this female comrade? Why is she so powerful?" Seeing Lu Wanting asking, Li Chunling patiently introduced, "This is Suan, the educated youth, who came here just a month earlier than them. She is the most powerful in our entire Yuto village production team. You can see that her strength and speed of work are unmatched by ordinary people." Lu Wanting nodded. She had witnessed Suan's strength with her own eyes. Not only ordinary people can't compare to her, but also people with professional training such as her brother can't compare to her. Li Chunling added, Su Jiqing is not only capable, but also very skilled. When she went up the mountain before, she killed 3 big wild boars by herself. Lu Wanting's eyes brightened instantly. Really? Is her skill so amazing? Seeing that Lu Wanting was a little unconvinced, Li Chunling said seriously, "Of course I'm not talking nonsense, I saw it with my own eyes. She killed such a big wild boar in just 2 clicks. If it weren't for her that time, all of us educated youth who went up the mountain to collect firewood would have been injured." After listening to Li Chunling's words, Lu Wanting looked at Suen with a bit more heat and admiration in her eyes. Chapter 80. Chapter 80. Why did the higher-ups arrange such an idiot? That's really amazing. With her skills, can she join the Women's Special Forces team? In fact, Lu Wanting wanted to join the Women's Special Forces team. She even took the assessment, but unfortunately she didn't meet the standard. But if Suen with her skills could take the assessment, Lu Wanting was sure that Suen would be able to pass. Speaking of Suan's deeds, Li Chunling couldn't help but praise her. Comrade Su is indeed a good candidate to join the Women's Special Forces team. Last time she helped our police catch more than a dozen spies and killed a big python. Although Comrade Su is not very old, she has made 2 meritorious deeds. The police have sent her banners and rewards. Lu Wanting already admired Suen so much that she didn't know what to say. If only she could be like Suen. No, she must get close to Suen and try to recognize Suen as her master. If she could recognize Suen as her master, as long as Suen taught her some skills, she would have a chance to pass the assessment of the Special Forces team. While the 2 were talking, they saw the ant next to them urging them to stop chatting and get to work. It was Lu Wanting's first day at work. Although she was a little uncomfortable, she could barely handle it. But the other new educated youth were different. People like Yao Mingfang, who used to work at home before going to the countryside, were tired. Not to mention Shen Rui, a pampered young lady. Shen Rui assigned the job of mowing the grass. After working for a while, Shen Rui felt that her palms were rubbed red. And when mowing the grass, she had to bend over, which made her waist so sore. So Shen Rui sat down to rest before she had worked for a while. The team leader looked at Shen Rui like this, and he taught her a lesson without any politeness. "Shun educated youth, you just started and you can't do it? What will you do in the autumn harvest?" Shen Rui was scolded by Wang Weihua, and she felt a little wronged. "Team leader, I didn't mean it, I really can't do it. I have never worked at home since I was a child, how can I do these farm work?" Wang Weihua sneered. "Why did you come to the countryside if you can't do it? It's fun to be in our countryside." After Wang Weihua finished speaking, many team members around him followed suit. If Shen Rui wants to be a young lady, she can be a young lady at home. Why does she have to come to their countryside? She has to snatch food from them. Shen Rui's face flushed and said, "Team leader, I am an educated youth, and I came to the countryside to support rural construction. You let me do this kind of thing which doesn't make use of my strengths and abilities. I am a high school student, so I think you can let me be the accountant of the team." When Shen Rui said this, everyone around was almost amused by Shen Rui's shameless words. Even other old educated youths thought that Shen Rui was probably mentally ill. How could she say such a thing? At this time, Secretary Liao's family jumped out and started to scold Shen Rui. "You are a new educated youth who doesn't know the immensity of the world. Do you think you are great just because you have studied in high school? Can you dream of being a brigade accountant? Bah! Don't you see that most of these educated youths who went to the countryside are high school students? Why are you allowed to be the brigade accountant as soon as you arrive? How are you superior to others? This new educated youth is so shameless. He thinks he is great just because he has studied for a few years? Can you be a brigade accountant just by being literate? You are in charge of the brigade's accounts and apply for various subsidies from the commune for the brigade. Is it something that a young girl like you can do?" Although Liao Hongxia did not criticize Shen Rui like her family, she made a note of this woman in her heart. She is responsible for distributing farm tools, and she will give Shen Rui the worst farm tools in return. Wang Weihua was also speechless about Shen Rui. Brain-dead. Just a brain-dead person. Why did the higher-ups arrange such an idiot to come here? Shen Jiqing, you can't be a brigade accountant just because you have graduated from high school. Don't give me so many empty words. Working hard is what you should do as an educated youth in the countryside. Shen Rui felt that everyone around her was criticizing her, and the Liao family wanted to slap her, so she didn't dare to say a word. Dragging her tired body, she picked up the tools again and continued to work at Wang Weihua's urging. Suen naturally saw the movement here. After seeing the trouble Shen Rui had caused, Suen didn't know what to say. This kind of idiot must be stayed away from in the future. Suen also warned Sun Xinxin. The new female educated youth is not mentally normal. Xinxin, you have to keep your distance from her in the future. Do you understand? Sun Xinxin nodded quickly. Okay, and don't worry, I know. Seeing that the girl remembered it, Suen was relieved. The two continued to work. Suan quickly finished his work and then began to help Sun Xinshin. While doing her own work, Lu Wanting observed the people around her. Lu Wanting found that these male-educated youths in the brigade were actually quite popular. Many young girls would look at them from time to time. Although the girls in the brigade felt that their families would not agree that they were in a relationship with male-educated youths, it did not prevent them from having admiration for them. Compared with those rough men in the countryside, these educated youths in the city looked he will have a more refined and elegant feeling. But it seems that no girl has a crush on her brother in Guamiao. Even the women in the brigade want to stay away from them. Lu Wanting feels that this is not right. Her brother is so handsome and tall and strong. How could he not be liked? The same goes for Guamiao. Guamiao is not as handsome as her brother, but he is not bad either. At least he is much better than other male-educated youth. Lu Wanting was puzzled and asked Li Chunling again. Sister Chunling, why do I feel that my brother and Guamiao are not liked by the female comrades in our brigade? This is not my illusion, right? What did they do? Why do the women in the brigade seem to avoid them? Seeing that Lu Wanting asked seriously, Li Chunling couldn't help but reply. You really don't know the reason? Lu Wanting felt that Li Chunling's reaction was a little strange. She shook her head quickly. I don't know. Well, Jiqinghua said that his father was disabled and his mother was visiting. If a girl married him, she would have to work as a nanny in his house. Tell me, which girl from a normal family would be willing to serve a paralyzed mother-in-law after getting married? Isn't this jumping into the fire pit? Lu Wanting's mouth twitched. If she didn't know the situation of Guamiao's family, she almost believed it. Lu Wanting was very curious. If Uncle Gua and Aunt Gua knew about this, would they break Guamiao's legs? Seeing that what Guamiao said was so outrageous, Lu Wanting was curious about what his brother said that made women avoid him. Could it be that he said the same thing as Guamiao, that her family had a paralyzed elder who needed care?